The Iliad. By Homer. The Iliad. Book. Chapter 1. The Contention of Achilles and Agamemnon. The visit of Chryses, priest of Apollo, to Agamemnon. Asking the ransom of his daughter, refusal of Agamemnon, a pestilence sent by Apollo upon the Greek army, a council called by Achilles, the cause of the pestilence declared by the seer Glaucus, dispute between Agamemnon and Achilles, which ends with the taking away of Briseis from Achilles, the daughter of Chryses restored to him, visit of Thetis to Jupiter, who promises to avenge Achilles, mutual chiding of Jupiter and Juno. O goddess! Sing the wrath of Peleus' son, Achilles. Sing the deadly wrath that brought woes numberless upon the Greeks, and swept to Hades many a valiant soul, and gave their limbs a prey to dogs and birds of air. For so had Jove appointed, from the time when the two chiefs, Atrides, king of men, and great Achilles, parted first as foes. Which of the gods put strife between the chiefs, that they should thus contend? Latona's son, and Jove's. Incensed against the king, he bade a deadly pestilence appear among the army, and the men were perishing. For Atreus' son with insult had received Chryses the priest, who to the Grecian fleet came to redeem his daughter, offering uncounted ransom. In his hand he bore the fillets of Apollo, archer god, upon the golden scepter, and he sued to all the Greeks, but chiefly to the sons of Atreus, the two leaders of the host. Ye sons of Atreus, and ye other chiefs, well-grieved Achaeans, may the gods who dwell upon Olympus give you to o'erthrow the city of Priam, and in safety reach your homes. But give me my beloved child, and take her ransom, honoring him who sends his arrows far, Apollo, son of Jove. Then all the other Greeks, applauding, bade revere the priest and take the liberal gifts he offered, but the council did not please Atrides Agamemnon. He dismissed the priest with scorn, and added threatening words. Old man, let me not find thee loitering here beside the roomy ships, or coming back hereafter, lest the fillet thou dost bear and scepter of thy god protect thee not. This maiden I release not till old age shall overtake her in my Argive home, far from her native country, where her hand shall throw the shuttle and shall dress my couch. Go, chafe me not, if thou wouldst safely go. He spake. The aged man in fear obeyed the mandate, and in silence walked apart along the many-sounding ocean side. And fervently he prayed the monarch god, Apollo, golden-haired Latona's son. Hear me, thou bearer of the silver bow, who guardest Chrysa, and the holy isle of Scylla, and art lord in Tenedos. O Smintheus! If I ever helped to deck thy glorious temple, if I ever burned upon thy altar the fat thighs of goats and bullocks, grant my prayer, and let thy shafts avenge upon the Greeks the tears I shed. So spake he supplicating, and to him Phoebus Apollo hearkened. Down he came, down from the summit of the Olympian mount, wrathful in heart. His shoulders bore the bow, and hollow quiver, there the arrows rang upon the shoulders of the angry god. As on he moved, he came as comes the night, and, seated from the ships aloof, sent forth an arrow. Terrible was heard the clang of that resplendent bow. At first he smote the mules and the swift dogs, and then on man he turned the deadly arrow. All around glared evermore the frequent funeral piles. 9 days already had his shafts been showered among the host, and now, upon the 10th, Achilles called the people of the camp to council. Juno, of the snow-white arms, had moved his mind to this, for she beheld with sorrow that the men were perishing. And when the assembly met and now was full, stood swift Achilles in the midst and said, To me it seems, Atrides, that 'twere well, since now our aim is baffled, to return homeward, if death o'ertake us not. For war and pestilence at once destroy the Greeks. But let us first consult some seer or priest, or dream interpreter, for even dreams are sent by Jove, and ask him by what cause Phoebus Apollo has been angered thus, if by neglected vows or hecatombs, and whether savor of fat bulls and goats may move the god to stay the pestilence. He spake, and took again his seat. And next rose Glaucus, son of Hector, and the chief of augurs, one to whom were known things past and present and to come. He, through the art of divination, which Apollo gave, had guided Iliumward the ships of Greece. With words well ordered courteously he spake. Achilles, loved of Jove, thou biddest me explain the wrath of Phoebus, monarch god, who sends afar his arrows. Willingly will I make known the cause, but covenant thou, and swear to stand prepared, by word and hand, to bring me succor. For my mind misgives that he who rules the Argives, and to whom the Achaean race are subject, will be wroth. A sovereign is too strong for humbler men, and though he keep his choler down a while, it rankles, till he sate it, in his heart. And now consider, wilt thou hold me safe? Achilles, the swift-footed, answered thus. Fear nothing, but speak boldly out whatever thou knowest, and declare the will of heaven. For by Apollo, dear to Jove, whom thou, Glaucus, dost pray to, when thou givest forth the sacred oracles to men of Greece, no man, while yet I live, and see the light of day, shall lay a violent hand on thee. Among our roomy ships, no man of all the Grecian armies, though thou name the name of Agamemnon, whose high boast it is to stand in power and rank above them all. Encouraged thus, the blameless seer went on. 'Tis not neglected vows or hecatombs that move him, but the insult shown his priest, whom Agamemnon spurned, when he refused to set his daughter free, and to receive her ransom. Therefore sends the archer god these woes, and still will send them on the Greeks, nor ever will withdraw his heavy hand from our destruction, till the dark-eyed maid freely, and without ransom, be restored to her beloved father, and with her a sacred hecatomb to Chryses sent. So may we haply pacify the god. Thus having said, the augur took his seat. And then the hero son of Atreus rose. Wide-ruling Agamemnon, greatly chafed. His gloomy heart was full of wrath, his eyes sparkled like fire, he fixed a menacing look full on the augur Glaucus, and began. Prophet of evil, never hadst thou yet a cheerful word for me. To mark the signs of coming mischief is thy great delight. Good dost thou ne'er foretell nor bring to pass. And now thou pratest, in thine auguries, before the Greeks, how that the archer god afflicts us thus, because I would not take the costly ransom offered to redeem the virgin child of Chryses. 'Twas my choice to keep her with me, for I prize her more than Clytemnestra, bride of my young years, and deem her not less nobly graced than she, in form and feature, mind and pleasing arts. Yet will I give her back, if that be best. For gladly would I see my people saved. From this destruction, let meet recompense. Meantime, be ready, that I be not left alone of all the Greeks, without my prize. That were not seemly. All of you perceive that now my share of spoil has passed from me. To him the great Achilles, swift of foot, replied, renowned Atrides, greediest of men, where wilt thou that our noble Greeks find other spoil for thee, since none is set apart? A common store? The trophies brought from towns which we have sacked have all been shared among us, and we could not without shame bid every warrior bring his portion back. Yield, then, the maiden to the god, and we, the Achaeans, freely will appoint for thee threefold and fourfold recompense, should Jove give up to sack this well-defended Troy. Then the king Agamemnon answered thus. Nay, use no craft, all valiant as thou art. Godlike Achilles, thou hast not the power to circumvent nor to persuade me thus. Think'st thou that, while thou keepest safe thy prize, I shall sit idly down, deprived of mine? Thou bidst me give the maiden back. 'Tis well. If to my hands the noble Greeks shall bring the worth of what I lose, and in a shape that pleases me, else will I come myself and seize and bear away thy prize, or that of Ajax or Ulysses, leaving him from whom I take his share with cause for rage. Another time we will confer of this. Now come, and forth into the great salt sea. Launch a black ship, and muster on the deck men skilled to row, and put a hecatomb on board, and let the fair-cheeked maid embark. Chryses, send a prince to bear command. Ajax, Idomeneus, or the divine Ulysses, or thyself, Pelides, thou most terrible of men, that with due rights thou soothe the anger of the archer god. Achilles the swift-footed, with stern look, thus answered, Ha, thou mailed in impudence, and bent on lucre, who of all the Greeks can willingly obey thee, on the march, or bravely battling with the enemy? I came not to this war because of wrong done to me by the valiant sons of Troy. No feud had I with them, they never took my beeves or horses, nor, in Thyia's realm, deep-soiled and populous, spoiled my harvest fields. For many a shadowy mount between us lies, and waters of the wide resounding sea. Man unabashed, we follow thee that thou mayst glory in avenging upon Troy the grudge of Menelaus and thy own. Thou shameless one! And yet thou hast for this nor thanks nor care. Thou threatenest now to take from me the prize for which I bore long toils in battle, and the Greeks decreed it mine. I never take an equal share with thee of booty when the Grecian host has sacked some populous Trojan town. My hands perform the harder labors of the field and all the tumult of the fight. But when the spoil is shared, the largest share of all is thine. While I, content with little, seek my ships, weary with combat, I shall now go home to Phthia. Better were it to return with my beaked ships, but here, where I am held in little honor, thou wilt fail, I think, to gather, in large measure, spoil and wealth. Him answered Agamemnon, king of men. Desert, then, if thou wilt, I ask thee not to stay for me. There will be others left to do me honor yet, and, best of all, the all-providing Jove is with me still. Thee I detest the most of all the men ordained by him to govern. Thy delight is in contention, war, and bloody frays. If thou art brave, some deity, no doubt, hath thus endowed thee. Hence, then, to thy home. with all thy ships and men. There domineer. Over thy myrmidons, I heed thee not. Nor care I for thy fury. Thus, in turn, I threaten thee. Since Phoebus takes away Chryses, I will send her in my ship. And with my friends, and, coming to thy tent, will bear away the fair-cheeked maid, thy prize. Briseis. That thou learn how far I stand above thee, and that other chiefs may fear to measure strength with me, and brave my power. The rage of Peleus' son, as thus he spake, grew fiercer. In that shaggy breast his heart took counsel, whether from his thigh to draw the trenchant sword, and, thrusting back the rest, smite down Atrides, or subdue his wrath, and master his own spirit. While he thus debated with himself, and half unsheathed the ponderous blade, Pallas Athene came, sent from on high by Juno, the white-armed, who loved both warriors and made both her care. She came behind him, seen by him alone, and plucked his yellow hair. The hero turned in wonder, and at once he knew the look of Pallas and the awful gleaming eye, and thus accosted her with winged words. Why comest thou hither, daughter of the god, who bears the aegis? Art thou here to see the insolence of Agamemnon, son of Atreus? Let me tell thee what I deem will be the event. That man may lose his life, and quickly too, for arrogance like this. Then thus the goddess, blue-eyed Pallas, spake. I came from heaven to pacify thy wrath. If thou wilt heed my counsel, I am sent by Juno the white-armed, to whom ye both are dear, whoever watches o'er you both. Refrain from violence. Let not thy hand unsheath the sword, but utter with thy tongue reproaches, as occasion may arise. For I declare what time shall bring to pass. Threefold amends shall yet be offered thee, in gifts of princely cost, for this day's wrong. Now calm thy angry spirit, and obey. Achilles, the swift-footed, answered thus. O goddess, be the word thou bring'st obeyed. However fierce my anger, for to him who hearkens to the gods give ear. So speaking, on the silver hilt he stayed his strong right hand, and back into its sheath thrust his good sword, obeying. She, meantime, returned to heaven, where aegis-bearing Jove dwells with the other gods. And now again Pelides, with opprobrious words, bespake the son of Atreus, venting thus his wrath. Wine-bibber, with the forehead of a dog and a deer's heart, thou never yet hast dared to arm thyself for battle with the rest, nor join the other chiefs prepared to lie in ambush, such thy craven fear of death. Better it suits thee, midst the mighty host of Greeks, to rob some warrior of his prize. Who dares withstand thee? King thou art, and yet devourer of thy people. Thou dost rule a spiritless race, else this day's insolence Atrides were thy last. And now I say, and bind my saying with a mighty oath, by this my scepter, which can never bear a leaf or twig, since first it left its stem among the mountains, for the steel has pared its boughs and bark away, to sprout no more. And now the Achaean judges bear it, they who guard the laws received from Jupiter. Such is my oath, the time shall come when all the Greeks shall long to see Achilles back, while multitudes are perishing by the hand of Hector, the man-queller. Thou, meanwhile, though thou lament, shalt have no power to help. And thou shalt rage against thyself to think that thou hast scorned the bravest of the Greeks. As thus he spake, Pelides to the ground, flung the gold-studded wand, and took his seat. Fiercely Atrides raged, but now uprose Nestor, the master of persuasive speech, the clear-toned Pylian orator, whose tongue dropped words more sweet than honey. He had seen 2 generations that grew up and lived with him on sacred Pylus pass away, and now he ruled the 3rd. With prudent words, he thus addressed the assembly of the chiefs. Ye gods! What new misfortunes threaten Greece? How Priam would exult and Priam's sons! And how would all the Trojan race rejoice, were they to know how furiously ye strive, ye who in counsel and in fight surpass the other Greeks. Now hearken to my words, ye who are younger than myself, for I have lived with braver men than you, and yet they held me not in light esteem. Such men I never saw, nor shall I see again. Men like Pirithous and like Druas, lord of nations, Senus and Exadius, and the great Polypheme and Theseus, son of Aegeus. Likest to the immortal gods. Strongest of all the earth-born race they fought, the strongest with the strongest of their time, with centaurs, the wild dwellers of the hills, and fearfully destroyed them. With these men did I hold converse, coming to their camp from Pylus in a distant land. They sent to bid me join the war, and by their side I fought my best, but no man living now on the wide earth would dare to fight with them. Great as they were, they listened to my words, and took my counsel. Hearken also ye, and let my words persuade you for the best. Thou, powerful as thou art, take not from him the maiden, suffer him to keep the prize, decreed him by the sons of Greece. And thou, Pelides, strive no longer with the king, since never Jove on sceptred prince bestowed like eminence to his. Though braver thou, and goddess-born, yet hath he greater power, and wider sway. Atrides, calm thy wrath. 'Tis I who ask, against the chief who stands the bulwark of the Greeks in this fierce war. To him the sovereign Agamemnon said, the things which thou hast uttered, aged chief, are fitly spoken, but this man would stand above all others. He aspires to be the master, over all to domineer, and to direct in all things, yet, I think, there may be one who will not suffer this. For if by favor of the immortal gods he was made brave, have they for such a cause given him the liberty of insolent speech? Hurried the great Achilles, breaking in, answered, Yea, well might I deserve the name of coward and of wretch, should I submit in all things to thy bidding. Such commands lay thou on others, not on me, nor think I shall obey thee longer. This I say, and bear it well in mind, I shall not lift my hand to keep the maiden whom ye gave, and now take from me. But whatever else may be on board that swift black ship of mine, beware thou carry not away the least without my leave. Come, make the trial now, that these may see thy black blood bathe my spear. Then, rising from that strife of words, the twain dissolved the assembly at the Grecian fleet. Pelides to his tents and well-manned ships went with Patroclus and his warrior friends, while Agamemnon bade upon the sea launch a swift bark with 20 chosen men to ply the oar, and put a hecatomb upon it for the god. He thither led the fair-cheeked maid Chryses, the command he gave to wise Ulysses. Forth they went, leader and crew, upon their watery path. Meanwhile, he bade the camp be purified, and straight the warriors purified the camp. and, casting the pollutions to the waves, they burned to Phoebus' chosen hecatombs of bulls and goats beside the barren main, from which the savor rose in smoke to heaven. So was the host employed. But not the less did Agamemnon persevere to urge his quarrel with Pelides, and he thus addressed Talthybius and Eurybates, his heralds and his faithful ministers. Go ye to where Achilles holds his tent, and take the fair Briseis by the hand, and bring her hither. If he yield her not, I shall come forth to claim her with a band of warriors, and it shall be worse for him. He spake, and sent them forth with added words of menace. With unwilling steps they went beside the barren deep, until they reached the tents and vessels of the Myrmidons, and found Achilles seated by his tent and his black ship. Their coming pleased him not. They, moved by fear and reverence of the king, stopped, and bespake him not, nor signified their errand. He perceived their thought and said, Hail, heralds, messengers of Jove and men. Draw near, I blame you not. I only blame Atrides, who hath sent you for the maid. Noble Patroclus, bring the damsel forth, and let them lead her hence. My witnesses are ye, before the blessed deities, and mortal men, and this remorseless king, if ever he shall need me to avert the doom of utter ruin from his host. Most sure it is, he madly yields himself to fatal counsels, thoughtless of the past and of the future, nor forecasting how the Greeks may fight, unvanquished, by their fleet. He spake. Meantime Patroclus had obeyed the word of his beloved friend. He brought the fair-cheeked maid Briseis from the tent, and she was led away. The messengers returned to where their barks were moored, and she unwillingly went with them. Then in tears Achilles, from his friends withdrawing, sat beside the hoary ocean marge, and gazed on the black deep beyond, and stretched his hands, and prayed to his dear mother earnestly. Mother, since thou didst bring me forth to dwell brief space on earth, Olympian Jupiter, who thunders in the highest, should have filled that space with honors, but he grants them not. Wide-ruling Agamemnon takes and holds the prize I won, and thus dishonors me. Thus, shedding tears, he spake. His mother heard, sitting within the ocean deeps, beside her aged father. Swiftly from the waves of the grey deep emerging like a cloud, she sat before him as he wept, and smoothed his brow with her soft hand, and kindly said, My child, why weepest thou? What grief is this? Speak, and hide nothing, so that both may know. Achilles, swift of foot, sighed heavily, and said, Thou knowst already. Why relate these things to thee, who art apprised of all? To Thebe, to Aetion's sacred town, we marched, and plundered it, and hither brought the booty, which was fairly shared among the sons of Greece. And Agamemnon took the fair-cheeked maid Chryses as his prize. But Chryses, priest of Phoebus, to the fleet of the Achaean warriors, brazen-mailed, came, to redeem his daughter, offering ransom uncounted. In his hand he bore the fillets of Apollo, archer-god, upon the golden scepter, and he sued to all the Greeks, but chiefly to the sons of Atreus, the two leaders of the host. Then all the other chiefs, applauding, bade revere the priest and take the liberal gifts he offered. But the council did not please Atrides Agamemnon, he dismissed the priest with scorn, and added threatening words. The aged man indignantly withdrew. And Phoebus, for the priest was dear to him, granted his prayer and sent among the Greeks a deadly shaft. The people of the camp were perishing in heaps. His arrows flew among the Grecian army, far and wide. A seer expert in oracles revealed the will of Phoebus, and I was the first to counsel that the god should be appeased. But Agamemnon rose in sudden wrath, uttering a threat, which he has since fulfilled. And now the dark-eyed Greeks are taking back his child to Chryses, and with her they bear gifts to the monarch god. While to my tent heralds have come, and borne away the maid Briseis, given me by the sons of Greece. But succor thou thy son, if thou hast power. Ascend to heaven and bring thy prayer to Jove, if e'er by word or act thou gav'st him aid. For I remember, in my father's halls, I often heard thee, glorying, tell how thou, alone of all the gods, didst interpose, to save the cloud compeller, Saturn's son, from shameful overthrow, when all the rest, who dwell upon Olympus had conspired to bind him, Juno, Neptune, and with them Pallas Athene. Thou didst come and loose his bonds, and call up to the Olympian heights the 100-handed, whom the immortal gods have named Briareus, but the sons of men Aegean, mightier than his sire in strength. And he, rejoicing in the honor, took his seat by Jove, and all the immortals shrank aghast before him, and let fall the chains. Remind him of all this, and, sitting down, embrace his knees, and pray him to befriend the Trojans, that the Greeks, hemmed in and slain beside their ships and by the shore, may learn to glory in their king, and even he, wide-ruling Agamemnon, may perceive how grievous was his folly when he dared to treat with scorn the bravest of the Greeks. And Thetis answered, weeping as she spake, Alas, my son, why did I rear thee, born to sorrow as thou wert? Oh, would that thou, unwronged, and with no cause for tears, couldst dwell beside thy ships, since thou must die so soon. I brought thee forth in an unhappy hour, short-lived and wronged beyond all other men. Yet will I climb the Olympian height among its snows and make my suit to Jupiter, the thunderer, if haply he may yield to my entreaties. Thou, meanwhile, abide by thy swift ships, incensed against the Greeks, and take no part in all their battles more. But yesterday did Jove depart to hold a banquet far in ocean's realm, among the blameless Ethiopians, and with him went all the train of gods. 12 days must pass ere he return to heaven, and I will then enter his brazen palace, clasp his knees, and hope to move his purpose by my prayers. So saying, she departed, leaving him in anger for the shapely damsel's sake, whom forcibly they took away. Meantime, Ulysses, with the sacred hecatomb, arrived at Chrysa. Entering the deep port, they folded up the sails and laid them down in the black ship, and lowering the mast with all its shrouds, they brought it to its place. Then to the shore they urged the bark with oars, and cast the anchors and secured the prow with fastenings. Next, they disembarked and stood upon the beach and placed the hecatomb in sight of Phoebus, the great archer. Last, Chryses left the deck, and, leading her up to the altar, wise Ulysses gave the maid to her dear father, speaking thus: O Chryses, Agamemnon, king of men, sends me in haste to bring this maid to thee, and offer up this hallowed hecatomb to Phoebus, for the Greeks, that so the god whose wrath afflicts us sore, may be appeased. So speaking, to her father's hands he gave the maiden. Joyfully the priest received the child he loved. Then did the Greeks array the noble hecatomb in order round the sculptured altar, and with was-hen hands they took the salted meal, while Chryses stood and spread abroad his hands and prayed aloud. Hear me, thou bearer of the glittering bough, who guardest Chrysa and the pleasant isle of Scylla, and art lord in Tenedos. Already hast thou listened to my prayer, and honored me, and terribly hast scourged the Achaean people. Hear me yet again, and cause the plague that wastes the Greeks to cease. So spake he, supplicating, and to him Phoebus Apollo hearkened. When the prayers were ended, and the salted meal was flung, backward they turned the necks of the fat beeves, and cut their throats, and flayed the carcasses, and hewed away the thighs, and covered them with caul in double folds. And over this they laid raw fragments of the other parts. O'er all the aged priest poured dark red wine, and burned them on dry wood. A band of youths, with 5-pronged spits, beside him, thrust these through the entrails, which they laid among the flames. And when the thighs were all consumed, and next the entrails tasted, all the rest was carved into small portions and transfixed with spits, and roasted with nice care, and then withdrawn from the hot coals. This task performed, they made the banquet ready. All became its guests, and all were welcome to the equal feast. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, boys crowned the ample urns with wreaths, and served the wine to all, and poured libations forth. Meantime the Argive youths, that whole day long, sang to appease the god. They chanted forth high anthems to the Archer of the skies. He listened to the strain, and his stern mood was softened. When, at length, the sun went down, and darkness fell, they gave themselves to sleep beside the fastenings of their ships, and when appeared the rosy-fingered dawn, the child of morning, they returned to the great host of the Achaeans. Phoebus deigned to send a favoring breeze. At once they reared the mast, and opened the white sails. The canvas swelled before the wind, and hoarsely round the keel the dark waves murmured as the ship flew on. So ran she, cutting through the sea her way. But when they reached the great Achaean host, they drew their vessel high upon the shore. Among the sands, and underneath its sides, they laid long beams to prop the keel, and straight dispersed themselves among the tents and ships. The goddess-born Achilles, swift of foot, beside his ship still brooded o'er his wrath, nor came to council with the illustrious chiefs, nor to the war, but suffered idleness to eat his heart away. For well he loved clamor and combat. But when now, at length, the 12th day came, the ever-living gods returned together to the Olympian mount, with Jove, their leader. Thetis kept in mind her son's desire, and, with the early morn, emerging from the depths of ocean, climbed to the great heaven and the high mount, and found all-seeing Jove, who, from the rest apart, was seated on the loftiest pinnacle of many-peaked Olympus. She sat down before the son of Saturn, clasped his knees with her left arm, and lifted up her right in supplication to the Sovereign One. O Jupiter, my father, if among the immortals I have ever given thee aid, by word or act, deny not my request. Honor my son, whose life is doomed to end so soon, for Agamemnon, king of men, hath done him shameful wrong, he takes from him, and keeps the prize he won in war. But thou, Olympian Jupiter, supremely wise, honor him thou, and give the Trojan host the victory, until the humbled Greeks heap large increase of honors on my son. She spake, but cloud-compelling Jupiter answered her not, in silence long he sat. But Thetis, who had clasped his knees at first, clung to them still, and prayed him yet again. "Oh, promise me, and grant my suit. Or else deny it, for thou needst not fear, and I shall know how far below the other gods thou holdest me in honor." As she spake, the cloud-compeller, sighing heavily, answered her thus, "Hard things dost thou require, and thou wilt force me into new disputes with Juno, who will anger me again with contumelious words. Forever thus, in presence of the immortals, doth she seek cause of contention, charging that I aid the Trojans in their battles. Now depart, and let her not perceive thee. Leave the rest to be by me accomplished, and that thou mayst be assured, behold, I give the nod. For this, with me, the immortals know, portends the highest certainty, no word of mine, which once my nod confirms, can be revoked, or prove untrue, or fail to be fulfilled." As thus he spake, the son of Saturn gave the nod with his dark brows. The ambrosial curls upon the sovereign one's immortal head were shaken, and with them the mighty mount Olympus trembled. Then they parted, she plunging from bright Olympus to the deep, and Jove returning to his palace home, where all the gods, uprising from their thrones, at sight of the great Father, waited not for his approach, but met him as he came. And now upon his throne the Godhead took his seat, but Juno knew, for she had seen that Thetis of the silver feet, and child of the grey Ancient of the Deep, had held close counsel with her consort. Therefore she bespake the son of Saturn harshly, thus: "O crafty one, with whom, among the gods, plottest thou now? Thus hath it ever been thy pleasure to devise, apart from me, thy plans in secret, never willingly dost thou reveal to me thy purposes." Then thus replied the father of the gods: "And mortals, Juno, do not think to know all my designs, for thou wilt find the task too hard for thee, although thou be my spouse. What fitting is to be revealed, no one of all the immortals or of men shall know sooner than thou. But when I form designs apart from all the gods, presume thou not to question me or pry into my plans." Juno, the large-eyed and august, rejoined, "What words, stern son of Saturn, hast thou said? It never was my wont to question thee, or pry into thy plans, and thou art left to form them as thou wilt. Yet now I fear the silver-footed Thetis has contrived, that daughter of the Ancient of the Deep, to o'er-persuade thee, for, at early prime, she sat before thee and embraced thy knees. And thou hast promised her, I cannot doubt, to give Achilles honor and to cause myriads of Greeks to perish by their fleet." Then Jove, the cloud-compeller, spake again, harsh-tongued: "Thou ever dost suspect me thus, nor can I act unwatched. And yet all this profits thee nothing, for it only serves to breed dislike, and is the worse for thee. But were it as thou deemest, 'tis enough that such has been my pleasure. Sit thou down in silence, and obey, lest all the gods upon Olympus, when I come and lay these potent hands on thee, protect thee not." He spake, and Juno, large-eyed and august, o'erawed, and curbing her high spirit, sat in silence. Meanwhile all the gods of heaven within the halls of Jove were inly grieved. But Vulcan, the renowned artificer, sought to console his mother in her grief. The white-armed Juno, and thus interposed. Great will the evil be and hard to bear, if, for the sake of mortals, ye are moved to such contention, and the assembled gods disturbed with discord. Even the pleasant feast will lose its flavor when embittered thus. And let me warn my mother while I speak, wise as she is, that she defer to Jove, lest the All-Father angrily again reply, and spoil the banquet of the day. The Thunderer of Olympus, if he choose to make a wreck of all things, wields a power far greater than we all. Accost him thou with gentle speeches, and the Lord of heaven will then regard us in a kindly mood. As thus he spake, he gave into the hands of his beloved mother the round cup of double form, and thus he spake again. Mother, be patient and submit, although in sadness, lest these eyes behold thee yet beaten with stripes, and though I hold thee dear and grieve for thee, I cannot bring thee help. For hard it is to strive with Jupiter. Already once, when I took part with thee, he seized me by the foot and flung me o'er the battlements of heaven. All day I fell, and with the setting sun I struck the earth. In Lemnos, little life was left in me. What time the Sintians took me from the ground. He spake, and Juno, the white-shouldered, smiled. And smiling took the cup her son had brought. And next he poured to all the other gods sweet nectar from the jar, beginning first with those at the right hand. As they beheld lame Vulcan laboring o'er the palace floor, an inextinguishable laughter broke from all the blessed gods. So feasted they all day till sunset. From that equal feast none stood aloof, nor from the pleasant sound of harp which Phoebus touched, nor from the voice of muses singing sweetly in their turn. But when the sun's all-glorious light was down, each to his sleeping place betook himself. For Vulcan, the lame god, with marvelous art, had framed for each the chamber of his rest. And Jupiter, the Olympian thunderer, went also to his couch, where 'twas his wont, when slumber overtook him, to recline. And there, beside him, slept the white-armed queen, Juno, the mistress of the golden throne. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Book. Chapter 2. The Trial of the Army, and Catalogue of the Forces. A treacherous dream sent by Jupiter to Agamemnon, who assembles the army in the hope to take Troy. Debate of the chiefs in council. Agamemnon pretends a desire to return to Greece in order to try the disposition of the army. Insolent speech of Thersites, and his punishment by Ulysses. Advice of Nestor to review the troops. Catalogue of the troops and ships. Enumeration of the Trojan forces. All other deities, all mortal men, tamers of war steeds, slept the whole night through. But no sweet slumber came to Jove. His thoughts were ever busy with the anxious care to crown with honor Peleus' son, and cause myriads to perish at the Grecian fleet. At last, this counsel seemed the best, to send a treacherous dream to Agamemnon, son of Atreus. Then he called a dream, and thus, addressing it with winged words, he said, Go, fatal vision, to the Grecian fleet, and, entering Agamemnon's tent, declare faithfully what I bid thee. Give command that now he arm, with all the array of war, the long-haired Greeks, for lo, the hour is come, that gives into his hands the city of Troy, with all its spacious streets. The powers who dwell in the celestial mansions are no more. At variance, Juno's prayers have moved them all, and o'er the Trojans hangs a fearful doom. So spake the god. The vision heard, and went at once to where the Grecian barks were moored, and entered Agamemnon's tent and found the king reposing, with the balm of sleep poured all around him. At his head the dream took station in the form of Neleus' son, Nestor, whom Agamemnon honored most of all the aged men. In such a shape the heaven-sent dream to Agamemnon spake. O warrior son of Atreus, sleepest thou? Tamer of steeds. It ill becomes a chief who has the charge of nations and sustains such mighty cares, to sleep the livelong night. Give earnest heed to me, for I am come, a messenger from Jove, who, though far off, takes part in thy concerns and pities thee. He bids thee arm, with all the array of war, the long-haired Greeks, for now the hour is come, which gives into thy hands the city of Troy, with all its spacious streets. The powers that dwell in the celestial mansions are no more. At variance, Juno's prayers have moved them all, and o'er the Trojans hangs a fearful doom, decreed by Jove. Bear what I say in mind, and when thy sleep departs forget it not. He spake, and, disappearing, left the king, musing on things that never were to be. For on that very day he thought to take the city of Priam. Fool! Who little knew what Jupiter designed should come to pass, and little thought by his own act to bring great woe and grief on Greeks and Trojans both, in hard-fought battles. From his sleep he woke, the heavenly voice still sounding in his ears, and sat upright, and put his tunic on, soft, fair, and new, and over that he cast his ample cloak, and round his shapely feet laced the becoming sandals. Next, he hung upon his shoulders and his side the sword, with silver studs, and took into his hand the ancestral scepter, old, but undecayed, and with it turned his footsteps toward the fleet of the Achaean warriors brazen-mailed. Now Dawn, the goddess, climbed the Olympian height, foretelling day to Jupiter and all the immortal gods. When Agamemnon bade the shrill-voiced heralds call the long-haired Greeks together, they proclaimed his will, and straight the warriors came in throngs. But first he bade a council of large-minded elders meet on Pylian Nestor's royal bark, and there laid his well-pondered thought before them. My friends, give ear, a vision from above came to me sleeping in the balmy night. Most like to noble Nestor was its look, its face, its stature, and its garb. It stood beside me at my head, and thus it spake. O warrior son of Atreus, sleepest thou? Tamer of steeds. It ill becomes a chief who has the charge of nations and sustains such mighty cares, to sleep the livelong night. Give earnest heed to me, for I am come, a messenger from Jove, who, though far off, takes part in thy concerns and pities thee. He bids thee arm, with all the array of war, the long-haired Greeks, for now the hour is come, which gives into thy hands the city of Troy, with all its spacious streets. The powers who dwell in the celestial mansions are no more. At variance, Juno's prayers have moved them all, and o'er the Trojans hangs a fearful doom, decreed by Jove. Bear what I say in mind. It spake and passed away, and with it fled my slumbers. Now must we devise a way to bring into the field the sons of Greece. I first will try, as best I may, with words, and counsel flight from Troy with all our ships. Ye each, with different counsels, do your part. He spake, and took his seat, and after him Nestor, the king of sandy Pylos, rose with well-considered words. O friends, he said, leaders and princes of the Grecian race, had any other of the Argive host related such a dream, we should have said, the tale is false, and spurned the counsel given. But he has seen it who in rank and power transcends us all, and ours it is to see how we may arm for war the sons of Greece. He spake, and left the council, and the rest, all sceptred kings, arose, prepared to obey the shepherd of the people. All the Greeks meanwhile came thronging to the appointed place, as, swarming forth from cells within the rock, coming and coming still, the tribe of bees fly in a cluster o'er the flowers of spring. And some are darting out to right and left. So from the ships and tents a multitude, along the spacious beach, in mighty throngs, moved toward the assembly. Rumor went with them, the messenger of Jove, and urged them on. And now, when they were met, the place was stunned with clamor. Earth, as the great crowd sat down, groaned under them. A din of mingled cries arose. 9 shouting heralds strove to hush the noisy crowd to silence, that at length the heaven-descended monarchs might be heard. And when the crowd was seated and had paused from clamor, Agamemnon rose. He held the scepter. Vulcan's skill had fashioned it, and Vulcan gave it to Saturnian Jove, and Jove bestowed it on his messenger, the Argus-queller Hermes. He in turn gave it to Pelops, great in horsemanship, and Pelops passed the gift to Atreus next, the people's shepherd. Atreus, when he died, bequeathed it to Thyestes, rich in flocks. And last, Thyestes left it to be borne by Agamemnon, symbol of his rule o'er many isles and all the Argive realm. Leaning on this, he spake these winged words. Friends, Grecian heroes, ministers of Mars, Saturnian Jove hath in an evil net entangled me most cruelly. He gave his promise and his nod, that, having razed Troy with her strong defenses, I should see my home again. But now he meditates to wrong me, and commands me to return with lessened glory and much people lost to Argos. Thus hath it seemed good to Jove, the mighty, who hath overthrown the towers of many a city, and will yet o'erthrow. The ages yet to come will hear with shame that such a mighty army of the Greeks have waged a fruitless war, and fought in vain a foe less numerous. Yet no end appears to this long strife. Should Greeks and Trojans make a treaty, faithfully to number each, and should the Trojans count their citizens, and we the Greeks, disposed in rows of tens, should call the Trojans singly to pour out the wine for us, full many a company of 10 would lack its cupbearer. So far, I judge, the sons of Greece outnumber those who dwell in Troy. But they have yet allies from many a city, men who wield the spear, withstanding my attempt to overthrow that populous town. 9 years of mighty Jove have passed already, and the planks that form our barks are moldering, and the cables drop in pieces, and our wives within their homes, with their young children, sit expecting us. Yet is the enterprise for which we came still unperformed. Now let us all obey the mandate I reveal, and hasten hence, with all our fleet, to our beloved homes. For Troy with her broad streets we cannot take. He spake, and in the bosoms of the crowd stirred every heart. Even those who heard him not were moved, the assembly wavered to and fro, like the long billows of the Achaean sea, roused by the east wind and the south, that rush forth from the cloudy seat of Father Jove. Or like the harvest field, when west winds stoop suddenly from above, and toss the wheat. So was the whole assembly swayed, they ran with tumult to the ships. Beneath their feet rose clouds of dust, and each exhorted each to seize the ships and drag them to the deep. They cleared the channels mid the clamorous cries of multitudes, who hastened to return, and drew the props from underneath their barks. Then had the Greeks returned before their time, if Juno had not to Minerva said, "Unconquerable child of Jove, what change is this? Shall then the Argive army thus flee to their homes across the deep and leave glory to Priam, and to Ilium's sons, the Argive Helen, for whose sake have died so many Greeks upon the Trojan strand, far from the land they loved? But hasten thou to the host of Argive warriors mailed in brass, and with persuasive words restrain their men, nor let them launch their barks upon the sea." She spake, nor did the blue-eyed Pallas fail to heed the mandate, but with quick descent she left the Olympian height and suddenly stood by the swift ships of the Grecian host. She found Ulysses there, the man endowed with wisdom like to Jove's. He had not touched his well-appointed bark, for grief had seized the hero's heart. The blue-eyed goddess took her place beside him, and addressed him thus: "Son of Laertes, nobly born and sage, Ulysses, will ye, entering your good ships, return in flight to your own land and leave glory to Priam, and to Ilium's sons, the Argive Helen, for whose sake have died so many Greeks upon the Trojan strand, far from the land they loved? Go thou at once, and seek the Argive warriors and restrain with thy persuasive words the impatient men, nor let them launch their well-appointed ships." She spake. Ulysses knew the heavenly voice, and hastened back, and as he ran cast by his cloak Eurybates of Ithaca, the herald, caught it as he followed him. And now before Atrides, king of men, the warrior stood, and from his hand received the ancestral scepter, old, but undecayed. And bearing this, he went among the ships which brought the Achaean army, mailed in brass. And whomsoe'er he met upon his way, monarch or eminent among the host, he stopped him, and addressed him blandly, thus: "Good friend, this eager haste as if from fear befits thee not. Sit down, and cause the rest to sit. What Agamemnon's will may be, thou canst not yet be certain. He intends to try the Greeks, and soon will punish those who act amiss. We cannot all have heard what he has said. Beware, then, lest his wrath fall heavily upon the sons of Greece. The monarch, foster-child of Jupiter, is terrible and raged. Authority is given by Jove, all-wise, who loves the king. But when he found one of the lower sort, shouting and brawling, with the royal wand, he smote him, and reproved him sharply, thus: Friend, take thy seat in quiet, and attend to what thy betters say. Thou art not strong, nor valiant, and thou art of mean repute, in combat and in council. We, the Greeks, cannot be all supreme in power. The rule of the many is not well. One must be chief in war, and one the king, to whom the son of Saturn gives the scepter, making him the lawgiver, that he may rule the rest. Thus did he act the chief, and make the host obey his word. They to the council ground came rushing back from all the ships and tents, with tumult, as, on the long-stretching shore of ocean many-voiced, his billows fling themselves in fury, and the deep resounds. All others took their seats and kept their place. Thersites only, clamorous of tongue, kept brawling. He, with many insolent words, was wont to seek unseemly strife with kings, uttering whatever it seemed to him might move the Greeks to laughter. Of the multitude who came to Ilium, none so base as he. Squint-eyed, with one lame foot, and on his back a lump, and shoulders curving towards the chest. His head was sharp, and over it the hairs were thinly scattered, hateful to the chiefs. Achilles and Ulysses, he would oft revile them. He to Agamemnon now called with shrill voice and taunting words. The Greeks heard him impatiently, with strong disgust and vehement anger, yet he shouted still to Agamemnon, and kept railing on. Of what dost thou complain? What wouldst thou more? Atrides? In thy tents are heaps of gold. Thy tents are full of chosen damsels, given to thee before all others, by the Greeks. Whene'er we take a city, dost thou yet hanker for gold, brought by some Trojan knight? A ransom for his son, whom I shall lead? I, or some other Greek, a captive bound? Or dost thou wish, for thy more idle hours, some maiden, whom thou mayst detain apart? Ill it beseems a prince like thee to lead the sons of Greece, for such a cause as this, into new perils. O ye coward race! Ye abject Greeklings, Greeks no longer, haste homeward with all the fleet, and let us leave this man at Troy to win his trophies here, that he may learn whether the aid we give avails him aught or not, since he insults Achilles, a far braver man than he, and takes from him by force and holds his prize. And yet, Achilles is not moved by this to anger, he is spiritless, or else. Atrides, this injustice were thy last. Taunting the shepherd of the people thus, Thersites shouted to the king of men. But great Ulysses, coming quickly up, rebuked him with a frown, thou garrulous wretch. Glib as thou art of tongue, Thersites, cease. Nor singly dare to seek dispute with kings. There came, I deem, no viler wretch than thou to Troy with Agamemnon. Prate no more of kings, reviling them, and keeping watch for pretexts to return. We know not yet whether to go or to remain were best. Thou railest at the shepherd of the host. Atrides Agamemnon, for thou sayest the Grecian heroes load him with rewards, while thou insultest him with scurrilous words. I tell thee now, and I shall keep my word. If e'er again I find thee railing on, as now thou dost, then let Ulysses wear his head no longer. Let me not be called the father of Telemachus, if I shall fail to seize thee, and to strip thee bare of cloak and tunic, and whatever else covers thy carcass, and to send thee forth howling, to our swift barks upon the shore, scourged from the council with a storm of blows. He spake, and with his scepter smote the back and shoulders of the scoffer, who crouched low, and shed a shower of tears. A bloody whelk rose where the golden scepter fell. He took his seat, dismayed, and still in pain wiped off the tears from his smutched face. The multitude around him, though in anxious mood, were moved to smiles. And one addressed his neighbor thus: "Strange that Ulysses does 1,000 things so well, so wise in council, and in war so brave. And for the Grecian army now, he does the best of all, in silencing the chatter of this saucy slanderer, whose acrid temper will not soon again move him to rail with insolent speech at kings." So talked the multitude. Ulysses then, holding the scepter, rose, and by his side the blue-eyed Pallas, in a herald's form, commanded silence, that the Argive host, the mightiest and the meanest, might attend to what should now be said, and calmly weigh the counsel given them. With a prudent art, Ulysses framed his speech, and thus he spake: "The Greeks, O Atreus' son, would bring on thee dishonor in the eyes and speech of men, breaking the promise made when first they came from Argos, famed for steeds, that, having spoiled this well-defended Troy, thou shouldst return a conqueror. And now, like tender boys, or widowed women, all give way to grief, and languish to return. 'Twere hard to bear, if, after all our sufferings and our toils, we go back now. And yet, whoe'er remains a single month away from wife and home, chafes if the winter storms and angry sea detain him still on board his well-oared bark. And we have seen the 9th full year roll round since we came hither. Therefore blame I not the Greeks if they in their beaked ships repine at this delay. But then it were disgrace to linger here so long and journey home with empty hands. Bear with us yet, and wait till it be certain whether Glaucus speaks truly or not. For we remember well, and all of you whom cruel death has spared are witnesses with me, that when the ships of Greece, it seems as if but yesterday, mustered in Aulis on their way to bring woe upon Priam and the town of Troy, and we, beside a fountain, offered up on sacred altars chosen hecatombs, under a shapely plane tree, from whose root flowed the clear water, there appeared to us a wondrous sign, a frightful serpent, marked with crimson spots, which Jupiter sent forth to daylight from beneath the altar stone, came swiftly gliding toward the tree, whereon a sparrow had her young, 8 unfledged birds upon the topmost bough and screened by leaves. The mother was the 9th. The serpent seized the helpless brood, and midst their piteous cries devoured them, while the mother fluttered round, lamenting, till he caught her by the wing. And when he had destroyed the parent bird and all her brood, the god who sent him forth made him a greater marvel still. The son of crafty Saturn changed the snake to stone, and we who stood around were sore amazed. Such was the awful portent which the gods showed at that sacrifice. But Glaucus thus instantly spake, interpreting the sign. "O long-haired Greeks," he said, "why stand ye thus in silence? All foreseeing Jupiter hath sent this mighty omen. Late it comes, and late will be fulfilled, yet gloriously, and with a fame that never shall decay. For as the snake devoured the sparrow's brood, 8 nestlings, and the mother bird the 9th, so many years the war shall last. The 10th shall give into our hands the stately Troy." So spake the seer, thus far his words are true. Bide ye then here, ye well-grieved sons of Greece, until the city of Priam shall be ours. He spake, and loud applause thereon ensued from all the Greeks, and fearfully the ships rang with the clamorous voices uttering the praises of Ulysses and his words. Then Nestor, the Gerenian knight, arose, and thus addressed them, "Strangely ye behave, like boys unwonted to the tasks of war. Where now are all your promises and oaths? Shall all our counsellings and all our cares, leagues made with wine, religiously outpoured, and plightings of the strong right hand, be cast into the flames? Idly we keep alive a strife of words, which serves no end though long. We loiter here. But thou, Atrides, firm of purpose, give command that now the Greeks move to the war, and leave to meet their fate those, one or more, who, parting from our host, meditate, but I deem in vain, to flee homeward to Argos ere they are assured whether the word of Jove omnipotent be false or true. For when the Greeks embarked in their swift ships, to carry death and fate to Ilium's sons, almighty Jupiter flung down his lightnings on the right and gave propitious omens. Therefore let no Greek go home till he possess a Trojan wife, and ye have signally avenged the wrongs and griefs of Helen. Yet, if one be here who longs to go, let him but lay his hand on his black ship, prepared to cross the deep, and he shall die before the rest. But thou, O king, be wisely counselled, lend an ear to others, nor neglect what I propose. Marshal the Greeks by tribes and brotherhoods, that tribe may stand by tribe, and brotherhoods succor each other. If thou thus command, and they obey, thou shalt discern which chief or soldier is faint-hearted, which is brave. For each will fight his best. And thou shalt know whether through favor of the gods to Troy, or our own cowardice and shameful lack of skill in war, the town is not o'erthrown. In turn the monarch Agamemnon spake. O aged warrior, thou excellest all the Greeks in council. Would to Jupiter, to Pallas and Apollo, that with me there were but 10 such comrades. Priam's town would quickly fall before us and be made a desolation. But the god who bears the aegis, Saturn's son, hath cast on me much grief, entangling me in idle strifes and angry broils. Achilles and myself have quarrelled for a maid with bitter words, and I was first incensed. But if again we meet and act as friends, the overthrow that threatens Ilium will not be delayed. Not for an hour. Now all to your repast, and then prepare for battle. First let each see that his spear be sharp, and put his shield in order, give to his swift-footed steeds their ample forage, and o'erlook his car, that it be strong for war. For all the day shall we maintain the stubborn fight, nor cease, even for a moment, till the night come down, to part the wrathful combatants. The band of each broad buckler shall be moist with sweat on every breast, and weary every arm that wields the spear, and every horse that drags the polished chariot o'er the field shall smoke with sweat. But whosoever shall be found by the beaked ships and skulking from the fray shall be the feast of birds of prey and dogs. He spake. The Argives raised a mighty shout, loud as when billows lash the beetling shore, rolled by the south wind toward some jutting rock, on which the waves, whatever wind may blow, beat ceaselessly. In haste the people rose, and went among the ships, and kindled fires within their tents, and took their meal. And one made offerings to one god, another paid vows to another of the immortal race, And all implored deliverance from death and danger. Agamemnon, king of men, offered a fatted ox of 5 years old to Jupiter Almighty, summoning the elder princes of the Grecian host, Nestor the first, the king Idomeneus, and then the warriors Ajax and the son of Tydeus, with Ulysses, like to Jove. In council, sixth and last, unbidden came the valiant Menelaus, for he knew the cares that weighed upon his brother's heart. Then, as they stood around the fatted ox, and took in hand the salted barley meal, King Agamemnon in the circle prayed, O Jove, most great and glorious, who dost rule the tempest, dweller of the ethereal space, let not the sun go down and night come on, ere I shall lay the halls of Priam waste with fire, and give their portals to the flames, and hew away the coat of mail that shields the breast of Hector, splitting it with steel. And may his fellow warriors, many a one, fall round him to the earth and bite the dust. He spake. The son of Saturn hearkened not, but took the sacrifice and made more hard the toils of war. And now when they had prayed, and strown the salted meal, they drew the neck of the victim back and cut the throat and flayed the carcass, hewed away the thighs and laid the fat upon them in a double fold, on which they placed raw strips of flesh, and these they burned with leafless billets. Then they fixed the entrails on the spits and held them forth above the flames, and when the thighs were burned, and entrails tasted, all the rest was carved into small portions and transfixed with spits, and roasted carefully and drawn away. And when these tasks were finished and the board was spread, they feasted, from that equal feast none went unsated. When they had appeased their thirst and hunger, the Gerenian night, Nestor stood forth and spake, Most glorious son of Atreus, Agamemnon, king of men, waste we no time in prattle, nor delay the work appointed by the gods, but send the heralds of the Achaeans, brazen-mailed, to call the people to the fleet, while we pass in a body through their vast array, and wake the martial spirit in their breasts. He spake, and Agamemnon, king of men, followed the counsel. Instantly he bade the loud-voiced heralds summon to the war the long-haired Argives. At the call they came. Quickly they came together, and the kings, nurslings of Jupiter, who stood beside Atrides, hastened through the crowd to form the army into ranks. Among them walked the blue-eyed Pallas, bearing on her arm the priceless aegis, ever fair and new, and undecaying. From its edge there hung 100 golden fringes, fairly wrought, and every fringe might by a hecatomb. With this and fierce, defiant look she passed through all the Achaean host, and made their hearts impatient for the march and strong to endure the combat without pause, for now the war seemed to them dearer than the wished return in their good galleys to the land they loved. As when a forest on the mountain top is in a blaze with the devouring flame, and shines afar, so, while the warriors marched, the brightness of their burnished weapons flashed on every side and upward to the sky. And as when waterfowl of many tribes, geese, cranes, and long-necked swans, disport themselves in Asia's fields beside Castor's streams, and to and fro they fly with screams and light, flock after flock, and all the fields resound. So poured, from ships and tents, the swarming tribes into Scamander's plain, where fearfully earth echoed to the tramp of steeds and men. And there they mustered on the river's side, numberless as the flowers and leaves of spring, and as when flies in swarming myriads haunt the herdsman's stalls in springtime, when new milk has filled the pails, in such vast multitudes mustered the long-haired Greeks upon the plain, impatient to destroy the Trojan race. Then, as the goatherds, when their mingled flocks are in the pastures, know and set apart each his own scattered charge, so did the chiefs, moving among them, marshal each his men. There walked King Agamemnon, like to Jove, in eye and forehead, with the loins of Mars, and ample chest like him who rules the sea. And as a bull amid the horned herd stands eminent and nobler than the rest, so Jove to Agamemnon on that day gave to surpass the chiefs in port and mien. O Muses, goddesses who dwell on high, tell me, for all things ye behold and know, while we know nothing and may only hear the random tales of rumor, tell me who were chiefs and princes of the Greeks. For I should fail to number and to name them all. Had I 10 tongues, 10 throats, a voice unapt to weary, uttered from a heart of brass. Unless the Muses aided me, I now will sing of the commanders and the ships. Peneleus, Prothoenor, Leitus, and Clonius, and Arcesilaus led the warriors of Boeotia, all who dwelt in Hyria and in rocky Aulis. All from Scenus and from Scolus and the hill of Eteanus and Thespia's fields, and Graea and the Mycalesian plain. All who from Herma and Ilesius came, and Erythrae, and those who had their homes in Elion, Hyla, and Ocalia, and Pitona, and the stately streets of Medion, Copi, Thisbe full of doves, and those whose dwelling place was Eutresis, and Coronea, and the grassy lawns of Haliartus, all the men who held Plataea, or in Glyssa tilled the soil, or dwelt in Hypothebe nobly built, or in Onchestus with its temple walls, sacred to Neptune, or inhabited Arne with fruitful vineyards, Medea, and Nyssa the divine, and Anthedon. The distant, 50 were their barks, and each held 60 youths of the Boeotian race. Next, over those who came from Aspaldon, and from Orchomenus in Minius, Ascalaphus ruled with his brother chief Ialmenus, 2 sons of mighty Mars. These, in the halls of Actor, Asa's son, Astyache bore to the god of war, who met by stealth the bashful maid, as once she sought the upper palace rooms. Their ships were 30, ranged in order on the shore. Then Schedius and Epistrophus, 2 chiefs, born to Iphitus, son of Nobilus, the large of soul, led the Phocian host. Those who in Cyparissus had their homes, in Panope and Chrysa the divine, and Daulis, or about Hyampolis, Anna Maria, and upon the banks of broad Cephissus, and with them the race, who held Lilaea by Cephissus springs. With these came 40 ships. Their leaders went among them, ranging them in due array. And close to the Boeotians on the left, Ajax the swift of foot, Oileus' son, was leader of the Locrians, less in limb and stature than the other Ajax, nay, much smaller than that son of Telamon, wearing a linen corslet. But to wield the spear he far excelled all other men of Hellas and Achaia, those who dwelt in Sinus, Opus, Bessa, and the fields of Scarpha and Calliaris and Green, Augea, Tarpha, and the meadows where Boagrius waters Thronium, followed him with 40 dark-hulled Locrian barks, that came from coasts beyond Eubria's sacred isle. The Euboeans breathing valor, they who held Chalcis, Eretria, and the vineyard slopes. Of Histiaea, and the lofty walls. Of Dium and Cerinthus by the sea. And Styra, and Aristus. These obeyed. Elphenor of the line of Mars, and son of the large-souled Chalcedon ruler Oer. The Abantes. Him with loosely flowing locks. The Abantes followed, swift of foot and fierce. In combat, and expert to break the mail. Upon the enemy's breasts with ashen spears. With 40 dark-hulled barks they followed him. Next they who came from Athens nobly built. The city of Erechtheus, great of soul. Son of the teeming earth, whom Pallas reared. That daughter of the highest. And within her sumptuous temple placed him, where the sons of Athens, with the circling years return. Paid worship at her altars, bringing bulls and lambs to lay upon them. These obeyed. Menestheus, son of Pedaeus, whom no chief on earth could equal in the art to place squadrons of men and horse in due array for battle. Nestor only sought to share this praise, but Nestor was the elder chief. 50 dark galleys with Menestheus came. Ajax had brought 12 ships from Salamis. And these he stationed near the Athenian host. But they who dwelt in Argos, or within the strong-walled Tiryns, or Hermione, and Asini with their deep, sheltering bays, Troezene and Ione, and hills of Epidaurus planted o'er with vines. And they who tilled Aegina and the coast of Mazes, Grecian warriors, over these brave Diomed bore sway, with Sthenelus, beloved son of far-famed Campanius, and, third in rule, Euryalus, who seemed like to a god, Mecisteus' royal son, who sprung from Telos. Yet the chief command was given to Diomed, the great in war. A fleet of 80 galleys came with them. The dwellers of Mycenae nobly built. Of Corinth famed for riches, and the town of beautiful Cleone, they who tilled Ornea, Arathuria's pleasant land, and Sicyon, whereof Eurydrastus reigned, and Hyperesia and the airy heights of Gonoessa, and Pellini's fields, and they who came from Aegium and the shores around it, and broad lands of Helice. These had 100 barks, and over them Atrides Agamemnon bore command. And with him came the largest train of troops, and bravest. He was cased in gleaming mail, and his heart gloried when he thought how high he stood among the heroes, mightier far in power, and leader of a mightier host than they who dwelt within the hollow vale of queenly Lycetsman, they who held fair and Sparta, Messa full of doves, Briseis, and Augea's rich domain, Amyclae and the town of Helos, built close to the sea, and those who had their homes in Los and the fields of Etalus. All these obeyed the brother of the king, the valiant Menelaus. 60 ships they brought, but these he ranged apart from those of Agamemnon. Through the ranks he went, and, trusting in his valor, quickened theirs for battle, for his heart within him burned to avenge the wrongs of Helen and her tears. Then came the men who tilled the Pylian coast, and sweet Arene, Phrygia at the fords of Alpheus, and the stately palace homes of Epi, or in Cyparissus dwelt, or in Amphigenia, Telium, Helos and Dorium, where the Muses once met, journeying from Icalian Eurytus, the Thracian Thamyris, and took from him his power of voice. For he had made his boast to overcome in song the daughters 9 of Jove the aegis-bearer. They in wrath smote him with blindness, took the heavenly gift of song away, and made his hand forget its cunning with the harp. All those were led by Nestor, the Gerenian knight, who came to war on Troy with 80 ships and 10. The Arcadians, dwelling by the lofty mount Cyllene, near the tomb of Epitus. Warriors who combat hand to hand. And they who tilled the fields of Phoenius and possessed Orchomenus with all its flocks, or dwelt in Rippa and in Stratia, and the bleak Anisp, beaten with perpetual winds, and in Tegea, and the lovely land of Mantinia, and in Stymphalus, and in Parasia, came in 60 ships to Troy, with Agamemnon for their chief, son of Ancaeus. Every ship was thronged with warriors of Arcadia, for the king of men, Atrides, gave them well-oared barks to cross the dark blue deep, since not to them pertained the cares and labors of the sea. Then from Buprasium and the sacred coast of Elis, from Hermine and remote Myrsinus and the Olenian precipice, and from Elysium came, with chieftains 4. The warriors, 10 swift galleys following, each chieftain crowded with Epean troops, and part obeyed Amphimachus, the son of Tietus, and part with Thalpius came, the son of Eurytus Actorides, and part with brave Diores, of the line of Amarynceus. Last, Polyxenus, the godlike offspring of Agasthenes, whose father was Augeas, led the rest. They from Dulichium and the Echinides, those holy isles descried from Elis o'er the waters, had for leader Megas, brave as Mars, the son of Phyleus, dearly loved by Jove. He left his father's house in wrath, and dwelt within Dulichium. With the troops of Megas came a fleet of 40 ships. Ulysses led the Cephallenian men, who dwelt in Ithaca, or whose abode was leafy Neritus, and those who came from Chrosalea, and from Aegyptus, the craggy, and Zacynthus, and the isle of Samos, and Epirus, and from all the bordering lands. O'er these Ulysses ruled, a chief like Jove in council, and with him there came 12 galleys with their scarlet prows. Then with the Aetolians came Andremon's son Thoas, their leader. With him were the men of Pleuron and Pylene, Alanus, and Chalcis on the sea-coast and the rocks of Calydon. For now no more the sons of large-souled Enyeus were alive on earth, nor lived the chief himself, and in his tomb was Meleager of the golden hair. And thus the Aetolian rule to Thoas came. A fleet of 80 galleys followed him. Idomeneus, expert to wield the spear, commanded those of Crete, the men who dwelt in Knossos or Gortina, strongly walled. Lyctus, Miletus, and the glimmering Lycastus, Festus, Rhydium's populous town, and all the warrior train inhabiting the 100 towns of Crete. Idomeneus, the mighty spearmen, and Marians, fierce as the god of war, commanded these, and came to Troy with 80 dark-ribbed barks. Lipolymus, a warrior of the stock of Hercules, was leader of the troops of Rhodes, and brought 9 vessels to the war, manned with the haughty Rhodians. These were ranged in threefold order, those of Lindus, those who dwell in white Camarus, lastly those of Iolassa. These Lipolymus, the valiant spearman, ruled. Astyache bore him to mighty Hercules, who led the maid from Ephra, upon the banks of Selleis, to be his wife. What time his valor had o'erthrown and made a spoil of many a city full of noble youths. Lipolymus, when in the palace halls he grew to manhood, slew an aged man, an uncle of his father, whom he loved. Lysimnius, of the line of Mars. And straight he rigged a fleet of ships and led on board a numerous host and fled across the sea. For fearful were the threats of other sons and grandsons of the mighty Hercules. In Rhodes they landed after wanderings long and many hardships. There they dwelt in tribes, 3 tribes, and were beloved of Jupiter, the ruler over gods and men, who poured abundant riches on their new abode. Nereus with 3 good ships from Cyma came. Nereus, Aglaea's son by Charopus. The monarch, Nereus, who in comeliness surpassed all Greeks that came to Ilium, save the faultless son of Peleus. Yet was he unwarlike and few people followed him. The dwellers of Nisyrus, Crapathus, and Cos, the city of Eurypylus, Chryses, and the Calydnian Isles, obeyed Pheidippus and his brother Antiphus, sons of the monarch Thessalus, who sprang from Hercules. With 30 ships they came. But those who held Pelasgian Argos, those who dwelt in Alos, Trachis, Alope, Phthia, and Hellas full of lovely dames, named Myrmidons, Achaeans, Hellenes. Achilles led their 50 ships. But they now heeded not the summons to the war. For there was none to form their ranks for fight. The great Achilles, swift of foot, remained within his ships, indignant for the sake of the fair-haired Briscus, whom he brought a captive from Lyrnessus after toils and dangers many. He had sacked and spoiled Lyrnessus, and o'erthrown the walls of Thebes, and smitten Mainz and Epistrophus. The warlike sons of King Ivenus, sprung from old Salapius. For this cause he kept within his ships, full soon to issue forth, the men of Phylace, of Parasus, sacred to Ceres and o'erspread with flowers, and of Itona, mother of white flocks, Antrona on the sea, and Telium green, with herbage, over these while yet he lived. The brave Protesilaus ruled. But now the dark earth covered him, and for his sake his consort, desolate in Phylace, tore her fair cheeks, and all unfinished stood his palace. For a Dardan warrior slew her husband as he leaped upon the land, the foremost of the Achaeans. Yet his troops were not without a leader, though they mourned their brave old chief, Podarces, loved by Mars, son of Iphiclus, rich in flocks, who sprang from Phylacus, led them and formed their ranks. A younger brother of the slain was he. The slain was braver, though the warriors grieved to lose their glorious chief. They did not lack a general. 40 dark ships followed him. Then they who dwelt in Phaerae, by the lake Bobais, and in Bebe, Glaphyrae, and nobly built Iolchos, came to Troy, filling 11 galleys, and obeyed Eumelus, whom Alcestis the divine bore to Admetus, fairest, she, of all the house of Peleus and of womankind, those from Methone and Olizon's rocks, and Melibea and Thaumatia, filled 7 ships, with Philoctetes for their chief, a warrior skilled to bend the bow. Each bark held 50 rowers, bowmen all, and armed for stubborn battle. But their leader lay far in an island, suffering grievous pangs, the hallowed isle of Lemnos. There the Greeks left him, in torture from a venomed wound made by a serpent's fangs. He lay and pined. Yet was the moment near when they who thus forsook their king should think of him again. Meantime his troops were not without a chief. though greatly they desired their ancient lord. For now the base-born Medon marshalled them. Son of Oileus. Rhene brought him forth. To that destroyer of strong fortresses. The men of Tricca and Ithom's hills. And they who held Oechalia and the town. Of Eurytus the Achaean, had for chiefs two. Sons of Aesculapius, healers both. And skilful, Podalirius one, and one. Machaean. 30 hollow barks were theirs. The dwellers of Ormenium, they whose homes were by the Hyperian fount, and they who held Asterium and the snowy peaks. Of Titanus, obeyed Eurypylus, Evamon's son, and far renowned. A fleet of 40 dark-ribbed vessels followed him. Those who possessed Argisa, those who held Gertone, Orth, and Helone, those who dwelt in Aluson with white walls. The sturdy warrior Polypides led, son of Pirithous, who derived his birth from deathless Jove. Hippodamia bore the warrior to Pirithous on the day when he took vengeance on the shaggy brood of centaurs, and from Pelion drove them forth to Ithacae. Yet not alone in rule was Polypides, for Leonteus, sprung from the large-souled Coronus, Senu's son, shared with him the command. With them a fleet of 40 dark-hulled vessels came to Troy. Then Guneus came, with 22 ships from Scythus. Under his command he held the Aeneans, and that sturdy race, the Parabian warriors, and the men who built on cold Dodona, or who tilled the fields where pleasant Titaresius flows, and into Peneus pours his gentle stream, yet with its silver eddies mingles not, but floats upon the current's face like oil, a Stygian stream by which the immortals swear. With Protus, Tenthredon's son, there came the warriors of Magnesia, who abode by Peneus, and by Pelion hung with woods. Swift-footed Protus led these. They came with 40 dark-hulled galleys to the war. These were the chiefs and princes of the Greeks. Say, Muse, who most excelled among the kings, and which the noblest steeds, of all that came with the 2 sons of Atreus to the war. The noblest steeds were those in fairy bred, that, guided by Eumelus, flew like birds, alike in hue and age. The plummet showed their height the same, and both were mares, and, reared by Phoebus of the silver bow among the meadows of Pieria, they became the terror of the bloody battlefield, the mightiest of the chiefs, while yet in wrath Achilles kept aloof, was Ajax, son of Telamon. Yet was Pelides far the greater warrior, and the steeds which bore that perfect hero were of noblest breed. In his beaked galleys, swift to cut the sea, Achilles lay, meanwhile, and nursed the wrath he bore to Agamemnon, Atreus' son, the shepherd of the people. On the beach his warriors took their sport with javelins and quoits and bows, while near the chariots tied the horses, standing, browsed on lotus leaves and parsley from the marshes. But beneath the tents the closely covered chariots stood, while idly through the camp the charioteers, hither and thither sauntering, missed the sight of their brave lord and went not to the field. The army swept the earth as when a fire devours the herbage of the plains. The ground groaned under them as when the thunderer Jove, in anger with his lightning, smites the earth. About Typhosus, where they say he lies in Areme, so fearfully the ground groaned under that swift army as it moved. Now to the Trojans the swift Iris came, a messenger from Aegis bearing Jove. Tidings of Baal she brought. They all had met. Old men and youths, in council at the gates of Priam's mansion. There did Iris take her station near the multitude, and spake in voice and gesture like Polites, son of Priam, who, confiding in his speed, had stood a watcher for the sons of Troy on aged Isida's lofty tomb, to give them warning when the Achaean host should issue from their galleys. Thus disguised, swift Iris spake her message from the skies. Father, thou art delighted with much speech, as once in time of peace, but now 'tis war. Inevitable war, and close at hand. I have seen many battles, yet have ne'er beheld such armies, and so vast as these. In number like the sands and summer leaves. They march across the plain, prepared to give battle beneath the city walls. To thee, O Hector, it belongs to heed my voice and counsel. Many are the allies within the walls of this great town of Priam, men of diverse race and speech. Let every chief of these array his countrymen for war, and give them orders for the coming fight. She spake, and Hector heeded and obeyed the counsel of the goddess. He dismissed the assembly, all the Trojans rushed to arms, and all the gates were opened. Horse and foot poured forth together in tumultuous haste. In the great plain before the city stands a mound of steep ascent on every side. Men named it Batia, but the gods called it the swift Marina's tomb. And here mustered the sons of Troy and their allies. Great Hector of the beamy helm, the son of Priam, led the Trojan race. The host of greatest multitude was marshalled there. And there the bravest, mighty with the spear, Aeneas marshalled the Dardanian troops. The brave son of Anchises Venus bore the warrior to Anchises on the heights of Ida, where the mortal lover met the goddess. Yet he ruled them not alone. Two chiefs, Antenor's sons Archelicus and Acamas, were with him in command, expert in all the many arts of war. The Trojans from Zelia, opulent men, who drank the dark Aesepus, over these ruled Pandarus, Lycaon's valiant son, to whom the god Apollo gave his bow. The troops from Adrastea, they who dwelt within Apessus' walls, or tilled the soil of Pityeia and Tyria's heights, were led by Amphius and Adrastus. Clad in linen corslets for the war, the sons of Merops the Percosian, skilled beyond all other men in the diviner's art. Nor would he that his sons should seek the field of slaughter. They obeyed him not, the fates decreed their early death and urged them on. The dwellers of Percote, Practium, and Cestus, and Abydos, and divine Arisba, followed Asius, great among the heroes and the son of Hyrtacus. Asius, who came with strong and fiery steeds, born from Arisba and from Sellei's banks. Hippothus over the Pelasgian tribes, skilled spearman, who abode among the fields of the deep-soiled Larissa, bore command. Hippothus with Pydeus, who derived their race from Mars, and for their father claimed Pelasgian Lethus, son of Titamus. And Acamas, and Paris, valiant chief, were captains of the Thracian men, whose fields were bounded by the rushing Hellespont. Euphemus led the Sicanes, expert to wield the spear in fight. The nobly born Troezenus was his father, Seia's son. Perechmes with Paeonia's archers came from the broad Axius in far Amydon. Axius, the fairest river of the earth. Pythomenes, a chief of fearless heart, led from the region of the Enneadae. where first the stubborn race of mules was bred. The Paphlagonian warriors, they who held Cytorus, Sesamus, and fair abodes, built where Parthenius wanders on, and those who dwelt in Cromna and Aegialus, and on the lofty Erythinian heights, and Hodius and Epistrophus led on the Halazonians from the distant land of Alyba, where ores of silver lie, and Chromis and the augur Ennemus were leaders of the Mysians. But his skill saved not the augur from the doom of death, slain by the swift of foot, Aeacides, with other men of Troy where Xanthus flows, and Phorcys and Ascanius, who was like a god in beauty, led the Phrygian troops from far Ascania, eager for the fray. And Antiphus and Mesthales were the chiefs of the Meonian warriors, reared beside the ships of Molus. Their Gygaea's lake brought forth both chieftains to Pilsamenes. Nastes was leader of the Carian troops, who spake in barbarous accents and possessed Miletus and the leafy mountain heights, where dwell the Thyrians, and Moder's stream, and airy peaks of Mycale. O'er these Amphimachus and Nastes held command. Amphimachus and Nastes, far renowned sons of Naumaion, him who, madly vain, went to the battle pranked like a young girl, in golden ornaments. They spared him not. The bitter doom of death, he fell beneath the hand of swift Aeacides within the river's channel. There the great in war Achilles spoiled Naumaion of his gold. Sarpedon and the noble Glaucus bore rule o'er the Achaeans coming from afar, where eddying Xanthus runs through Lycia's meads. Book. Chapter 3. Single combat of Menelaus and Paris. Proposal of Hector to end the war by a duel between Menelaus and Paris. The victor to possess Helen and her wealth. Priam and Helen behold the combat. Description of the principal Greek princes and chiefs. Given by Helen to Priam, Paris snatched away from the combat by Venus, as he was in danger of being slain, and conveyed to the bedchamber of Helen. Now when both armies were arrayed for war, each with its chiefs, the Trojan host moved on, with shouts and clang of arms, as when the cry of cranes is in the air, that, flying south from winter and its mighty breadth of rain, wing their way over ocean, and at dawn bring fearful battle to the pygmy race, bloodshed and death. But silently the Greeks went forward, breathing valor, mindful still, to aid each other in the coming fray. As when the south wind shrouds a mountain top in vapors that awake the shepherd's fear, a surer covert for the thief than night, and round him one can only see as far as one can hurl a stone, such was the cloud of dust that from the warriors' trampling feet rose round their rapid march and filled the air. Now drew they near each other, face to face, and Paris in the Trojan van pressed on, in presence like a god. A leopard's hide was thrown across his shoulders, and he bore a crooked bow and falchion. Brandishing two brazen-pointed javelins, he defied to mortal fight the bravest of the Greeks. Him, Menelaus, loved of Mars, beheld advancing with large strides before the rest, and as a hungry lion who has made a prey of some large beast, a horned stag or mountain goat, rejoices, and with speed devours it. Those swift hounds and sturdy youth press on his flank, so Menelaus felt great joy when Paris, of the godlike form, appeared in sight. For now he thought to wreak his vengeance on the guilty one, and straight sprang from his car to earth with all his arms. But when the graceful Paris saw the chief come toward him from the foremost ranks, his heart was troubled, and he turned and passed among his fellow warriors and avoided death. As one, who meets within a mountain glade a serpent, starts aside with sudden fright, and takes the backward way with trembling limbs, and cheeks all white, the graceful Paris thus before the son of Atreus shrank in fear, and mingled with the high-souled sons of Troy. Hector beheld and thus upbraided him harshly, O luckless Paris, nobly formed, yet woman-follower and seducer. Thou shouldst never have been born, or else at best have died unwed, better were it far than thus to be a scandal and a scorn to all who look on thee. The long-haired Greeks, how they will laugh, who for thy gallant looks deemed thee a hero, when there dwells in thee no spirit and no courage. Wast thou such, when, crossing the great deep in thy stanch ships, with chosen comrades, thou didst make thy way among a stranger people and bear off a beautiful woman from that distant land, allied by marriage ties to warrior men, a mischief to thy father and to us, and all the people, to our foes a joy, and a disgrace to thee? Why couldst thou not await Atrides? Then hadst thou been taught from what a valiant warrior thou didst take his blooming spouse. Thy harp will not avail, nor all the gifts of Venus, nor thy locks, nor thy fair form, when thou art laid in dust. Surely the sons of Troy are faint of heart. Else hadst thou, for the evil thou hast wrought, been laid beneath a coverlet of stone. Then Paris, of the godlike presence, spake. In answer, Hector, thy rebuke is just. Thou dost not wrong me. Dauntless is thy heart. 'Tis like an axe when, wielded by the hand, that hews the shipwright's plank, it cuts right through, doubling the wielder's force. Such tameless heart dwells in thy bosom. Yet reproach me not with the fair gifts which golden Venus gave. Whatever in their grace the gods bestow is not to be rejected, 'tis not ours to choose what they shall give us. But if thou desirest to behold my prowess shown in combat, cause the Trojans and the Greeks to pause from battle, while, between the hosts, as I and the warlike Menelaus strive in single fight for Helen and her wealth. Whoever shall prevail and prove himself the better warrior, let him take with him the treasure and the woman, and depart. While all the other Trojans, having made a faithful league of amity, shall dwell on Ilium's fertile plain, and all the Greeks return to Argos, famed for noble steeds, and to Achaia, famed for lovely dames. He spake, and Hector, hearing him, rejoiced, and went between the hosts, and with his spear held by the middle, pressed the phalanxes of Trojans back, and made them all sit down. The long-haired Greeks meanwhile, with bended bows, took aim against him, just about to send arrows and stones. But Agamemnon, king of men, beheld, and thus he cried aloud. Restrain yourselves, ye Argives, let not fly your arrows, ye Achaeans. Hector asks. He of the beamy helmet asks to speak. He spake, and they refrained, and all, at once, were silent. Hector then stood forth and said, Hearken, ye Trojans and ye nobly armed Achaeans, to what Paris says by me. He bids the Trojans and the Greeks lay down their shining arms upon the teeming earth. And he and Menelaus, loved of Mars, will strive in single combat on the ground between the hosts, for Helen and her wealth. And he who shall o'ercome, and prove himself the better warrior, to his home shall bear the treasure and the woman, while the rest shall frame a solemn covenant of peace. He spake, and both the hosts in silence heard. Then Menelaus, great in battle, said, "Now hear me also, me whose spirit feels the wrong most keenly. I propose that now the Greeks and Trojans separate reconciled. For greatly have ye suffered for the sake of this my quarrel, and the original fault of Paris. Whomsoever fate ordains to perish, let him die, but let the rest be from this moment reconciled, and part. And bring an offering of 2 lambs, one white, the other black, to earth and to the sun. And we ourselves will offer one to Jove. And be the mighty Priam here, that he may sanction this our compact, for his sons are arrogant and faithless, lest some hand wickedly break the covenant of Jove. The younger men are of a fickle mood. But when an elder shares the act he looks both to the past and future, and provides what is most fitting and the best for all. He spake, and both the Greeks and Trojans heard his words with joy, and hoped the hour was come to end the hard-fought war. They reined their steeds back to the ranks, alighted, and put off their armor, which they laid upon the ground near them in piles, with little space between. Then Hector sent 2 heralds forth with speed into the town, to bring the lambs and call King Priam. Meanwhile Agamemnon bade Talthybius seek the hollow ships and find a lamb for the altar. He obeyed the words of noble Agamemnon, king of men. Meanwhile to white-armed Helen Iris came a messenger. She took a form that seemed Laodice, the sister of Paris, whom Antenor's son, King Helicon, wed. Fairest of Priam's daughters. She drew near to Helen, in the palace, weaving there an ample web, a shining double robe, whereon were many conflicts fairly wrought, endured by the horse-taming sons of Troy, and brazen-mailed Achaeans for her sake. Upon the field of Mars, beside her stood swift-footed Iris, and addressed her thus: "Dear lady, come and see the Trojan knights and brazen-mailed Achaeans doing things to wonder at. They who, in this sad war, eager to slay each other, lately met in murderous combat on the field, are now seated in silence, and the war hath ceased. They lean upon their shields, their massive spears are near them, planted in the ground upright. Paris, and Menelaus, loved of Mars, with their long lances will contend for thee, and thou wilt be declared the victor's spouse." She said, and in the heart of Helen woke dear recollections of her former spouse, and of her home and kindred. Instantly she left her chamber, robed and veiled in white, and shedding tender tears, yet not alone. For with her went 2 maidens, Aethra, child of Pythias, and the large-eyed Clymene. Straight to the Scaean gates they walked, by which Panthus, Priam, and Thymoetes sat. Lampus and Clitius, Histaean sprung from Mars, Antenor and Eucaligon, 2 sages, elders of the people all. Beside the gates they sat, unapt, through age, for tasks of war, but men of fluent speech, like the cicadas that within the wood sit on the trees and utter delicate sounds. Such were the nobles of the Trojan race, who sat upon the tower. But when they marked the approach of Helen, to each other thus, with winged words, but in low tones, they said, "Small blame is theirs, if both the Trojan knights and brazen-mailed Achaeans have endured so long so many evils for the sake of that one woman. She is wholly like in feature to the deathless goddesses. So be it, let her, peerless as she is, return on board the fleet, nor stay to bring Disaster upon us and all our race. So spake the elders. Priam meantime called to Helen, Come, dear daughter, sit by me. Thou canst behold thy former husband hence, thy kindred and thy friends. I blame thee not. The blame is with the immortals who have sent these pestilent Greeks against me. Sit and name for me this mighty man, the Grecian chief, gallant and tall. True, there are taller men, but of such noble form and dignity I never saw, in truth, a kingly man. And Helen, fairest among women, thus answered, Dear second father, whom at once I fear and honor, would that cruel death had overtaken me before I left to wander with thy son, my marriage bed, and my dear daughter, and the company of friends I loved. But that was not to be. And now I pine and weep. Yet will I tell what thou dost ask. The hero whom thou sayest is the wide-ruling Agamemnon, son of Atreus, and is both a gracious king and a most dreaded warrior. He was once brother-in-law to me, if I may speak, lost as I am to shame, of such a tie. She said, the aged man admired, and then he spake again, O son of Atreus, born under a happy fate, and fortunate among the sons of men. A mighty host of Grecian youths obey thy rule. I went to Phrygia once, that land of vines, and there saw many Phrygians, heroes on fleet steeds. The troops of Otreus, and of Mygdon, shaped like one of the immortals. They encamped by the Sangarius. I was an ally. My troops were ranked with theirs upon the day when came the unsexed Amazons to war. Yet even there I saw not such a host as this of black-eyed Greeks who muster here. Then Priam saw Ulysses, and inquired, Dear daughter, tell me also who is that? Less tall than Agamemnon, yet more broad in chest and shoulders. On the teeming earth his armor lies, but he, from place to place, walks round among the ranks of soldiery, as when the thick-fleeced father of the flocks moves through the multitude of his white sheep. And Jove-descended Helen answered thus, That is Ulysses, man of many arts, son of Laertes, reared in Ithaca, that rugged isle, and skilled in every form of shrewd device and action wisely planned. Then spake the sage Antenor, Thou hast said the truth, O lady. This Ulysses once came on an embassy, concerning thee, to Troy with Menelaus, great in war. And I received them as my guests, and they were lodged within my palace, and I learned the temper and the qualities of both. When both were standing mid the men of Troy, I marked that Menelaus's broad chest made him the more conspicuous, but when both were seated, greater was the dignity seen in Ulysses. When they both addressed the council, Menelaus briefly spake in pleasing tones, though with few words, as one not given to loose and wandering speech, although the younger. When the wise Ulysses rose, he stood with eyes cast down, and fixed on earth, and neither swayed his scepter to the right nor to the left, but held it motionless, like one unused to public speech. He seemed an idiot out of humor. But when forth he sent from his full lungs his mighty voice, and words came like a fall of winter snow, no mortal then would dare to strive with him for mastery in speech. We less admired the aspect of Ulysses than his words. Beholding Ajax then, the aged king asked yet again, Who is that other chief of the Achaeans, tall, and large of limb? taller and broader-chested than the rest? Helen, the beautiful and richly robed, answered, Thou sayest the mighty Ajax there, the bulwark of the Greeks. On the other side, among his Cretans, stands Idomeneus, of godlike aspect, near to whom are grouped the leaders of the Cretans. Oftentimes, the warlike Menelaus welcomed him within our palace, when he came from Crete. I could point out and name the other chiefs of the dark-eyed Achaeans. 2 alone, princes among their people, are not seen. Castor the fearless horseman, and the skilled in boxing, Pollux, twins, one mother bore both them and me. Came they not with the rest from pleasant Lacedaemon to the war? Or, having crossed the deep in their good ships, shun they to fight among the valiant ones of Greece, because of my reproach and shame? She spake. But they already lay in earth, in Lacedaemon, their dear native land. And now the heralds through the city bore the sacred pledges of the gods, 2 lambs, and joyous wine, the fruit of earth, within a goat skin. One of them, Idasus, brought a glistening vase and golden drinking cups, and summoned, in these words, the aged king, son of Laomedon, arise. The chiefs, who lead the Trojan knights and brazen-mailed Achaeans, pray thee to descend at once into the plain, that thou mayst ratify a faithful compact. Alexander now and warlike Menelaus will contend with their long spears for Helen. She and all her treasures are to be the conqueror's prize, while all the other Trojans, having made a faithful league of amity, shall dwell on Ilium's fertile plain, and all the Greeks return to Argos, famed for noble steeds, and to Achaia, famed for lovely dames. He spake, and Priam, shuddering, heard and bade the attendants yoke the horses to his car. Soon were they yoked, he mounted first and drew the reins. Antenor took a place within the sumptuous car, and through the Scaean gates they guided the fleet coursers toward the field. Now when the twain had come where lay the hosts of Trojans and Achaeans, down they stepped upon the teeming earth, and went among the assembled armies. Quickly, as they came, rose Agamemnon, king of men, and next uprose the wise Ulysses. To the spot the illustrious heralds brought the sacred things that bind a treaty, and with mingled wine they filled a chalice, and upon the hands of all the kings poured water. Then the son of Atreus drew a dagger which he wore slung by his sword's huge sheath, and clipped away the forelocks of the lambs, and parted them among the Trojan and Achaean chiefs, and stood with lifted hands and prayed aloud. O Father Jupiter, who rulest all, from Ida, mightiest, most august, and thou, O all-beholding and all-hearing Sun, ye rivers, and thou earth, and ye who dwell beneath the earth and punish after death those who have sworn false oaths, bear witness ye, and keep unbroken this day's promises. If Alexander in the combat slay my brother Menelaus, he shall keep Helen and all her wealth, while we return homeward in our good ships. If, otherwise, the bright-haired Menelaus take the life of Alexander, Helen and her wealth shall be restored, and they of Troy shall pay such fine as may be meet, and may be long remembered in the ages yet to come. And then if, after Alexander's fall, Priam and Priam's sons refuse the fine, I shall make war for it, and keep my place by Troy until I gain the end I seek. So spake the king, and with the cruel steel cut the lambs' throats, and laid them on the ground. panting and powerless, for the dagger took their lives away. Then over them they poured wine from the chalice, drawn in golden cups, and prayed to the ever-living gods. And thus were Trojans and Achaeans heard to say, O Jupiter most mighty and august, whoever first shall break these solemn oaths, so may their brains flow down upon the earth, theirs and their children's, like the wine we pour, and be their wives the wives of other men. Such was the people's vow. Saturnian Jove confirmed it not. Then Priam, of the line of Dardanus, addressed the armies thus. Hear me, ye Trojans, and ye well-grieved Greeks. For me I must return to wind-swept Troy. I cannot bear, with these old eyes, to look on my dear son engaged in desperate fight with Menelaus, the beloved of Mars. Jove and the ever-living gods alone know which of them shall meet the doom of death. So spake the godlike man, and placed the lambs within his chariot, mounted, and drew up the reins. Antenor by him took his place within the sumptuous chariot. Then they turned the horses and retraced their way to Troy. But Hector, son of Priam, and the great Ulysses measured off a fitting space, and in a brazen helmet, to decide which warrior first should hurl the brazen spear. They shook the lots, while all the people round lifted their hands to heaven and prayed the gods. And thus the Trojans and Achaeans said, O Father Jove, who rulest from the top of Ida, mightiest one and most august, whichever of these twain has done the wrong, grant that he pass to Pluto's dwelling, slain, while friendship and a faithful league are ours. So spake they. Hector of the beamy helm looked back and shook the lots. Forth leaped at once the lot of Paris. Then they took their seats in ranks beside their rapid steeds, and where lay their rich armor, Paris the divine, husband of bright-haired Helen, there put on his shining panoply, upon his legs fair greaves, with silver clasps, and on his breast his brother's mail, Lycaeans, fitting well his form. Around his shoulders then he hung his silver-studded sword, and stout, broad shield, and gave his glorious brows the dreadful helm, dark with its horsehair plume. A massive spear filled his right hand. Meantime the warlike son of Atreus clad himself in like array. And now when both were armed for fight, and each had left his host, and, coming forward, walked between the Trojans and the Greeks, and frowned upon the other, a mute wonder held the Trojan cavaliers and well-grieved Greeks. There near each other in the measured space they stood in wrathful mood with lifted spears. First Paris hurled his massive spear. It smote the round shield of Atrides, but the brass broke not beneath the blow. The weapon's point was bent on that strong shield. The next assault Atrides Menelaus made, but first offered this prayer to Father Jupiter. O sovereign Jove, vouchsafe that I avenge on guilty Paris wrongs which he was first to offer. Let him fall beneath my hand, that men may dread hereafter to requite the friendship of a host with injury. He spake, and flung his brandished spear. It smote the round shield of Priamides, right through. The shining buckler went the rapid steel, and, cutting the soft tunic near the flank, stood fixed in the fair corslet. Paris bent sideways before it and escaped his death. Atrides drew his silver-studded sword, lifted it high and smote his enemy's crest. The weapon, shattered to 4 fragments, fell He looked to the broad heaven, and thus exclaimed. O Father Jove! Thou art of all the gods the most unfriendly. I had hoped to avenge the wrong by Paris done me, but my sword is broken in my grasp, and from my hand the spear was vainly flung and gave no wound. He spake, and, rushing forward, seized the helm of Paris by its horsehair crest, and turned and dragged him toward the well-armed Greeks. Beneath his tender throat the embroidered band that held the helmet to the chin was choking him. And now had Menelaus dragged him thence, and earned great glory, if the child of Jove, Venus, had not perceived his plight in time. She broke the ox-hide band. An empty helm followed the powerful hand, the hero saw, swung it aloft and hurled it toward the Greeks. And there his comrades seized it. He again rushed with his brazen spear to slay his foe. But Venus, for a goddess easily can work such marvels, rescued him, and, wrapped in a thick shadow, bore him from the field, and placed him in his chamber, where the air was sweet with perfumes. Then she took her way to summon Helen. On the lofty tower she found her, midst a throng of Trojan dames, and plucked her perfumed robe. She took the form and features of a spinner of the fleece, an aged dame, who used to comb for her the fair white wool in Lacedaemon's halls, and loved her much. In such an humble guise the goddess Venus thus to Helen spake. Come hither, Alexander sends for thee. He now is in his chamber and at rest, on his carved couch, in beauty and attire resplendent, not like one who just returns from combat with a hero, but like one who goes to mingle in the choral dance, or, when the dance is ended, takes his seat. She spake, and Helen heard her, deeply moved. Yet when she marked the goddess's fair neck, beautiful bosom, and soft, lustrous eyes, her heart was touched with awe, and thus she said. Strange being! Why wilt thou delude me still? Wouldst thou decoy me further on among the populous Phrygian towns, or those that stud pleasant Maeonia, where there haply dwells someone of mortal race whom thou dost deign to make thy favorite? Hast thou seen, perhaps, that Menelaus, having overpowered the noble Alexander, seeks to bear me, hated as I must be, to his home? And hast thou therefore fallen on this device? Go to him, sit by him, renounce for him the company of gods, and never more return to heaven, but suffer with him, watch beside him till he take thee for his wife or handmaid. Thither I shall never go, to adorn his couch and to disgrace myself. The Trojan dames would taunt me. Oh, the griefs that press upon my soul are infinite. Displeased, the goddess Venus answered, Wretch, incense me not, lest I abandon thee in anger, and detest thee with a zeal as great as is my love, and lest I cause Trojans and Greeks to hate thee, so that thou shalt miserably perish. Thus she spake. And Helen, Jove begotten, struck with awe, wrapped in a robe of shining white, went forth in silence from amidst the Trojan dames, unheeded, for the goddess led the way. When now they stood beneath the sumptuous roof of Alexander, straightway did the maids turn to their wonted tasks, while she went up, fairest of women, to her chamber. There the laughing Venus brought and placed a seat right opposite to Paris. Helen sat, daughter of aegis-bearing Jove, with eyes averted, and reproached her husband thus. Comest thou from battle? Rather would that thou hadst perished by the mighty hand of him who was my husband. It was once, I know, thy boast that thou wert more than peer in strength, and power of hand, and practice with the spear, to warlike Menelaus. Go then now, defy him to the combat once again. And yet I counsel thee to stand aloof, nor rashly seek a combat, hand to hand, with fair-haired Menelaus, lest perchance he smite thee with his spear and thou be slain. Then Paris answered, Woman, chide me not thus harshly. True it is, that, with the aid of Pallas, Menelaus hath obtained the victory. But I may vanquish him in turn, for we have also gods with us. Give we the hour to dalliance. Never yet have I so strongly proved the power of love. Not even when I bore thee from thy home, in pleasant Lacedaemon, traversing the deep in my good ships, and in the isle of Crane made thee mine. Such glow of love possesses me, and sweetness of desire. He spake, and to the couch went up. His wife followed, and that fair couch received them both. Meantime Atrides, like a beast of prey, went fiercely ranging through the crowd in search of godlike Alexander. None of all the Trojans, or of their renowned allies, could point him out to Menelaus, loved of Mars. And had they known his lurking place, they would not for his sake have kept him hid. For like black death they hated him. Then stood among them Agamemnon, king of men, and spake, Ye Trojans and Achaeans, hear, and ye allies, the victory belongs to warlike Menelaus. Ye will then restore the Argive Helen and her wealth, and pay the fitting fine, which shall remain a memory to men in future times. Thus spake the son of Atreus, and the rest of the Achaean host approved his words. Book. Chapter 4. The breaking of the truce, and the first battle. A council of the gods, who decide that the war shall go on. Minerva sent down to cause the breaking of the truce. Pandarus persuaded by her to aim an arrow at Menelaus, who is wounded by it, and healed by Machaon. Exhortations of Agamemnon addressed to the Greek chiefs, a furious battle, and great slaughter on both sides. Meantime the immortal gods with Jupiter upon his golden pavement sat and held a council. Hebe, honored of them all, ministered nectar, and from cups of gold they pledged each other, looking down on Troy, when, purposely to kindle Juno's mood, to anger Saturn's son, with biting words that well betrayed his covert meaning, spake two goddesses, the Argive Juno one, the other Pallas, her invincible friend. Take part with Menelaus, yet they sit aloof, content with looking on, while still Venus, the laughter-loving one, protects her Paris, ever near him, warding off the stroke of fate. Just now she rescued him when he was near his death. The victory belongs to Menelaus, loved of Mars. Now let us all consider what shall be the issue, whether we allow the war, with all its waste of life, to be renewed, or cause the warring nations to sit down in amity. If haply it shall be the pleasure and the will of all the gods, let Priam's city keep its dwellers still, and Menelaus lead his Helen home. He spake, but Juno and Minerva sat, and with closed lips repined, for secretly they plotted evil for the Trojan race. Minerva held her peace in bitterness of heart and sword, displeased with Father Jove. But Juno could not curb her wrath, and spake. What words, austere Saturnius, hast thou said? Wilt thou then render vain the toils I bear, and all my sweat? My very steeds even now are weary with the mustering of the host, that threaten woe to Priam and his sons. Yet do thy will, but be at least assured that all the other gods approve it not. The cloud-compelling Jupiter replied, in anger, pestilent one, what grievous wrong hath Priam done to thee, or Priam's sons, that thou shouldst persevere to overthrow his noble city? Shouldst thou through the gates of Ilium make thy way, and there devour within the ramparts Priam and his sons, and all the men of Troy alive, thy rage haply might be appeased. Do as thou wilt, so that this difference breed no lasting strife between us. Yet I tell thee this, and thou bear what I say in mind, in time to come. Should I design to level in the dust some city where men dear to thee are born, seek not to thwart my vengeance, but submit. For now I fully yield me to thy wish, though with unwilling mind. Wherever dwell the race of humankind beneath the sun and starry heaven, of all their cities Troy has been by me most honored, sacred Troy, and Priam, and the people who obey Priam, the wielder of the ashen spear. For there my altars never lacked their rites. Feasts, incense, and libations duly paid. Then Juno, the majestic, with large eyes, rejoined, the cities most beloved by me are three, Mycenae, with her spacious streets, Argos, and Sparta. Raze them to the ground. If they be hateful to thee, I shall ne'er contend to save them, nor repine to see their fall. For, earnestly as I might seek to rescue them from ruin, all my aid would not avail, so much the mightier thou. Yet doth it ill become thee thus to make my efforts vain. I am a goddess, sprung from the same stock with thee. I am the child of crafty Saturn, and am twice revered, both for my birth and that I am the spouse of thee who rulest over all the gods. Now let us each yield somewhat, I to thee, and thou to me, the other deathless gods will follow us. Let Pallas be dispatched to that dread battlefield on which are ranged the Trojans and Achaeans, and stir up the Trojan warriors first to lift their hands against the elated Greeks and break the league. She ended, and the father of the gods and mortals instantly complied, and called Minerva, and in winged accents said, haste to the battlefield, and there, among the Trojan and Achaean armies, cause the Trojan warriors first to lift their hands against the elated Greeks and break the league. So saying, Jupiter to Pallas gave the charge she wished already. She in haste shot from the Olympian summits, like a star sent by the crafty Saturn's son to warn the seamen or some mighty host in arms. A radiant meteor scattering sparkles round, so came and lighted Pallas on the earth. Amidst the armies, all who saw were seized with wonder, Trojan knights and well-armed Greeks. And many a one addressed his comrade thus: sure we shall have the wasting war again, and stubborn combats. Or, it may be, Jove, the arbiter of wars among mankind, decrees that the two nations dwell in peace. So Greeks and Trojans said. The goddess went among the Trojan multitude disguised. She seemed Laodocus, Antenor's son, a valiant warrior, seeking through the ranks for godlike Pandarus. At length she found Lycaon's gallant and illustrious son, standing with bucklered warriors ranged around, who followed him from where Aesepus flows. And, standing near, she spake these winged words: Son of Lycaon, wilt thou hear my words? Brave as thou art, then wilt thou aim a shaft at Menelaus. Thus wilt thou have earned great thanks and praise from all the men of Troy, and chiefly from Prince Paris, who will fill foremost of all thy hands with lavish gifts, when he shall look on Menelaus slain, the warlike son of Atreus, by thy hand, and laid upon his lofty funeral pile. Aim now at Menelaus the renowned an arrow, while thou offerest a vow to Lycian Phoebus, mighty with the bow, that thou wilt bring to him a hecatomb of firstling lambs, when thou again shalt come within thine own Zelia's sacred walls. So spake Minerva, and her words o'ercame the weak one's purpose. He uncovered straight his polished bow, made of the elastic horns of a wild goat, which, from his lurking place, as once it left its cavern lair, he smote, and pierced its breast, and stretched it on the rock. Full 16 palms in length the horns had grown from the goat's forehead. These an artisan had smoothed, and, aptly fitting each to each, polished the whole and tipped the work with gold. To bend that bow, the warrior lowered it, and pressed an end against the earth. His friends held up, meanwhile, their shields before his face, lest the brave sons of Greece should lift their spears against him ere the champion of their host, the warlike Menelaus, should have felt the arrow. Then the Lycian drew aside the cover from his quiver, taking out a well-fledged arrow that had never flown, a cause of future sorrows. On the string he laid that fatal arrow, while he made to Lycian Phoebus, mighty with the bow, a vow to sacrifice before his shrine a noble hecatomb of firstling lambs, when he should come again to his abode within his own Zelia's sacred walls. Grasping the bowstring and the arrow's notch, he drew them back, and forced the string to meet his breast, the arrowhead to meet the bow, till the bow formed a circle. Then it twanged. The cord gave out a shrilly sound, the shaft leaped forth in eager haste to reach the host. Yet, Menelaus, then the blessed gods, the deathless ones, forgot thee not, and first Jove's daughter, gatherer of spoil, who stood before thee, turned aside the deadly shaft, as when a mother, while her child is wrapped in a sweet slumber, scares away the fly. So Pallas turned the weapon from thy breast, and guided it to where the golden clasps made fast the belt, and where the corselet's mail was doubled. There the bitter arrow struck the belt, and through its close contexture passed, and fixed within the well-wrought corselet stood, yet reached the plaited quilt which next his skin the hero wore, his surest guard against the weapon's force, and broke through that alike. And there the arrow gashed the part below, and the dark blood came gushing from the wound, as when some Carian or Meonian dame tinges with purple the white ivory, to form a trapping for the cheeks of steeds. And many a horseman covets it. Yet still it lies within her chamber, to become the ornament of some great monarch's steed, and make its rider proud, thy shapely thighs, thy legs, and thy fair ankles thus were stained, O Menelaus, with thy purple blood. When Agamemnon, king of men, beheld the dark blood flowing from his brother's wound, he shuddered. Menelaus, great in war, felt the like horror. Yet, when he perceived that still the arrow, neck and barb, remained without the mail, the courage rose again that filled his bosom. Agamemnon, then the monarch, sighing deeply, took the hand of Menelaus, while his comrades round like him lamented, sighing as he spake. Dear brother, when I sent thee forth alone to combat with the Trojans for the Greeks, I ratified a treaty for thy death. Since now the Trojans smite and underfoot trample the league, yet not in vain shall be the treaty, nor the blood of lambs, nor wine poured to the gods, nor right hands firmly pledged. For though it please not now Olympian Jove to make the treaty good, he will in time cause it to be fulfilled. And they shall pay dearly with their own heads and with their wives and children for this wrong. And this I know, in my undoubting mind, a day will come when sacred Troy and Priam and the race, governed by Priam, mighty with the spear, shall perish all. Saturnian Jove, who sits on high, a dweller of the upper air, shall shake his dreadful aegis in the sight of all, indignant at this treachery. Such the event will be. But I shall grieve bitterly, Menelaus, if thou die, thy term of life cut short. I shall go back to my dear Argos with a brand of shame upon me. For the Greeks will soon again bethink them of their country. We shall then leave Argive Helen to remain the boast of Priam and the Trojans, while thy bones shall moulder, mingling with the earth of Troy, our great design abandoned. Then shall say some haughty Trojan, leaping on the tomb of Menelaus, so in time to come may Agamemnon wreak his wrath, as here he wreaked it, whither he had vainly led an army, and now hastens to his home and his own land, with ships that bear no spoil, and the brave Menelaus left behind. So shall some Trojan say, but, ere that time, may the earth open to receive my bones. The fair-haired Menelaus cheerfully replied, grieve not, nor be the Greeks alarmed for me, since this sharp arrow has not found a vital part, but, ere it reached so far, the embroidered belt, the quilt beneath, and plate, wrought by the armorer's cunning, broke its force. King Agamemnon took the word and said, Dear Menelaus, would that it were so. Yet the physician must explore thy wound, and with his balsam soothe the bitter pain. Then turning to Talthybius, he addressed the sacred herald, hasten with all speed. Talthybius, call Machaon, warrior son of Aesculapius, that much-honored leech, and bring him to the Achaean general, the warlike Menelaus, whom some hand of Trojan or of Lycian, skilled to bend the bow, hath wounded with his shaft, a deed for him to exult in, but a grief to us. He spake, nor failed the herald to obey, but hastened at the word and passed among the squadrons of Achaia, mailed in brass, in search of great Machaon. Him he found, as midst the valiant ranks of bucklered men he stood, the troops who followed him to war, from Triche, nurse of steeds. Then, drawing near, the herald spake to him in winged words, O son of Aesculapius, come in haste. King Agamemnon calls thee to the aid of warlike Menelaus, whom some hand of Trojan or of Lycian, skilled to bend the bow, hath wounded with his shaft, a deed for him to exult in, but a grief to us. Machaon's heart was touched, and forth they went through the great throng, the army of the Greeks. And when they came where Atreus' warlike son was wounded, they perceived the godlike man standing amid a circle of the chiefs, the bravest of the Achaeans, who at once had gathered round. Without delay he drew the arrow from the fairly fitted belt. The barbs were bent in drawing. Then he loosed the embroidered belt, the quilted vest beneath, and plate, the armorer's work, and carefully looped the wound where fell the bitter shaft, cleansed it from blood, and sprinkled over it with skill the soothing balsams which of yore the friendly Chiron to his father gave. While round the warlike Menelaus thus the chiefs were busy, all the Trojans moved into array of battle, they put on their armor, and were eager for the fight. Then wouldst thou not have seen, hadst thou been there, King Agamemnon slumbering, or in fear, and skulking from the combat, but alert, preparing for the glorious tasks of war. His horses, and his chariot bright with brass, he left, and bade Eurymedon, his groom, the son of Ptolemy Pyrides, hold them apart still panting, yet with charge, to keep them near their master, till the hour when he should need them, weary with the toil of such a vast command. Meantime he went on foot among his files of soldiery, and whomsoe'er he found with fiery steeds, hasting to battle, thus he cheered them on. O Argives, let not your hot courage cool, for Father Jove will never take the part of treachery. Whosoe'er have been the first to break the league upon their lifeless limbs, shall vultures feast, and doubt not we shall bear away in our good ships the wives they love, and their young children, when we take their town. But whomsoe'er he saw that kept afar from the dread field, he angrily rebuked. O Argives, who with arrows only fight, base as ye are, have ye no sense of shame? Why stand ye stupefied, like fawns, that, tired with coursing the wide pastures, stop at last, their strength exhausted? Thus ye stand amazed, nor think of combat. Wait ye for the hour when to your ships, with their fair sculptured prows, moored on the borders of the hoary deep, the Trojans come, that haply ye may see if the great hand of Jove will shield you then. Thus Agamemnon, as supreme in power, threaded the warrior files, until he came where stood the Cretans. All in arms they stood around Idomeneus, the great in war. Like a wild boar in strength, he led the van, and, in the rear, Meriones urged on his phalanxes. The king of men rejoiced, and blandly thus bespake Idomeneus. Idomeneus, I honor thee above the other knights of Greece, as well in war as in all other labors, and no less in banquets, when the Achaean nobles charge their goblets with the dark red mingled wine, in sign of honor. All the other Greeks drink by a certain measure, but thy cup stands ever full, like mine, that thou mayst drink when thou desirest. Hasten to the war with all the valor thou dost glory in. The Cretan chief, Idomeneus, replied, Atrides, I remain thy true ally, as I have pledged my faith. But thou exhort the other long-haired Greeks, and bid them rush to combat, since the Trojans break their oath. For woe and death must be the lot of those who broke the peace they vowed so solemnly. He spake. The son of Atreus, glad at heart, passed on among the squadrons, till he came to where the warriors Ajax formed their ranks for battle, with a cloud of infantry, as when some goatherd from the hilltop sees a cloud that traverses the deep before a strong west wind, beholding it afar. Pitch black it seems, and bringing o'er the waves a whirlwind with it. He is seized with fear, and drives his flock to shelter in a cave. So with the warriors Ajax to the war moved, dense and dark, the phalanxes of youths, trained for the combat, and their serried files, bristling with spears and shields. The king of men saw with delight, and spake these winged words. O warriors Ajax, leaders of the Greeks! In brazen armor, I enjoin you not to rouse the courage of your soldiery. Such word would ill become me, for yourselves have made your followers eager to engage in manful combat. Would to Jupiter, to Pallas, and Apollo, that there dwelt in every bosom such a soul as yours. Then would the city of King Priam fall at once, o'erthrown and levelled by our hands. Thus having said, he left them and went on to others. There he found the smooth of speech Nestor, the Pylian orator, employed in marshalling his squadrons. Near to him, Alastor and the large-limbed Pelagon, Chromius, and Haman, prince among his tribe, and Bias, shepherd of the people, stood. The cavalry with steeds and cars he placed in front. A vast and valiant multitude of infantry he stationed in the rear, to be the bulwark of the war. Between, he made the faint of spirit take their place, that, though unwillingly, they might be forced to combat with the rest. And first he gave his orders to the horsemen, bidding them to keep their coursers reined, nor let them range at random through the tumult of the crowd. And let no man, too vain of horsemanship, and trusting in his valor, dare advance beyond the rest to attack the men of Troy. Nor let him fall behind the rest, to make our ranks the weaker. Whoso from his car can reach an enemy's, let him stand and strike with his long spear, for 'tis the shrewder way. By rules like these, which their brave hearts obeyed, the men of your laid level towns and towers. The aged man, long versed in tasks of war, counseled them thus. King Agamemnon heard, delighted, and in winged words he said, O aged man, would that thy knees were firm, as is thy purpose, and thy strength as great. But age, the common fate of all, has worn thy frame. Would that some others had thy age, and thou wert of the number of our youths. Then answered Nestor, the Gerenian knight, O son of Atreus, I myself could wish that I were now as one of your eyes struck the high-born Eruthalian down. The gods bestow not all their gifts on man at once. If I were then a youth, old age in turn is creeping o'er me. Still I keep among the knights, and counsel and admonish them the office of the aged. Younger men, they who can trust their strength, must wield the spear. He spake. The son of Atreus passed him by, pleased with his words, and, moving onward, came where, with the Athenians, ever prompt to raise the war cry, grouped around him, stood the knight Menestheus, son of Peteus. Near to these was wise Ulysses, with his sturdy band of Cephalonians. None of these had heard the clamor of the battle, for the hosts of Trojan knights and Greeks had just begun to move, and there they waited for the advance of other squadrons marching on to charge the Trojans and begin the war anew. The king of men, Atrides, was displeased, and spake, and chid them thus with winged words. O son of Peteus, foster-child of Jove, and thou, the man of craft and evil wiles, why stand ye here aloof, irresolute, and wait for others? Ye should be the first to meet the foe and stem the battle's rage. I bid you first to banquets which the Greeks give to their leaders, where ye feast at will on roasted meats and bowls of pleasant wine. Now, ere ye move, ye willingly would see 10 Grecian squadrons join the deadly strife. The man of many arts, Ulysses, spake, and frowned, O Atreus' son. What words are those? which pass thy lips? How canst thou say that we avoid the battle? Ever when the Greeks seek bloody conflict with the Trojan knights, thou, if thou wilt, and if thou givest heed to things like these, shalt with thine eyes behold the father of Telemachus engaged in combat with the foremost knights that form the Trojan van. Thou utterest empty words. King Agamemnon, when he saw the chief offended, changed his tone, and, smiling, said, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise Ulysses, it is not for me to chide, nor to exhort thee, for thy heart, I know, counsels thee kindly toward me, and thy thought agrees with mine. We will discuss all this hereafter. If just now too harsh a word was uttered, may the immortals make it vain. So saying, he departed, and went on to others, by his steeds and by his car, that shone with fastenings of brass, he found the son of Tydeus, large-souled Diomed, and Sthenelus, the son of Capaneus, standing beside him. Looking at them both, King Agamemnon to Tydides spake in winged words, and thus reproved the chief. O son of Tydeus, that undaunted knight, what is there to appall thee? Why look through the spaces that divide the warlike ranks? Not thus did Tydeus feel the touch of fear, but ever foremost of his warriors fought. So they declare who saw his deeds, for I was never with him, nor have ever seen the hero. Yet they say that he excelled all others. Certain is it that he once entered Mycenae as a friendly guest, with no array of soldiery, but came with godlike Polynices. 'Twas the time when warrior bands were gathered to besiege the sacred walls of Thebes, and earnestly they prayed that from Mycenae they might lead renowned auxiliaries to the war. And we would willingly have given the aid they asked, for we approved the prayer, but Jove, with signs of angry omen, changed our purposes. The chiefs departed, journeying on to where Asopus flows through reeds and grass, and thence the Achaeans sent an embassy to Thebes by Tydeus. There he met the many sons of Cadmus at the banquets in the hall of valiant Idiocles. Though alone among so many, and a stranger guest, the hero feared them not, but challenged them to vie with him in games. And easily he won the victory. Such aid was given by Pallas. Then the sons of Cadmus, skilled in horsemanship, were wroth, and privily sent 50 armed youths to lie in wait for his return. 2 leaders had the band. Maon, the son of Harmon, like a god in form, and Lycophontes, brave in war, son of Autophonos. A bloody death did Tydeus give the youths. He slew them all, save Maon, whom he suffered to return, obedient to an omen from the gods. Such was Aetolian Tydeus, but his son, a better speaker, is less brave in war. He spake, and valiant Diomed, who heard the king's reproof with reverence, answered not. Then spake the son of honored Capaneus. Atrides, speak not falsely, when thou know'st the truth so well. Assuredly we claim to be far braver than our fathers were. We took 7-gated Thebes with fewer troops than theirs, when, trusting in the omens sent from heaven, and in the aid of Jupiter, so we led our men beneath the city walls, sacred to Mars. Our fathers perished there through their own folly. Therefore never seek to place them in the same degree with us. The brave Tydides with a frown replied, Nay, Hold thy peace, my friend, and heed my words. Of Agamemnon I will not complain. The shepherd of the people. It is his to exhort the well-armed Greeks to gallant deeds. Great glory will attend him if the Greeks shall overcome the Trojans, and shall take the sacred Ilium. But his grief will be bitter if we shall fail and be destroyed. Hence think we only of the furious charge. He spake, and from his chariot leaped to earth, all armed. The mail upon the monarch's breast rang terribly as he marched swiftly on. The boldest might have heard that sound with fear, as when the ocean billows, surge on surge, are pushed along to the resounding shore. Before the western wind, and first a wave uplifts itself, and then against the land dashes and roars, and round the headland peaks tosses on high and spouts its spray afar. So moved the serried phalanxes of Greece to battle, rank succeeding rank, each chief giving command to his own troops. The rest marched noiselessly. You might have thought no voice was in the breasts of all that mighty throng. So silently they all obeyed their chiefs, their showy armor glittering as they moved in firm array. But, as the numerous flock of some rich man, while the white milk is drawn within his sheepfold, hear the plaintive call of their own lambs, and bleat incessantly, such clamors from the mighty Trojan host arose. Nor was the war cry one, nor one the voice, but words of mingled languages. For they were called from many different climes. These Mars encouraged to the fight. But those, the blue-eyed Pallas. Terror too was there, and fright and strife that rages unappeased. Sister and comrade of manslaying Mars, who rises small at first, but grows, and lifts her head to heaven and walks upon the earth. She, striding through the crowd and heightening the mutual rancor, flung into the midst contention, source of bale to all alike. And now, when met the armies in the field, the ox-hide shields encountered, and the spears and might of warriors mailed in brass then clashed the bossy bucklers, and the battle din was loud. Then rose the mingled shouts and groans of those who slew and those who fell. The earth ran with their blood, as when the winter streams rush down the mountainsides, and fill, below, with their swift waters, poured from gushing springs, some hollow vale. The shepherd on the heights hears the far roar. Such was the mingled din that rose from the great armies when they met. Then first Antilochus, advancing, struck the Trojan champion Echepolus down, son of Thalesius, fighting in the van. He smote him on the helmet's cone, where streamed the horsehair plume. The brazen javelin stood fixed in his forehead, piercing through the bone, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. He fell, as falls a tower before some stubborn siege. Then Eliphaner, son of Chalcodon, prince of the brave Abrants, by the foot seized the slain chieftain, dragging him beyond the reach of darts, to strip him of his arms. Yet dropped him soon, for brave Agenor saw, and, as he stooped to drag the body, hurled his brazen spear and pierced the uncovered side, seen underneath the shield. At once his limbs relaxed their hold, and straight the spirit fled. Then furious was the struggle of the Greeks and Trojans o'er the slain. They sprang like wolves upon each other, and man slaughtered man. Then by the hand of Ajax Telamon fell Simoisius, in the bloom of youth, Anthemian's son. His mother once came down from Ida, with her parents, to their flocks beside the Simois, there she brought him forth upon its banks, and gave her boy the name of Simoisius. Unrequited now was all the care with which his parents nursed his early years, and short his term of life. Slain by the hand of Ajax, large of soul. For, when he saw him coming, Ajax smote near the right pap the Trojan's breast, the blade passed through, and out upon the further side. He fell among the dust of earth, as falls a poplar growing in the watery soil of some wide marsh, a fair, smooth bowl, with boughs only on high, which with his gleaming axe some artisan has felled to bend its trunk into the circle of some chariot wheel. Withering it lies upon the river's bank. So did the high-born Ajax spoil the corpse of Simoisius, Anthemian's son. But Antiphus, the son of Priam, clad in shining armor, saw, and, taking aim, cast his sharp spear at Ajax through the crowd. The weapon struck him not, but pierced the groin of one who was Ulysses' faithful friend. Glaucus, as from the spot he dragged the dead, he fell, the body dropping from his hold. Ulysses, stung with fury at his fall, rushed to the van, arrayed in shining brass, drew near the foe, and, casting a quick glance around him, hurled his glittering spear. The host of Trojans, as it left his hand, shrank back upon each other. Not in vain it flew, but struck Demicon, the spurious son of Priam, who, to join the war, had left Abydos, where he tended the swift Mares. Ulysses, to revenge his comrade's death, smote him upon the temple with his spear. Through both the temples passed the brazen point, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. He fell, his armor clashing round him with his fall. Then did the foremost bands, and Hector's self, fall back. The Argives shouted, dragging off the slain, and rushing to the ground they won. Then was Apollo angered, looking down from Pergamus, and thus he called aloud. Rally, ye Trojans, tamers of fleet steeds. Yield not the battle to the Greeks. Their limbs are not of stone or iron, to withstand the trenchant steel ye wield. Nor does the son of fair-haired Thetis now, Achilles, take part in the battle, but sits, brooding o'er the choler that devours him, in his ships. Thus from the city spake the terrible god. Meantime Tritonian Pallas, glorious child of Jupiter, went through the Grecian ranks, where'er they wavered, and revived their zeal. Diores, son of Amarynceus, then met his hard fate. The fragment of a rock was thrown by hand at his right leg, and struck the ankle. Pyrrhus, son of Imbrasus, who came from Enus, leading to the war, his Thracian soldiers, flung it, and it crushed tendons and bones, and down the warrior fell in dust, and toward his comrade stretched his hands, and gasped for breath. But he who gave the wound, Pyrrhus, came up and pierced him with his spear. Forth gushed the entrails, and the eyes grew dark. But Pyrrhus by Aetolian Thoas fell, who met him with his spear and pierced his breast. Above the pap, the brazen weapon stood, fixed in the lungs. Then Thoas came and plucked the massive spear away, and drew his sword. And thrusting through him the sharp blade, he took his life away. Yet could he not despoil the slain man of his armor, for around his comrades thronged, the Thracians, with their tufts of streaming hair, and, wielding their long spears, drove him away. And he, though huge of limb, and valiant and renowned, was forced to yield to numbers pressing on him, and withdrew. thus near each other stretched upon the ground. Pyrrhus, the leader of the Thracian band. And he who led the Achaeans, brazen-mailed. Diores, lay with many others slain. Then could no man, who near at hand beheld the battle of that day, see cause of blame in aught, although, unwounded and unbruised by weapons. Pallas led him by the hand in safety through the midst, and turned aside the violence of javelins. For that day saw many a Trojan slain, and many a Greek stretched side by side upon the bloody field. Book. Chapter 5. The exploits of Diomed. The valor of Diomed, aided by Minerva, he is wounded by Pandarus, and healed by the goddess, who forbids him to fight with any of the immortals. Save Venus, his combat with Pandarus and Aeneas, Pandarus slain, and Aeneas, wounded and in great danger, rescued by Venus, who in the act is wounded by Diomed. And leaves Aeneas to the care of Apollo, descent of Mars to the field in aid of Hector, return of Aeneas to the field, descent of Juno and Minerva to resist Mars, who is wounded by Diomed, return of the gods to heaven. Then Pallas to Tydides Diomed gave strength and courage, that he might appear among the Achaeans greatly eminent, and win a glorious name upon his head. And shield she caused a constant flame to play, like to the autumnal star that shines in heaven most brightly when new-bathed in ocean tides. Such light she caused to beam upon his crest and shoulders, as she sent the warrior forth into the thick and tumult of the fight. Among the Trojans, Dares was the priest of Vulcan, rich and blameless. His two sons were Phegeus and Idas, trained in all the arts of war. They left the host and came to meet Tydides, on the chariot they, and he on foot. And now, as they drew near, first Phegeus hurled his massive lance. It flew o'er Diomed's left shoulder and struck not. Tydides cast his spear, and not in vain. It smote the breast of Phegeus in the midst, and dashed him from his seat. Idaeus leaped to earth, and left the sumptuous car, nor dared to guard the slain, yet would have met his death, if Vulcan had not borne him swiftly thence, concealed in darkness, that he might not leave the aged man, his father, desolate. The son of Tydeus took the steeds, and bade his comrades lead them to the fleet. Aghast, the valiant sons of Troy beheld the sons of Dares, one in flight, the other slain. Meantime the blue-eyed Pallas took the hand of Mars, and thus addressed the fiery god. Mars, Mars, thou slayer of men, thou steeped in blood, destroyer of walled cities, should we not leave both the Greeks and Trojans to contend, and Jove to crown with glory whom he will, while we retire, lest we provoke his wrath? Thus having said, she led the violent Mars from where the battle raged, and made him sit beside Scamander, on its grassy bank. And then the Achaeans put the sons of Troy to flight, each leader slew a foe. And first, the king of men, Atrides, from his car struck down the huge-limbed Hodius, who was chief among the Halizonians. As he turned to flee, the Achaean, smiting him between the shoulders, drove the javelin through his breast. Heavily clashed his armor as he fell. Then by Idomeneus was Festus slain, son of Meonian Boris, who had come from Tarna, rich in harvests. As he sprang into his car, Idomeneus, expert to wield the ponderous javelin, thrust its blade through his right shoulder. From the car he fell, and the dark night of death came over him. The Achaean warriors following spoiled the slain. The son of Atreus, Menelaus, slew With his sharp spear Scamandrius, the son of Strophius, practiced in the forest chase. A mighty hunter. Him had Dien taught to strike whatever beast the woody wild breeds on the hills, but now availed him not the favor of Diana, archer queen, nor skill to throw the javelin afar. For Menelaus, mighty with the spear, followed him as he fled, and in the back smote him, between the shoulder blades, and drave the weapon through. He fell upon the ground, headlong, his armor clashing as he fell. And then Meriones slew Patroclus, son of Harmonius, the artificer, who knew to shape all works of rare device. For Pallas loved him. It was he who built the fleet for Paris, cause of many woes to all the Trojans and to him, for ill he understood the oracles of heaven. Him did Meriones, pursuing long, take, and, smiting him on the right hip, pierced through the part beneath the bone and near the bladder. On his knees with sad lament so he fell, and death involved him in its shade. And then by Meges was Pedsius slain, Antenor's base-born son, whose noble wife Theano reared him with as fond a care as her own children, for her husband's sake. And now the mighty spearman, Phyleus' son, drew near and smote him with his trenchant lance, where meet the head and spine, and pierced the neck beneath the tongue. And forth the weapon came between the teeth. He fell, and in the fall gnashed with his teeth upon the cold bright blade. Then did Avamon's son Eurypylus strike down Hypsenor, nobly born, the son of great Dolopian, Scamander's priest, whom all the people honored as a god. Avamon's gallant son, o'ertaking him in flight, with one stroke of his falchion hewed his brawny arm away. The bloody limb dropped to the ground, and the dark night of death came o'er his eyes, so cruel fate decreed. Thus toiled the heroes in that stubborn fight. Nor would you now have known to which array, Trojan or Greek, Tydides might belong. For through the field he rushed with furious speed, like a swollen river when its current takes the torrent's swiftness, scattering with a sweep the bridges. Nor can massive dikes withstand its fury, nor embankments raised to screen the grassy meadows, while the rains of Jove fall heavily, and harvests, late the joy of toiling youth, are beaten to the ground. Thus by Tydides the close phalanxes of Troy were scattered, nor could they endure, all numerous as they were, his strong assault. As Pandarus, Lycaon's eminent son, beheld Tydides rush athwart the field, breaking the ranks, he drew his crooked bow, and smote the chief's left shoulder as he came, striking the hollow corslet. The sharp point broke through, and blood came gushing o'er the mail. Then called aloud Lycaon's eminent son, brave Trojans, great in mastery of steeds, press on. The bravest of the Grecian host is smitten, nor, I think, can long survive the grievous wound, if it be true that I, at the command of Phoebus, son of Jove, have left my home upon the Lycian shore. Thus boastfully he spake, but his swift shaft slew not Tydides, who had now withdrawn, and, standing by his steeds and chariot, spake to Sthenelus, the son of Capaneus. Haste down, kind Sthenelus, and with thy hand draw the sharp arrow from my shoulder here. He spake, and Sthenelus at once leaped down, stood by his side, and from his shoulder drew the winged arrow deeply fixed within. The blood flowed forth upon the twisted rings of mail, while Diomed, the valiant, prayed, Hear me, O child of aegis-bearing Jove, goddess invincible. If ever thou Didst aid me or my father in the heat of battle, aid me, Pallas, yet again. Give me to slay this Trojan. Bring him near. Within my javelin's reach, who wounded me. And now proclaims, the boaster, that not long shall I behold the brightness of the sun. So prayed he, and Minerva heard his prayer, and lightened all his limbs, his feet, his hands. And, standing near him, spake these winged words. War boldly with the Trojans. Diomed. For even now I breathe into thy frame the ancestral might and fearless soul that dwelt in Tydeus, peerless with the steed and shield. Lo! I remove the darkness from thine eyes, that thou mayst well discern the gods from men. And if a god should tempt thee to the fight, beware to combat with the immortal race. Only, should Venus, child of Jupiter, take part in battle, wound her with thy spear. The blue-eyed Pallas spake, and disappeared. And Diomed went back into the field, and mingled with the warriors. If before his spirit moved him fiercely to engage the men of Troy, a threefold courage now inspired him. As a lion who has leaped into a fold, and he who guards the flock has wounded but not slain him, feels his rage waked by the blow. The affrighted shepherd then ventures not near, but hides within the stalls. And the forsaken sheep are put to flight, and, huddling, slain in heaps, till o'er the fence the savage bounds into the fields again. Such was Tydides midst the sons of Troy. Astinus first he slew, Hypnor next, the shepherd of the people. One he pierced high on the bosom with his brazen spear, and smote the other on the collarbone with his good sword, and hewed from neck and spine the shoulder. There he left the dead, and rushed to Abas and to Polyidus, sons of old Eurydamas, interpreter of visions. Ill the aged man had read his visions when they joined the war. They died. And Diomed, the valiant, spoiled the slain. Xanthus and Thuon he encountered next, the sons of Phenops, born in his old age. No other child had he, to be his heir, and he was worn with length of years. These two Tydides smote and took their lives, and left grief to their father and regretful cares, since he no more should welcome their return from war, and strangers should divide his wealth. Then smote he Chromius and Achaean, sons of Dardan Priam, in one chariot both. As on a herd of beeves a lion springs, while midst the shrubs they browse, and breaks their necks. Heifer or ox, so sprang he on the twain, and struck them, vainly struggling, from their car, and spoiled them of their arms, and took their steeds, and bade his comrades lead them to the fleet. Aeneas, who beheld him scattering thus the embattled ranks before him, straightway went through the thick fight, amid encountering spears, in search of godlike Pandarus. He found Lycaon's blameless and illustrious son, and stood before him, and addressed him thus. Where is thy bow, O Pandarus, and where thy winged arrows? Where the old renown, in which no warrior here can vie with thee, and none upon the Lycian shore can boast that he excels thee? Hasten, and lift up thy hands in prayer to Jupiter, and send an arrow at this man, whoe'er he be, who thus prevails, and thus afflicts our host, and makes the knees of many a strong man weak. Strike him, unless he be some god incensed at Troy for sacrifice withheld, since hard it is to bear the anger of a god. Lycaon's son, the far-renowned, replied. Aeneas, leader of the Trojans mailed in brass, to me this man in all things seems like warlike Diomed. I know his shield, high helm, and steeds, and yet I may not say that this is not a god. But if he be the chief of whom I speak, the warlike son of Tydeus, not thus madly would he fight, without some god to aid him. By his side is one of the immortals, with a cloud about his shoulders, turning from its aim the swiftly flying arrow. 'Twas but late I aimed a shaft that pierced the hollow mail on his left shoulder, and I thought him sent to Pluto, but I slew him not. Some god must be offended with me. I have here no steeds or car to mount. Far off at home there stand within Lycaon's palace walls 11 chariots, fair and fresh and new. Each has an ample cover, and by each are horses yoked in pairs, that champ their oats and their white barley. When I left my home, Lycaon, aged warrior, counseled me within his sumptuous halls, that with my steeds and chariot I should lead the sons of Troy in the fierce battle. I obeyed him not. Far better if I had. I wished to spare my horses, lest, so largely fed at home, they might want food in the beleaguered town. So, leaving them, I came on foot to Troy, confiding in my bow, which yet was doomed to avail me little, for already I have smitten with my arrows the 2 chiefs, Tydides and Atrides, and from both drew the red blood, but only made their rage to flame the fiercer. In an evil hour I took my bow and quiver from the wall, and came to lead the Trojans for the sake of Hector. But if ever I return to see my native country and my wife, and my tall spacious mansion, may some foe strike off my head if with these hands I fail to break my bow in pieces, casting it into the flames, a useless weapon now. The Trojan chief Aeneas, answering, said, Nay, talk not so, it cannot but be thus, until upon a chariot, and with steeds, we try our prowess with this man in war. Haste, mount my chariot here, and thou shalt see how well our Trojan horses trained to range the field of battle, in the swift pursuit, hither and thither, or in rapid flight. And they shall bring us safely to the town, should Jove a second time bestow the meed of glory on Tydides. Haste, and take the lash and well-wrought reins, while I descend to fight on foot, or haply thou wilt wait the foes advance while I direct the steeds. Then spake again Lycaon's eminent son, Keep thou the reins, Aeneas, and still guide the horses with their wonted charioteer. The better shall they bear away the car, should we be forced to fly before the arm of Diomed. Lest, taking flight, they range unmastered when they hear thy voice no more, nor bear us from the combat, and the son of Tydeus, having slain us, shall lead thence thy firm-hoofed coursers. Therefore guide them still, them and the chariot, while, with this keen spear, I wait the Greek, as he is rushing on. They spake, and, climbing the magnificent car, turned toward Tydides the swift-footed steeds. The noble son of Capaneus beheld, and said in winged words to Diomed, Tydides Diomed, most dear of men, I see 2 warriors, strong, immensely strong, coming to combat with thee. Pandarus is one, the skilled in archery, who boasts to be Lycaon's son. And by his side there comes Aeneas, glorying that he sprang from the large-souled Anchises, born to him by Venus. Mount we now our car and leave the ground, nor in thy fury rush along the van of battle, lest thou lose thy life. The brave Tydides, with a frown, replied. Speak not of flight. Thou canst not yet persuade my mind to that. To skulk or shrink with fear in battle ill becomes me, and my strength is unexhausted yet. It suits me not to mount the chariot. I will meet the foe just as I am. Minerva will not let my spirit falter. Ne'er shall those swift steeds bear the two warriors hence, if even one escapes me. One thing more have I to say, and keep it well in mind. Should Pallas deign, the wise, forecasting Pallas, to bestow on me the glory of o'ercoming both, stop thy swift horses, and tie fast the reins to our own chariot, and make haste to seize the horses of Aeneas, guiding them hence from the Trojan to the Grecian host. For they are of the stock which Jupiter, the Thunderer, gave to Troce. It was the price he paid for Ganymede, and they, of all, beneath the eye of morning and the sun, are of the choicest breed. The king of men, Anchises, stealthily and unobserved, brought to the coursers of Laomedon his brood mare, and obtained the race. 6 colts. Their offspring, in his courts were foaled. Of these, 4 for himself he kept, and in his stalls reared them, and 2 of them, both apt for war, he gave Aeneas. If we make them ours, the exploit will bring us honor and renown. Thus they conferred. Meantime their foes drew near, urging their fiery coursers on, and first Lycaon's eminent son addressed the Greek. My weapon, swift and sharp, the arrow, failed to slay thee. Let me try the javelin now, and haply that, at least, may reach its mark. He spake, and, brandishing his massive spear, hurled it against the shield of Diomed. The brazen point broke through, and reached the mail. Then shouted with loud voice Lycaon's son. Ha! Thou art wounded in thy flank, my spear bites deep. Nor long, I think, canst thou survive, and great will be my glory gained from thee. But thus the valiant Diomed replied. Incapable of fear, thy thought is wrong. I am not wounded, and I well perceive that ye will never give the conflict o'er, till one of you, laid low amid the dust, pour out his blood to glut the god of war. He spake, and cast his spear. Minerva kept the weapon faithful to its aim. It struck the nose, and near the eye. Then passing on, betwixt the teeth, the unrelenting edge cleft at its root the tongue, the point came out beneath the chin. The warrior from his car fell headlong. His bright armor, fairly wrought, clashed round him as he fell. His fiery steeds started aside with fright. His breath and strength were gone at once. Aeneas, with his shield and his long spear, leaped down to guard the slain, that the Achaeans might not drag him thence. There, lion-like, confiding in his strength, he stalked around the corpse, and over it held his round shield and lance, prepared to slay whoever came, and shouting terribly. Tydides raised a stone, a mighty weight, such as no 2 men living now could lift. But he, alone, could swing it round with ease. With this he smote Aeneas on the hip, where the thigh joins its socket. By the blow he brake the socket and the tendons twain, and tore the skin with the rough, jagged stone. The hero fell upon his knees, but stayed his fall with his strong palm upon the ground. And o'er his eyes a shadow came like night. Then had the king of men, Aeneas, died, but for Jove's daughter, Venus, who perceived His danger instantly, his mother, she who bore him to Anchises when he kept his beeves, a herdsman. Round her son she cast her white arms, spreading over him in folds her shining robe, to be a fence against the weapons of the foe, lest some Greek knight should at his bosom aim the steel to take his life. And thus the goddess bore away from that fierce conflict her beloved son. Nor did the son of Capaneus forget the bidding of the warlike Diomed, but halted his firm-footed steeds apart from the great tumult, with the long rein stretched and fastened to the chariot. Next, he sprang to seize the horses with fair flowing manes that drew the chariot of Aeneas. These he drave away, far from the Trojan host, to the well-grieved Achaeans, giving them in charge, to lead them to the hollow ships, to his beloved friend Deipolus, whom he of all his comrades honored most, as likest to himself in years and mind. And then he climbed his car and took the reins, and, swiftly drawn by his firm-footed steeds, followed Tydides, who with cruel steel sought Venus, knowing her unapt for war, and all unlike the goddesses who guide the battles of mankind, as Pallas does, or as Bellona, ravager of towns, taking her at last, with long pursuit, amid the throng of warring men, the son of warlike Tydeus aimed at her his spear, and wounded in her hand the delicate one. With its sharp point, it pierced the ambrosial robe, wrought for her by the Graces, at the spot where the palm joins the wrist, and broke the skin, and drew immortal blood, the ichor, such as from the blessed gods may flow. For they eat not the wheaten loaf, nor drink dark wine, and therefore they are bloodless, and are called immortal. At the stroke the goddess shrieked, and dropped her son. Apollo in his arms received and in a dark cloud rescued him, lest any of the Grecian knights should aim a weapon at his breast to take his life. Meantime the brave Tydides cried aloud, "Leave wars and battle, goddess. Is it not enough that thou delude weak womankind? Yet, if thou ever shouldst return, to bear a part in battle, thou shalt have good cause to start with fear, when war is only named." He spake, and she departed, wild with pain, for grievously she suffered. Instantly, fleet-footed Iris took her by the hand, and led her from the place, her heart oppressed with anguish and her fair cheek deathly pale. She found the fiery Mars, who had withdrawn from that day's combat to the left, and sat, his spear and his swift coursers hid from sight, in darkness. At his feet she fell, and prayed her brother fervently, that he would lend his steeds that stood in trappings wrought of gold. "Dear brother, aid me. Let me have thy steeds, to bear me to the Olympian mount, the home of gods, for grievously the wound I bear afflicts me." 'Twas a mortal gave the wound, Tydides, who would even fight with Jove. She spake, and Mars resigned to her his steeds, with trappings of bright gold. She climbed the car, still grieving, and, beside her, Iris took her seat, and caught the reins and plied the lash. On flew the coursers, on, with willing speed, and soon were at the mansion of the gods, on high Olympus. There the active-limbed fleet Iris stayed them, loosed them from the car, and fed them with ambrosial food. Meanwhile, the goddess Venus at Dion's feet had cast herself, the mother round her child, threw tenderly her arms, and with her hand caressed her brow, and spake, and thus inquired, Which of the dwellers of the skies, dear child, has dealt thus cruelly with thee, as one caught in the doing of some flagrant wrong? And thus did Venus, queen of smiles, reply. The son of Tydeus, arrogant Diomed, wounded me as I sought to bear away from battle's dangers my beloved son, Aeneas, dear beyond all other men. For now no longer does the battle rage between the Greeks and Trojans, but the Greeks venture to combat even with the gods. Dione, great among the goddesses, rejoined, Submit, my daughter, and endure, though inly grieved. For many of us who dwell upon the Olympian mount have suffered much from mortals, and have brought great miseries upon each other. First, it was the fate of Mars to suffer, when Oloeus' sons, Attis and mighty Ephialtes, made their fetters fast upon his limbs. He lay chained 13 months within a brazen cell. And haply there the god, whose thirst of blood is never cloyed, had perished, but for aid which Arabia gave, the beautiful, his stepmother. She made his miseries known to Mercury, who set him free by stealth, withered and weak with long imprisonment. And Juno suffered when Amphitrion's son, the valiant, dared to plant in her right breast a 3-pronged arrow, and she writhed with pain. And Pluto suffered, when the hero son of Aegis-bearing Jove, with a swift shaft, smote him beside the portals of the dead, and left him filled with pain. He took his way to high Olympus and the home of Jove, grieving and racked with pain, for deep the dart had pierced his brawny shoulder, torturing him. There Paean with his pain-dispelling balms healed him, for he was not of mortal race. O daring man and reckless, to make light of such impieties and violate the sacred persons of the Olympian gods. It was the blue-eyed Pallas who stirred up Tydides to assail thee thus. The fool! He knew not that the man who dares to meet the gods in combat lives not long. No child shall prattling call him father when he comes returning from the dreadful tasks of war. Let then Tydides, valiant though he be, beware lest a more potent foe than thou encounter him, and lest the nobly born Aegialia, in some night to come, wise daughter of Adrastus, and the spouse of the horse-tamer Diomed, call up the servants of her household from their sleep, bewailing him to whom in youth she gave her maiden troth, the bravest of the Greeks. She spake, and wiped the ichor from the hand of Venus. At her touch the hand was healed, and the pain left it. Meantime Pallas stood with Juno, looking on, both teasing Jove with words of sarcasm. Blue-eyed Pallas thus addressed the god, O Father Jupiter, wilt thou be angry at the word I speak? As Venus, wheedling some Achaean dame to join the host she loves, the sons of Troy, caressed the fair, arrayed in gay attire. A golden buckle scratched her tender hand. As thus she spake, the father of the gods and mortals, calling golden Venus near, said, with a smile, Nay, daughter, not for thee are tasks of war. Be gentle marriage rites. Thy care, the labors of the battlefield, pertain to Pallas and the fiery Mars. Thus with each other talked the gods, while still the great in battle, Diomed, pursued Aeneas, though he knew that Phoebus stretched his arm to guard the warrior. Small regard had he for the great god, and much he longed to strike Aeneas down and bear away the glorious arms he wore. And thrice he rushed to slay the Trojan, thrice Apollo smote upon his glittering shield. But when he made The fourth assault, as if he were a god. The archer of the skies, Apollo, thus with menacing words rebuked him, Diomed. Beware. Desist, nor think to make thyself the equal of a god. The deathless race of gods is not as those who walk the earth. He spake. The son of Tydeus, shrinking back, gave way before the anger of the god, who sends his shafts afar. Then Phoebus bore Aeneas from the tumult to the height of sacred Pergamus, where stands his fane. And there Latona and the archer queen, Diana, in the temple's deep recess, tended him and brought back his glorious strength. Meantime the bowyer god, Apollo, formed an image of Aeneas, armed like him, round which the Trojans and Achaeans thronged, with many a heavy weapon stroke that fell upon the huge orbs of their ox-hide shields, and lighter bucklers. Now to fiery Mars Apollo spake, Mars, Mars, thou plague of men, thou steeped in blood, destroyer of walled towns, wilt thou not force this man to leave the field? Wilt thou not meet in arms this daring son of Tydeus, who would even fight with Jove? Already has he wounded, in close fight, the goddess Venus at the wrist, and since assaulted me as if he were a god. He said, and on the heights of Pergamus sat down, while the destroyer Mars went forth among the embattled Trojan ranks, to rouse their valor. In the form of Acamas, the gallant Thracian leader, he bespake the sons of Jove descended Priam thus. O sons of Priam, him who claims descent from Jupiter, how long will ye submit to see your people slaughtered by the Greeks? Is it until the battle storm shall reach your city's stately portals? Even now, a hero whom we honor equally with the great Hector, our Aeneas, son of the large-souled Anchises, is struck down. Haste, let us rescue our beloved friend. He spake, and into every heart his words carried new strength and courage. In that hour, Sarpedon chid the noble Hector thus. Where is the prowess, Hector, which was thine so lately? Thou hast said that thou alone, thy kindred and thy brothers, could defend the city, without armies or allies. Now I see none of these. They all, like hounds before a lion, crouch and slink away, while the confederates bear the brunt of war. I am but an auxiliar come from far, from Lycia, where the eddying Xanthus runs. There left I a beloved wife, and there an infant child, and large possessions, such as poor men covet. Yet do I exhort my Lycians to the combat, and myself would willingly engage this foe of Troy, although I here have nothing which the Greeks might bear or drive away. Thou standest still meanwhile, nor dost thou bid the rest to keep their ground and bear the battle for their wives. Yet have a care, lest, as if caught at length in the strong meshes of a mighty net, ye find yourselves the captives and the prey of enemies, who quickly will destroy your nobly peopled city. These are thoughts that should engage thy mind by night and day, and thou shouldst beg the chiefs of thine allies call to thy aid from far, that manfully they meet the foe, and foil his fierce attack, and take the cause of this reproach away. Sarpedon spake, and Hector, all in arms, stung by his words, and leaping from his car, brandished his spears, and went among the hosts, and rallied them to battle. Terrible the conflict that ensued. The men of Troy made head against the Greeks stood firm, nor ever thought of flight. As when the wind strews chaff about the sacred threshing floors, While wheat is winnowed, and before the breeze, the yellow ceres separates the grain from its light husk, which gathers in white heaps. Even so the Greeks were whitened o'er with dust, raised in that tumult by the horses' hoofs, and rising to the brazen firmament, as toward the fight the charioteers again urged on their coursers. Yet the Greeks withstood the onset, and struck forward with strong arms. Meantime the furious Mars involved the field in darkness, to befriend the sons of Troy, and went through all the ranks, and well fulfilled the mandate which Apollo gave the god, who wields the golden falchion, bidding him kindle the courage of the Trojan host. Whene'er he saw the auxiliar of the Greeks, Minerva, leave the combat, then the god brought from the sanctuary's inner shrine Aeneas, filling with recovered strength, that shepherd of the people. He beside his comrades placed himself, and they rejoiced to see him living and unharmed and strong as ever, yet they questioned not. Their task was different, set them by the god who bears the silver bow, and Mars the slayer of men, and raging strife that never is appeased. The Ajaxes and Ulysses and the son of Tydeus roused the Achaeans to the fight. For of the strength and clamor of the foe they felt no fear, but calmly stood, to bide the assault, as stand in air the quiet clouds, which Saturn's sun upon the mountain tops piles in still volumes when the north wind sleeps, and every ruder breath of blustering air that drives the gathered vapors through the sky. Thus calmly waited they the Trojan host, nor thought of flight. And now Atrides passed in haste along their ranks, and gave command. O friends, be men, and let your hearts be strong, and let no warrior in the heat of fight do what may bring him shame in others' eyes. For more of those who shrink from shame are safe than fall in battle, while with those who flee is neither glory nor reprieve from death. So spake the king, and hurled his spear and smote Dicon, the son of Pergasus, a chief, and a companion in the war of the great-souled Aeneas. He in Troy was honored as men honored Priam's sons, for he was ever foremost in the fight. The weapon struck his shield, yet stopped not there, but, breaking through its folds and through the belt, transfixed the part beneath. The Trojan fell to earth, his armor clashing with his fall. Aeneas slew the sons of Diomed, Orsilochus and Crethan, eminent Greeks. Their father dwelt in Pheræ nobly built. Amid his riches, from Alpheus he derived his race, a river whose long stream flows through the meadows of the Pylian land. Orsilochus was to Alpheus born, lord over many men, and he became the father of great Diocles, to whom twin sons were born, well trained in all the arts of warfare, Crethan and Orsilochus. These, in the prime of youth, with their black ships, followed the Argives to the coast of Troy. Famed for its generous steeds, they left their home to vindicate the honor of the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon, king of men, and Menelaus, but they found their death as two young lions, nourished by their dam, amid the thickets of some mighty wood, seizing the beeves and fattened sheep, lay waste the stables, till at length themselves are slain by trenchant weapons in the shepherd's hand. So by the weapons of Aeneas died these twain. They fell as lofty fir trees fall. But now, when Menelaus saw their fate, the mighty warrior, deeply sorrowing, rushed among the foremost, armed in glittering brass, and brandishing his spear. For Mars had roused his soul to fury, trusting he would meet Aeneas, and would perish by his hand. Antilochus, the generous Nestor's son, came also to the van, for anxiously he feared mischance might overtake the king, to make the toils of their long warfare vain. And there he found the combatants prepared for battle, with their trusty spears in hand, and standing face to face. At once he took his stand beside the monarch of the Greeks. At sight of the two warriors side by side, all valiant as he was, Aeneas shunned the encounter. They, when they had drawn the dead among the Grecian ranks, and to their friends given up the hapless brothers, turned to take their place among the foremost in the fight. Then, too, Pycmenes, a chief like Mars, and leader of the Paphlagonian host, a valiant squadron armed with shields, was slain. Atrides Menelaus, skilled to wield the javelin, gave his death wound. He transfixed the shoulder at the collarbone. Meanwhile, Antilochus against his charioteer, Mydon, the brave son of Atimneas, hurled a stone that smote his elbow as he wheeled his firm-paced steeds in flight. He dropped the reins, gleaming with ivory as they trailed in dust. Antilochus leaped forward, smiting him upon the temples with his sword. He fell, gasping amidst the sand, his head immersed up to his shoulders, for the sand was deep, and there remained till he was beaten down before the horses' hoofs. Antilochus, lashing the horses, drave them to the Greeks. Hector beheld, and, springing with loud shouts, stood mid the wavering ranks. The phalanxes of the brave Trojans followed him, for Mars and terrible Bellona led them on, Bellona bringing tumult in her train, and Mars with brandished lance, a mighty weight, now stalking after Hector, now before him. When the valiant Diomed beheld, he trembled, and, as one who, journeying along a way he knows not, having crossed a place of drear extent, before him sees a river rushing swiftly toward the deep, and all its tossing current white with foam, and stops and turns, and measures back his way. So then did Diomed withdraw, and spake, O friends, how greatly must we all admire this noble Hector, mighty with the spear, and terrible in war. There is some god forever near him, warding off the stroke of death. Beside him yonder even now stands Mars in semblance of a mortal man. Yield, then, and with your faces toward the foe fall back, and strive not with the gods of heaven. Even as he spake, the Trojan host drew near, and Hector slew two warriors trained to arms, Menesthes and Anchialus, who came both in one chariot to the war. Their fall Ajax, the son of Telamon, beheld, and pitied, and drew near, and stood, and hurled his glittering spear. It smote Amphius, son of Selagus, who, rich in lands and goods, abode in Pesis. In an evil hour he joined the cause of Priam and his sons. Him at the belt the spear of Ajax smote, and pierced the bowels. With a crash he fell. Then hastened mighty Ajax to strip off the armor, but the Trojans at him cast their pointed spears that glittered as they flew, and many struck his shield. He pressed his heel against the slain, and from the body drew his brazen spear, but could not from the breast loose the bright mail, so thick the weapons came, and such the wary dread with which he saw the bravest of the Trojans closing round, many and fierce, and all with spears outstretched. And he, though strong and valiant and renowned, driven from the ground, gave way to mightier force. So toiled the warriors through that stubborn fight, When cruel fate urged on Tlepolemus, the great and valiant son of Hercules, to meet Sarpedon, mighty as a god. And now as each to each advanced, the son and grandson of the cloud-compeller Jove, thus first Tlepolemus addressed his foe. Sarpedon, Lycian monarch, what has brought thee hither, trembling thus, and inexpert in battle? Lying flatterers are they that call thee son of Jupiter who bears the aegis. For unlike the heroes thou, born to the Thunderer in times of old, nor like my daring father, Hercules, the lion-hearted, who once came to Troy to claim the coursers of Laomedon. With but 6 ships, and warriors but a few, he laid the city waste and made its streets a desolation. Thou art weak of heart, and round thee are thy people perishing. Yet, even wert thou brave, thy presence here from Lycia's coast would prove of small avail to Troy, for, slain in combat here by me, thou to the gates of Hades shalt go down. Sarpedon, leader of the Lycians, thus made answer, true it is, Tlepolemus, that he laid waste the sacred city of Troy for the base dealings of Laomedon, the monarch who with railing words repaid his great deservings, and kept back the steeds for which he came so far. But thou, thy fate is slaughter and black death from this my spear. And fame will come to me, and one more soul go down to Hades. As Sarpedon spake, Tlepolemus upraised his ashen spear, and from the hands of both the chiefs at once their massive weapons flew. Sarpedon smote full in the throat his foe. The cruel point passed through the neck, and night came o'er his eyes. Tlepolemus, in turn, on the left thigh, had struck Sarpedon with his ponderous lance. The weapon, cast with vigorous hand and arm, pierced deep, and touched the bone, but Jupiter averted from his son the doom of death. His noble comrades raised and bore away the great Sarpedon from the battlefield, trailing the long spear with them. Bitter pain it gave him. In their haste they marked it not, nor thought to draw the ashen weapon forth, that he might mount the car, so eagerly his anxious bearers hurried from the war. On the other side the well-armed Greeks took up the slain Tlepolemus, to bear him thence. The great Ulysses, large of soul, beheld, and felt his spirit moved, as anxiously he pondered whether to pursue the son of Jove the Thunderer, or turn and take the life of many a Lycian. Yet to slay Jove's mighty son was not his destiny, and therefore Pallas moved him to engage the crowd of Lycian warriors. Then he slew Coeranus and Alastor, Chromius, Alcander, Halius, and Prytanes. Noman, and yet more the noble Greek, had slain, if crested Hector, mighty chief, had not perceived the havoc and, arrayed in shining armor, hurried to the van of battle, carrying terror to the hearts of the Achaeans. As he saw him near, Sarpedon was rejoiced, yet sadly said, O son of Priam, leave me not a prey to these Achaeans. Aid me, let me breathe my latest breath in Troy, since I no more can hope, returning to my native land, to gladden my dear wife and little son. He spake, and crested Hector answered not, still pressing forward, eager to drive back the Greeks in quick retreat, and take the life of many a foe. Then did the noble band who bore the great Sarpedon lay him down beneath a shapely beech, a tree of Jove, the aegis-bearer, their stout Pelagon, his well-beloved comrade, from his thigh drew forth the sharp blade of the ashen spear. Then the breath left him, and his eyes were closed. In darkness. But the light came back again. As, breathing over him, the fresh north wind revived the spirit in his laboring breast. But not for Mars nor Hector mailed in brass fled the Achaeans to their fleet. Nor yet advanced they on the foe, but step by step gave way before him, for they had perceived the god of war was with the sons of Troy. Whom first, whom last did Hector, Priam's son, and iron Mars lay low? The godlike chief Teuthras, and, great among the Grecian knights, Orestes, and the Aetolian Trechus, famed as spearman, and Enemaus, and the son of Enops, Helems. And after these belted Oresbius, who in Hyla made his home, intent on gathering wealth beside the lake Cephissus, on whose borders dwelt Boeotians many, lords of fertile lands. The white-armed goddess Juno, when she saw the Argives falling in that cruel fray, addressed Minerva with these winged words: O thou unconquerable goddess, born to Jove the aegis-bearer, what is this? It was an idle promise that we made to Menelaus, that he should behold Troy, with its strong defenses, overthrown, and reach his home again. If thus we leave Mars the destroyer to his ravages, come, let us bring our friends effectual aid. So spake she, and her bidding was obeyed by blue-eyed Pallas. Juno the august, daughter of mighty Saturn, laid in haste the harness, with its ornaments of gold, upon the horses. Hebe rolled the wheels, each with 8 spokes, and joined them to the ends of the steel axle, Pheles' rod of gold, bound with a brazen rim to last for aye. A wonder to behold. The hollow naves were silver, and on gold and silver cords was slung the chariot seat. In silver hooks rested the reins, and silver was the pole, where the fair yoke and poitrels, all of gold, were fastened. Juno, eager for the strife, led the swift-footed steeds beneath the yoke. Then Pallas, daughter of the god who bears the aegis, on her father's palace floor, let fall in dainty folds her flowing robe of many colors, wrought by her own hand, and, putting on the mail of Jupiter, the cloud compeller, stood arrayed in arms for the stern tasks of war. Her shoulder bore the dreadful aegis with its shaggy brim, bordered with terror. There was strife, and there was fortitude, and there was fierce pursuit. And there the Gorgon's head, a ghastly sight, deformed and dreadful, and a sign of woe, when borne by Jupiter. Upon her head she placed a golden helmet with 4 crests, and fair embossed, of strength that might withstand the armed battalions of 100 towns. Then stepped into her shining car, and took her massive spear in hand, heavy and huge, with which whole ranks of heroes are o'erthrown. Before the daughter of the mighty one, incensed against them, Juno swung the lash, and swiftly urged the steeds before their way. On sounding hinges, of their own accord, flew wide the gates of heaven, which evermore the hours are watching, they who keep the mount Olympus and the mighty heaven, with power to open or to close their cloudy veil. Thus through the gates they drave the obedient steeds, and found Saturnius, where he sat apart from other gods, upon the loftiest height of many-peaked Olympus. Juno there, the white-armed goddess, stayed her chariot wheels, and, thus accosting Jove, she questioned him: O Father Jupiter, does not thy wrath rise at those violent deeds of Mars? Thou sayest, How many of the Achaeans he has slain! And what brave men! Nay, thus it should not be. Great grief is mine. But Venus and the god Phoebus, who bears the silver bow, rejoice to see this lawless maniac range the field, and urge him on. O Father Jupiter! Wilt thou be angry with me if I drive Mars, sorely wounded, from the battlefield? The cloud-compelling Jupiter replied, Thou hast my leave. But send to encounter him Pallas the spoiler, who has many a time brought grievous troubles on the god of war. He spake, and white-armed Juno instantly obeyed him. With the scourge she lashed the steeds, and not unwillingly they flew between earth and the starry heaven, as much of space as one who gazes on the dark blue deep sees from the headland's summit where he sits. Such space the coursers of immortal breed cleared at each bound they made with sounding hoofs. And when they came to Ilium and its streams, where Simois and Scamander's channels meet, the white-armed goddess Juno stayed their speed, and loosed them from the yoke, and covered them with darkness. Simois ministered, meanwhile, the ambrosial pasturage on which they fed. On went the goddesses, with step as light as timid doves, and hastened toward the field to aid the Achaean army. When they came where fought the bravest warriors in a throng around the great horse-tamer Diomed, like ravenous lions or wild boars whose rage is terrible, the white-armed goddess stood and called aloud, for now she wore the form of gallant Stentor, in whose brazen voice was heard a shout like that of 50 men. Shame on you, Argives, wretches, who in form, and form alone, are heroes. While we yet had great Achilles in the war, the men of Ilium dared not pass beyond their gates. So much they feared his mighty spear. But now they push the battle to our hollow ships, far from the town. As thus the goddess spake, new strength and courage woke in every breast. Then blue-eyed Pallas hastened to the son of Tydeus. By his steed she found the king, and by his chariot, as he cooled the wound made by the shaft of Pandarus. The sweat beneath the ample band of his round shield had weakened him, and weary was his arm. He raised the band, and from the wounded limb wiped off the clotted blood. The goddess laid her hand upon the chariot yoke, and said, Tydeus hath left a son unlike himself. For he, though low in stature, was most brave. And when he went, an envoy and alone, to Thebes, the populous Cadmean town, and I, enjoining him to keep aloof from wars and rash encounters, bade him sit quietly at the feasts in palace halls. Still, to his valiant temper true, he gave challenges to the Theban youths, and won the prize with ease in all their games. Such aid I gave him. Now I stand by thee in turn, protect thee, and exhort thee manfully to fight against the Trojans. But today, either the weariness of toil unnerves thy frame, or withering fear besets thy heart. Henceforth we cannot deem thee, as of late, the offspring of Aenides skilled in war. And then the valiant Diomed replied, I know thee, goddess, daughter of great Jove, the aegis-bearer, therefore will I speak freely and keep back nothing. No base fear unmans me, nor desire of ease, but well I bear in mind the mandate thou hast given. Thou didst forbid me to contend with gods, except that if Jove's daughter, Venus, joined the battle, I might wound her with my spear. But now I have withdrawn, and given command that all the Greeks come hither, for I see that Mars is in the field and leads the war. Again the blue-eyed Pallas, answering, said, Tydides Diomed, most dear of men. Nay, fear thou nothing from this Mars, nor yet from any other of the gods. For I will be thy sure defense. First urge thy course full against Mars, with thy firm-footed steeds. Engage him hand to hand. Respect him not. The fiery, frantic Mars, the unnatural plague of man, the fickle god, who promised me and Juno, lately, to take part with us against the Trojans and befriend the Greeks. Now he forgets, and joins the sons of Troy. She spake, and laid her hand on Sthenelus to draw him from the horses. Instantly he leaped to earth. The indignant deity took by the side of Diomed her place. The beechen axle groaned beneath the weight of that great goddess and that man of might. Then Pallas seized the lash and caught the reins, and, urging the firm-footed coursers, drave full against Mars, who at that moment slew huge Periphas, the mightiest one of all, the Aetolian band, Ochesius' famous son. While bloody-handed Mars was busy yet about the slain, Minerva hid her face in Pluto's helmet, that the god might fail to see her, as that curse of humankind beheld the approach of noble Diomed. He left the corpse of Periphas unspoiled, where he had fallen, and where he breathed his last, and came in haste to meet the Grecian knight. And now, when they were near, and face to face, Mars o'er the chariot yoke and horses' reins first hurled his brazen spear, in hope to take his enemy's life. But Pallas with her hand caught it and turned it, so that it flew by, and gave no wound. The valiant Diomed made with his brazen spear the next assault, and Pallas guided it to strike the waist, where girded by the baldric, in that part, she wounded Mars, and tore the shining skin, and drew the weapon back. The furious god uttered a cry as of 9,000 men, or of 10,000, rushing to the fight. The Greeks and Trojans stood aghast with fear to hear that terrible cry of him whose thirst of bloodshed never is appeased by blood, as when, in time of heat, the air is filled with a black shadow from the gathering clouds, and the strong blowing wind, so furious Mars appeared to Diomed as in a cloud. He rose to the broad heaven and to the home of gods on high Olympus, near to Jove. He took his seat in bitter grief, and showed the immortal blood still dropping from his wound. And thus, with winged words, complaining said, O Father Jupiter, does not thy wrath rise at these violent deeds? 'Tis ever thus, that we, the gods, must suffer grievously from our own rivalry in favoring man. And yet the blame of all this strife is thine. For thou hast a mad daughter, ever wrong, and ever bent on mischief. All the rest of the immortals dwelling on this mount obey thee and are subject to thy will. Her only thou hast never yet restrained by word or act, but dost indulge her freaks, because the pestilent creature is thy child. And now she moves the insolent Diomed to raise his hand against the immortal gods. And first he wounded Venus in the wrist, contending hand to hand. And then he sought to encounter me in arms, as if he were the equal of a god. My own swift feet carried me thence, else might I long have lain in anguish, under heaps of carcasses, or helplessly been mangled by his sword. The cloud compeller, Jove, replied, and frowned. Come not to me, thou changeling, to complain. Of all the gods upon the Olympian mount, I like thee least, who ever dost delight in broils and wars and battles. Thou art like thy mother Juno, headstrong and perverse. Her I can scarcely rule by strict commands. And what thou sufferest now, I deem, is due to her bad counsels. Yet 'tis not my will that thou shouldst suffer longer, who dost share my lineage, whom thy mother bore to me. But wert thou born, destroyer as thou art, to any other god, thou hadst long since lain lower than the sons of Uranus. So spake he, and to Paean gave command to heal the wound. And Paean bathed the part with pain-dispelling balsams, and it healed. For Mars was not to die. As, when the juice of figs is mingled with white milk and stirred, the liquid gathers into clots while yet it whirls with the swift motion, so was healed the wound of violent Mars. Then Hebe bathed the god, and robed him richly, and he took his seat, delighted, by Saturnian Jove. Now, having forced the curse of nations, Mars to pause from slaughter, Argive Juno came with Pallas, her invincible ally, back to the mansion of imperial Jove. Book. Chapter 6. Interviews between Glaucus and Diomed, and Hector and Andromache. Successes of the Greeks, Hector recalled to Troy by Helenus. To appoint a procession of the Trojan matrons to the temple of Minerva, meeting of Glaucus and Diomed, who recognize each other as old friends, their exchange of weapons, meeting of Hector and Andromache, and return of Hector and Paris to the field. Now from that stubborn conflict of the Greeks and Trojans had the gods withdrawn. The fight of men encountering men with brazen spears still raged from place to place upon the plain, between the Xanthus and the Simois. And first of all did Ajax Telamon, the bulwark of the Achaeans, break the ranks of Troy and raise the hopes of those who fought beside him. For he smote the bravest man of all the Thracian warriors, Acamas, son of Eusorus, strong and large of limb. His spearhead, through the plumed helmet's cone, entering the forehead of the Thracian, pierced the bone, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. The valiant Diomed slew Axylus, the son of Teuthras. To the war he came from nobly built Arisba. Great his wealth, and greatly was he loved, for courteously he welcomed to his house beside the way all comers. None of these could interpose between him and his death, for Diomed slew him and his attendant charioteer, Callisius. Both went down below the earth. And then Euryalus struck Dresus down, and smote Apheltius, and went on to slay Aesepus and his brother Pedasus. A river nymph, Abarbaria, bore both children to Bucolion the renowned. Bucolion was the eldest of the sons of great Laomedon. His mother reared the boy in secret, while he fed his sheep. He with the river nymph was joined in love and marriage, and she bore him twins. And these, brave and of shapely limb, Mecisteus' son, struck down, and from their shoulders tore the mail. The warlike Polypides overthrew Astyalus. Ulysses smote to earth Pidites the Percosian with the spear, and Teucer Areton, nobly born, the glittering javelin of Antilochus, the son of Nestor, laid Ablerus low. And Agamemnon, king of men, struck down Elatus, who on lofty Pedasus dwelt, by the smoothly flowing Satnios stream. Brave Leotus slew Phylacus in flight, and by Eurypylus Melanthius fell. Then valiant Menelaus took alive Adrastus, whose two coursers, as they scoured the plain in terror, struck against a branch of tamarisk, and, there entangled, snapped the chariot pole, and, breaking from it, fled. Whither were others fleeing? From the car. Adrastus to the dust beside the wheel fell, on his face. There, lifting his huge spear, Atrides Menelaus o'er him stood. Adrastus clasped the warrior's knees and said, O son of Atreus, take me prisoner, and thou shalt have large ransom. In the house of my rich father ample treasures lie, brass, gold, and tempered steel, and he shall send gifts without end when he shall hear that I am spared alive and in the Grecian fleet. He spake, and moved the conqueror, who now was minded to give charge that one among his comrades to the Grecian fleet should lead the captive. Agamemnon came in haste, and, lifting up his voice, rebuked him thus. O Menelaus, soft of heart, why thus art thou concerned for men like these? In sooth, great are the benefits thy household owes the Trojans. Nay, let none of them escape the doom of swift destruction by our hands. The very babe within his mother's womb, even that must die, and all of Ilium born perish unburied, utterly cut off. He spake. The timely admonition changed the purpose of his brother, who thrust back the suppliant hero with his hand. And then King Agamemnon smote him through the loins, and prone on earth he fell. Upon the breast of the slain man Atrides placed his heel, and from the body drew the ashen spear. Then Nestor to the Argives called aloud, Friends, Grecian heroes, ministers of Mars, let no man here through eagerness for spoil linger behind the rest, that he may bear much plunder to the ships. But let us first strike down our enemies, and afterward at leisure strip the bodies of the dead. Thus speaking, he revived in every breast courage and zeal. Then had the men of Troy sought refuge from the Greeks within their walls, o'ercome by abject fear, if Helenus, the son of Priam and of highest note among the augurs, had not made his way to Hector and Aeneas, speaking thus. O Hector and Aeneas, since on you is laid the mighty labor to command the Trojans and the Lycians, for the first are ye in battle, and in council first. Here make your stand, and haste from side to side, rallying your scattered ranks, lest they betake themselves to flight, and, rushing to their wives, become the scorn and laughter of the foe. And then, so soon as ye shall have revived the courage of your men, we here will bide the conflict with the Greeks, though closely pressed. For so we must. But, Hector, thou depart to Troy and seek the mother of us both, and bid her call the honored Trojan dames to where the blue-eyed Pallas has her fane, in the high citadel. And with a key open the hallowed doors, and let her bring what she shall deem the fairest of the robes, and amplest, in her palace, and the one she prizes most, and lay it on the knees of the bright-haired Minerva. Let her make a vow to offer to the goddess there 12 yearling heifers that have never borne the yoke, if she in mercy will regard the city, and the wives and little ones of its defenders, if she will protect our sacred Ilium from the ruthless son of Tydeus, from whose valor armies flee, and whom I deem the bravest of the Greeks. For not so greatly have we held in dread Achilles, the great leader, whom they call the goddess-born, but terrible in wrath is Diomed, nor hath his peer in might. He spake, and Hector of his brother's words was not unmindful. Instantly he leaped armed, from his chariot, shaking his sharp spears. And everywhere among the host he went, exhorting them to combat manfully. And thus he kindled the fierce fight anew. They, turning from the flight, withstood the Greeks. The Greeks fell back and ceased to slay. They thought that one of the immortals had come down from out the starry heaven to help the men of Troy, so suddenly they turned and fought. Then Hector to the Trojans called aloud, "O valiant sons of Troy, and ye allies, summoned from far, be men, my friends. Call back your wonted valor, while I go to Troy, to ask the aged men, our counselors, and all our wives, to come before the gods, and pray and offer vows of sacrifice." So the plumed Hector spake, and then withdrew, while the black fell that edged his bossy shield struck on his neck and ankles as he went. Now came into the midst between the hosts Glaucus, the offspring of Hippolochus, and met the son of Tydeus, both intent on combat. But when now the twain were near, and ready to engage, brave Diomed spake first, and thus addressed his enemy. "Who mayst thou be, of mortal men? Most brave art thou, yet never in the glorious fight have I beheld thee. Thou surpassest now all others in thy daring, since thou comest within the reach of my long spear. The sons of most unhappy men are they who meet my arm, but, if thou comest from above a god, I war not with the gods of heaven. For even brave Lycurgus lived not long, the son of Dryas, who engaged in strife with the celestial gods. He once pursued the nurses of the frantic Bacchus through the hallowed ground of Nyssa. All at once they flung to earth their sacred implements, Lycurgus the manslayer beating them with an ox-driver's goad. Then Bacchus fled and plunged into the sea, where Thetis hid the trembler in her bosom, for he shook with panic at the hero's angry threats. Thenceforward were the blessed deities wroth with Lycurgus. Him did Saturn's son strike blind, and after that he lived not long, for he was held in hate by all the gods. So will I never with the gods contend. But if thou be indeed of mortal race, and nourished by the fruits of earth, draw near, and quickly shalt thou pass the gates of death. Hippolochus's son, the far-renowned, made answer thus, O large-souled Diomed, why ask my lineage? Like the race of leaves is that of humankind. Upon the ground the wind strew 1 year's leaves, the sprouting grove puts forth another brood, that shoot and grow in the spring season. So it is with man. One generation grows while one decays. Yet since thou takest heed of things like these, and askest whence I sprang, although to most my birth is not unknown, there is a town lapped in the pasture grounds where graze the steeds of Argos, Ephra by name. And there dwelt Sisyphus Aeolides, most shrewd of men. His son was Glaucus, and the son of Glaucus was the good Bellerophon, to whom the gods gave beauty and the grace of winning manners. Proetus sought his death, and banished him, for Proetus was the chief among the Argives. Jupiter had made that people subject to his rule. The wife of Proetus, nobly born Antiaea, sought with passionate desire his secret love, but failed to entice, with all her blandishments, the virtuous and discreet Bellerophon. Therefore went she to Proetus with a lie. Die, Proetus, thou, or put Bellerophon to death, for he has offered force to me. The monarch hearkened, and was moved to wrath. And then he would not slay him, for his soul revolted at the deed. He sent him thence to Lycia, with a fatal tablet, sealed with things of deadly import writ therein, meant for Antaeus' father, in whose hand Bellerophon must place it, and be made to perish. So at Lycia he arrived, under the favoring guidance of the gods. And when he came where Lycian Xanthus flows, the king of that broad realm received his guest with hospitable welcome, feasting him 9 days, and offering up in sacrifice 9 oxen. But when rosy-fingered Morn appeared for the 10th time, he questioned him, and bade him show the token he had brought from Pretus. When the monarch had beheld the fatal tablet from his son-in-law, the first command he gave him was, to slay heaven-born Chimera, the invincible. No human form was hers, a lion she. In front, a dragon in the hinder parts, and in the midst a goat, and terribly her nostrils breathed a fierce, consuming flame. Yet, trusting in the portents of the gods, he slew her. Then it was his second task to combat with the illustrious Salome, the hardest battle he had ever fought. So he declared, with men. And then he slew his third exploit, the manlike Amazons. Then he returned to Lycia, on his way. The monarch laid a treacherous snare. He chose from his wide Lycian realm the bravest men to lie in ambush for him. Never one of these came home again. Bellerophon, the matchless, slew them all. And when the king saw that he was the offspring of a god, he kept him near him, giving him to wife his daughter, and dividing with him all his kingly honors. While the Lycians set their richest fields apart, a goodly spot, ploughlands and vineyards, for the prince to till. And she who now became his wife brought forth 3 children to the sage Bellerophon, Isandrus and Hippolochus. And, last, Laodamia, who in secret bore to all-providing Jupiter a son, godlike Sarpedon, eminent in arms. But when Bellerophon upon himself had drawn the anger of the gods, he roamed the Alcyon fields alone, a prey to thoughts that wasted him, and shunning every haunt of humankind. The god whose lust of strife is never sated, Mars, cut off his son Isandrus, warring with the illustrious race of Salome. And Dian, she who guides her car with golden reins, in anger slew his daughter. I am of Hippolochus. From him I claim my birth. He sent me forth to Troy with many counsels and commands, ever to bear myself like a brave man, and labor to excel, and never bring dishonor on the stock from which I sprang, the bravest stock by far in Ephyra, and the wide realm of Lycia. 'Tis my boast to be of such a race and such a blood. He spake. The warlike Diomed was glad, and, planting in the foodful earth his spear, addressed the people's shepherd blandly thus: Most surely thou art my ancestral guest. For noble Enyeus once within his halls received the blameless chief Bellerophon, and kept him 20 days, and they bestowed gifts on each other, such as host and guest exchange. A purple baldric Enyeus gave, of dazzling color, and Bellerophon a double golden goblet. This I left within my palace when I came to Troy. Of Tydeus I remember nothing, since he left me, yet a little child, and went to Thebes, where perished such a host of Greeks. Henceforward I will be thy host and friend. In Argos thou shalt be the same to me. In Lycia when I visit Lycia's towns. And let us in the tumult of the fray Avoid each other's spears. For there will be of Trojans and of their renowned allies enough for me to slay Whenever a god shall bring them in my way. In turn for thee are many Greeks to smite whomever thou canst overcome. Let us exchange our arms, that even these may see that thou and I regard each other as ancestral guests. Thus having said, and leaping from their cars, they clasped each other's hands and pledged their faith. Then did the son of Saturn take away the judging mind of Glaucus, when he gave his arms of gold away for arms of brass, worn by Tydides Diomed, the worth of 50 oxen for the worth of 9. And now had Hector reached the Scaean gates, and beechen tree. Around him flocked the wives and daughters of the Trojans eagerly. Tidings of sons and brothers they required, and friends and husbands. He admonished all duly to importune the gods in prayer. For woe, he said, was near to many a one. And then he came to Priam's noble hall, a palace built with graceful porticos, and 50 chambers near each other, walled with polished stone. The rooms of Priam's sons, and of their wives. And opposite to these, 12 chambers for his daughters, also near each other, and, with polished marble walls, the sleeping rooms of Priam's sons-in-law, and their unblemished consorts. There he met his gentle mother on her way to seek her fairest child, Laodice. She took his hand and held it fast, while thus she spake. Why art thou come, my child, and why hast left the raging fight? Full hard these hateful Greeks press us, in fighting round the city walls. Thy heart, I know, hath moved thee to repair to our high citadel, and lift thy hands in prayer to Jupiter. But stay thou here, till I bring pleasant wine, that thou mayst pour apart to Jove and to the other gods, and drink and be refreshed. For wine restores strength to the weary, and I know that thou art weary, fighting for thy countrymen. Great Hector of the crested helm replied, My honored mother, bring not pleasant wine, lest that unman me, and my wonted might and valor leave me. I should fear to pour dark wine to Jupiter with hands unwashed. Nor is it fitting that a man like me, defiled with blood and battle dust, should make vows to the cloud compeller, Saturn's son. But thou, with incense, seek the temple reared to Pallas the despoiler, calling first our honored dames together. Take with thee what thou shalt deem the fairest of the robes, and amplest, in thy palace, and the one thou prizest most, and lay it on the knees of the bright-haired Minerva. Make a vow to offer to the goddess in her fane 12 yearling heifers that have never borne the yoke, if she in mercy will regard the city, and the wives and little ones of its defenders, if she will protect our sacred Ilium from the ruthless son of Tydeus, from whose valor armies flee. So to the shrine of Pallas, warrior queen, do thou repair, while I depart to seek Paris, if he will listen to my voice. Would that the earth might open where he stands, and swallow him. Olympian Jupiter reared him to be the bane of all who dwell in Troy, to large-souled Priam and his sons. Could I behold him sinking to the shades, my heart would lose its sense of bitter woe. He spake. His mother, turning homeward, gave charge to her handmaids, who through all the town passed, summoning the matrons, while the queen descended to her chamber, where the air was sweet with perfumes, and in which were laid her rich embroidered robes, the handiwork of Sidon's damsels, whom her son had brought. The godlike Alexander, from the coast of Sidon, when across the mighty deep he sailed and brought the high-born Helen thence. One robe, most beautiful of all, she chose to bring to Pallas, ampler than the rest. And many-hued, it glistened like a star, and lay beneath them all. Then hastily she left the chamber with the matron train. They reached Minerva's temple, and its gates were opened by Theano, rosy-cheeked, the knight Antenor's wife and Cisseus' child, made priestess to the goddess by the sons of Troy. Then all the matrons lifted up their voices and stretched forth their suppliant hands to Pallas, while the fair Theano took the robe and spread its folds upon the lap of fair-haired Pallas, and with solemn vows prayed to the daughter of imperial Jove. O venerated Pallas, guardian power of Troy, great goddess, shatter thou the lance of Diomed, and let him fall in death before the Scaean gates, that we forthwith may offer to thee in thy temple here 12 yearling heifers that have never worn the yoke, if thou wilt pity us and spare the wives of Trojans and their little ones. So spake she, supplicating, but her prayer Minerva answered not. And while they made vows to the daughter of almighty Jove, Hector was hastening to the sumptuous home of Alexander, which that prince had built with aid of the most cunning architects in Troy the fruitful, by whose hands were made the bedchamber and hall and anteroom. There entered Hector, dear to Jove. He bore in hand a spear 11 cubits long. The brazen spearhead glittered brightly, bound with a gold circle. In his room he there found Paris, busied with his shining arms. Corslet and shield, he tried his curved bow, while Argive Helen with the attendant maids was sitting, and appointed each a task. Hector beheld, and chid him sharply thus: Strange man! A fitting time indeed is this, to indulge thy sullen humor, while in fight around our lofty walls the men of Troy are perishing, and for thy sake the war is fiercely blazing all around our town. Thou wouldst thyself reprove him, shouldst thou see another warrior as remiss as thou in time of battle. Rouse thee, then, and act, lest we behold our city all in flames. Then answered Paris of the godlike form: Hector, although thou justly chidest me, and not beyond my due, yet let me speak. Attend and hearken. Not in sullenness, nor angry with the Trojans, sat I here within my chamber, but that I might give a loose to sorrow. Even now my wife with gentle speeches has besought of me that I return to battle, and to me that seems the best, for oft doth victory change sides in war. Remain thou yet a while, till I put on my armor, or go thou, and I shall follow and rejoin thee soon. He ended. Hector of the beamy helm heard him, and answered not. But Helen spake, and thus with soothing words addressed the chief: Brother-in-law, for such thou art, though I am lost to shame, and cause of many ills. Would that some violent blast when I was born had whirled me to the mountain wilds, or waves of the hoarse sea, that they might swallow me ere deeds like these were done. But since the gods have thus decreed, why was I not the wife of one who bears a braver heart and feels keenly the anger and reproach of men? For Paris hath not, and will never have, a resolute mind, and must abide the effect of his own folly. Enter thou meanwhile, my brother. Seat thee here, for heavily must press on thee the labors thou dost bear. For one so vile as I, and for the sake of guilty Paris. An unhappy lot, by Jupiter's appointment, waits us both. A theme of song for men in time to come. Great Hector of the beamy helm replied. Nay, Helen, ask me not to sit. Thy speech is courteous, but persuades me not. My mind is troubled for the Trojans, to whose aid I hasten, for they miss me even now. But thou exhort this man, and bid him haste to overtake me ere I leave the town. I go to my own mansion first, to meet my household, my dear wife and little child. Nor know I whether I may come once more to them, or whether the great gods ordain that I must perish by the hands of Greeks. So spake the plumed Hector, and withdrew, and reached his pleasant palace, but found not white-armed Andromache within, for she was in the tower, beside her little son, and well-robed nurse, and sorrowed, shedding tears. And Hector, seeing that his blameless wife was not within, came forth again, and stood upon the threshold questioning the maids. I pray you, damsels, tell me whither went white-armed Andromache. Has she gone forth to seek my sisters, or those stately dames, my brothers' wives? Or haply has she sought the temple of Minerva, where are met the other bright-haired matrons of the town, to supplicate the dreaded deity? Then said the diligent housewife in reply, since thou wilt have the truth, thy wife is gone not to thy sisters, nor those stately dames, thy brothers' wives. Nor went she forth to join the other bright-haired matrons of the town, where in Minerva's temple they are met, to supplicate the dreaded deity. But to the lofty tower of Troy she went, when it was told her that the Trojan troops lost heart, and that the valor of the Greeks prevailed. She now is hurrying toward the walls, like one distracted, with her son and nurse. So spake the matron. Hector left in haste the mansion, and retraced his way between the rows of stately dwellings, traversing the mighty city. When at length he reached the Scaean gates, that issue on the field, his spouse, the nobly dowered Andromache, came forth to meet him, daughter of the prince Achaean, who, among the woody slopes of Placos, in the Hypoplatian town of Thebe, ruled Cilicia and her sons, and gave his child to Hector great in arms. She came attended by a maid, who bore a tender child, a babe too young to speak. Upon her bosom, Hector's only son, beautiful as a star, whom Hector called Scamandrius, but all else Astyanax, the city's lord, since Hector stood the sole defense of Troy. The father on his child looked with a silent smile. Andromache pressed to his side meanwhile, and, all in tears, clung to his hand, and, thus beginning, said, too brave, thy valor yet will cause thy death. Thou hast no pity on thy tender child, nor me, unhappy one, who soon must be thy widow. All the Greeks will rush on thee to take thy life. A happier lot were mine, if I must lose thee, to go down to earth. For I shall have no hope when thou art gone. Nothing but sorrow. Father have I none, and no dear mother. Great Achilles slew my father when he sacked the populous town of the Cilicians, Thebe with high gates. 'Twas there he smote Achaean, yet forbore to make his arms a spoil. He dared not that, but burned the dead with his bright armor on, and raised a mound above him. Mountain nymphs daughters of aegis-bearing Jupiter, came to the spot and planted it with elms. 7 brothers had I in my father's house, and all went down to Hades in one day. Achilles the swift-footed slew them all, among their slow-paced bullocks and white sheep. My mother, princess on the woody slopes of Placos, with his spoils he bore away, and only for large ransom gave her back. But her Diana, archer queen, struck down within her father's palace. Hector, thou art father and dear mother enow to me, and brother and my youthful spouse besides. In pity keep within the fortress here, nor make thy child an orphan nor thy wife a widow. Post thine army near the place of the wild fig tree, where the city walls are low and may be scaled. Thrice in the war the boldest of the foe have tried the spot, the Ajaxes and the famed Idomeneus, the 2 chiefs born to Truce, and the brave Tydides, whether counseled by some seer, or prompted to the attempt by their own minds. Then answered Hector, great in war, all this I bear in mind, dear wife. But I should stand ashamed before the men and long-robed dames of Troy, were I to keep aloof and shun the conflict, coward-like. Not thus my heart prompts me, for greatly have I learned to dare, and strike among the foremost sons of Troy, upholding my great father's fame and mine. Yet well in my undoubting mind I know the day shall come in which our sacred Troy, and Priam, and the people over whom spear-bearing Priam rules, shall perish all. But not the sorrows of the Trojan race, nor those of Hecuba herself, nor those of royal Priam, nor the woes that wait my brothers many and brave, who all at last, slain by the pitiless foe, shall lie in dust. Grieve me so much as thine, when some mailed Greek shall lead thee weeping hence, and take from thee thy day of freedom. Thou in Argos then shalt, at another's bidding, ply the loom, and from the fountain of Messes draw water, or from the Hyperean spring, constrained unwilling by thy cruel lot. And then shall someone say who sees thee weep, this was the wife of Hector, most renowned of the horse-taming Trojans, when they fought around their city. So shall someone say, and thou shalt grieve the more, lamenting him who haply might have kept afar the day of thy captivity. Oh, let the earth be heaped above my head in death before I hear thy cries as thou art borne away. So speaking, mighty Hector stretched his arms to take the boy. The boy shrank crying back to his fair nurse's bosom, scared to see his father helmeted in glittering brass, and eyeing with affright the horsehair plume that grimly nodded from the lofty crest. At this both parents in their fondness laughed, and hastily the mighty Hector took the helmet from his brow and laid it down, gleaming upon the ground, and, having kissed his darling son and tossed him up in play, prayed thus to Jove and all the gods of heaven. O Jupiter and all ye deities, vouchsafe that this my son may yet become among the Trojans eminent like me, and nobly rule in Ilium. May they say, this man is greater than his father was, when they behold him from the battlefield bring back the bloody spoil of the slain foe, that so his mother may be glad at heart. So speaking, to the arms of his dear spouse he gave the boy. She on her fragrant breast received him, weeping as she smiled. The chief beheld, and, moved with tender pity, smoothed her forehead gently with his hand and said, sorrow not thus, beloved one, for me. No living man can send me to the shades. Before my time, no man of woman born, coward or brave, can shun his destiny. But go thou home, and tend thy labors there. The web, the distaff, and command thy maids. To speed the work, the cares of war pertain. To all men born in Troy, and most to me. Thus speaking, mighty Hector took again his helmet, shadowed with the horsehair plume, while homeward his beloved consort went, oft looking back, and shedding many tears. Soon was she in the spacious palace halls of the minqueller Hector. There she found a troop of maidens, with them all she shared her grief, and all in his own house bewailed the living Hector, whom they thought no more to see returning from the battlefield, safe from the rage and weapons of the Greeks. Nor waited Paris in his lofty halls, but when he had put on his glorious arms, glittering with brass, he traversed with quick steps the city. And as when some courser, fed with barley in the stall, and wont to bathe in some smooth-flowing river, having snapped his halter, gaily scampers o'er the plain, and in the pride of beauty bears aloft his head, and gives his tossing mane to stream upon his shoulders, while his flying feet bear him to where the mares are wont to graze. So came the son of Priam, Paris, down from lofty Pergamus in glittering arms, and, glorious as the sun, held on his way, exulting and with rapid feet. He found his noble brother Hector as he turned to leave the place in which his wife and he had talked together. Alexander then, of godlike form, addressed his brother thus: My elder brother, I have kept thee here, waiting, I fear, for me, though much in haste, and came less quickly than thou didst desire. And Hector of the plumed helm replied: Strange being, no man justly can dispraise thy martial deeds, for thou art truly brave. But oft art thou remiss and wilt not join the combat. I am sad at heart to hear the Trojans, they who suffer for thy sake 1,000 hardships, speak so ill of thee. Yet let us go, we will confer of this another time, if Jove should e'er vouchsafe that to the immortal gods of heaven we pour in our own halls the cup of liberty, when we have chased the well-armed Greeks from Troy. Book. Chapter 7. The combat of Hector and Ajax. Prowess of Hector, meeting of Minerva and Apollo ere the Scaean gates, they incite Hector to challenge the Greeks to a single combat. Ajax selected by lot to meet Hector, the combat ended by the night, proposal of Antenor to deliver Helen to the Greeks, refusal of Paris, who offers to restore her wealth, rejection of this offer by Agamemnon, a truce for burying the dead, the Greek camp fortified. The illustrious Hector spake, and rapidly passed through the gate, and with him issued forth his brother Alexander, eager, both for war and combat, as when God bestows to glad the long-expecting mariners a favorable wind while wearily they beat the ocean with their polished oars, their arms all nerveless with their length of toil. Such to the expecting Trojans was the sight of the two chiefs. First Alexander slew Menestheus, who in Arne had his home, a son of Areithous the king. Large-eyed Philomedusa brought him forth to the mace-bearer Areithous. And Hector smote Ionius, the spear, piercing his neck beneath the brazen casque. And straightway he dropped lifeless. Glaucus then, son of Hippolochus, and chief among the Lycians, in that fiery onset slew Iphinus, son of Dexius, with his spear. It pierced the warrior's shoulder as he sprang to mount his rapid car, and from the place he fell to earth, his limbs relaxed in death. Now when Minerva of the azure eyes beheld them in the furious combat thus wasting the Grecian host, she left the peaks of high Olympus, and came down in haste to sacred Ilium. Straight Apollo flew to meet her, for he marked from Pergamus her coming, and he greatly longed to give the victory to the Trojans. As they met beside the beechen tree, the son of Jove, the king Apollo spake to Pallas thus: Why hast thou, daughter of imperial Jove, thus left Olympus in thine eager haste? Seek'st thou to turn in favor of the Greeks war's wavering chances? For I know too well thou hast no pity when the men of Troy are perishing. But, if thou wilt give ear to me, I shall propose a better way. 'Cause we the conflict for this day to cease, and be it afterward renewed until an end be made of Troy, since it hath pleased you, goddesses, to lay the city waste. And blue-eyed Pallas answered, Be it so, O mighty archer. With a like intent I left Olympus for this battlefield of Greeks and Trojans. But by what device thinkst thou to bring the combat to a pause? Then spake the king Apollo, son of Jove, in turn to Pallas: Let us seek to rouse the fiery spirit of the Trojan knight Hector, that he may challenge in the field some Greek to meet him, singly and alone, in mortal combat. Then the well-armed Greeks, stung by the bold defiance, will send forth a champion against Priam's noble son. He spake. The blue-eyed goddess gave assent. And straightway Helenus, beloved son of Priam, in his secret mind perceived the purpose of the gods, consulting thus, and came and stood by Hector's side and said: O Hector, son of Priam, and like Jove in council, wilt thou hearken to my words? Who am thy brother? 'Cause the Trojans all, and all the Greeks to sit, while thou shalt stand, proclaiming challenge to the bravest man among the Achaeans to contend with thee in mortal combat. It is not thy fate to fall and perish yet, for thus have said the ever-living gods, whose voice I heard. He spake, and Hector, hearing him, rejoiced, and went between the hosts. He bore his spear, holding it in the middle, and pressed back the ranks of Trojans, and they all sat down. And Agamemnon caused the well-armed Greeks to sit down also. Meantime Pallas sat with Phoebus of the silver bow, in shape like vultures, on the boughs of the tall beech, the tree of Father Jupiter who bears the aegis, and they looked with great delight upon the array of warriors in thick rows, horrid with shields and helm and bristling spears. As when the west wind, rising fresh, breathes o'er the deep, and darkens all its face with waves, so seemed the Greeks and Trojans as they sat in ranks upon the field, while Hector stood between the armies and bespake them thus: Ye Trojans, and ye well-armed Greeks, give ear to what my spirit bids me speak. The son of Saturn, throned on high, hath not vouchsafed to ratify the treaty we have made, but meditates new miseries for us both, till ye possess the towery city of Troy, or, vanquished, yield yourselves beside the barks that brought you o'er the sea. With you are found the bravest sons of Greece. If one of these is moved to encounter me, let him stand forth and fight with noble Hector. I propose, and call on Jove to witness, that if he shall slay me with the long blade of his spear, my arms are his to spoil and to bestow among the hollow ships. But he must send my body home, that there the sons of Troy and Trojan dames may burn it on the pyre. But if I take his life, and Phoebus' crown, My combat with that glory, I will strip his armor off and carry it away to hallowed Ilium, there to hang it high within the temple of the archer god Apollo. But his body I will send back to the well-oared ships, that on the beach the long-haired Greeks may hold his funeral rites, and rear his tomb by the wide Hellespont. And then, in time to come, shall someone say, sailing in his good ship the dark blue deep, this is the sepulchre of one who died long since, and whom, though fighting gallantly, illustrious Hector slew. So shall he say hereafter, and my fame shall never die. He spake. But utter silence held them all, ashamed to shun the encounter, yet afraid to meet it, till at length, with heavy heart, rose Menelaus from his seat, and thus bespake the army with reproachful words. O boastful ones, no longer to be called Greek warriors, but Greek women. A disgrace grievous beyond all others will be ours, if none be found in all the Achaean host to meet this Hector. May you, every one, there where ye now are sitting, turn to earth and water, craven as ye are, and lost to sense of glory. I will arm myself for this encounter with the immortal gods. Alone it rests to give the victory. He spake, and put his glorious armor on. Then, Menelaus, had the Trojan's hand ended thy life, for he was mightier far than thou, had not the Achaean kings at once a prison to hold thee back, while Atreus' son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, took thy hand in his, and made thee listen while he spake. Sure, noble Menelaus, thou art mad. Such frenzied daring suits not with the time. Restrain thyself, though thou hast cause for wrath. Nor in thy pride of courage meet in arms one so much mightier, Hector, Priam's son, whom every other chief regards with fear, whom even Achilles, braver far than thou, dreads to encounter in the glorious fight. Withdraw, then, to thy comrades, and sit down. The Greeks will send some other champion forth against him. And though fearless, and athirst for combat, he, I deem, will gladly bend his weary knees to rest should he escape from that fierce conflict in the lists alive. With words like these the Grecian hero changed the purpose of his brother, who obeyed the prudent counsel, and with great delight the attendants stripped the armor from his breast. Then Nestor rose amid the Greeks and said, Ye gods! A great calamity hath fallen upon Achaia. How the aged chief Peleus, the illustrious counselor and sage, who rules the Myrmidons, will now lament. He who once gladly in his palace home inquired of me the race and pedigree of the Greek warriors. Were he but to know that all of them are basely cowering now in Hector's presence, how would he uplift his hands and pray the gods that from his limbs the parted soul might pass to the abode of Pluto? Would to Father Jupiter and Pallas and Apollo that again I were as young as when the Pylian host and the Arcadians, mighty with the spear, fought on the banks of rapid Celadon, and near to Phia and Yarden's streams. There godlike Eruthalion stood among our foremost foes, and on his shoulders bore the armor of King Areithous, the noble Areithous, whom men and graceful women called the mace-bearer. For not with bow he fought, nor ponderous lance, but broke the phalanxes with iron mace. Lycurgus slew him, but by stratagem, and not by strength. He from a narrow way, where was no room to wield the iron mace, through Areithous thrust the spear, he fell backward, The victor took his arms, which Mars, the war god, gave, and which in after time Lycurgus wore on many a battlefield. And when within his palace he grew old, he gave them to be worn by one he loved, to a Ruthalian, who attended him in battle, and who, wearing them, defied the bravest of our host. All trembled, all held back in fear, nor dared encounter him. But me a daring trust in my own strength impelled to meet him. I was youngest then of all the chiefs. I fought, and Pallas gave the victory over him, and thus I slew the hugest and most strong of men. He lay extended in vast bulk upon the ground. Would I were young as then, my frame unworn by years, and Hector of the beamy helm should meet an adversary soon. But now, no one of all the chieftains here, renowned to be the bravest of the Achaean race, hastens to meet in arms the Trojan chief. Thus with upbraiding words the old man spake. And straight arose 9 warriors from their seats. The first was Agamemnon, king of men. The second, brave Tydides Diomed. And then the chieftains Ajax, bold and strong. And then Idomeneus, with whom arose Marians, his armor-bearer, great as Mars himself in battle. After them, Eurypylus, Evamon's valiant son, and Thoas, offspring of Andromache, rose. And the divine Ulysses, claiming all to encounter noble Hector in the lists. But then spake Nestor the Gerenian knight. Now let us cast the lot for all, and see to whom it falls. For greatly will he aid the nobly armed Achaeans, and as great will be his share of honor should he come alive from the hard trial of the fight. Then each one marked his lot, and all were cast into the helm of Agamemnon, son of Atreus. All the people lifted up their hands in prayer to the ever-living gods, and turned their eyes to the broad heaven, and said, Grant, Father Jove, that Ajax, or the son of Tydeus, or the monarch who bears rule in rich Mycenae may obtain the lot. Such was their prayer, while the Gerenian knight, old Nestor, shook the lots, and from the helm leaped forth the lot of Ajax, as they wished. A herald took it, and from right to left bore it through all the assembly, showing it to all the leaders of the Greeks. No one knew it, and all disclaimed it. When at last, carried through all the multitude, it came to Ajax the renowned, who had inscribed and laid it in the helmet, he stretched forth his hand, while at his side the herald stood, and took and looked upon it, knew his sign, and gloried as he looked, and cast it down upon the ground before his feet, and said, O friends, the lot is mine, and I rejoice heartily, for I think to overcome the noble Hector. Now, while I put on my armor for the fight, pray ye to Jove, the mighty son of Saturn, silently, unheard by them of Troy, or else aloud, since we fear no one. None by strength of arm shall vanquish me, or find me inexpert in battle, nor was I to that degree ill-trained in Salamis, where I was born. He spake, and they to Saturn's monarch son prayed, looking up to the broad heaven, and said, O Father Jove, most mighty, most august, who rulest from the Idaean mount, vouchsafe that Ajax bear away the victory and everlasting honor. But if thou dost cherish Hector and protect his life, give equal strength to both, and equal fame. Such were their words, while Ajax armed himself in glittering brass. And, when about his limbs the mail was buckled, forward rushed the chief, as moves the mighty Mars to war among the heroes whom the son of Saturn sends to struggle on the field in murderous strife. So the great Ajax, bulwark of the Greeks, with a grim smile came forward, and with strides firm set and long, and shook his ponderous spear. The Greeks exulted at the sight, dismay seized every Trojan, even Hector's heart quailed in his bosom. Yet he might not now withdraw through fear, nor seek to hide among the throng of people, since himself had given the challenge. Ajax, drawing near, upheld a buckler like a rampart, bright with brass, and strong with ox hide 7. The cunning hand of Tychius, skilled beyond all other men in leatherwork, had wrought it at his home in Hyla. He for Ajax framed the shield with hides of pampered bullocks in 7 folds, and an 8th fold of brass, the outside fold. This Telamonian Ajax held before his breast, as he approached, and threatening said, "Now shalt thou, Hector, singly matched with me, learn by what chiefs the Achaean host is led. Besides Achilles, mighty though he be to break through squadrons, and of lion heart, still in the beaked ships in which he crossed the sea he cherishes his wrath against the shepherd of the people, Atreus' son. But we have those that dare defy thee yet, and they are many. Let the fight begin." Then answered Hector of the plumed helm, "O high-born Ajax, son of Telamon, and prince among thy people, think thou not to treat me like a stripling weak of arm, or woman all untrained to tasks of war. I know what battles are and bloody frays, and how to shift to right and left the shield of seasoned hide, and, unfatigued, maintain the combat. How on foot to charge the foe with steps that move to martial airs, and how to leap into the chariot and pursue the war with rushing steeds. Yet not by stealth seek I to smite thee, valiant as thou art, but in fair open battle, if I may." He spake, and, brandishing his ponderous lance, hurled it, and on the outer plate of brass, which covered the 7 bullock hides, it struck the shield of Ajax through the brass and through 6 folds of hides. The irresistible spear cut its swift way, and at the 7th was stopped. Then high-born Ajax cast his massive spear in turn, and drove it through the fair, round shield of Priam's son. Through that bright buckler went the rapid weapon, pierced the well-wrought mail, and tore the linen tunic at the flank. But Hector stooped and thus avoided death. They took their spears again, and, coming close, like lions in their hunger, or wild boars of fearful strength, joined battle. Priam's son sent his spear forward, striking in the midst the shield of Ajax, but it broke not through the brass. The metal turned the weapon's point, while Ajax, springing onward, smote the shield of Hector, drave his weapon through, and checked his enemy's swift advance, and wounded him upon the shoulder, and the black blood flowed. Yet not for this did plumed Hector cease from combat, but went back, and, lifting up a huge, black, craggy stone that near him lay, flung it with force against the middle boss of the broad 7-fold shield that Ajax bore. The brass rang with the blow. Then Ajax raised a heavier stone, and whirled it, putting forth his arm's immeasurable strength. It brake through Hector's shield as if a millstone's weight had fallen. His knees gave way, he fell to earth headlong, yet still he kept his shield. At once Apollo raised him up, and now with swords encountering hand to hand, they both had flown to wound each other. If the herald sent as messengers from Jupiter and men had not approached, Idaeus from the side of Troy, Talthybius from the Grecian host, wise ancients both, betwixt the twain they held their scepters, and the sage Idaeus spake. Cease to contend, dear sons, in deadly fray. Ye both are loved by cloud-compelling Jove, and both are great in war, as all men know. The night is come, be then the night obeyed. And Telamonian Ajax answered thus. Idaeus, first let Hector speak of this. For he it was who challenged to the field the bravest of the Grecian host. And I shall willingly obey if he obeys. To him in turn the plumed Hector said. Ajax, although God gave thee bulk and strength, and prudence, and in mastery of the spear, thou dost excel the other Greeks. Yet now pause we from battle and the rivalry of prowess for this day. Another time we haply may renew the fight till fate shall part us and bestow the victory on one of us. But now the night is here, and it is good to obey the night, that thou mayst gladden at the fleet the Greeks and all thy friends and comrades, and that I in turn may give the Trojan men and long-robed dames in the great city where King Priam reigns cause to rejoice, the dames who pray for me, thronging the hallowed temple. Let us now each with the other leave some noble gift, that all men, Greek or Trojan, thus may say, they fought indeed in bitterness of heart, but they were reconciled and parted friends. He spake, and gave a silver-studded sword and scabbard with its fair embroidered belt, and Ajax gave a girdle brightly dyed with purple. Then they both departed, one to join the Grecian host, and one to meet the Trojan people, who rejoiced to see Hector alive, unwounded, and now safe from the great might and irresistible arm of Ajax. Straightway to the town they led him for whose life they scarce had dared to hope, and Ajax also by the well-armed Greeks, exulting in his feats of arms, was brought to noble Agamemnon. When the chiefs were in his tents, the monarch sacrificed a bullock of 5 summers to the son of Saturn, sovereign Jupiter. They flayed the carcass, dressed it, carved away the limbs, divided into smaller parts the flesh, fixed them on spits, and roasted them with care, and drew them from the fire. And when the task was finished, and the banquet all prepared, they feasted, and there was no guest who lacked his equal part in that repast. The son of Atreus, Agamemnon, brave, and lord of wide dominions, gave the chine entire to Ajax as his due. Now when the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, the aged chief Nestor, whose words had ever seemed most wise, opened the council with this prudent speech. Atrides, and ye other chiefs of Greece, full many a long-haired warrior of our host hath perished. Cruel Mars hath spilt their blood. Beside Scamander's gentle stream, their souls have gone to Hades. Give thou, then, command that all the Greeks tomorrow pause from war, and come together at the early dawn, and bring the dead in chariots drawn by mules and oxen, and consume them near our fleet with fire, that we, when we return from war, may carry to our native land the bones, and give them to the children of the slain. And then will we go forth and heap from earth upon the plain a common tomb for all, around the funeral pile, and build high towers with speed beside it, which shall be alike a bulwark for our navy and our host. And let the entrance be a massive gate, through which shall pass an ample chariot way. And in a circle on its outer edge, sink we a trench so deep that neither steeds nor men may pass, if these proud Trojans yet should, in the coming battles, press us sore. He spake, the princes all approved his words. Meanwhile, beside the lofty citadel of Ilium and at Priam's palace gates, in turbulence and fear the Trojans held a council, and the wise Antenor spake. Hearken, ye Trojans, Dardans, and allies, to what my sober judgment bids me speak. Send we the Argive Helen back with all her treasures, let the sons of Atreus lead the dame away. For now we wage the war, after our faith is broken, and I deem we cannot prosper till we make amends. He spake, and sat him down. The noble chief, Paris, the fair-haired Helen's husband, rose to answer him, and spake this winged speech. Thy words, Antenor, please me not. Thy skill could offer better counsels. If those words were gravely meant, the gods have made thee mad. But let me hear, amid these knights of Troy, speak openly my mind. Give up my wife I never will. But all the wealth I brought with her from Argos I most willingly restore, with added treasures of my own. He said, and took his seat, and in the midst Dardanian Priam rose, a counsellor of godlike wisdom, and thus sagely spake. Hear me, ye Trojans, Dardans, and allies. I speak the thought that rises in my breast. Take now, as ye are wont, your evening meal, and set a watch and keep upon your guard. But let Idaeus to the hollow ships repair at morning, and to Atreus' sons, to Agamemnon and his brother king, make known what Paris, author of this strife, proposes. And with fairly ordered speech, ask further if they will consent to pause from cruel battle till we burn the dead. Then be the war renewed till fate shall part the hosts and give to one the victory. He spake. The assembly listened and obeyed. All through the camp in groups they took their meal. But with the morn Idaeus visited the hollow ships, and found the Achaean chiefs, followers of Mars, in council near the prow of Agamemnon's bark. And, standing there, the loud-voiced herald spake his message thus. Ye sons of Atreus, and ye other chiefs of all the tribes of Greece, I come to you from Priam and the eminent men of Troy, to say, if it be pleasing to your ears, what Alexander, author of the war, proposes. All the wealth which in his ships he brought to Troy, would he had perished first. He will, with added treasures of his own, freely restore. But her who was the wife of gallant Menelaus he denies to render back, though all who dwell in Troy join to demand it. I am furthermore bidden to ask if you consent to pause from cruel battle till we burn our dead. Then be the war renewed till fate shall part the hosts and give to one the victory. He spake, and all were silent for a space. Then spake at length the valiant Diomed. Let none consent to take the Trojans' goods, nor even Helen. For a child may see the utter ruin hanging over Troy. He spake. The admiring Greeks confirmed with shouts the words of Diomed the knight, and thus King Agamemnon to Idaeus said. Idaeus, thou thyself hast heard the Greeks pronounce their answer. What to them seems good pleases me also. For the slain, I give consent to burn them, to the dead we bear no hatred, when they fall the right of fire should soon be paid. Let Juno's husband, Jove, the thunderer, bear witness to our truce. The monarch spake, and raised to all the gods his scepter, while Idaeus took his way to hallowed Ilium. There in council sat Trojans and Dardans, waiting his return. He came, and standing in the midst declared his message. Then they all went forth in haste, some to collect the slain and some to fell trees in the forest from their well-benched ships. The Achaeans also issued, some to bring the dead together, some to gather wood. Now from the smooth deep ocean stream the sun began to climb the heavens, and with new rays smote the surrounding fields. The Trojans met, but found it hard to know their dead again. They washed away the clotted blood, and laid, shedding hot tears, the bodies on the cars. And since the mighty Priam's word forbade, all wailing, silently they bore away their slaughtered friends, and heaped them on the pyre with aching hearts, and, when they had consumed the dead with fire, returned to hallowed Troy. The nobly armed Achaeans also heaped their slaughtered warriors on the funeral pile with aching hearts, and when they had consumed their dead with fire they sought their hollow ships. And ere the morning came, while earth was grey with twilight, by the funeral pile arose a chosen band of Greeks, who, going forth, heaped round it from the earth a common tomb for all, and built a wall and lofty towers. Near it, a bulwark for the fleet and host. And in the wall they fitted massive gates, through which there passed an ample chariot way. And on its outer edge they sank a trench, broad, deep, and planted it with pointed stakes. So labored through the night the long-haired Greeks. The gods who sat beside the thunderer Jove admired the mighty labor of the Greeks. But Neptune, he who shakes the earth, began. O Father Jove, henceforth will any one of mortal men consult the immortal gods? Sayest thou not how the long-haired Greeks have reared a wall before their navy, and have drawn a trench around it, yet have brought the gods no liberal hecatombs? Now will the fame of this their work go forth wherever shines the light of day, and men will quite forget the wall which once we built with toiling hands, Phoebus, Apollo and myself, around the city of renowned Laomedon. And cloud-compelling Jove in wrath replied, earth-shaking power, what words are these? Some god of meaner rank and feebler arm than thou might haply dread the work the Greeks have planned. But as for thee, thy glory shall be known wherever shines the day. And when at last the crested Greeks, departing in their ships, shall seek their native coasts, do thou o'erthrow the wall they built, and sink it in the deep, and cover the great shore again with sand. Thus shall their bulwark vanish from the plain. So talked they with each other while the sun was setting. But the Achaeans now had brought their labors to an end. They slew their steers beside the tents and shared the evening meal, while many ships had come to land with store of wine from Lemnos, which Euneus sent. Euneus whom Hypsipyle brought forth to Jason, shepherd of the people. These brought wine, 1,000 measures, as a gift to Agamemnon and his brother king, the sons of Atreus. But the long-haired Greeks bought for themselves their wines. Some gave their brass, and others shining steel, some bought with hides, and some with steers, and some with slaves, and thus prepared an ample banquet. Through the night feasted the long-haired Greeks, the Trojan host, and their auxiliar warriors banqueted within the city walls. Through all that night the great disposer, Jove, portended woe. To both with fearful thunderings. All were pale with terror. From their beakers all poured wine upon the ground, and no man dared to drink, who had not paid to Saturn's mighty son the due libation. Then they laid them down to rest, and so received the balm of sleep. Book. Chapter 8. The Second Battle. A council of the gods, Jupiter forbids them to take part with either side, Minerva permitted to advise the Greeks. Beginning of the second battle, the fate of the two armies weighed in the scales by Jupiter, Nestor rescued by Diomed, exploits of Diomed and of Hector, Neptune denies the request of Juno to aid the Greeks, Teucer wounded by Hector, Juno and Minerva restrained by Jupiter from going to the aid of the Greeks, who are driven within their entrenchments. The Trojans pass the night before the Greek camp, and kindle fires around it. Now morn in saffron robes had shed her light o'er all the earth, when Jove the Thunderer summoned the gods to council on the heights of many-peaked Olympus. He addressed the assembly, and all listened as he spake. Hear, all ye gods and all ye goddesses, while I declare the thought within my breast. Let none of either sex presume to break the law I give, but cheerfully obey, that my design may sooner be fulfilled. Whoever, stealing from the rest, shall seek to aid the Grecian cause, or that of Troy, back to Olympus, scourged and in disgrace, shall he be brought, or I will seize and hurl the offender down to rayless Tartarus, deep, deep in the great gulf below the earth, with iron gates and threshold forged of brass, as far beneath the shades as earth from heaven. Then shall he learn how greatly I surpass all other gods in power. Try if ye will, ye gods, that all may know, suspend from heaven a golden chain. Let all the immortal host cling to it from below, ye could not draw. Strive as ye might, the all-disposing Jove, from heaven to earth. And yet, if I should choose to draw it upward to me, I should lift with it and you, the earth itself and sea together. And I then would bind the chain around the summit of the Olympian mount, and they should hang aloft. So far my power surpasses all the power of gods and men. He spake, and all the great assembly, hushed in silence, wondered at his threatening words, until at length the blue-eyed Pallas said, Our Father, Son of Saturn, mightiest as among the potentates, we know thy power is not to be withstood, yet are we moved with pity for the warlike Greeks, who bear an evil fate and waste away in war. If such be thy command, we shall refrain from mingling in the combat, yet will aid the Greeks with counsel which may be their guide, lest by thy wrath they perish utterly. The cloud compeller Jove replied, and smiled. Tritonia, daughter dear, be comforted. I spake not in the anger of my heart, and I have naught but kind intents for thee. He spake, and to his chariot yoked the steeds, fleet, brazen-footed, and with flowing manes of gold, and put his golden armor on, and took the golden scourge, divinely wrought, and, mounting, touched the coursers with the lash, to urge them onward. Not unwillingly flew they between the earth and starry heaven, until he came to Ida, moist with springs, and nurse of savage beasts, and to the height of Gargarus, where lay his sacred field, and where his fragrant altar fumed. He checked their course, and there the father of the gods and men released them from the yoke and caused a cloud to gather round them. Then he sat, exulting in the fullness of his might, upon the summit, whence his eye beheld the towers of Ilium and the ships of Greece. Now in their tents the long-haired Greeks had shared A hasty meal, and girded on their arms. The Trojans, also, in their city armed themselves for war, as eager for the fight. Though fewer, for a hard necessity. Force them to combat for their little ones and wives. They set the city portals wide. And forth the people issued, foot and horse. Together, and a mighty din arose. And now, when host met host, their shields and spears were mingled in disorder, men of might encountered, cased in mail, and bucklers clashed. Their bosses. Loud the clamor, cries of pain. And boastful shouts arose from those who fell. And those who slew, and earth was drenched with blood. While yet 'twas morning, and the holy light of day grew bright, the men of both the hosts were smitten and were slain. But when the sun stood high in middle heaven, the All-Father took his golden scales, and in them laid the fates which bring the sleep of death, the fate of those who tamed the Trojan steeds, and those who warred for Greece in brazen armor. By the midst he held the balance, and, behold, the fate of Greece in that day's fight sank down until it touched the nourishing earth, while that of Troy rose and flew upward toward the spacious heaven. With that the Godhead thundered terribly from Ida's height, and sent his lightnings down among the Achaean army. They beheld in mute amazement and grew pale with fear. Then neither dared Idomeneus remain, nor Agamemnon, on the ground, nor stayed the chieftains Ajax, ministers of Mars, Gerenian Nestor, guardian of the Greeks. Alone was left behind, and he remained unwillingly a steed of those that drew. His car was sorely wounded by a shaft, which Alexander, fair-haired Helen's spouse, sent from his bow. It pierced the forehead where the mane begins, and where a wound is death. The arrow pierced him to the brain. He reared, and whirled in torture with the wound, and scared his fellow coursers, while the aged man hastened to sever with his sword the thongs that bound him to the car. The rapid steeds of Hector bore their valiant master on with the pursuing crowd. The aged chief had perished then, if gallant Diomed had not perceived his plight. He lifted up his voice, and, shouting to Ulysses, said, "High-born Ulysses, man of subtle shifts, son of Laertes, whither dost thou flee? Why like a coward turn thy back? Beware, lest there some weapon smite thee. Stay and guard this aged warrior from his furious foe." So spake he. But the much-enduring man, Ulysses, heard not the reproof, and passed rapidly toward the hollow ships of Greece. Tydides, single-handed, made his way among the foremost warriors, till he stood before the horses of the aged son of Neleus, and in winged accents said, "The younger warriors press thee sore, old chief. Thy strength gives way, the weariness of age is on thee, thy attendant is not strong. Thy steeds are slow. Mount, then, my car, and see what Trojan horses are. How rapidly they turn to right and left, and chase and flee. I took them from the terror of the field. Aeneas, to our servants leave thine own, while we with these assault the Trojan knights. And teach even Hector that the spear I wield can make as furious havoc as his own." He spake. And Nestor, the Gerenian knight, complied. The two attendants, valiant men, Sthenelus and the good Eurymedon, took charge of Nestor's steeds. The chieftains climbed the car of Diomed, and Nestor took into his hand the embroidered reins and lashed The horses with the scourge. They quickly came to Hector. As the Trojan hastened on, the son of Tydeus hurled a spear, it missed, but spared not Aeniopeus, him who held the reins, the hero's charioteer, and son of brave Thebaeus. In the breast between the paps it smote him, from the car he fell. And the swift horses started back, his soul and strength passed from him. Hector bitterly grieved for his death, yet left him where he fell, and sought another fitting charioteer. Nor had the fiery coursers long to wait a guide, for valiant Archeptolemus, the son of Iphitus, was near at hand. And him he caused to mount the chariot drawn by his fleet steeds, and gave his hand the reins. Then great had been the slaughter, fearful deeds had then been done. The Trojans had been scared into their town like lambs into the fold. Had not the father of the immortal gods and mortal men beheld, and from on high terribly thundered, sending to the earth a bolt of fire. He flung it down before the car of Diomed, and fiercely glared the blazing sulphur, both the frightened steeds cowered trembling by the chariot. Nestor's hand let fall the embroidered reins, his spirit sank with fear, and thus he said to Diomed, Tydides, turn thy firm-paced steeds, and flee. Dost thou not see that victory from Jove attends thee not? Today doth Saturn's son award the glory to the Trojan chief. Hereafter he will make it ours, if such be his good pleasure. No man, though he be the mightiest among men, can thwart the will of Jupiter, with whom abides all power. The great in battle, Diomed, replied. Truly, O ancient man, thou speakest well. But this it is that grieves me to the heart, that Hector to the Trojan host will say, I put to flight Tydides, and he sought shelter among his ships. Thus will he boast. Hereafter, may earth open then for me. And Nestor, the Gerenian knight, rejoined. What, son of warlike Tydeus, hast thou said? Though Hector call thee faint of heart and weak, the Trojans and Dardanians, and the wives of the stout-hearted Trojans armed with shields, whose husbands in their youthful prime thy hand hath laid in dust, will not believe his words. Thus having said, he turned the firm-paced steeds rearward, and mingled with the flying crowd. And now the Trojans and their leader gave a mighty cry, and poured on them a storm of deadly darts. And crested Hector raised his thundering voice and shouted after them. O son of Tydeus! The swift-riding Greeks have honored thee beyond all other men. At banquets, with high place and delicate meats, and flowing cups, they will despise thee now. For thou art like a woman. Timorous girl! Take thyself hence, and never think that I shall yield to thee, that thou mayst climb our towers, and bear away our women in thy ships. For I shall give thee first the doom of death. He spake, and Diomed, in doubtful mood, questioned his spirit whether he should turn his steeds and fight with Hector. Thrice the thought arose within his mind, and thrice on high uttered the all-forecasting Jupiter his thunder from the Idaean mount, a sign of victory changing to the Trojan side. Then Hector to the Trojans called aloud, Trojans and Lycians all, and ye who close in deadly fight, the sons of Dardanus, acquit yourselves like men, my friends. Recall your fiery valor now, for I perceive the son of Saturn doth award to me victory and vast renown, and to the Greeks destruction. Fools! Who built this slender wall, which we contemn, which cannot stand before. The strength I bring, our steeds can overleap. The trench they digged. When I shall reach their fleet, remember the consuming power of fire, that I may give their vessels to the flames, and hew the Achaeans down beside their prows, while they are wrapped in the bewildering smoke. He spake. And then he cheered his coursers thus. Xanthus, Podargus, Lampus nobly bred, and Ethon, now repay the generous care, the pleasant grain which my Andromache, daughter of great Achaean, largely gives. She mingles wine that ye may drink at will. Ere yet she ministers to me, who boast to be her youthful husband. Let us now pursue with fiery haste, that we may seize the shield of Nestor, the great fame of which has reached to heaven, an orb of massive gold, even to the handles. Let us from the limbs of Diomed, the tamer of fleet steeds, strip off the glorious mail that Vulcan forged. This done, our hope may be that all the Greeks will climb their galleys and depart tonight. So boasted he, but queenly Juno's ire was kindled, and she shuddered on her throne, till great Olympus trembled. Thus she spake to Neptune, mighty ruler of the deep, earth-shaker, thou who rulest far and wide, is there no pity for the perishing Greeks? Within that breast of thine, they bring to thee at Helice and Aegae costly gifts, and many, wherefore thy desire should be that they may win the victory. If the gods who favor the Achaeans should combine to drive the Trojans back, and hold in check high-thundering Jupiter, the god would sit in sullen grief on Ida's top alone. Earth-shaking Neptune answered in disdain. O Juno, rash in speech! What words are these? Think not that I can wish to join the gods in conflict with the monarch Jupiter, the son of Saturn, mightier than we all. So held they colloquy. Meanwhile the space betwixt the galleys and the trench and wall was crowded close with steeds and shielded men. For Hector, son of Priam, terrible as Mars the lightning-footed, drave them on. Before him Jove decreed him such renown, and now would he have given that noble fleet to the consuming flame, if Juno, queen of heaven, had not beheld and moved the heart of Agamemnon to exhort the Greeks that they should turn and combat. With quick steps he passed beside the fleet, among the tents, bearing in his strong hand his purple robe, and climbed the huge black galley which had brought Ulysses to the war, for in the midst it lay, and thence the king might send his voice to either side, as far as to the tents of Ajax and Achilles, who had moored their galleys at the different extremes of the long camp, confiding in their might of arm and their own valor. Thence he called with loud, clear utterance, to the Achaean host. O Greeks! Shame on ye! Cravens who excel in form alone! Where now are all the boasts of your invincible valor, the vain words ye uttered pompously when at the feast in Lemnos sitting ye devoured the flesh of horned beeves, and drank from bowls of wine, flower-crowned, and brag that each of you would be a match for 50 Trojans, or for twice 50. And now we all are not a match for Hector singly, who will give our fleet soon to consuming flames. O Father Jove! Was ever mighty monarch visited by thee with such affliction, or so robbed of high renown? And yet in my good ship, bound to this luckless coast, I never passed by thy fair altars that I did not burn the fat and thighs of oxen with a prayer. that I might sack the well-defended Troy. Now be at least one wish of mine fulfilled, that we may yet escape and get us hence. Nor let the Trojans thus destroy the Greeks. He spake, and wept. The All-Father, pitying him, consented that his people should escape the threatened ruin. Instantly he sent his eagle, bird of surest augury, which, bearing in his talons a young fawn, the offspring of a nimble-footed roe, dropped it at the fair altar where the Greeks paid sacrifice to Panomphaean Jove. And they, when they beheld, and knew that Jove had sent the bird, took courage, rallying, and rushed against the Trojans. Then no chief of all the Greeks, though many they, could boast that he before Tydides urged his steeds to sudden speed and drave them o'er the trench, and mingled in the combat. First of all, he struck down Agelaus, Phradmon's son, armed as he was, who turned his car to fly. And as he turned, Tydides with his spear transfixed his back between the shoulder blades, and drave the weapon through his breast. He fell to earth, his armor clashing with his fall. Then Agamemnon followed, and with him his brother Menelaus. After these, the chieftains Ajax, fearful in their strength, Idomeneus, and he who bore his arms, Merions, like Mars in battle-field, as Eurypylus, Evamon's glorious son. And ninthly Teucer came, who bent his bow beneath the shield of Ajax Telamon. For Ajax moved his shield from side to side, and thence the archer looked abroad, and aimed his arrows thence. Whoever in the throng was struck fell lifeless. Teucer all the while, as hides a child behind his mother's robe, sheltered himself by Ajax, whose great shield concealed the chief from sight. What Trojan first did faithful Teucer slay? Orsilochus, Dator, and Ophelestes, Ormenus, Chromius, and Lycophonte nobly born, and Hamapaean, Polyremon's son, and Melanippus, one by one the shafts of Teucer stretched them on their mother earth. Then Agamemnon, king of men, rejoiced, as he beheld him, with his sturdy bow, breaking the serried phalanxes of Troy, and came, and, standing near, bespake him thus: Beloved Teucer, son of Telamon, prince of the people, ever be thy shafts aimed thus, and thou shalt be the light and pride of Greece, and of thy father Telamon, who reared thee from a little child with care in his own halls. Though spurious was thy birth, go on to do him honor, though he now be far away. And here I say to thee, and I will keep my word, if Jupiter, the aegis-bearer, and Minerva deign to let me level the strong walls of Troy, to thee will I assign the noblest prize, after my own, a tripod, or 2 steeds, and chariot, or a wife to share thy bed. And thus the blameless Teucer made reply: Why, glorious son of Atreus, wouldst thou thus admonish me, while yet I do my best, and pause not in the combat? From the time when we began to drive the enemy back to Ilium, I have smitten and have slain their warriors with my bow. 8 barbed shafts I sent, and each has pierced some warlike youth. But this fierce wolf-dog have I failed to strike. He spake, and sent another arrow forth at Hector with an eager aim. It missed its mark, but struck Gorgythian down, the brave and blameless son of Priam. Through his breast the arrow went. Fair Castianira brought the warrior forth, a dame from Aesyma, beautiful as a goddess. As within a garden droops a poppy to the ground, bowed by its weight and by the rains of spring. So drooped his head within the heavy casque. And then did Teucer send another shaft at Hector, eager still to smite. It missed its aim again, for Phoebus turned aside the arrow, but it struck the charioteer of Hector, Archeptolemus the brave, when rushing to the fight, and pierced his breast close to the nipple. From the car he fell. The swift steeds started back, and from his limbs the life and strength departed. A deep grief for his slain charioteer came darkly o'er the mind of Hector, yet, though sorrowing, he left him where he fell, and straightway called Cebriones, his brother, who was near, to mount and take the reins. Cebriones heard and obeyed. Then from the shining car leaped Hector with a mighty cry, and seized a ponderous stone, and, bent to crush him, ran at Teucer, who had from his quiver drawn one of his sharpest arrows, placing it upon the bowstring. As he drew the bow, the strong-armed Hector hurled the jagged stone, and smote him near the shoulder, where the neck and breast are sundered by the collar-bone. A fatal spot. The bowstring brake, the arm fell nerveless, on his knees the archer sank, and dropped the bow. Then did not Ajax leave his fallen brother to the foe, but walked around him, sheltering him beneath his shield, till two dear friends of his, Menelaus, son of Achaeus, and Alastor nobly born, approached, and took him up and carried him, heavily groaning, to the hollow ships. Then did Olympian Jove again inspire the Trojan host with valor, and they drave the Achaeans backward to the yawning trench. Then Hector came, with fury in his eyes, among the foremost warriors. As a hound, sure of his own swift feet, attacks behind the lion or wild boar, and tears his flank, yet warily observes him as he turns. So Hector followed close the long-haired Greeks, and ever slew the hindmost as they fled. Yet now, when they in flight had crossed again the trench and palisades, and many a one had died by Trojan hands, they made a halt before their ships, and bade each other stand, and lifted up their hands and prayed aloud as to all the gods, while Hector, urging on his long-maned steeds, and with stern eyes that seemed the eyes of Gorgon or of murderous Mars, hither and thither swept across the field. The white-armed Juno saw, and, sorrowing, addressed Minerva with these winged words: Ah me! Thou daughter of the god who bears the aegis, shall we not descend to aid the perishing Greeks in their extremity? A cruel doom is theirs, to fall, destroyed by one man's rage, the terrible assault of Hector, son of Priam, who has made insufferable havoc in the field. And thus in turn the blue-eyed Pallas spake: that warrior long ere this had lost his life, slain by the Greeks on his paternal soil. But that my father's mind is warped by wrath, unjust to me and harsh, he thwarts my aims, forgetting all I did for Hercules, his son. How often, when Eurystheus set a task too hard for him, I saved his life. To heaven he raised his eyes and wept, and Jove dispatched me instantly to succor him. And yet if I, in my forecasting mind, had known all this when he was bid to bring from strong-walled Erebus the dog of hell, he had not safely crossed the gulf of Styx. But now Jove hates me. Now he grants the wish of Thetis, who hath kissed his knees and touched his beard caressingly, and prayed that he would crown the overthrower of walled towns, Achilles, with great honor. Well, the time will come when he shall call me yet again. His dear Minerva, hasten now to yoke for us thy firm-paced steeds, while in the halls of aegis-bearing Jupiter I brace my armor on for war, and I shall see if Hector of the beamy helm, the son of Priam, will rejoice when we appear upon the field again. Assuredly, the men of Troy shall die, to feast the birds of prey and dogs beside the Grecian fleet. She ended, and the white-armed deity Juno obeyed her. Juno the august, the mighty Saturn's daughter, hastily caparisoned the golden-bit steeds. Meanwhile, Minerva on the palace floor of Jupiter let drop the gorgeous robe of many hues, which her own hands had wrought, and, putting on the cloud-compeller's mail, stood armed for cruel war. And then she climbed the glorious car, and took in hand the spear, huge, heavy, strong, with which she overthrows the serried phalanxes of valiant men. Whene'er this daughter of the Almighty One is angered, Juno bore the lash, and urged the coursers to their speed. The gates of heaven opened before them of their own accord. Gates guarded by the Hours, on whom the care of the great heaven and of Olympus rests, to open or to close the wall of cloud. Through these they guided their impatient steeds. From Ida Jupiter beheld, in wrath, and summoned Iris of the golden wings, and bade her do this errand, speed thee hence. Fleet Iris, turn them back. Allow them not thus to defy me, it is not for them to engage with me in war. I give my word, nor shall it lack fulfillment. I will make the swift steeds lame that draw their car, and hurl the riders down, and dash the car itself to fragments. 10 long years shall wear away before they cease to suffer from the wounds made by the thunderbolt. Minerva thus may learn the fate of those who strive with Jove. With Juno I am less displeased, for she is ever bent to thwart my purposes. He spake. And Iris, with the tempest's speed, departing, bore the message from the heights of Ida to the great Olympus, where, among the foremost passes of the mount, all seemed with hollow valles, she met and stayed the pair, delivering thus the word of Jove. Now whither haste ye? What strange madness fires your breasts? The son of Saturn suffers not that ye befriend the Greeks. He threatens thus, and will fulfill his threat, that he will make the coursers lame that draw your car, and hurl the riders down, and dash the car itself to fragments. And that 10 long years must pass ere ye shall cease to suffer from the wounds made by the thunderbolt. So shalt thou learn, O Pallas, what it is to strive with Jove. With Juno is he less displeased, for she is ever bent to thwart his purposes. But thou, he says, art guilty above all, and shameless as a hound, if thou dare lift thy massive spear against thy father Jove. So spake fleet-footed Iris, and withdrew. And thus again to Pallas Juno said, Child of the aegis-bearer, let us strive with Jove no longer for the sake of men, but let one perish and another live, as chance may rule the hour, and let the god, communing with his secret mind, mete out to Greeks and Trojans their just destiny. She spake, and turned the firm-paced coursers back. The coursers with fair flowing manes, the Hours, unyoked them, bound them to the ambrosial stalls, and leaned against the shining walls the car, while Juno and Minerva went among the other deities and took their place upon their golden seats, though sad at heart. Then with his steeds, and in his bright-wheeled car, came Jove from Ida to the dwelling place of gods upon Olympus. There did he, who shakes the islands, loose the steeds and bring the chariot to its place, and o'er it spread its covering of lawn. The Thunderer seated himself upon his golden throne, the great Olympus trembling as he stepped, while Juno and Minerva sat apart together, nor saluted him, nor asked of aught. But he perceived their thoughts and said, Juno and Pallas, why so sad? Not long ye toiled in glorious battle to destroy the Trojans, whom ye hold in bitter hate. This strength of mine, and this invincible arm, not all the gods upon the Olympian mount can turn to flight, while your fair limbs were seized with trembling ere ye entered on the shock and havoc of the war. Now let me say, and well the event would have fulfilled my words, that, smitten with the thunder from my hand, your chariots never would have brought you back to this Olympus and the abode of gods. He spake, while Pallas and the Queen of Heaven repined with close-pressed lips, and in their hearts devised new mischiefs for the Trojan race. Silent Minerva sat, nor dared express as the anger that she bore her father Jove. But Juno could not curb her wrath, and spake. What words, austere Saturnius, hast thou said? Thou art, we know, invincible in might. Yet must we sorrow for the heroic Greeks, who, by a cruel fate, are perishing. We stand aloof from war, if thou require. Yet would we counsel the Achaean host, lest by thy wrath they perish utterly. And then the cloud compeller, answering, said, O Juno, large-eyed and august, if thou look forth tomorrow, thou shalt then behold the all-powerful son of Saturn laying waste with greater havoc still the mighty host of warlike Greeks. For Hector, great in war, shall pause not from the conflict, till he rouse the swift-paced son of Peleus at the ships, when, pent in narrow space, the armies fight. For slain Patroclus, such the will of fate. As for thyself, I little heed thy rage. Not even shouldst thou wander to the realm where earth and ocean end, where Saturn sits beside Iapetus, and neither light of overgoing suns nor breath of wind refreshes them, but gulfs of Tartarus surround them. Shouldst thou even thither bend thy way, I shall not heed thy rage, who art beyond all others shamelessly perverse. He ceased, but white-armed Juno answered not. And now into the sea the sun's bright light went down, and o'er the foodful earth was drawn night's shadow. Most unwillingly the sons of Troy beheld the sunset. To the Greeks eagerly wished the welcome darkness came. Then from the fleet illustrious Hector led the Trojans, and beside the eddying stream, in a clear space uncumbered by the slain, held council. There, alighting from their cars, they listened to the words that Hector spake. Hector, beloved of Jove, he held a spear in length 11 cubits, with a blade of glittering brass, bound with a ring of gold. On this he leaned, and spake these winged words. Hear me, ye Trojans, Dardans, and allies. But now I thought that, having first destroyed the Achaean host and fleet, we should return this night to wind-swept Ilium. To their aid the darkness comes, and saves the Greeks, and saves their galleys ranged along the ocean side. Obey we, then, the dark-browed night, prepare our meal. Unyoke the steeds with flowing manes, and set their food before them. Bring at once oxen and fatlings of the flock from town, and from your dwellings bread and pleasant wine. And let us gather store of wood, to feed a multitude of blazing fires all night, till morning, daughter of the dawn, appear. Fires that shall light the sky, lest in the hours of darkness with their ships the long-haired Greeks attempt escape across the mighty deep, and, that they may not climb their decks unharmed, let every foeman bear a wound to cure. At home, an arrow wound or gash of spear, given as he leaps on board. So other foes shall dread a conflict with the knights of Troy. And let the heralds, dear to Jove, command that all grown youths and hoary-headed men keep watch about the city in the towers built by the gods. And let the feebler sex kindle large fires upon their hearths at home. And let the guard be strengthened, lest the foe should steal into the city while its sons are all abroad. Thus let it be till morn. Brave Trojans! I but speak of what the time requires, and on the morrow I shall speak of what the Trojan knights have then to do. My prayer to Jove and to the other gods, and my hope is, that I may drive away these curs, brought hither by an evil fate, in their black ships. All night will we keep watch, and, arming, with the early morn renew the desperate conflict at the hollow ships. Then shall I see if valiant Diomed Tydides has the power to make me leave the Grecian galleys for the city walls, or whether I shall slay him with my spear, and take his bloody spoils. Tomorrow's sun will make his valor known, if he withstand the assault of this my weapon. Yet I think the sunrise will behold him slain among the first, with many comrades lying round. Would that I knew myself as certainly secure from death and the decays of age, and to be held in honor like the gods, Apollo and Minerva, as I know. This day will bring misfortune to the Greeks. So Hector spake, and all the Trojan host applauded. From the yoke forthwith they looped the sweaty steeds, and bound them to the cars with halters. To the town they sent in haste for oxen and the fatlings of the flock, and to their homes for bread and pleasant wine, and gathered fuel in large store. The winds bore up the fragrant fumes from earth to heaven. So, high in hope, they sat the whole night through, in warlike lines, and many watchfires blazed, as when in heaven the stars look brightly forth round the clear shining moon, while not a breeze stirs in the depths of air, and all the stars are seen, and gladness fills the shepherd's heart. So many fires in sight of Ilium blazed, lit by the sons of Troy, between the ships, and eddying Xanthus, on the plain there shone 1,050 warriors by each fire sat in its light, their steeds beside the cars, champing their oats and their white barley, stood and waited for the golden morn to rise. Book. Chapter 9. The Embassy to Achilles. Agamemnon's proposal to raise the siege opposed by Diomed and Nestor, a council, Ulysses, Ajax, and Phoenix sent to Achilles to request a reconciliation, their reception, their persuasions, and their ill success. The Trojans thus kept watch, while through the night the power of flight, companion of cold fear, wrought on the Greeks, and all their bravest men were bowed beneath a sorrow hard to bear, as when two winds upturn the fishy deep, the north wind and the west, that suddenly blow from the Thracian coast. The black waves rise at once, and fling the seaweed to the shore. Thus were the Achaeans troubled in their hearts. Atrides, deeply grieving, walked the camp, and bade the clear-voiced heralds call by name To counsel all the chiefs, but not aloud. The king himself among the foremost gave the summons. Sadly that assembly took their seats. And Agamemnon in the midst rose, shedding tears, as down a lofty rock, darkening its face, a fountain's waters flow. And, deeply sighing, thus addressed the Greeks. O friends! The chiefs and princes of the Greeks! Saturnian Jove hath in an evil snare most cruelly entangled me. He gave his promise once that I should overthrow this strong-walled Ilium, and return. But now he meditates a fraud, and sends me back to Argos without glory, and with loss of many warriors. Thus doth it seem good, doubtless to Jove Almighty, who hath cast the towers of many a city down to earth, and will cast others down. His might excels all other might. But let us now obey, as I shall counsel you, and in our ships haste to our own dear country, for I see that Troy with its broad streets can ne'er be ours. He spake, and all were silent. Silent long remained the sorrow-stricken sons of Greece, till Diomed, the brave in battle, spake. First of the chiefs I speak, to disapprove. Atrides, thy rash purpose, 'tis my right in council. Nor, O king, be thou displeased. Thou first among the Greeks hast taunted me with lack of valor, calling me unapt for war and weak of arm. The young and old have heard the taunt. One of two gifts the son of wily Saturn hath bestowed on thee. High rank and rule o'er all the rest he gave, but gave thee not the nobler quality of fortitude. Dost thou then truly deem the Greeks unapt for war and weak of arm? As thou hast said, thou longest to return. Go, then, the way is open. By the sea, the barks that brought thee from Mycenae lie, a numerous fleet. Yet others will remain, long-haired Achaeans, till we overthrow the city. Should they also pine for home, then let them flee, with all their ships, while I with Sthenelus fight on until we make an end of Troy, for with the gods we came. He spake. The Greeks applauded, all admired the words of the horse-tamer Diomed. Nestor the knight then rose, and thus he spake. O son of Tydeus, eminently brave, art thou among thy comrades in the field, and great in council. No one here condemns the sentence thou hast given. Among the Greeks is no one who denies what thou hast said. Yet hast thou not said all. Thy years are few. So few, thou mightest be my youngest son. And yet thou speakest wisely to the kings of Greece, and thy discourse is just and right. Now I, who boast of far more years than thou, will speak of this that yet remains, and none, not even Agamemnon, will gainsay what I advise. A wretch without a tie of kin, a lawless man without a home, is he who takes delight in civil strifes. But let us now give way to the dark night, and make our banquets ready. Let the guards lie down within the trenches which we digged without the wall. Be this the young men's charge. And thou, Atrides, do thou now begin, who art supreme, and make a feast for all the elder chiefs. It shall become thee well. Thy tents are full of wine, which ships from Thrace bring every day across the mighty deep. And thou hast all things ready, and a host of menials. Then, when many throng the board, thou shalt defer to him who counsels thee most wisely. For the Greeks have urgent need of prudent counsels, when the foe's so close. Beside our galleys lights his multitude of watchfires. Who that sees them can rejoice. This night will rescue or destroy our host. He spake. They listened all, and willingly obeyed him. Forth in armor went the guards, led by the chieftain Thrasymedes, son of Nestor, by Ascalaphus, who claimed his birth from Mars, and by Ialmenus, his brother, and Deipyrus, with whom there followed Aphareus, Marians, and Lycomedes, Creon's noble son. 7 were the leaders of the guards, with each 100 youths in warlike order marched, bearing long spears. And when they reached the space between the trench and wall, they sat them down, and kindled fires and made their evening meal. Atrides brought the assembled elder chiefs to his pavilion, and before them set a generous banquet. They put forth their hands, and shared the feast. And when the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, the aged Nestor first began to counsel them. The chief, whose words had lately seemed of wisest import, now addressed the assembly with well-ordered speech. Atrides, Agamemnon, glorious king, what I shall say begins and ends with thee. For thou dost rule o'er many nations. Jove hath given to thee the scepter, and the power to make their laws, that thou mayst seek their good. Thou, therefore, of all men, shouldst speak and hear in council, and shouldst follow willingly another's judgment when it best promotes the general weal, for all depends on thee. Now let me say what seems to me most wise. For better counsel none can give than this, which now I meditate, and which to give I purposed from the hour when thou, great king, didst bear the maid Briseis from the tent of the enraged Achilles, unapproved by me, who strove to change thy rash design. Then didst thou yield thee to thy haughty will, and didst dishonor a most valiant man, whom the immortals honor. Thou didst take, and still dost keep the prize he fairly won. Let it be now our study to appease the hero with large gifts and soothing words. Then Agamemnon, king of men, replied, O ancient man, most truly hast thou named my faults. I erred, and I deny it not. That man indeed is equal to a host, whom Jupiter doth love and honor thus, humbling the Achaean people for his sake. And now, since, yielding to my wayward mood, I erred, let me appease him, if I may, with gifts of priceless worth. Before you all, I number them, 7 tripods which the fire hath never touched, 6 talents of pure gold, and 20 shining cauldrons, and 12 steeds of hardy frame, victorious in the race, whose feet have won me prizes in the games. No beggar would he be, nor yet with store of gold unfurnished, in whose coffers lay the prizes those swift steeds have brought to me. 7 faultless women, skilled in household arts. I give moreover, lesbians, whom I chose when he o'erran the populous Lesbian isle. Damsels in beauty who excel their sex. These I bestow, and with them I will send her whom I took away, Briseis, pure. I swear it with a mighty oath, as pure as when she left his tent. All these I give at once. And if by favor of the gods we lay the mighty city of Priam waste, he shall load down his galley with large store of gold and silver, entering first when we, the Greeks, divide the spoil. Then may he choose twice 10 young Trojan women, beautiful beyond their sex save Helen. If we come safe to Achaean Argos, richly stocked with milky kine, he may become to me a son-in-law, and cherished equally With my sole son Orestes, who is reared most royally. 3 daughters there, within my stately palace walls, Chrysothemis, Laodice, and Iphianassa, dwell. And he may choose among them, and may lead home to the house of Peleus her who best deserves his love. Nor need he to endow the bride, for I will give an ampler dower than ever father to his daughter gave. 7 cities with thronged streets, Cardamile, Inope, grassy Hera, fairy famed, afar, Anthea with rich pasture fields, Epea beautiful, and Pedasus, with all its vineyards. All are near the sea, and stand the last before you reach the coast of sandy Pylus, rich in flocks and herds. Their dwellers are, and they will honor him, as if he were a god, and, ruled by him, will pay large tribute. These will I bestow. Let but his anger cool and his resolve give way. 'Tis Pluto who is deaf to prayer, and ne'er relents, and he, of all the gods, most hateful is to men. Now let the son of Peleus yield at length to me, who stand above him in authority and years. Then answered Nestor the Gerenian knight, Atrides Agamemnon, glorious king, gifts not to be contemned thou offerest to Prince Achilles. Let us now dispatch a chosen embassy, who shall proceed at once to where Pelides holds his tent. I name the men, and cheerfully will they perform the duty. Phoenix, dear to Jove, shall be their leader, mighty Ajax next, and then high-born Ulysses. Heralds twain shall follow, Hodius and Eurybates. And now be water brought to cleanse our hands, and charge be given that no ill-omened word be uttered, while we pray that Jupiter, the son of Saturn, will assist our need. He spake, and all approved the words he said. Then poured the heralds water on the hands of those who sat, the young men crowned with wine, the goblets, and in seemly order passed the brimming cups, distributing to each part to the gods they poured, and next they drank, as each might choose, and then the embassy hastened from Agamemnon's tent. To each Gerenian Nestor spake in turn, and fixed his eyes on each intently, most of all upon Ulysses, and with many a charge to turn Pelides from his angry mood. Along the edge of the resounding deep they went, and as they walked they offered prayer to earth embracing Neptune, that their words might move the great soul of Aeacides. And now they came where lay the Myrmidons among their tents and ships. Achilles there drew solace from the music of a harp, sweet-toned and shapely, in a silver frame. Part of the spoil he took when he o'erthrew Aeacian's town. To soothe his mood he sang the deeds of heroes. By him sat alone Patroclus, silent till the song should cease. Unmoved the messengers, before them walked high-born Ulysses, till they stood beside Achilles. He beheld, and with the harp sprang from his seat, surprised. Patroclus saw the heroes also, and arose. Their hands the swift Achilles took in his, and said, Welcome. Ye come as friends. Some pressing cause must surely bring you hither, whom I prize, wronged as I am, beyond all other Greeks. Thus speaking, the great son of Peleus led his guests still farther on, and seated them on couches spread with purple coverings. And thus addressed Patroclus, who was near. Son of Menelaus, bring a larger vase, and mingle purer wine, and place a cup for each, since these are most beloved friends. these warriors who now sit beneath my roof. He spake. Patroclus hearkened, and obeyed. His well-beloved friend, who meantime placed a block beside the fire, and on it laid chins of a sheep and of a fatling goat, and of a sow, the fattest of her kind. Automedon stood by and held them fast. Achilles took the knife and skillfully carved them in portions, and transfixed the parts with spits. Patroclus, the divine in form, woke to a blaze the fire. And when the flame had ceased to rise, he raked the glowing coals apart, and o'er them stretched the spits, and strewed, raising the flesh, the sacred salt o'er all. And when he had made ready and had spread the banquet on the board, Patroclus took the bread and offered it to all the guests in shapely canisters. Achilles served the meats, and took his seat against the wall, in front of great Ulysses. There he bade his friend Patroclus offer sacrifice, casting the first rich morsels to the flames. The guests put forth their hands and shared the feast. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst were felt no longer, Ajax gave a nod to Phoenix, which divine Ulysses saw, and filled his cup and drank to Peleus' son. Thy health, Achilles. Princely feasts like this attend us both in Agamemnon's tent. And here, for here is all that makes a feast complete. Yet now is not the time to think of pleasant banquets, for our thoughts are turned, O Jove-born warrior, to a fearful time of slaughter, and the fate of our good ships. Whether we save them harmless, or the foe destroy them, if thou put not on thy might. For now the haughty Trojans, and the troops who come from far to aid them, pitch their camp close to our fleet and wall, and all around kindle their many fires, and boast that we no longer have the power to drive them back from our black galleys. Jupiter, the son of Saturn, shows them favorable signs with lightnings from above. And, terrible in aspect and in valor, Hector makes sad havoc, trusting in the aid of Jove, and neither reverences gods nor men. Such rage possesses him. He prays that soon the morn may rise, that he may hew the prows from all our ships and give them to the flames, and slay the Greeks, bewildered with the smoke. For me, I greatly fear the gods will grant that he fulfill his threat, and that our doom will be to perish on the Trojan coast, and far away from Argos, famed for steeds. Rise, then, though late, rise with a resolute mind, and from the hard-pressed sons of Greece drive back the assailing Trojans. Thou wilt else lament hereafter, when the evil shall be done, and shall admit no cure. Bethink thee well how from the Greeks thou mayst avert the day of their destruction. O my friend, when first he sent thee forth to Agamemnon's help from Phthia's coast, thy father Peleus said, My child, from Juno and Minerva comes the gift of valor, if they choose to give. But curb thou the high spirit in thy breast, for gentle ways are best, and keep aloof from sharp contentions, that the old and young among the Greeks may honor thee the more. Such was the old man's charge, forgotten now. Yield, then, and lay thy wrath aside. Large gifts doth Agamemnon offer, to appease thy wounded spirit. Hear me, if thou wilt recount what gifts the monarch in his tent hath promised thee: 7 tripods which the fire hath never touched, 6 talents of pure gold, and 20 shining cauldrons, and 12 steeds of hardy frame, victorious in the race, whose feet have won him prizes in the games. No beggar would he be, nor yet with store of gold unfurnished, in whose coffers lay the prizes those swift-footed steeds have won. 7 faultless women, skilled in household arts, he offers, lesbians, whom he chose when thou didst overrun the populous Lesbian isle. In beauty eminent among their sex, these he bestows, and with them he will send her whom he took away, Briseis, pure. He swears it with a mighty oath, as pure as when she left thy tent. All these he gives at once. And if, by favor of the gods, we lay the mighty city of Priam waste, thou shalt load down thy galley with large store of gold and silver, entering first when we, the Greeks, divide the spoil. Then mayst thou choose twice 10 young Trojan women, beautiful beyond their sex save Helen. If we come safe to Achaean Argos, richly stocked with milky kine, thou mayst become to him a son-in-law, and cherished equally with his sole son Orestes, who is reared right royally. 3 daughters there, within the monarch's stately halls, Chrysothemis, Laodice, and Iphianassa, dwell. And thou mayst choose among them, and mayst lead home to the house of Peleus her who best deserves thy love. Nor needest thou endow the bride, for he will give an ampler dower than ever father to his daughter gave. 7 cities with thronged streets, Cardamile, Inope, grassy Hera, fairy famed afar, Anthea with rich pasture grounds, Epea beautiful, and Pedasus with all its vineyards. All are near the sea, and stand the last before you reach the coast of sandy Pylus, rich in flocks and herds. Their dwellers are, and they will honor thee as if thou wert a god, and, ruled by thee, will pay large tribute. These will he bestow. Let but thine anger cease. But if the son of Atreus and his gift still move thy hate, at least have pity on the afflicted Greeks, pent in their camp, who now would honor thee as if thou wert a god. And thou shalt gain great glory as their champion, and shalt slay this Hector, who even now is close at hand, and in a murderous frenzy makes his boast, that none of all the chieftains whom the fleet of Greece brought hither equals him in might. The swift Achilles answered him and said, Son of Laertes, nobly born, and versed in wise devices, let me frankly speak, just as I think, and just as I shall act. And then ye will not importune me more. Hateful to me, as are the gates of hell, is he who, hiding one thing in his heart, utters another. I shall speak as seems to me the best. Nor deem I that the son of Atreus or the other Greeks can move my settled purpose, since no thanks are paid to him who with the enemy maintains a constant battle. Equal is the meed of him who stands aloof and him who fights manfully. Both the coward and the brave are held in equal honor, and they die an equal death, the idler and the man of mighty deeds. For me there is no store of wealth laid up from all that I have borne, exposing life in battle. As a bird brings to her unfledged young the food she finds, though she herself be fasting, so have I had many a night unvisited by sleep, and passed in combat many a bloody day, fighting beside these warriors for their wives. 12 cities have I with my fleet laid waste, and with my Myrmidons have I o'erthrown 11 upon this fertile Trojan coast. Full many a precious spoil from these I bore, and to Atrides Agamemnon gave. He, loitering in his fleet, received them all. Few he distributed, and many kept. To chiefs and princes he indeed assigned prizes, which now they hold from me alone. Of all the Greeks he takes my prize, he takes my bride, whom well I loved. And let him keep the damsel. But what need is there that Greeks wage war against the Trojans? For what cause did Agamemnon, gathering from our realms an army, lead it hither? Was it not because of fair-haired Helen? Are the sons of Atreus, then, the only men on earth who love their wives? Nay, every good man loves and cherishes his spouse. And mine I loved tenderly, though the captive of my spear. And now, since he hath taken my reward away and treacherously dealt with me, let him not try again, for I am warned. And he will not persuade me. Let him take counsel with thee, Ulysses, and the rest, how to drive back the enemy and save the fleet from flames. Already has he done much without me. A rampart he has raised, and round it dug a deep, broad trench, and filled the trench with palisades. Yet can he not resist the man-destroyer Hector thus. This Hector, when I fought among the Greeks, never would fight at distance from the walls, and ventured not beyond the Scaean gates and beechen tree. There waited he for me upon a time, and scarce escaped with life from my assault. Now, since I do not choose to fight with noble Hector, I shall pay tomorrow sacrifice to Jupiter and all the gods, and load my galleys well, and draw them to the water. Then shalt thou see, if thou care for such a sight, my ships sailing upon the fishy Hellespont at early morning, with their crews on board, eager to pull the oar. And if the god of ocean grant a prosperous voyage, then on the third day we reached the fertile coast of Phthia. Large possessions left I there, when I came hither in an evil hour. And thither I shall carry with me gold, and ruddy brass, and women of fair forms, and burnished steel, the spoils I won in war. The prize he gave me, Agamemnon, son of Atreus, takes, with many insults, back. Bear him this message, give it openly, that others of the Greeks may be like me. Indignant should he impudently dare to wrong them also, let him ne'er again, though shameless, dare to look me in the face. I will not join in counsel or in act with him. He has deceived and wronged me once, and now he cannot wheedle me with words. Let once suffice. I leave him to himself to perish. All providing Jupiter hath made him mad. I hate his gifts, I hold in utter scorn the giver. Were his gifts tenfold, nay, 20-fold, the worth of all that he possesses, and with added wealth from others, all the riches that flow in upon Orchomenus, or Thebes, the pride of Egypt, where large treasures are laid up, and through whose 100 gates rush men and steeds, 200 through each gate. Nay, should he give as many gifts as there are sands and dust of earth, not even then shall Atreus' son persuade me, till I reap a just revenge for his foul contumelies. I will wed no child of Agamemnon, even though she vied with golden Venus in her charms, and with the blue-eyed Pallas in her skill. I would not wed her. Let him choose among the Greeks a fitter husband, one whose rule is wider than my own. For if the gods preserve me, and I reach my home again, my father, Peleus, will bestow on me a consort Many are the Achaean maids, daughters of chiefs who hold our citadels. In Hellas, and in Phthia, and of these, her who shall most delight me I will make my well-beloved wife. My soul has longed earnestly, with a fitting spouse betrothed, duly, to make my dwelling there, and there enjoy the wealth which aged Peleus won. For not to be compared with life is all the wealth which, as men say, was treasured up in Ilium's populous town in time of peace, ere the Greeks came, nor all the stores contained within the stony threshold of the god who bears the bow, Apollo, on the coast of rocky Pytho. We may gather spoil of oxen and of fatling sheep, and bring tripods from war, and yellow-maned steeds. The breath of man no force can seize or hold, and when it leaves the enclosure of the teeth, it comes not back. My mother said to me, the goddess, silver-footed Thetis, said, a twofold fate conducts me to my death. If I remain to fight beneath the walls of Ilium, my return will be cut off, but deathless my renown. If I return to the dear land in which my fathers dwell, my glory will be naught, but long my life, and late will come to me the stroke of death. And now I counsel all to sail for home, for never will ye see the overthrow of lofty Ilium. Jove the Thunderer stretches his great hand o'er her, and her sons. Take courage. Go ye now, and take with you this message to the princes of the Greeks, as is the office of an embassy, and bid them meditate some wiser plan to save their galleys and the host of Greeks within the hollow barks. The plan which brought you hither cannot serve you while I keep my anger unappeased. Let Phoenix stay to pass the night with us, that he may sail tomorrow, if it please him, to the land we love. I take him not against his will. He ceased, and silent were the ambassadors, astonished at his passionate words. At last, Phoenix, the aged knight, with many tears and sighs, took up the word, in grief and fear, lest Hector should destroy the Grecian fleet. Illustrious son of Peleus, if indeed thou wilt return, nor carest to repel from our swift galleys the consuming fire, because thou art offended, how shall I, dear child, remain without thee? When at first Peleus, the aged knight, from Phthia sent thee, yet a boy, to Agamemnon's aid, unskilled as then thou wert in cruel war and martial councils, where men also gain a great renown, he sent me with thee, charged to teach thee both, that so thou mightst become in words an orator, in warlike deeds an actor. Therefore, my beloved child, not willingly shall I remain behind, not even though a god should promise me that, overcoming the decays of age, I might become a beardless youth again, as when from Hellas and its companies of lovely maids I came a fugitive, and left Amintor, son of Ormenus, my father, angry with me for the sake of a fair-tressed wanton, whom he loved, treating my mother basely. To my knees my mother came and prayed me ceaselessly, first, to possess the woman, that she then might loathe the elder one, and I obeyed. My father knew it, and with many a curse invoked the hateful Furies to forbid that any child who owed his birth to me should ever sit upon his knees. The gods, the Jove of Hades and dread Proserpine, confirmed his curse. To slay him with the sword was my first thought. Some god subdued my wrath, reminding me of what the public voice would say, and infamy that would ensue. lest I among the Achaeans should be called a parricide. I could not brook to dwell within my father's palace while he thus was wroth with me. My kindred and my friends came round me, and besought me to remain, and stayed beside me. Many a fatling ewe, and many a slow-paced ox with curving horns, they slew, and many a fattened swine they stretched over the flame of Vulcan. From the casks of the old chief his wine was freely drawn. 9 nights they slept surrounding me, while each kept watch in turn, nor ever were the fires put out. One blazed beneath the portico of the fair hall, and near the chamber door. Another glimmered in the vestibule. But when upon me rose the 10th dark night, I broke my aptly jointed chamber doors, and issued forth, and easily o'erleaped the wall around the palace, quite unseen of watching men and of the serving maids. I fled through spacious Hellas to the fields of Phthia, nurse of flocks, and to her king Peleus, who kindly welcomed me, and loved me as a father loves his only son. Born to large wealth in his declining years, he made me rich, and gave me sovereign rule over much people. My abode was fixed in farthest Phthia, where I was the prince of the Dolopians. As for thee, my care, godlike Achilles, made thee what thou art. I loved thee from my soul, thou wouldst not go with any other to the feast, nor take thy food at home until upon my knees I placed thee, carved thy meats, and gave them thee, and poured thy wine. The tunic on my breast was often wetted by thee when the wine gushed in thy petulant childhood from thy lips. Thus many things did I endure for thee, and many toils perform. And since the gods vouchsafed no son to me, it was my thought to train thee as a son, that thou mightst be, O godlike man, the bulwark of my age. And now subdue that mighty spirit of thine. Ill it becomes thee to be merciless. The gods themselves are placable, though far above us all in honor and in power and virtue. We propitiate them with vows, incense, libations, and burnt offerings, and prayers for those who have offended. Prayers are daughters of Almighty Jupiter. Lame, wrinkled, and squint-eyed, that painfully follow misfortune's steps. But strong of limb and swift of foot misfortune is, and, far outstripping all, comes first to every land. And there wreaks evil on mankind, which prayers do afterwards redress. Whoe'er receives Jove's daughters reverently when they approach him, willingly they aid, and to his suit they listen. Whosoever puts them by, with obstinate denial, they appeal to Jove, the son of Saturn, and entreat that he will cause misfortune to attend the offender's way in life, that he in turn may suffer evil and be punished thus. Wherefore, Achilles, do thou also yield the honor due Jove's daughters, freely given by other valiant men. If Atreus' son brought thee no gifts, nor promised others still, but kept his anger, I would never ask that thou shouldst lay aside thy wrath and come to help the Argives in their bitter need. But he bestows large gifts, and adds a pledge of others yet in store, and he hath sent the best men of the army, who to thee are dearest, to entreat thee. Spurn thou not these, nor their embassy, although at first thine anger was not causeless. We have heard the praise of heroes of the elder time, inflamed to vehement anger, yet appeased by gifts, and yielding to persuasive words. One instance I remember, long ago. It happened, and I will relate it here. Among my friends, around the city walls of Calydon did the Cuorites strive. In battle with the Aetolians, they destroyed each other fearfully. The Aetolians fought to save the pleasant town of Calydon, and the Cuorites warred to lay it waste. Diana of the Golden Throne had caused the war, displeased with Enyeus, who withheld from her the firstfruits of his fertile field, while hecatombs were burnt in sacrifice to feast the other gods. To her alone, daughter of Jove, no offering was brought, for either he forgot, or thought the right of little moment, but he greatly erred. And now the child of Jove, the archer-queen, incensed, sent forth against him from the wood a white-tusked wild boar, which upon his lands entered, and ravaged them, and brought to earth many tall trees. Tree after tree they fell, with roots uptorn, and all the blossoms on that promised fruit. Him Meleager, son of Enyeus, slew, with many hunters called from neighboring cities, bringing many hounds. A few could not subdue him, he had made many already mount the funeral pile. Diana kindled round the boar a strife for the beast's head and bristly hide, a war twixt the Cuorites and the Aetolian band of braves. The war, while Meleager fought, went not with the Cuorites, nor could they, though many, keep the field. But wrath at last seized Meleager, wrath, which rages oft, even in prudent minds. Incensed against Althea, his own mother, he remained at home with Cleopatra, his young wife, the beauteous, whom a delicate-footed dame, Marpessa, daughter of Ivenus, bore to Idas, bravest in his time among the sons of men, so brave that once he drew a bow against Apollo for the sake of his neat-footed bride. The honored pair within the palace used to call their child Alcyone. For when the archer-god Apollo, from her husband bore away, the mother, Cleopatra, sadly wailed, as wails the Halcyon. So beside his spouse dwelt Meleager, brooding ever o'er the violent anger which his mother's curse had kindled. Grieving for a brother's death, she supplicated heaven, and often struck her hands against the teeming earth, and called, kneeling, her bosom all bedewed with tears, on Pluto and the cruel Proserpine, to put her son to death. From Erebus, the pitiless Erinyes, wandering in darkness, heard the prayer. Then straightway rose a sound of fearful tumult at the gates. The towers were battered, and the elder chiefs of the Aetolians hastened to entreat the aid of Meleager. And they sent priests of the gods, a chosen band, to pray that he would come to their defense. Large gifts they promised. Where the soil of Calydon was best, they bade him choose a fruitful field of 50 acres, half for vines, and half cleared of the trees, for tillage. Earnestly did aged Enyeus, famed for horsemanship, beseech him to the chamber of his son. High-roofed, he climbed, and at the threshold shook the massive doors with knocking as he sued. His sisters and his reverend mother joined their supplications, he resisted still. And much his friends, the dearest and most prized, besought him, but they vainly strove to swerve his steadfast mind, till his own chamber felt the assault. And the Cuorites climbed the walls to fire the populous city. Then the nymph, his graceful wife, entreated him with tears, and spake of all the horrors which o'ertake A captured city, all the men cut off. By massacre, the houses given to flames. The children and deep-bosomed women dragged into captivity. Her sorrowful words he heard, his spirit was disturbed, he went to gird his glittering armor on, and thus he saved the Aetolians from a fearful doom, obeying his own impulse. The reward of rare and costly gifts they gave him not, though thus he rescued them. Be not thy thought like his, my friend, let no invisible power persuade thee thus to act. Far worse it were to wait, and when our fleet is all on fire, offer thy aid. Accept the gifts at once. Then will the Greeks, as if thou wert a god, hold thee in honor. If without the gifts thou enter later on the field of fight, thou wilt not have like honor with the host, although thou turn the assault of battle back. Then did Achilles, swift of foot, reply, O ancient Phoenix, father, loved of Jove, such honor need I not. For the decree of Jove, I deem, already honors me, and will detain me by my beaked ships, while breath is in my lungs, and I have power to move these knees. Yet one thing I would say, and bear it thou in mind, vex not my soul with weeping and lamenting for the sake of Agamemnon. It becomes thee not, thou who art loved by me, to yield thy love to him, unless thou wouldst incur my hate, and thou shouldst be the enemy of him who wrongs me. Reign thou equally with me, and share my honors. These will carry back my answer. Thou remain, and, softly couched, sleep here. With early morn will we consult whether to leave this region or remain. He spake, and, nodding to Patroclus, gave a signal to prepare an ample couch for Phoenix, while the other chiefs prepared to leave the tent. Then Ajax Telamon, the godlike chief, addressed his comrades thus: Son of Laertes, nobly born, and skilled in sage devices, let us now depart. Since, as it seems, the end for which we came cannot be compassed thus, and we must bear with speed the unwelcome answer to the Greeks, who sit expecting us, while in his breast the implacable Achilles bears a fierce and haughty heart, nor doth he heed the claim of that close friendship of his fellow chiefs, which at the Grecian fleet exalted him above all others. Unrelenting one, even for a brother's death a price is paid, or when a son is slain, the slayer dwells at home among his people, having made the appointed expiation. He to whom the fine is offered takes it, and his thirst of vengeance is appeased. But in thy heart the gods have kindled an unquenchable rage, all for a single damsel, and behold, 7 more we offer, passing beautiful, with many gifts beside. Let, then, thy mood be softened, have respect to thine own roof, for we are guests beneath it, sent from all the assembled host, and strong is our desire to be thy dearest and most cherished friends. Of all the Achaeans, many as they are. Achilles the swift-footed answered thus: Illustrious Ajax, son of Telamon, prince of the people, all that thou hast said, I well perceive, is prompted by thy heart. Mine swells with indignation when I think how King Atrides mid the assembled Greeks heaped insults on me, as if I had been a wretched vagabond. But go ye now, and bear my message. I shall never think of bloody war till noble Hector, son of Priam, slaughtering in his way the Greeks, shall reach the galleys of the Myrmidons to lay the fleet in flames. But when he comes, To my own tent and galley, he, I think, though eager for the combat, will desist. He spake. Each raised a double cup and poured libations to the gods. They then returned. Beside the fleet, Ulysses led the way. Patroclus bade the attendant men and maids strew with all speed a soft and ample bed for Phoenix. They obeyed, and spread the couch with skins of sheep, dyed coverlets, and sheets of lawn, and there the old man lay to wait the glorious morn. Meantime Achilles slept within the tent's recess, and by him lay Phorbas' daughter, whom he carried off from Lesbos, Diomed, rosy-cheeked. Upon the other side Patroclus lay, with slender-waisted Iphis by his side, given by the great Achilles when he took Scyros the tall, where Enyeus ruled. Now when the ambassadors were come within the tent of Agamemnon, all the chiefs rose, one by one, and, lifting up to them their golden goblets, asked the news they brought. And first Atrides, king of men, inquired, renowned Ulysses, glory of the Greeks, tell me, will he protect our fleet from flames? Or does he, in his wrath and pride, refuse? Then spake the hardy chief Ulysses thus: Atrides Agamemnon, glorious king of men, he will not let his wrath abate, but rages yet more fiercely, and contemns thee and thy gifts. He leaves thee to consult with thine Achaeans by what means to save the fleet and army. For himself he means tomorrow, with the early dawn, to launch his well-appointed galleys on the sea, and will advise the other Greeks to spread the sails for home, since they will never see the overthrow of lofty Troy, for Jove, the Thunderer, stretches his protecting hand above her, and her sons have taken heart. Such are his words, and those who went with me are present, Ajax and the heralds both, sage men, the witnesses to what I say. The aged Phoenix stays behind to sleep, and on the morrow to attend his chief to their beloved country, if he will. For else by no means will he take him hence. He spake. And all were silent, all amazed at what they heard, for these were bitter words. Long sat the sons of Greece in silent thought, till Diomed, the great in battle, spake. Atrides Agamemnon, glorious king of men, I would thou hadst not deigned to ask the illustrious son of Peleus for his aid, with offer of large gifts, for arrogant he is at all times, thou hast made him now more insolent. Now leave him to himself. To go or to remain, he yet will fight. When his mood changes, or some god within shall move him, let us do what I advise. Betake we all ourselves to rest, but first refresh ourselves with food and wine, in them is strength and spirit. When the rosy morn shall shine, command thou that the foot and horse be speedily drawn up before the fleet, and thou encourage them with cheerful words, and fight among them in the foremost rank. He spake. The kings assented, and admired the words of the horse-tamer Diomed, and, pouring out libations, to their tents they all departed, and lay down to rest, and took into their souls the balm of sleep. Book. Chapter 10. The Night Adventure of Diomed and Ulysses. Agamemnon's distress at the obstinacy of Achilles, consults with Menelaus, Nestor, Ulysses, and Diomed, a council. Diomed and Ulysses set out for the enemy's camp to learn his designs. Death of Dolon, the Trojan spy, Rhesus the Thracian killed in his tent and his horses taken. All the night long the captains of the Greeks slept at the ships, and pleasant was their sleep. Save only Agamemnon, Atreus' son, the shepherd of the people. Not to him, vexed with 1,000 cares, came gentle sleep. As when the husband of the light-haired queen of heaven sends forth his thunders, ushering in some wide-involving shower, rain, hail, or snow, whitening the fields, or opening o'er some land the ravenous jaws of unrelenting war. So frequent were the groans which from his heart Atrides uttered. For within his breast his heart was troubled. Looking toward the plain of Troy, he wondered at the many fires blazing before the city, and the sound of flutes and fifes, and tumult of the crowd. But when he turned him toward the fleet and host of Greece, he tore his hair, and flung it up to Jove, and vented his great heart in groans. And now at length it seemed to him most wise to seek Nelean Nestor, and with him devise some plan by which to turn aside the threatened evil from the Greeks. He rose and drew his tunic o'er his breast, and laced the graceful sandals to his well-shaped feet, and o'er his shoulders threw the blood-stained hide of a huge tawny lion, that reached down even to the ground, and took in hand his spear. Meantime with like uneasy thoughts oppressed was Menelaus, to whose eyes there came no slumber, dreading lest calamity should light upon the Greeks, who for his sake had crossed the sea to carry war to Troy. And first he threw a leopard-spotted hide o'er his broad back, and placed the brazen helm upon his head, and took in his strong grasp a spear, and went to bid his brother wake. His brother, the chief ruler over all the men of Greece, and honored like a god. He found him at his galley's prow in act to sheath his shoulders in the shining mail, and pleased to greet his coming to the king. Thus Menelaus, great in battle, spake. Why arm thyself, my brother? Wouldst thou send a warrior to explore the Trojan camp? None will accept the task, I fear, to creep alone at dead of night, a spy, within the hostile lines. A bold man must he be. Then answered Agamemnon, king of men. Most noble Menelaus, much we need wise counsel, thou and I, to save our men and galleys from destruction. Since the will of Jove is changed, now hath the god respect to Hector's sacrifices. For in truth, I never saw, I never heard of one who in one day performed such mighty deeds as Hector, dear to Jove, just now hath wrought. Though not the son of goddess or of god, those deeds will be, I deem, for many a day, a cause of bitter sorrow to the Greeks. Such evil hath he wrought. Now go at once, and from their galleys call Idomeneus and Ajax, while to noble Nestor's tent I go, and pray that he will rise and give their orders to the sacred band of guards. For they will hearken to him, since his son commands them jointly with Marians, the armor-bearer of Idomeneus, both named by us to that important trust. Then Menelaus, great in battle, said, What wilt thou, then, and what dost thou command? That I remain with them until thou come? Or, having given the message, seek thee here? Again the monarch Agamemnon spake. Wait there, lest as we go I meet thee not. For many ways are through the camp. But thou, in going, shout aloud and bid them all be vigilant, accosting everyone by his paternal name, and giving each due honor. Bear thyself not haughtily. We too must labor. For when we were born, Jove laid this hard condition on us all. So spake he, and, dismissing with that charge his brother, hastened to where Nestor lay, the shepherd of his people. Him he found On his soft couch within his tent beside his dark brown ship, around him scattered shone his arms, a shield, 2 spears, a gleaming helm, and pliant belt, with which the ancient man girded himself when arming to lead on his men to murderous fight. For not to age the warrior yielded yet. He raised his head, and, leaning on his elbow, questioned thus: Atrides, who art thou that traversest the camp beside the fleet at dead of night? Alone, while others sleep? Comest thou to find one of the guardsmen, or a comrade? Speak. Come not in silence thus, what wouldst thou have? Then answered Agamemnon, king of men. O Nestor, son of Neleus, whom the Greeks all glory in, thou certainly wilt know. Atrides Agamemnon, whom the will of Jove hath visited with hardships great, beyond what others bear, to last while breath is in my lungs, and while my knees can move. I wander thus abroad because sweet sleep comes not to close my eyelids, and the war and slaughter of the Greeks distress me sore. For them I greatly fear, my heart is faint, my mind confounded. In my breast the heart pants, and my limbs all tremble. If thou wilt, for, as I see, thou also dost not sleep, come with me to the guards, that we may know whether, o'ercome by toil and weariness, they give themselves to slumber and forget their watch. The foe is near us in his camp. And how know we that even now by night he plans not to attack us in our tents? Then Nestor, the Gerenian knight, replied: Atrides Agamemnon, glorious king of men, almighty Jove will not perform for Hector all that Hector plans and hopes. And heavier cares, I think, will yet be his, when once Achilles' wrath is turned away. Yet willingly I join thee. Let us call the other chiefs, Ulysses, Diomed, both mighty spearmen, Ajax, swift of foot, and the brave son of Phyleus. It were well to send and bid the mightier Ajax come, and King Idomeneus, for farthest off the ships of both are stationed. I shall chide thy brother Menelaus, though he be honored and dear, and though it please thee not, for sleeping, while he leaves such toils as these to thee alone. He should be here among the chiefs, exhorting them to valiant deeds. For now the hour of bitter need is come. Again spake Agamemnon, king of men. At other times, old chief, I would have begged that thou shouldst blame him, he is oft remiss and late to act, but not because of sloth or want of spirit, but he looks to me and waits for my example. Yet tonight he rose before me, sought me, and is sent to call the chiefs whom thou hast named. And now let us go on, and meet them where they wait, among the guards and just before the gates. For I appointed that the trysting place. And Nestor, the Gerenian knight, replied: Then let no Greek condemn him, or refuse to heed and to obey when he shall speak. He spake, and drew his tunic o'er his breast, laced the fair sandals to his shapely feet, and round him fastened, with a clasp, his cloak, a double web of purple, with full folds and flowing pile. He grasped a massive spear, its blade of trenchant brass, and first he sought the galleys of the Achaeans brazen-mailed. There shouted Nestor the Gerenian knight to raise Ulysses, best of counselors, Jove-like in wisdom, who perceived the voice, and issued from his tent in haste, and said: What brings you forth to walk the camp at night, beside the ships alone, what urgent cause? Then answered Nestor, the Gerenian knight: Son of Laertes, nobly born, and skilled in wise devices, be thou not displeased. A fearful woe impends above the Greeks. Come, then, and call the other chiefs, to give their counsel whether we shall flee or fight. He spake. And wise Ulysses, entering his tent again, upon his shoulders laid his well-wrought shield, and joined them as they went. Till, coming to Tydides Diomed, they found him by his tent among his arms, his comrades sleeping round him with their shields beneath their heads. Their spears were set upright, the nether points in earth, the polished brass gleamed like the lightnings of All-Father Jove. In sleep the hero lay. A wild bull's hide was spread beneath him, and a carpet dyed with glowing colors propped his head. The knight, Gerenian Nestor, touched him with his foot, and roused him, and addressed him chidingly. O son of Tydeus! Wilt thou calmly sleep all the night long? And hast thou, then, not heard that on a height amidst the plain the sons of Troy are stationed, near the ships, and small the space that parts the enemy's camp from ours? He spake. The son of Tydeus sprang from sleep at once, and answered him with winged words. Thy labors are too constant, aged man. Thou shrinkest from no hardship. Are there not young men among the Greeks to walk the camp, and call the kings? Thou never takest rest. And Nestor, the Gerenian knight, replied. Well hast thou said, my friend, for I have sons without reproach, and I have many troops. And any one of these might walk the camp, and give the summons. But tonight there lies a hard necessity upon the Greeks, and their destruction and their rescue hang balanced on a knife's edge. Come then, since thou art younger, call swift Ajax and the son of Phyleus, if thou wouldst relieve my age. He spake. And Diomed around him flung a tawny lion's ample hide, that reached down to his feet, and took his spear and went, and summoned the two kings, and brought them forth. Now when they came among the assembled guard, its leaders were not slumbering, every man sat watchful and in arms, as dogs that guard flocks in a sheepfold hear some savage beast that comes through thickets down the mountainside. Loud is the clamor of the dogs and men, and sleep is frightened thence, so gentle sleep fled from the eyes of those who watched, that night, sadly, with eyes turned ever toward the plain, intently listening for the foe's approach. The aged Nestor saw them, and rejoiced, and thus encouraged them with winged words. Watch thus, dear youths, let no one yield to sleep, lest we become the mockery of the foe. He spake, and crossed the trench, and with him went the Grecian leaders, they who had been called to council. With them went Marians, and Nestor's eminent son, for they had both been summoned. Crossing to the other side of that deep trench, they found an open space, clear of the dead, in which they sat them down, just where the fiery Hector, having slain many Achaeans, turned him back when night came o'er him. There they sat to hold debate. And thus spake Nestor the Gerenian knight. Friends, is there none among you who so far trusts his own valor that he will tonight venture among the Trojans? He perchance might capture on the borders of the camp some foeman wandering, or might bring report of what they meditate, and whether still they mean to keep their station far from Troy, and near our ships, or, since their late success, return to Ilium. Could he safely bring this knowledge back to us, his meed were great. glory among all men beneath the sky, and liberal recompense. As many chiefs as now command our galleys, each would give a black ewe with a suckling lamb, such gifts no one hath yet received, and he should sit a guest at all our banquets and our feasts. He spake, and all were silent for a space. Then Diomed, the great in battle, said, Nestor, my resolute spirit urges me to explore the Trojan camp, that lies so near. Yet, were another warrior by my side, I should go forth with a far surer hope, and greater were my daring. For when two join in the same adventure, one perceives before the other how they ought to act, while one alone, however prompt, resolves more tardily and with a weaker will. He spake, and many a chief made suit to share the risk with Diomed. The ministers of Mars, the chieftains Ajax, asked to go. Merions desired it. Nestor's son greatly desired to join the enterprise. Atrides Menelaus, skilled to wield the spear, desired it. And that hardy chief Ulysses longed to explore the Trojan camp. For full of daring aims was the great soul within his bosom. Agamemnon then, the king of men, took up the word and said, Tydides Diomed, most dear of men, choose from the many chiefs, who ask to bear a part with thee, the bravest. Be not moved by deference to take the worse and leave the abler warrior. Pay no heed to rank, or race, or wide extent of kingly rule. Thus spake the king, for in his heart he feared for fair-haired Menelaus. Diomed, the great in battle, then addressed them all. Ye bid me choose, how, then, can I o'erlook godlike Ulysses, prudent in resolve, and firm in every danger, well beloved by Pallas? Give me him, and our return is sure, though from consuming flames, for he is wise to plan beyond all other men. Ulysses, nobly born and hardy, spake. In turn, Tydides, praise me not too much, nor blame me, for thou speakest to the Greeks, who know me. Meantime let us haste to go, for the night wears away, and morn is near. The stars are high, 2/3 of night are past. The greater part, and scarce a third remains. He spake, and both arrayed themselves for fight. The mighty warrior Thrasymedes gave the two-edged sword he wore to Diomed, whose own was at the galleys, and a shield. The hero then put on his helmet, made of tough bull-hide, with neither cone nor crest, such as is worn by beardless youths. A bow, quiver, and sword Merions bestowed upon Ulysses, placing on his brows a leathern helmet, firmly laced within by many a thong, and on the outer side set thickly with a tusky boar's white teeth, which fenced it well and skillfully. A web of woolen for the temples lined the work. This helm Autolycus once bore away from Ilion, the city where he sacked the stately palace of Amintor, son of Ormenus. The captor gave the prize to the Scythian chief, Amphidamas, who bore it to Scandia, and in turn bestowed it upon Molus as his guest. And Molus gave it to Merions, his son, to wear in battle. Now at last it crowned Ulysses' temples, when the twain were all accoutred in their dreadful arms. Forward they went, and left the assembled chiefs, while, sent by Pallas forth upon their right, a heron flew beside their path. The bird they saw not, for the night was dark, but heard its rustling wings Ulysses at the sound rejoiced, and supplicated Pallas thus. Hear, daughter of the aegis-bearer Jove, thou who art near me in all dangers, thou whose eye is on me wheresoe'er I go. Befriend me, Pallas, yet again, and grant that, laden with great glory, we return safe to the galleys, mighty deeds performed, and woe inflicted on the Trojan race. Next Diomed, the great in battle, prayed, daughter invincible of Jove, give ear also to me. Be with me now, as once thou didst attend on Tydeus nobly born, my father, when he bore an embassy to Thebe from the Achaeans. He beside the Asopus left the Achaeans mailed in brass, and bore a friendly message to the sons of Cadmus, and on his return performed full many a mighty deed with aid from thee, great goddess, for thou stoodest by his side. Stand now by me, be thou my shield and guard, and I, in turn, will offer up to thee a yearling heifer, broad between the horns, which never plowman yet hath tamed to bear the yoke. Her to thine altar will I bring, with gilded horns, to be a sacrifice. So prayed they. Pallas listened to their prayers, and, having supplicated thus the child of Jove Almighty, the two chiefs went on like lions through the darkness of the night, through slaughter, heaps of corses, and black blood. Nor now had Hector suffered the brave sons of Troy to sleep, but summoned all the chiefs, leaders, and princes of the host, and thus addressed the assembly with well-ordered words. Who of you all will promise to perform the task I set him, for a large reward? For ample shall his meed be. I will give a chariot and 2 steeds with lofty necks, swifter than the swift galleys of the Greeks. Great glory will be his whoever dares approach those ships and bring the knowledge thence, whether the fleet is guarded as before, or whether, yielding to our arms, the foe is meditating flight, and, through the night, come with weariness, keeps watch no more. He spake, and all were silent for a space. Now there was one, among the Trojan chiefs, whose father was Diomed, of the train of reverend heralds. Dolon was his name, and he was rich in gold and brass, deformed in face but swift of foot, an only son among 5 sisters. He stood forth among the Trojans, and replied to Hector thus. My daring spirit, Hector, urges me to visit the swift ships and learn the state of the Greek host. But hold thy scepter forth, and solemnly attest the gods that thou wilt give to me the horses, and the car, enrailed with brass, which bear the illustrious son of Peleus. I shall not explore in vain, nor balk thy hope of me, for I will pass into the camp until I reach the ship of Agamemnon, where the chiefs are now debating whether they shall fly or fight. He spake, and Hector held the scepter forth, and swore, Be Jupiter the Thunderer, husband of Juno, witness, that those steeds shall bear no other Trojan than thyself. That honor I confirm to thee alone. He spake. It was an idle oath, yet gave new courage to the spy, who instantly upon his shoulders hung his crooked bow, and round him flung a grey wolf's hide, and placed a casque of otter skin upon his head, and took his pointed javelin, and made haste to reach the Grecian fleet. Yet was he doomed never to leave that fleet again, nor bring tidings to Hector. Soon was he beyond the crowd of men and steeds, and eagerly held on his way. Ulysses first perceived his coming, and thus spake to Diomed. Someone, Tydides, from the enemy's camp, is coming, either as a spy, or else to spoil the dead. First let us suffer him to pass us by a little on the plain. Then let us rush and seize him. Should his speed be greater than our own, let us attack the fugitive with spears, and drive him on to where our ships are lying, from his camp, lest, flying townward, he escape our hands. He spake, and both lay down without the path, among the dead, while he unwarily passed by them. When he now had gone as far as 2 yoked mules might at the furrow's end precede a pair of oxen, for by mules the plough is drawn more quickly through the soil of the deep fallow. Then they rose and rushed to seize him. As he heard their steps he stopped, in hope that his companions had been sent from Troy by Hector to conduct him back. But when they came within a javelin's cast, or haply less, he saw that they were foes, and moved his nimble knees, and turned to flee, while rapidly they followed, as 2 hounds, sharp-toothed, and trained to track their prey, pursue through forest ground some fawn or hare that runs before them panting. So did Diomed and terrible Ulysses without stop follow the fugitive, to cut him off from his own people. In his flight he came where soon he would have mingled with the guards, close to the fleet. Then Pallas breathed new strength into Tydides, that no other Greek might boast that he had wounded Dolon first, and steal the honor. Therefore, with his spear uplifted, Diomed rushed on and spake, Stop, or my spear o'ertakes thee, nor wilt thou escape a certain death from this right hand. He spake, and hurled his spear, but not to smite at Dolon, over whose right shoulder passed the polished weapon, and, descending, pierced the ground. Then Dolon, pale and fear-struck, stopped, and quaked, with chattering teeth and stammering speech. They, breathless with the chase, came up and seized his hands, while, bursting into tears, he spake, Take me alive, and ye shall have from me a ransom. There is store of brass and gold, and well-wrought steel, of which a princely share my father will bestow when he shall hear of me alive and at the Grecian fleet. The crafty chief Ulysses answered thus, Take heart, and cease to think of death, but tell, and truly, why thou camest to our fleet. Was it to strip the bodies of the dead? Camest thou, sent by Hector, as a spy among our ships, or of thine own accord? And Dolon answered, trembling still with fear, Hector, against my will and to my hurt, persuaded me. He promised to bestow on me the firm-paced coursers, and the car enrailed with brass, which bear the illustrious son of Peleus, and enjoined me by the aid of darkness to approach the foe and learn whether ye guard your galleys as before, or, overcome by us, consult on flight, and, wearied with the hardships of the day, have failed to set the accustomed nightly watch. The man of craft, Ulysses, smiled, and said, Truly, thy hope was set on princely gifts, the steeds of war-renowned Aeacides, hard to be reined by mortal hands, or driven as by any, save by Peleus' son himself, whom an immortal mother bore. But come, tell me, and tell the truth, where hast thou left Hector, the leader of the host, and where are laid his warlike arms, where stand his steeds? Where are the sentinels, and where the tents of other chiefs? On what do they consult? Will they remain beside our galleys here? Or do they meditate, since, as they say, the Greeks are beaten, a return to Troy? Dolon, Diomed son, made answer thus. What thou requirest I will truly tell. Hector is with his counselors, and now, apart from all the bustle, at the tomb of Elos the divine, he plans the war. Sentries, of whom thou speakest, there are none. No chosen band, O hero, has in charge to guard the camp. By all their blazing fires, constrained by need, the Trojans keep awake, and each exhorts his fellow to maintain the watch. Not so the auxiliar troops who came from far, they sleep. And since they have no wives, nor children near, they let the Trojans watch. Then thus the man of wiles, Ulysses, spake. How sleep they, mingled with the knights of Troy? Or by themselves? Tell me, that I may know. Dolon, Diomed son, made answer thus. What thou requirest I will truly tell. On one hand, toward the sea, the bowmen lie. Of Caria and Paeonia, and with them Lelegans, Caucons, and the gallant tribe of the Pelasgians. On the other hand, toward Thymbra, are the Lycians, the proud race of Mysia, Phrygia's knights, and cavalry of the Meonians. Why should ye inquire the place of each? If ye design tonight to penetrate into the Trojan camp, there are the Thracians, newly come, apart from all the others, with them is their king Chryses, the son of Ionius. His steeds are far the largest and most beautiful I ever saw. The snow is not so white, the wind is not so swift. His chariot shines with gold and silver, and the coat of mail in which he came to Troy is all of gold, and gloriously and marvelously bright, such as becomes not mortal men to wear, but the gods only. Now to your swift ships lead me, or bind me fast with thongs, and here leave me till your return, and ye shall know whether the words I speak be true or false. Then sternly spake the gallant Diomed. Once in our hands a prisoner, do not think, O Dolon, to escape, though thou hast told things that shall profit us. For if we now release thee, thou wilt surely come again to the Greek fleet, a spy, or openly to fight against us. If I take thy life, 'tis certain thou wilt harm the Greeks no more. He spake. And as the suppliant took his chin in his large hand, and had begun a prayer, he smote him with his sword at the mid-neck, and cut the tendons both. The severed head, while yet he spake, fell, rolling in the dust. And then they took his helm of otter skin, the wolf's hide, sounding bow, and massive spear. The nobly born Ulysses in his hand lifted the trophies high, devoting them to Pallas, deity of spoil, and prayed. Delight thyself, O goddess, in these arms. For thee we first invoke, of all the gods upon Olympus. Guide us now to find the camp and coursers of the sons of Thrace. He spake. And, raising them aloft, he hung the spoils upon a tamarisk, and brake reeds and the spreading branches of the tree, to form a mark, that so on their return they might not, in the darkness, miss the spot. Then onward, mid strewn arms and pools of blood, they went, and soon were where the Thracians lay. There slept the warriors, overpowered with toil. Their glittering arms were near them, fairly ranged in triple rows, and by each suit of arms 2 coursers. Chryses slumbered in the midst. Near him were his fleet horses, which were made fast to the chariot's border by the reins. Ulysses saw them first, and, pointing, said, This is the man, O Diomed, and these the steeds, described by Dolon whom we slew. Come, then. Put forth thy strength of arm, for ill doth it become thee to stand idle here, armed as thou art. Loose thou the steeds, or else slay thou the men, and leave the steeds to me. He spake. The blue-eyed Pallas straightway gave strength to Tydides, who on every side dealt slaughter. From the smitten by the sword rose fearful groans. The ground was red with blood, as when a ravening lion suddenly springs on a helpless flock of goats or sheep. So fell Tydides on the Thracian band, till 12 were slain. Whomever Diomed approached and smote, the sage Ulysses seized, and drew him backward by the feet, that thus the flowing maned coursers might pass forth unhindered, nor by treading on the dead be startled, for they yet were new to war. Now when the son of Tydeus reached the king, the 13th of his victims, him he slew, as he breathed heavily. For on that night a fearful dream, in shape Eneids' son, stood o'er him, sent by Pallas. Carefully Ulysses meantime loosed the firm-paced steeds, and, fastening them together, drave them forth. Urging them with his bow, he had not thought to take the showy lash that lay in sight on the fair chariot seat. In going thence, he whistled, as a sign to Diomed, who lingered, pondering on his next exploit, whether to seize the chariot where was laid the embroidered armor, dragging it away, or, lifting it aloft, to bear it thence, or take more Thracian lives. As thus his thoughts were busy, Pallas, standing near him, spake. O son of large-souled Tydeus, think betimes of thy return to where the galleys lie. Else may some god arouse the sons of Troy, and thou be forced to reach the ships by flight. She spake. He knew the goddess by her voice, and leaped upon a steed. Ulysses lashed the horses with his bow, and on they flew toward the swift galleys of the Grecian host. Apollo, bearer of the silver bow, kept no vain watch, and, angry when he saw Minerva at the side of Diomed, down to the mighty host of Troy he came, and roused from sleep a Thracian counselor, Hippocoon, a kinsman of the house of Rhesus. Leaping from his couch, he saw the vacant spot where the swift steeds had stood, and, weltering in their blood, the dying chiefs. He saw, and wept aloud, and called by name his dear companion. Then a clamor rose, and boundless tumult, as the Trojans came, all rushing to the spot, and marveling at what the daring warriors, who were now returning to the hollow ships, had done. And when these warriors now had reached the spot where Hector's spy was slain, Ulysses, dear to Jupiter, reined in the fiery steeds, and Diomed leaped down and took the spoil, blood-stained, and gave it to Ulysses' hands, and mounted. Then again they urged the steeds, which, not unwilling, flew along the way. First Nestor heard the approaching sound, and said, Friends, chiefs and princes of the Greeks, my heart, truly or falsely, urges me to speak. The trampling of swift steeds is in my ears. Oh, that Ulysses and the gallant son of Tydeus might be bringing at this hour firm-footed coursers from the enemy's camp. Yet must I fear that these, our bravest chiefs, have met disaster from the Trojan crew. While he was speaking yet, the warriors came. They sprang to earth. Their friends, rejoicing, flocked around them, greeting them with grasp of hands, and with glad words, while the Gerenian knight Nestor inquired, Declare, illustrious chief, glory of Greece, Ulysses, how ye took these horses from the foe. Or did some god bestow them? They are glorious as the sun. Oft am I midst the Trojans, for, though old, I lag not idly at the ships. Yet ne'er have my eyes looked on coursers like to these. Some god, no doubt, has given them, for to Jove, the god of storms, and Pallas, blue-eyed child of aegis-bearing Jove, ye both are dear. Then sage Ulysses answered, pride of Greece, Nelean Nestor, truly might a god have given us nobler steeds than even these. All power is with the gods. But these of which thou askest, aged man, are brought from Thrace, and newly come. Brave Diomed hath slain their lord, and 12 companions by his side, all princes. Yet another victim fell, a spy whom, near our ships, we put to death. A man whom Hector and his brother chiefs sent forth by midnight to explore our camp. He spake, and gaily caused the firm-paced steeds to pass the trench. The other Greeks, well pleased, went with him. When they reached the stately tent of Diomed, they led the coursers on to stalls where Diomed's fleet horses stood, champing the wholesome corn, and bound them there with halters neatly shaped. Ulysses placed upon his galleys stern the bloody spoil of Dolon, to be made an offering to Pallas. Then, descending to the sea, they washed from knees and neck and thighs the grime of sweat. And when in the salt wave their limbs were cleansed, and all the frame refreshed, they stepped into the polished basins of the bath. And, having bathed and rubbed with fragrant oil their limbs, they sat them down to a repast. And from a brimming jar beside them drew, and poured to Pallas first, the pleasant wine. Book. Chapter 11. The Third Battle. And Exploits of Agamemnon. Renewal of the fight by Agamemnon, his prowess. Hector warned by Iris not to fight till Agamemnon is wounded. Agamemnon disabled. Hector makes great havoc till checked by Ulysses and Diomed. Diomed wounded by Paris and rescued by Ajax, who rallies the Greeks. Mycenaean wounded. Conversations of Nestor and Patroclus. Now did the morning from her couch beside renowned Tithonus rise, that she might bring the light to gods and men. When Jupiter to the swift galleys of the Grecian host sent baleful strife, who bore in hand aloft war's ensigns on the huge black ship that brought Ulysses, in the center of the fleet. She stood, where she might shout to either side, to Telamonian Ajax in his tents, and to Achilles, who had ranged their ships at each extreme of the Achaean camp, relying on their valor and strong arms. Loud was the voice, and terrible, in which she shouted from her station to the Greeks, and into every heart it carried strength, and the resolve to combat manfully, and never yield. The battle now to them seemed more to be desired than the return to their dear country in their roomy ships. Atrides called aloud, exhorting them to gird themselves for battle. Then he clad himself in glittering brass, first to his thighs. He bound the beautiful greaves with silver clasps, then fitted to his chest the breastplate given by Cinyras, a pledge of kind intent. For, when he heard in Cyprus that the Greeks were bound for Ilium in their ships, he sent this gift, a homage to the King of Men. 10 were its bars of tawny bronze, and 12 were gold, and 20 tin. And on each side were 3 bronze serpents stretching toward the neck, curved like the colored bow which Saturn's sun sets in the clouds, a sign to men. He hung his sword, all glittering with its golden studs, about his shoulders. in a silver sheath. It nestled, which was slung on golden rings. And then he took his shield, a mighty orb, and nobly wrought and strong and beautiful, bound with 10 brazen circles. On its disk were 20 bosses of white tin, and one of tawny bronze just in the midst, where glared a Gorgon's head with angry eyes, round which were sculptured fear and flight. Along its band of silver twined a serpent wrought in bronze, with 3 heads springing from one neck and formed into an orb. Upon his head he placed a helmet rough with studs on every side, and with 4 bosses, and a horsehair plume that nodded fearfully on high. He took in hand 2 massive spears, brass-tipped and sharp, that shone afar and sent their light to heaven, where Juno and Minerva made a sound like thunder in mid-sky, as honoring the sovereign of Mycenae rich in gold. Each chief gave orders to his charioteer to stay his horses firmly by the trench, while they rushed forth in arms. At once arose, ere yet the sun was up, a mighty din. They marshalled by the trench the men on foot. The horse came after, with short space between. The son of Saturn sent among their ranks confusion, and dropped down upon the host dews tinged with blood, in sign that he that day would send to Hades many a valiant chief. The Trojans, on their side, in the mid-plain, drew up their squadrons on a hill, around the mighty Hector, and Polydamas, the blameless, and Aeneas, who among the sons of Troy was honored like a god, and 3 sons of Antenor, who were named Agenor and the noble Polybus, and the young Acamas of godlike bloom. Their Hector in the van uplifted bore his broad round shield, as some portentous star breaks from the clouds and shines, and then again enters their shadow. Hector thus appeared among the foremost, issuing his commands. Then sought the hindmost. All in brass, he shone like lightnings of the aegis-bearer, Jove, as when 2 lines of reapers, face to face, in some rich landlord's field of barley or wheat, move on, and fast the severed handfuls fall. So, springing on each other, they of Troy and they of Argos smote each other down, and neither thought of ignominious flight. They met each other man to man, they rushed like wolves to combat. Cruel strife looked on, rejoicing. She alone of all the gods was present in the battle. All the rest, far off, sat quiet in their palaces, the glorious mansions built for them along the summits of Olympus. Yet they all blamed Saturn's son that he should honor thus the Trojans. The All-Father heeded not their murmurings, but, seated by himself apart, exulting in his sovereignty, looked on the city of Troy, the ships of Greece, the gleam of arms, the slayers, and the slain. While yet 'twas morn, and still the holy light of day was brightening, fast the weapons smote on either side, and fast the people fell. But at the hour when on the mountain slope the wood-cutter makes ready his repast, weary with felling lofty trees, and glad to rest, and eager for the grateful meal, the Greeks, encouraging each other, charged and broke the serried phalanxes of Troy. First Agamemnon, springing forward, slew the shepherd of his people and their chief, Diener, and his trusty comrade next, the charioteer Oileus, who had leaped down from his chariot to confront the king. Him Agamemnon with his trenchant spear smote in the forehead as he came. The helm of massive brass was vain to stay the blow. The weapon pierced it and the bone, and stained The brain with blood, it felled him rushing on. The monarch stripped the slain, and, leaving them with their white bosoms bare, went on to slay Isis and Antiphus, King Priam's sons. One born in wedlock, one of baser birth. Both in one chariot. Isis held the reins, while Antiphus, the high-born brother, fought. These had Achilles once on Ida's height made prisoners, as they fed their flocks. He bound their limbs with osier bands, but gave them up for ransom to the Trojans. Now the king of men, Atrides Agamemnon, pierced Isis above the nipple with his spear, and with his falchion smiting Antiphus beside the ear, he hurled him from his car. Then hastening up, and stripping from the dead their shining mail, he knew them. He had seen both at the ships to which the fleet of foot Achilles brought them bound from Ida's side. As when a lion comes upon the haunt of a swift hind, to make an easy prey of her young fawns, and, with his powerful teeth seizing them, takes their tender lives. While she, though nigh, can bring no aid but yields herself to mortal fear, and, to escape his rage, flies swiftly through the wood of close-grown oaks. With sweaty sides, thus none of all the host of Trojans could avert from Priam's sons their fate, but fled in terror from the Greeks. Next on Pisander and Hippolochus Atrides rushed, brave warriors both, and sons of brave Antimachus, the chief who took gold and rich gifts from Paris, and refused to let the Trojans render Helen back to fair-haired Menelaus. His two sons, both in one car, and reining their fleet steeds, Atrides intercepted, they let fall the embroidered reins, dismayed, as, lion-like, forward he came, and, cowering, thus they prayed: "Take us alive, Atrides, and accept a worthy ransom, for Antimachus keeps in his halls large treasures, brass and gold, and well-wrought steel, and he will send, from these, large ransom, hearing we are at the fleet alive." So prayed they with bland words, and met harsh answer: "Since ye call Antimachus your father, who in Trojan council once proposed that Menelaus, whom we sent a legate with Ulysses the divine, should not return to Greece, but suffer death, your blood must answer for your father's guilt." So spake the king, and, striking with his spear Pisander's breast, he dashed him from the car. Prone on the ground he lay. Hippolochus leaped down and met the sword. Atrides lopped his hands and drave the weapon through his neck, and sent the head to roll among the crowd. And then he left the dead, and rushed to where the ranks were in disorder. With him went his well-armed Greeks, there they who fought on foot slaughtered the flying foot. The horsemen there clove horsemen down, the coursers' trampling feet raised the thick dust to shadow all the plain, while Agamemnon cheered the Achaeans on, and chased and slew the foe. As when a fire seizes a thick-grown forest, and the wind drives it along in eddies, while the trunks fall with the boughs amid devouring flames, so fell the flying Trojans by the hand of Agamemnon. Many high-maned steeds dragged noisily their empty cars among the ranks of battle, never more to bear their charioteers, who lay upon the earth. The vultures feast, a sorrow to their wives. But Jove beyond the encountering arms, the dust, the carnage, and the bloodshed and the din, bore Hector, while Atrides in pursuit was loudly cheering the Achaeans on. Meantime the Trojans fled across the plain. toward the wild fig tree growing near the tomb of ancient Elos, son of Dardanus, eager to reach the town. And still the son of Atreus followed, shouting, and with hands blood-stained and dust-begrimed. And when they reached the Scaean portals and the beechen tree, they halted, waiting for the rear, like beeves chased panting by a lion who has come at midnight on them, and has put the herd to flight, and one of them to certain death, whose neck he breaks with his strong teeth and then devours the entrails, lapping up the blood. Thus did Atrides Agamemnon chase the Trojans, still he slew the hindmost, still they fled before him. Many by his hand fell from their chariots prone, for terrible beyond all others with the spear was he. But when he now was near the city wall, the father of immortals and of men came down from the high heaven, and took his seat on many-fountained Ida. In his grasp he held a thunderbolt, and this command he gave to Iris of the golden wings: Haste, Iris fleet of wing, and bear my words to Hector, while he sees the king of men, Atrides, in the van and dealing death among the ranks of warriors. Let him still give way, encouraging his men to hold unflinching battle with the enemy. But when Atrides, wounded by a spear or arrow, shall ascend his chariot, then will I nerve Hector's arm with strength to slay, until he come to the good ships of Greece, and the sun set, and hallowed night come down. He spake. And she, whose feet are like the wind, in swiftness, heeded the command, and flew from Ida's summit to the sacred town of Troy, and found the noble Hector, son of warlike Priam, standing mid the steeds and the strong chariots, and, approaching, said, O Hector, son of Priam, and like Jove in council, Jove the All-Father bids me say, as long as thou shalt see the king of men, Atrides, in the van, and dealing death among the ranks of warriors, thou shalt still give way, encouraging thy men to hold unflinching battle with the enemy. But when Atrides, wounded by a spear or arrow, shall ascend his chariot, then will Jove endue thy arm with strength to slay, until thou come to the good ships of Greece, and the sun set, and hallowed night come down. So the fleet Iris spake, and went her way, while Hector, leaping from his car in arms, and wielding his sharp spears, went everywhere among the Trojan ranks, exhorting them to combat, and renewed the stubborn fight. They rallied and stood firm against the Greeks. The Greeks, in turn, made strong their phalanxes. The battle raged again, as front to front they stood, while Agamemnon eagerly pressed forward, proud to lead the van in fight. Say, Muses, dwellers of Olympus, who first of the Trojans or their brave allies encountered Atreus' son, Iphidamas, son of Antenor, strong and daring, bred on the rich soil of Thrace, the nurse of flocks. His grandsire Cisseus, from whose loins the fair Theano sprang, had reared him from a child within his palace. And, when he attained youth's glorious prime, still kept him, giving him his child to wife. He wedded her, but left at once the bridal chamber when he heard of the Greek war on Ilium, and set sail with 12 beaked galleys. These he afterward left at Procope, marching on to Troy. And he it was who came to meet the son of Atreus. As the heroes now drew near each other, Agamemnon missed his aim. His thrust was parried. Then Iphidamas dealt him beneath the breastplate on the belt a vigorous blow, and urged the spear with all his strength of arm. Yet through the plated belt it could not pierce, for there it met a plate of silver, and its point was turned like lead. With lion strength, Atrides seized and drew the weapon toward him, plucked it from the hand that held it, and let fall his falchion's edge upon the Trojan's neck and laid him dead. Unhappy youth! He slept an iron sleep, slain fighting for his country, far away from the young virgin bride, yet scarcely his, for whom large marriage gifts he made, of beeves 100, and had promised from the flocks that thronged his fields 1,000 sheep and goats. Atrides Agamemnon spoiled the slain, and bore his glorious armor off among the Argive host. Antenor's elder son, illustrious Coon, saw, and bitter grief for his slain brother dimmed his eyes. He stood aside, with his spear couched, while unaware the noble Agamemnon passed, and pierced the middle of the monarch's arm below the elbow. Through the flesh the shining point passed to the other side. The king of men, Atrides, shuddered, yet refrained not then from combat. But with his wind-seasoned spear he rushed on Coon, who, to drag away his father's son Iphidamas, had seized the body by the feet, and called his friends, the bravest, to his aid. Atrides thrust his brazen spear below the bossy shield, and slew him as he drew the corpse, and o'er the dead Iphidamas struck off his head. Thus were Antenor's sons, their doom fulfilled, sent by Atrides to the realm of death. And then he ranged among the enemy's ranks, with wielded lance and sword and ponderous stones, while yet the warm blood issued from his wound. But when the wound grew dry, and ceased to flow with blood, keen anguish seized his vigorous frame, as when a woman feels the piercing pangs of travail brought her by the Ilithian maids, daughters of Juno, who preside at births, and walk the ministers of bitter pains. Such anguish seized on Agamemnon's frame, and, leaping to his chariot seat, he bade the guider of the steeds make haste to reach the roomy ships, for he was overcome with pain. But first he shouted to the Greeks, O friends, the chiefs and princes of the Greeks, yours is the duty to drive back the war from our good ships, since all-disposing Jove forbids me, for this day, to lead the fight. He spake. The charioteer applied the lash, and not unwillingly the long-maned steeds flew toward the hollow ships, upon their breasts gathered the foam beneath their rapid feet. Arose the dust, as from the battle's din. They bore the wounded warrior. Hector saw the flight of Agamemnon, and aloud called to the Trojans and the Lycians thus: Trojan and Lycian warriors, and ye sons of Dardanus, who combat hand to hand, be men. Be mindful of your fame in war. Our mightiest foe withdraws, Saturnian Jove crowns me with glory. Urge your firm-paced steeds on the brave Greeks, and win yet nobler fame. He spake. His words gave courage and new strength to every heart, as when a hunter cheers his white-toothed dogs against some lioness or wild boar from the forest. Hector thus, the son of Priam, terrible as Mars, the slayer of men, cheered on the gallant sons of Troy against the Greeks. Himself, inspired with fiery valor, rushed among the foes. In the mid-battle foremost, like a storm that swoops from heaven, and on the dark blue sea falls suddenly, and stirs it to its depths. Who then was slain the first, and who the last? By Hector, Priam's son, whom Jove designed to honor? First, Asius, Eulops, son of Clytus, and Autonus. And then Opites and Epheltius, next to whom Aesymnus, Agelos, Orus fell. And resolute Hipponus the last. All these, the princes of the Greeks, he slew. Then smote the common crowd. As when a gale blows from the west upon the mass of cloud, piled up before the south wind's powerful breath, and tears it with a mighty hurricane, while the swollen billows tumble, and their foam is flung on high before the furious blast. So by the sword of Hector fell the heads of the Greek soldiery. And there had been ruin and ravage not to be repaired. And the defeated Greeks had flung themselves into their ships. Had not Ulysses then exhorted thus Tydides Diomed. Tydides, what has quenched within our hearts their fiery valor? Come, my friend, and take thy stand beside me, foul disgrace were ours. Should crested Hector make our fleet his prize? And thus the valiant Diomed replied. Most willingly I stand, and bear my part in battle, but with little hope, for Jove, the god of storms, awards the day to Troy. He spake, and pierced Thymbraeus with his spear through the left breast, and dashed him from his car. Meanwhile Ulysses struck Molion down, the prince's stately comrade. These they left, never to fight again, and made their way through the thick squadrons, carrying, as they went, confusion with them. As two fearless boars rush on the hounds, so, mingling in the war, they bore the foe before them, and the Greeks welcomed a respite from the havoc made by noble Hector. Next they seized a car, which bore two chiefs, the bravest of their host, sons of Percosian Merops, who was skilled beyond all men in portents. He enjoined his sons to keep aloof from murderous war. Yet did they not obey him, for the fate that doomed the twain to death impelled them on. And Diomed, the mighty with the spear, spoiled them of life, and bore their armor off, a glittering prize. Meantime Ulysses slew Hippodamus, and next Hypericus, the son of Saturn, looked from Ida's height, and bade the battle rage on either side. With equal fury, both the encountering hosts slew and were slain. Tydides with his spear smote on the hip the chief Agastrophus, the son of Paeon, thoughtless wretch, whose steeds were not at hand for flight. His charioteer held them at distance, while their master rushed among the foremost warriors till he fell. Hector perceived his fall, as through the files. He looked, and straightway hastened to the spot with shouts, and after him came rapidly the phalanxes of Trojans. Diomed, the great in battle, shuddered as he saw, and thus addressed Ulysses, who was near. Lo! The destroyer, furious Hector, comes. Let us stand firm, and face and drive him back. He said, and cast his brandished lance, nor missed the mark. It smote the helm on Hector's head. The brass glanced from the brass. It could not pierce to the fair skin, the high and threefold helm. A gift from Phoebus, turned the point aside. The chief fell back, and, mingling with the throng, dropped on one knee, and yet upheld himself with one broad palm upon the ground, while night darkened his eyes. The son of Tydeus sprang to seize his spear, which now stood fixed in earth among the foremost warriors. In that time did Hector breathe again, and, having leaped into his chariot, he avoided death by mingling with the crowd, while, spear in hand, brave Diomed pursued him, shouting thus. This time, thou cur, hast thou escaped thy doom. Though it was nigh thee. Phoebus rescues thee. The god to whom thou dost address thy prayers. Whene'er thou venturest mid the clash of spears. Yet will I surely slay thee when we meet. If any god be on my side, and now I go to strike where'er I find a foe. He spake, and struck the son of Paeon down. Skillful to wield the spear. But now the spouse of fair-haired Helen, Alexander, stood leaning against a pillar by the tomb of the Dardanian Elos, who had been an elder of the people. And he bent his bow against the monarch Diomed, who at that moment knelt to strip the slain of the rich breastplate, and the shield that hung upon his shoulders, and the massive casque. The Trojan drew the bow's elastic horn, and sent an arrow that not vainly flew, but, striking the right foot, pierced through, and reached the ground beneath. Then Paris, with a laugh, sprang from his ambush, shouting boastfully, "Lo, thou art smitten. Not in vain my shaft has flown. And would that it had pierced thy groin, and slain thee. Then the Trojans had obtained reprieve from slaughter, they who dread thee now. As bleeding goats a lion. Undismayed, the valiant Diomed made answer thus: Archer and railer, proud of thy smart bow, and ogler of the women, wouldst thou make trial of valor hand to hand with me? Thy bow should not avail thee, nor thy sheaf of many arrows. Thou dost idly boast that thou hast hit my foot. I heed it not. It is as if a woman or a child had struck me. Lightly falls the weapon stroke of an unwarlike weakling. 'Tis not so with me, for when one feels my weapon's touch, it passes through him, and he dies. His wife tears with her hands her cheeks, his little ones are orphans. Earth is crimsoned with his blood, and flocking round his carcass in decay. More numerous than women are the birds. He spake. Ulysses, mighty with the spear, came near and stood before him while he sat concealed, and drew the arrow from his foot. Keen was the agony that suddenly shot through his frame. He leaped into his car, and bade his charioteer make haste to reach the roomy ships. The pain had reached his heart. Ulysses, the great spearman, now was left alone, no Greek remaining by his side. For fear had seized them all. With inward grief, the hero thus addressed his mighty soul: What will become of me? A great disgrace will overtake me if I flee in fear before this multitude. And worse will be my fate if I am taken here alone, while Jove has driven away the other Greeks in terror. Why these questions, since I know that cowards skulk from combat, while the brave, wounded or wounding others, keeps his ground? While thus he reasoned with himself, the ranks of Trojans armed with bucklers came and closed around their dreaded enemy, as when a troop of vigorous dogs and youths assail from every side a wild boar issuing forth from a deep thicket, whetting the white tusks within his crooked jaws. They press around and hear his gnashings, yet beware to come too nigh the terrible animal. So rushed the Trojans round Ulysses, the beloved of Jupiter. Then first the hero smote Diopites on the shoulder blade, and next struck Thun down, and Enemus, and in the navel pierced Chersidamas with his sharp spear, below the bossy shield. When leaping from his chariot in the dust, he fell, and grasped the earth with dying hands. Ulysses left them there, and with his spear He wounded Charops, son of Hippasus, and brother of brave Socus. Socus saw, and hastened to his aid, and, standing near, the godlike chief bespake Ulysses thus. Renowned Ulysses, of whose arts and toils there is no end, thou either shalt today boast to have slain 2 sons of Hippasus, brave as they are, and stripped them of their arms, or, smitten by my javelin, lose thy life. He spake, and smote the Grecian's orbed shield, the swift spear, passing through the shining disk, and fixed in the rich breastplate, tore the skin from all his side. Yet Pallas suffered not the blade to reach the inner parts. At once the chief perceived that Socus had not given a mortal wound, and, falling back a step, thus spake, unhappy youth, thy doom will soon o'ertake thee, though thou forcest me to pause from combat with the Trojans. I declare, this day thou sufferest the black doom of death. Thou, smitten by my spear, shalt bring to me increase of glory, and shalt yield thy soul to the grim horseman Pluto. Thus he spake, while Socus turned to flee. And as he turned, Ulysses with the spear transfixed his back, and drave the weapon through his breast. He fell, with armor clashing, to the earth. While thus the great Ulysses gloried over him. O Socus, son of warlike Hippasus, the horseman, death has overtaken thee, and thou couldst not escape. Unhappy one, now thou art dead, thy father will not come to close thy eyes, nor she, the honored one, who gave thee birth. But birds of prey shall flap their heavy wings above thee, and shall tear thy flesh, while I in dying shall receive due funeral honors from the noble Greeks. He spake, and from his wounded side drew forth, and from his bossy shield, the ponderous spear, which warlike Socus threw. A gush of blood followed, and torturing pain. Now, when they saw Ulysses bleed, the gallant sons of Troy called to each other, rushing in a crowd to where he stood. Retreating as they came, he shouted to his comrades. Thrice he raised his voice as loud as human lungs could shout. Thrice warlike Menelaus heard the cry, and spake at once to Ajax at his side. Most noble Ajax, son of Telamon, prince of thy people, to my ear is brought the cry of that unconquerable man. Ulysses, seemingly as if the foe had hemmed him round alone, and pressed him sore. In combat, break we through the crowd, and bring succor, lest harm befall him, though so brave, fighting among the Trojans thus alone, and lest the Greeks should lose their mighty chief. He spake, and led the way. His godlike friend followed. They found Ulysses dear to Jove, the Trojans thronging round him like a troop of ravening jackals round an antlered stag, which one who hunts upon the mountainside hath stricken with an arrow from his bow. By flight the stag escapes, while yet the blood is warm and easily the limbs are moved. But when at last the shaft hath quelled his strength, the hungry jackals in the forest shade among the hills attack him, till by chance the dreaded lion comes. Alarmed, they flee, and he devours the prey. So in that hour, many and brave, the sons of Troy pursued Ulysses, skilled in war and wiles, while he wielded the spear and warded off the day of death. Then Ajax, coming near him, stood with his tall buckler, like a tower of strength, beside him, and the Trojans fled in fear. On all sides, warlike Menelaus took Ulysses by the hand, and led him forth from the thronged spot, while his attendant brought the chariot near him. Ajax sprang upon the Trojans, slaying Doriclus, a son of Priam basely born. Then Pandorus he wounded, next he struck Lysander down. Paraesus and Pylades, as a stream swollen to a torrent by the showers of Jove, sweeps down, from hill to plain, dry oaks and pines, and pours into the sea a muddy flood. So mighty Ajax routed and pursued the Trojans o'er the plain, and cut his way through steeds and warriors. Hector knew not this. He fought where, on the battle's left, beside the Xanthus, fastest fell the slain, and round great Nestor and the brave Idomeneus arose a mighty tumult. In that throng did Hector mingle with his spear and steeds, performing feats of valor, and laid waste the ranks of youthful warriors. Yet the Greeks would not have yielded ground, if Paris, spouse of fair-haired Helen, had not forced the chief Machaean, fighting gallantly, to pause. For with an arrow triple-barbed he pierced the chief's right shoulder, and the valiant Greeks feared lest the battle turn and he be slain. And thus Idomeneus to Nestor said, Nelean Nestor, glory of the Greeks, haste, mount thy chariot, let Machaean take a place beside thee. Urge thy firm-paced steeds rapidly toward the fleet, a leech like him, who cuts the arrow from the wound and soothes the pain with balms, is worth a host to us. He spake, and the Gerenian knight obeyed, and climbed the car in haste. Machaean, son of Aesculapius the peerless leech, mounted beside him. Nestor lashed the steeds, and toward the roomy ships, which well they knew, and longed to reach, they flew with eager speed. Meantime Cebriones, who had his seat by Hector in the chariot, saw the ranks of Troy disordered, and addressed the chief. While we, O Hector, here are mid the Greeks, just in the skirts of the tumultuous fray, the other Trojans, men and steeds, are thrown into confusion where the warriors throng. For Telamonian Ajax puts their ranks to rout. I know him well by that broad shield borne on his shoulders. Thither let us drive our steeds and chariot, where in desperate strife meet horse and foot and hew each other down, and a perpetual clamor fills the air. He spake, and with the whistling lash he struck the long-maned steeds, and, as they felt the stroke, forward they flew with the swift car among the Greeks and Trojans, trampling in their way corpses and shields. The axle underneath was steeped in blood, the rim of the chariot seat was foul with the red drops which from their hoofs the coursers sprinkled and the wheels threw up. Then Hector strove, by rushing on the crowd, to pierce it and break through it. To the Greeks his coming brought destruction and dismay, and well his spear was wielded through the ranks of other warriors. With the spear he ranged with sword and ponderous stones, yet warily he shunned the fight with Ajax Telamon. Then Father Jove Almighty touched with fear the heart of Ajax. All amazed he stood, and cast his sevenfold buckler of bull's hide upon his back, and, terrified, withdrew. Now casting glances like a beast of prey from side to side, he turned to right and left, and, slowly yielding, moved knee after knee, as when the rustics with their hounds drive off a hungry lion from their stalls of kine, whom, watching all the night, they suffer not to make their herd a prey. But he, intent on ravin, rushes forward, yet in vain. For many a javelin flies from daring hands. Against him, many a blazing torch is swung. At which, though fierce, he trembles, and at morn stalks off in sullen mood. So Ajax, sad at heart, and fearing for the Grecian fleet, unwillingly fell back before the foe. And as, when entering in a field, an ass, slow-paced, whose flanks have broken many a shaft, to splinters, crops the harvest as it grows. And boys attack him with their rods, though small their strength, but scarce, till he has browsed his fill, can drive him forth, so did the gallant sons of Troy, and their allies from distant lands, continually pursue the mighty son of Telamon, and hurl their spears against the center of his shield. And now he wheeled, as conscious of great valor, and repulsed the crowding phalanxes, and now again he turned to flee. And thus he kept the foe from reaching the swift galleys, while he stood between the Greeks and Trojans, terrible in wrath. The javelins hurled by daring hands against him, some hung fixed in his broad shield, and many, ere they came to his fair skin, fell midway, eager though they were to pierce the warrior's side, and plunged into the earth. Eurypylus, Evaemon's noble son, saw Ajax sorely pressed with many darts, and came and stood beside him, taking aim with his bright spear, and in the liver smote beneath the midriff, Apisaon, son of Phausias, and a prince among his tribe. His knees gave way, and down he sank in death. But godlike Alexander, who beheld the slayer stripping Apisaon's corpse of armor, at that moment bent his bow, and pierced Eurypylus in the right thigh. The reed brake in the wound. He writhed with pain, and mingled with his fellows in the ranks, avoiding death, yet shouting to the Greeks, "O friends, the chiefs and leaders of the Greeks, rally and keep your ground. Ward off the fate of death from Ajax, who is sorely pressed with darts, and, much I fear, may not escape safe from this stormy conflict. Stand ye firm around the mighty son of Telamon." So spake the wounded warrior, while his friends rallied around him, with their shields inclined against their shoulders, and with lifted spears. And Ajax came and joined them. Then he turned and firmly faced the foe. The Greeks renewed the combat with a rage like that of fire. Now meantime the Nelean coursers, steeped in sweat, were bearing Nestor and the prince Machaon from the battle. On the prow of his great ship, Achilles, swift of foot, looked forth, and, gazing on the hard-fought fray and the sad rout, beheld them. Then he called his friend Patroclus, shouting from the ship. Patroclus heard, within the tent, and came, glorious as Mars, yet with that day began his woes. The gallant Menoetiades made answer thus, "Why callest thou my name, Achilles, and what needest thou of me?" And thus rejoined Achilles, swift of foot, son of Menoetius, nobly born, and well beloved by me. The Greeks, I deem, will soon be at my knees, imploring aid. For now a hard necessity besets their host. But go, Patroclus, dear to Jove, and ask of Nestor who it is that he hath brought thus wounded from the field, seen from behind. His form was like Machaon, wholly like that son of Aesculapius, but the face I saw not, as the rapid steeds flew by. He spake. Patroclus hearkened to his friend, and hastened to the Grecian tents and ships. Now when they reached the tent of Neleus' son, the warriors in the chariot set their feet upon the nourishing earth. Eurymedon, the old man's charioteer, took from the mares their harness, while the chieftains cooled themselves and dried their sweaty garments in the breeze, facing the border of the sea, and then, entering the tent of Nestor, sat them down on couches. Hecamede, bright of hair, prepared for them a mingled draught. The maid, a daughter of the great Arsinus, came from Tenedos with Nestor, when the town was ravaged by Achilles, and the Greeks gave her to Nestor, chosen from the rest. For him, as wisest of their counselors, first she drew forth a table fairly wrought, of polished surface, and with steel-blue feet, and on it placed a brazen tray which bore a thirst-provoking onion, honeycomb, and sacred meal of wheat. Near these she set a noble beaker which the ancient chief had brought from home, embossed with studs of gold. For were its handles, and each handle showed two golden turtles feeding, while below two others formed the base. Another hand could scarce have raised that beaker from its place, but Nestor lifted it with ease. The maid, fair as a goddess, mingled Pramnian wine, and grated o'er it, with a rasp of brass, a goat's milk cheese, and, sprinkling the white flour upon it, bade them drink. With this they quenched their parching thirst, and then amused the time with pleasant talk. Patroclus to the door. Meantime, a godlike presence came, and stood. The old man, as he saw him, instantly rose from his princely seat and seized his hand, and led him in and bade him sit. But he refused the proffered courtesy, and said, "Nay, 'tis no time to sit, persuade me not, nursling of Jove. For he is to be feared, and prone to wrath, who sent me to inquire what wounded man is with thee, but I know, now that I see Machaon sitting here, the shepherd of the people, I must haste back to Achilles, bearing my report. Thou knowest, ancient chief, how quick he is to take offense and blame the innocent." Then Nestor, the Gerenian knight, rejoined, "Why does Achilles pity thus the sons of Greece when wounded? Little can he know what sorrow reigns throughout the Grecian host, while, smitten in the close or distant fight, our bravest lie disabled in their ships. The valiant son of Tydeus, Diomed, is wounded, wounded Agamemnon lies, and the great wielder of the javelin, Ulysses, by an arrow in the thigh. Eurypylus is smitten, and I now bring home this warrior with an arrow wound. Yet doth Achilles, valiant as he is, care nothing for the Greeks. Will he then wait till our swift galleys, moored upon the shore, after a vain defense shall feed the flames, lit by the enemy's hand, and we be slain, and perish, heaps on heaps? My strength is now not that which dwelt in these once active limbs. Would I were strong and vigorous as of yore, when strife arose between our men and those of Elis for our oxen driven away, and, driving off their beeves in turn, I slew the Elean chief, the brave Idomeneus, son of Hypericus. For, as he sought to save his herd, a javelin from my arm smote him the first among his band. He fell. His rustic followers fled on every side, and mighty was the spoil we took, of beeves. We drave off 50 herds, as many flocks of sheep, of swine as many, and of goats an equal number, and of yellow steeds thrice 50. These were mares, and by their sides ran many a colt. We drave them all within Nelean Pylus in the night. Well pleased was Neleus, that so large a booty fell to me, who entered on the war so young. When morning brake, the herald's cry was heard, summoning all the citizens to meet, to whom from fruitful Elis debts were due. And then the princes of the Pylians came, and made division of the spoil. For much the Epeans owed us, we were yet but few in Pylus, and had suffered grievously. The mighty Hercules in former years had made us feel his wrath, and of our men had slain the bravest, of the 12 who drew their birth from Neleus. I alone am left. The others fell. The Epeans brazen-mailed saw this, delighted, and insulted us, and did us wrong. When now the spoil was shared, the old man for himself reserved a herd of oxen, and a numerous flock of sheep, 300, with their shepherds, for to him large debts were due in Elis. He had sent for horses once, of peerless speed, with cars, to win a tripod, the appointed prize. Achaeans, king of men, detained them there, and sent the grieving charioteer away. My father, angered at the monarch's words, and acts, took large amends, and gave the rest to share among the people, that no one might leave the ground, defrauded of his right. All this was justly done, and we performed due sacrifices to the gods, throughout the city. When the third day came, and brought the Epeans all at once, in all their strength, both men on foot and prancing steeds. With these came the Molians twain, well armed, though young, and yet untrained to war. There is a town named Thryoessa, on a lofty hill, far off beside Alpheus, on the edge of sandy Pylus. They beleaguered this, and sought to overthrow it. As they crossed the plain, Minerva came, a messenger by night from Mount Olympus, bidding us put on our armor. Not unwillingly the Pylians mustered, but in eager haste for battle. Yet did Neleus not consent that I should arm myself. He hid my steeds, for still he deemed me inexpert in war. Yet even then, although I fought on foot, I won great honor even among the knights. For so had Pallas favored me. A stream named Mineus pours into the sea, near to Arena, where the Pylian knights waited the coming of the holy morn, while those who fought on foot came thronging thence. With our host complete, and all in arms, we marched, and reached at noon the sacred stream at Alpheus, where to Jove omnipotent we offered chosen victims, and a bull to the river god, another to the god of ocean, and a heifer yet unbroke to blue-eyed Pallas. Then we banqueted in bands, throughout the army, and lay down in armor by the riverside to sleep. Meantime the brave Epeans stood around the city, resolute to lay it waste. But first was to be done a mighty work of war, for as the glorious sun appeared above the earth we dashed against the foe, praying to Jove and Pallas. When the fight between the Hellenes and the Pylian host was just begun, I slew a youthful chief, Mulius, and bore away his firm-paced steeds. The fair-haired Agamemnon, eldest born of King Augea's daughters, was his spouse. And well to her each healing herb was known, that springs from the great earth. As he drew near, I smote him with my brazen lance, he fell to earth. I sprang into his car, and stood among the foremost warriors, while, around, the brave Epeans, as they saw him fall, the leader of their knights, their mightiest in battle, turned and, panic-stricken, fled each his own way. I followed on their flight, Like a black tempest, 50 cars I took. And from each car I dashed 2 warriors down, pierced by my spear. And now I should have slain the young Molians also, Actor's sons. Had not their father, he who shakes the earth, enshrouded them in mist, and hidden them from all pursuit. Then with victorious might did Jove endue our arms, while we pursued the foe across a region strewn with shields, slaying, and gathering spoil, until our steeds came to Buprasium, rich in fields of wheat, and to the Olenian rock, and to the hill Elysium in Colone. Pallas there stayed our pursuit, and bade our host return. There slew I the last man, and left him there. And then the Achaeans, guiding their swift steeds homeward to Pylos from Buprasium, gave great thanks to Jupiter among the gods, and Nestor among men. Such was I then among the heroes, but Achilles keeps his valor for himself alone, and yet bitterly must he grieve when he beholds our people perish. O my friend, how well Menelaus charged thee when he sent thee forth from Phthia to Atrides. We were both, the nobly born Ulysses and myself, within the palace, and we clearly heard what he commanded thee. For we had come to Peleus' stately dwelling, on our way, gathering a host in fertile Greece, and saw the great Menelaus there, and there we found Achilles with thee. There the aged knight Peleus was burning, in the palace court, a steer's fat thighs to Jove the Thunderer, and lifted up a golden cup and poured dark wine upon the blazing sacrifice. And both of you were busy with the flesh, when we were at the threshold. As he saw our coming, in surprise Achilles sprang toward us, and took our hands and led us in, bade us be seated, and before us placed the generous banquet due to stranger guests. Then, having feasted, I began discourse, exhorting you to join us. Both of you at once consented, and your fathers gave their admonitions. Aged Peleus charged his son Achilles to excel the rest in valor, while Menelaus, in his turn, the son of Actor, gave thee this command. My son, Achilles is the nobler born, but thou art elder. He surpasses thee by far in warlike might, but thou must prompt his mind with prudent counsels, thou must warn and guide him, he will hearken to thy words, meant for his good. The old man charged thee thus. Thou hast forgotten it. Yet speak thou now to Peleus' warlike son, and haply he may heed thy counsels. Thou perchance mayst bend his will, who knows, by thy persuasive words. For wholesome are the warnings of a friend. Yet, if he shrink from some predicted doom, or if his goddess mother have revealed aught of Jove's counsels to him, then, at least, let him send thee to war, and let his troop of Myrmidons go with thee, so that thou mayst carry succor to the Greeks. Yet more, let him permit thee in the field to wear his glorious armor, that the Trojan host, beholding thee so like to him, may shun the combat, and the warlike sons of Greece, hard pressed, may breathe again, and find at length a respite from the conflict. Ye, who still are fresh and vigorous, shall assault and drive townward the weary foe from camp and fleet. He spake. The spirit of the youth took fire, and instantly he hastened toward the ships of Peleus' son. But when he came where lay the galleys of Ulysses the divine, where was the assembly place and judgment seat, and where the altars of the immortals stood, Evamon's noble son, Eurypylus met him as from the battlefield he came, halting, and with an arrow in his thigh. The sweat ran down his shoulders and his brow, and the black blood was oozing from his wound. Yet was his spirit untamed. The gallant youth, son of Menelaus, saw with grief, and said, "Unhappy chiefs and princes of the Greeks! Are ye then doomed to feast with your fair limbs? The famished dogs of Ilium, far away from friends and country? Tell me, child of Jove, gallant Eurypylus, will yet the Greeks withstand the mighty Hector, or give way and perish, overtaken by his spear?" And thus the wise Eurypylus replied, "Nursling of Jove, Patroclus, for the Greeks there is no help, and all at their black ships must perish. For within them even now all those who were our bravest warriors lie, wounded in close encounter, or from far, by Trojan hands, whose strength with every hour becomes more terrible. Give now thine aid, and take me to my ship, and cut away the arrow from my thigh, and from the part. Cleanse with warm water the dark blood, and shed soothing and healing balms upon the wound, as taught thee by Achilles, who had learned the art from Chiron, righteous in his day, beyond all other centaurs. Now the leech Machaean lies, I think, among the tents, wounded, and needs the aid of others' skill. And Podalirius out upon the plain helped stem the onset of the Trojan host. Then spake the valiant Menelaus, "O brave Eurypylus, what yet will be the end of this, and what are we to do? Even now I bear a message on my way from Reverend Nestor, guardian of the Greeks, to the great warrior, Peleus' son, and yet I must not leave thee in thine hour of need." He spake, and, lifting in his arms the prince, he bore him to his tent. A servant spread upon his entering hides to form a couch, and there Patroclus laid him down and cut the rankling arrow from his thigh, and shed warm water on the wound to cleanse away the purple blood, and last applied a root of bitter flavor to assuage the smart. Bruising it first within his palms, the pangs ceased. The wound dried, the blood no longer flowed. Book. Chapter 12. The Battle at the Grecian Wall. Division of the Trojan army, by advice of Polydamas, into 5 bodies. To storm the Greek entrenchments, a breach in the wall made by Sarpedon, one of the gates beaten open by Hector with a stone, his entrance at the head of his troops. Thus in the camp Menelaus' valiant son tended Eurypylus, and dressed his wounds, while yet in mingled throngs the warriors fought, Trojans and Greeks. Nor longer was the trench a barrier for the Greeks, nor the broad wall which they had built above it to defend their fleet. For all around it they had drawn the trench, yet not with chosen hecatombs, paid to the gods, that so it might protect the galleys and the heaps of spoil they held. Without the favor of the gods it rose, and therefore was not long to stand entire. As long as Hector lived, and Peleus' son was angered, and King Priam's city yet was not o'erthrown, so long the massive wall built by the Greeks stood firm. But when at length the bravest of the Trojans had been slain, and many of the Greeks were dead, though still others survived, and when in the 10th year the city of Priam fell, and in their ships the Greeks went back to their beloved land, then did Apollo and the god of sea consult together to destroy the wall, by turning on it the resistless might of rivers, all that from the Idaean heights flow to the ocean, Rhesus, Granicus, Heptaporus, Chryses, Rhodius, Aesepus, and Scamander's hallowed stream, and Simois, in whose bed lay many shields, and helms and bodies of slain demigods. Phoebus Apollo turned the mouths of these all toward one spot. 9 days against the wall. He bade their currents rush, while Jupiter poured constant rain, that floods might overwhelm the rampart. And the god who shakes the earth, wielding his trident, led the rivers on. He flung among the billows the huge beams and stones which, with hard toil, the Greeks had laid for the foundations. Thus he leveled all. Beside the hurrying Hellespont, destroyed the bulwarks utterly, and overspread the long broad shore with sand. And then he brought again the rivers to the ancient beds, in which their gently flowing waters ran. This yet was to be done in time to come, by Neptune and Apollo. Meanwhile raged battle and tumult round that strong-built wall. The towers in all their timbers rang with blows. And, driven as by the scourge of Jove, the Greeks, hemmed closely in beside their roomy ships, trembled at Hector, the great scatterer of squadrons, fighting, as he did before, with all a whirlwind's might, as when a boar or lion mid the hounds and huntsmen stands, fearfully strong, and fierce of eye, and they in square array assault him, and their hands fling many a javelin. Yet his noble heart fears not, nor does he fly, although at last his courage cause his death, and oft he turns and tries their ranks, and where he makes a rush, the ranks give way. So Hector moved and turned among the crowd, and bade his followers cross the trench. The swift-paced horses ventured not the leap, but stood upon the edge and neighed aloud, for the wide space affrighted them. And hard it was to spring across, or pass from side to side, for on each side the brink was steep, and bristled with sharp stakes, close set and strong, which there the warrior sons of Greece had planted, a defense against the foe. No steed that whirled the rapid car along could enter, but the soldiery on foot eagerly sought to pass, and in these words Polydamas to daring Hector spake. Hector, and ye who lead the troops of Troy, and our auxiliars, rashly do we seek to urge our rapid steeds across the trench, so hard to pass, beset with pointed stakes, and the Greek wall so near. The troops of horse cannot descend nor combat there, the space is narrow, they would all be slain. If Jove, the thunderer of the skies, designed to crush the Greeks and succor Troy, I should rejoice, were the design at once fulfilled, and all the sons of Greece ingloriously cut off, far from their Argos. But if they should turn upon us, and repulse us from their fleet, and we become entangled in the trench, I deem no messenger would e'er go back to Troy from fighting with the rallied Greeks. Heed, then, my words, and let the charioteers stay with the coursers at the trench, while we, armed, and on foot, and all in close array, follow our Hector. For the Greeks in vain will strive to stem our onset if, in truth, the hour of their destruction be at hand. So spake Polydamas. And Hector, pleased to hear the prudent counsel, leaped to earth with all his arms, and left his car. The rest rode with their steeds no more, but, hastily dismounting, as they saw their noble chief, each bade his charioteer hold back his steeds, reined at the trench, in ranks, and then, apart, they mustered in 5 columns, following close their leaders. First, the largest, bravest band. Those who, with resolute daring, longed to break the rampart and to storm the fleet, were led by Hector and the good Polydamas, joined with Cebriones, for Hector left his chariot to the care of one who held an humbler station than Cebriones. Paris, Alcathous, and Agenor led a second squadron. Helenus, a son of Priam, and Deiphobus, a youth of godlike form, his brother, took command of yet a third, with whom in rank was joined the hero Ajax, son of Hyrtacus, whose bright-haired coursers, of majestic size, had borne him from Arisba and the banks of Selleis. Aeneas led the fourth, the brave son of Anchises, and with him were joined Archilochus and Acamas, sons of Antenor, skilled in arts of war. The band of Troy's illustrious allies followed Sarpedon, who from all the rest had chosen to partake in the command Glaucus and brave Asteropous. These he deemed the bravest under him, yet he stood foremost of them all in warlike might. Then all, with their stout bucklers of bull's hide adjusted to each other, bravely marched against the Greeks, who, as they deemed, must fly before them, and must fall by their black ships. Then all the other Trojans, and the allies from foreign shores, obeyed the counsel given by good Polydamas. But Ajax, son of Hyrtacus, and prince of men, chose not to leave his chariot and his charioteer, but drave with them against the roomy ships. Vain youth! He was not destined to return, borne by his steeds and chariot, from the fleet, and from the fate he braved, to wind-swept Troy. His evil fate o'ertook him from the spear of great Idomeneus, Deucalion's son. For toward the galleys moored upon the left he hastened by the way in which the Greeks, with steeds and cars, retreated from the plain. Thither he drave his coursers. There he found the gates not closed, nor the long bar across, but warriors held them open to receive in safety their companions as they fled from battle to the fleet. Exultingly he turned his coursers thither, and his men followed him, shouting, for they thought the Greeks could not abide their onset, but must yield and perish by their ships. Deluded men! They met two mighty warriors at the gate, the brave descendants of the Lapithae. That warlike tribe, Pirithous' gallant son, was one, named Polypides. With him stood Leonteus, strong as Mars the slayer of men. By the tall gates they stood, as giant oaks stand on the mountains and abide the wind and the tempestuous rains of all the year, firm planted on their strong and spreading roots. So they, confiding in their strength of arm, waited for mighty Asia's hasting on, and fled not. Onward came the hostile troop, with their tough shields uplifted, and with shouts all rushing toward the massive wall they came, following King Ajax, and Iamenus, Orestes, Thun, Acamas the son of Ajax, and Oenomaus. Meanwhile Leonteus and his comrade had retired within, encouraging the well-armed Greeks to combat for the fleet. But when they saw the rout and panic of their flying host, they darted forth and fought before the gates. Fought like wild boars that in the mountains meet a clamorous troop of men and dogs, and dart sideway at their assailants, break the trees close to the root, and fiercely gnash their tusks, until some javelin strikes them, and they die. So on the breasts of the two warriors rang the shining brass, oft smitten, for they fought fearlessly, trusting in the aid of those who held the wall, and their own valiant arms. And they who stood on the strong towers hurled down stones, to defend the Achaeans and their tents, and their swift ships, as snowflakes fall to earth, when strong winds, driving on the shadowy cloud, shower them upon the nourishing glebe. So thick were showered the weapons from the hands of Greeks and Trojans, and the helms and bossy shields, beaten by stones, resounded. Asius then, the son of Hyrtacus, in anger groaned, and smote his thighs impatiently, and said, O Father Jove, thou then art wholly false. I did not look to see the men of Greece stand thus before our might and our strong arms. Yet they, like pliant-bodied wasps or bees, that build their cells beside the rocky way, and quit not their abode, but, waiting there, the hunter, combat for their young, so these, although but two, withdraw not from the gates, nor will, till they be slain or seized alive. He spake, but moved not thus the will of Jove, who planned to give the glory of the day to Hector. Meanwhile, at the other gates, fought other warriors, but 'twere hard for me, were I a god, to tell of all their deeds. For round the wall on every side there raged, fierce as consuming fire, a storm of stones. The Greeks, in bitter anguish, yet constrained, fought for their fleet, and sorrowful were all the gods who in the battle favored Greece. Now the two Lapithae began the fight. Pirithous' son, brave Polypoetes, cast his spear at Damasus. It broke its way through the helm's brazen cheek, nor that alone. Right through the temple went the brazen blade, and crushed the brain within. He left him slain. And next struck Pylon down, and Ormenus. Leonteus, of the stock of Mars, assailed Hippomachus, who from Antimachus derived his birth. He pierced him at the belt, and, drawing forth his trenchant sword, hewed down, in combat hand to hand, Antiphates. He dashed him backward to the ground, and next smote Menon and Iamenus, and last he slew Orestes. At his feet they lay, a pile of dead, upon their mother earth. Then, as the twain were stripping from the dead their glittering arms, the largest, bravest band of those who eagerly desired to break the rampart and to burn the ships with fire, following Polydamas and Hector, stood consulting at the trench. An augury, just as they were in act to cross, appeared. Upon the left, an eagle high in air. Between the armies, in his talons bore a monstrous serpent, bleeding, yet alive, and palpitating, nor disabled yet for combat. For it turned, and on the breast wounded the eagle, near the neck. The bird, in pain, let fall his prize amid the host, and flew away, with screams, upon the wind. The Trojans shuddered at the spotted snake lying among them, and Polydamas said thus to fearless Hector, standing near. Hector, thou almost ever chidest me in council, even when I judge aright. I know it ill becomes the citizen to speak against the way that pleases thee. In war or council, he should rather seek to strengthen thy authority. Yet now, I will declare what seems to me the best. Let us not combat with the Greeks, to take their fleet. For this, I think, will be the end. If now the omen we have seen be meant for us of Troy who seek to cross the trench, this eagle, flying high upon the left, between the hosts, that in his talons bore a monstrous serpent, bleeding, yet alive, hath dropped it mid our host before he came to his dear nest, nor brought it to his brood. So we, although by force we break the gates and rampart, and although the Greeks fall back, shall not as happily retrace our way. For many a Trojan shall we leave behind, slain by the weapons of the Greeks, who stand and fight to save their fleet. Thus will the seer, skilled in the lore of prodigies, explain the portent, and the people will obey. Sternly the crested Hector looked, and spake. Polydamas, the thing that thou hast said pleases me not, and easily couldst thou frame better counsels. If thy words convey thy earnest thought, the gods assuredly have made thee lose thy senses. Thou dost ask that I no longer reverence the decree of Jove, the thunderer of the sky, who gave his promise, and confirmed it. Thou dost ask that I be governed by the flight of birds, which I regard not, whether to the right, and toward the morning and the sun they fly, or toward the left and evening. We should heed the will of mighty Jupiter, who bears rule over gods and men. One augury there is, the surest and the best, to fight for our own land. Why dreadest thou the war and conflict? Though we all should fall beside the galleys of the Greeks, there is no fear that thou wilt perish, for thou hast no heart to stand against the foe, no warrior thou. Yet, if thou dare to stand aloof, or seek by words to turn another from the fight, the spear I wield shall take thy life at once. He spake, and went before, and all his band followed with fearful clamor. Jupiter, the god of thunders, sending a strong wind from the Idaean summits, drave the dust full on the galleys, and made faint the hearts of the Greek warriors, and gave new renown to Hector and the men of Troy. For these, trusting in portents sent from Jupiter, and their own valor, labored to break through the massive rampart of the Greeks. They tore the galleries from the towers, and leveled down the breastworks, heaved with levers from their place the jutting buttresses which Argive hands had firmly planted to support the towers, and brought them to the ground. And thus they hoped to force a passage to the Grecian camp. Not yet did they of Greece give way, they fenced the rampart with their ox-hide shields, and smote the enemy from behind them as he came under the wall. The chieftains Ajax flew from tower to tower, and cheered the Achaeans on, and roused their valor, some with gentle words, and some with harsh rebuke, whom they saw skulk from the toils and dangers of the fight. O friends, they said, ye great in war, and ye of less renown, and ye of little note. For all are not alike in war, the time demands the aid of all, as well ye know. And now let no man turn him toward the fleet before the threats of Hector, but press on, and each exhort his fellow. So may Jove, who flings the lightning from Olympus, grant that, driving back their onset, we may chase the enemy to the very walls of Troy. Thus in the van they shouted, and awoke new courage in the Greeks, as when the flakes of snow fall thick upon a winter day, when Jove the sovereign pours them down on men like arrows. From above, he bids the wind breathe not. Continually he pours them down, and covers every mountain top and peak, and flowery mead, and field of fertile tilth, and sheds them on the havens and the shores of the grey deep. But there the waters bound the covering of snows, all else is white beneath that fast descending shower of Jove. So thick the shower of stones from either side flew toward the other, from the Greeks against the Trojans, and from them against the Greeks. And fearful was the din along the wall. Yet would illustrious Hector and the men of Troy have failed to force the gates and burst the bar within. Had not all-seeing Jove impelled his son Sarpedon to attack the Greeks as falls a lion on a herd of horned beeves? The warrior held his shield, a brazen orb, before him, beautiful, and fenced with metal. For the armorer laid broad plates without, while under these he sewed bull's hides the toughest, edged with golden wires upon the rim. With this the warrior came, wielding 2 spears, as when a lion, bred among the mountains, fasting long from flesh, comes into the fenced pastures, without fear, to prey upon the flock. And though he meet the shepherds keeping watch with dogs and spears, yet will he not be driven thence until he makes a spring into the fold and bears a sheep away, or in the act is slain, struck by a javelin from some ready hand. Sarpedon, godlike warrior, thus was moved by his great heart to storm the wall and break through the strong barrier. And to Glaucus, son of Lycia's king Hippolochus, he said, "Why, Glaucus, are we honored, on the shores of Lycia, with the highest seat at feasts, and with full cups? Why look men up to us as to the gods? And why do we possess broad, beautiful enclosures, full of vines and wheat, beside the Xanthus? Then it well becomes us, foremost in the Lycian ranks, to stand against the foe, where'er the fight is hottest. So our well-armed Lycian men shall say, and truly, not ingloriously, our kings bear rule in Lycia, where they feast on fatlings of the flock, and drink choice wine. For they excel in valor, and they fight among our foremost. O my friend, if we, leaving this war, could flee from age and death, I should not here be fighting in the van, nor would I send thee to the glorious war. But now, since many are the modes of death impending o'er us, which no man can hope to shun, let us press on and give renown to other men, or win it for ourselves." He spake, and Glaucus not unwillingly heard and obeyed. Right on the warriors pressed, leading the Lycian host. Menelaus, son of Peteus, saw, and trembled. For they came with evil menace toward his tower. He looked along the Grecian lines in hope to see some chieftain there whose ready help might save his comrades from their danger. He beheld the ruler's Ajax, never tired of war, standing with Teucer, who just then had left his tent. And yet they could not hear his shout, so fearful was the din that rose to heaven from all the shields, and crested helms, and gates smitten with missiles, for at all the gates the Lycians thundered, struggling hard to break a passage through them. Then Menelaus called a herald near, and bade Thoots bear a message to the leader's Ajax, thus: "Go, nobly born Thoots, and in haste call Ajax, call them both, for that were best, since terrible will be the slaughter here. So fiercely are the Lycians pressing on, impetuous ever in assault. If there the fight be also urgent, then at least let the brave Telamonian Ajax come, and Teucer, the great archer, follow him." He spake. The herald listened and obeyed, and flew along the summit of the wall built by the Greeks. He reached, and stood beside the chieftains Ajax, and addressed them thus: "Ajaxes, leaders of the warlike Greeks, the honored son of noble Peteus asks that ye will come, though for a little space, to aid him and to share his warlike toils. For terrible will be the slaughter there. So fiercely are the Lycians pressing on, impetuous ever in assault. If here the fight be also urgent, then at least let the brave Telamonian Ajax come, and Teucer, the great archer, follow him. He ended. Ajax, son of Telamon, hearkened, and to his fellow warrior said, "Here, where the gallant Lycomedes stands, Ajax, remain, and, cheering on the Greeks, lead them to combat valiantly. I go to stem the battle there, and when our friends are succored I will instantly return." So speaking, Ajax, son of Telamon, departed thence, and with him Teucer, sprung from the same father. With them also went Pandion, carrying Teucer's crooked bow. They came to brave Mnestheus at his tower, and went within the wall and met their friends. Hard pressed, for gallantly the Lycian chiefs and captains, like a gloomy tempest, rushed up the tall breastworks, while the Greeks withstood their onset, and a mighty clamor rose. Then Telamonian Ajax smote to death Epicles, great of soul, Sarpedon's friend. Against that chief he cast a huge, rough stone that lay high up beside a pinnacle within the wall. No man with both his hands, such men as now are, though in prime of youth, could lift its weight, and yet he wielded it aloft, and flung it through the four-coned helm. It crashed, and brake the skull within. Down plunged the Lycian, like a diver, from his place on the high tower, and life forsook his limbs. Then Teucer also wounded with a shaft Glaucus, the brave son of Hippolochus, as he leaped forth to scale the lofty wall, wounded him where the naked arm was seen, and made him leave the combat. Back he sprang, hiding amid the crowd, that so the Greeks might not behold the wounded limb, and scoff. With grief Sarpedon saw his friend withdraw, yet paused not from the conflict, but took aim at Teucer's son, Alcmaeon, with his spear, pierced him, and drew the weapon out. The Greek, following the spear, fell headlong, and his arms, studded with brass, clashed round him as he fell. Then did Sarpedon seize, with powerful hands, the battlement. He wrenched it, and it came to earth, and laid the rampart's summit bare, to make a passage for the assailing host. Ajax and Teucer saw, and both took aim together at Sarpedon. Teucer's shaft struck in the midst the buckler's glittering belt, just at the bosom, but Jove warded off the death stroke from his son, lest he should fall beside the galleys. Ajax, springing, struck the buckler with his spear, and pierced its folds, and checked the eager warrior, who gave way a little, yet retreated not, but turned, encouraging the godlike Lycians thus: "Where, Lycians, is your fiery valor now? Were I the bravest, it were hard, alone, for me to force a passage to the fleet, though I have cleared the way. Come on with me. Light is the task when many share the toil." He spake, and they who reverenced his words of exhortation drew more closely round their counselor and sovereign, while the Greeks above them made their phalanxes more strong within the wall, for urgent was the need, since neither could the gallant Syrians break the barrier of the Greeks, and cut their way through to the fleet, nor could the warlike Greeks drive back the Lycians when they once had reached the rampart. As two men upon a field, with measuring rods in hand, disputing stand over the common boundary, in small space, each one contending for the right he claims, so, kept asunder by the breastwork, fought the warriors over it, and fiercely struck The orbed bull's hide shields held up before the breast, and the light targets. Many a one was smitten when he turned and showed the back. Unarmed, and many wounded through the shield. The towers and battlements were steeped in blood. Of heroes, Greeks and Trojans. Yet were not the Greeks thus put to flight. But, as the scales are held by some just woman, who maintains by spinning wool, her household, carefully. She poises both the wool and weights, to make the balance even, that she may provide a pittance for her babes. Thus equally were matched the warring hosts, till Jupiter conferred the eminent glory of the day on Hector, son of Priam. He it was who first leaped down into the space within the Grecian wall, and, with far-reaching voice, thus shouted, calling to the men of Troy. Rush on, ye knights of Troy! Rush boldly on, and break your passage through the Grecian wall, and hurl consuming flames against their fleet. So spake he, cheering on his men. They heard, and rushed in mighty throngs against the wall, and climbed the battlements, to charge the foe with spears. Then Hector stooped, and seized a stone, which lay before the gate, broad at the base, and sharp above, which too the strongest men, as men are now, could hardly heave from earth into a wain. With ease he lifted it alone, and brandished it. Such strength the son of Saturn gave him, that it seemed but light, as when a shepherd carries home with ease a wether's fleece. He bears it in one hand, and little is he cumbered with its weight. So Hector bore the lifted stone to break the beams that strengthened the tall folding gates. 2 bars within, laid crosswise, hold them firm, both fastened with one bolt. He came and stood before them. With wide-parted feet he stood, and put forth all his strength, that so his arm might drive the missile home, and in the midst he smote the folding gates. The blow tore off the hinges, heavily the great stone fell. Within, the portals crashed, nor did the bars withstand the blow. The shattered beams gave way before it, and illustrious Hector sprang into the camp. His look was stern as night, and terribly the brazen armor gleamed that swathed him. With 2 spears in hand he came, and none except the gods, when once his foot was on the ground, could stand before his might. His eyes shot fire, and, turning to his men, he bade them mount the wall, and they obeyed. Some o'er the wall, some through the sculptured gate poured in. The Achaeans to their roomy ships fled, and a fearful uproar filled the air. Book. Chapter 13. The continuation of the 4th battle. Descent of Neptune in aid of the Greeks, his exhortations addressed to the chiefs, the Trojans harangued by Hector. And the battle renewed with great fury, Hector's advance checked by the Ajaxes, who rally the Greeks. Exploits of Marians and Idomeneus. Idomeneus forced to retire by Deiphobus and Aeneas. The Trojans, hard pressed on their left, are rallied by Hector. Reproof of Paris by Hector, and mutual defiance of Hector and Ajax. When Jove had brought the Trojans and their chief Hector, beside the ships, he left them there to toil and struggle and endure, while he turned his resplendent eyes upon the land of Thracian horsemen, and the Mysians, skilled to combat hand to hand, and the famed tribe of long-lived Hippomolgi, reared on milk, and the most just of men on Troy no more. He turned those glorious eyes, for now he deemed that none of all the gods would seek to aid either the Greeks or Trojans in the strife. The monarch Neptune kept no idle watch, for he in Thracian Samos dark with woods. Aloft upon the highest summit sat, o'erlooking thence the tumult of the war. For thence could he behold the Idaean mount, and Priam's city, and the Grecian fleet. There, coming from the ocean deeps, he sat, and pitted the Greek warriors put to rout before the Trojans, and was wroth with Jove. Soon he descended from those rugged steeps, and trod the earth with rapid strides. The hills and forests quaked beneath the immortal feet of Neptune as he walked. 3 strides he took, and at the 4th reached Aegae, where he stopped, and where his sumptuous palace halls were built, deep down in ocean, golden, glittering. Proof against decay of time. These when he reached, he yoked his swift and brazen-footed steeds with manes of flowing gold, to draw his car, and put on golden mail, and took his scourge, wrought of fine gold, and climbed the chariot seat, and rode upon the waves. The whales came forth from their deep haunts, and frolicked round his way. They knew their king. The waves rejoicing smoothed a path, and rapidly the coursers flew. Nor was the brazen axle wet below. And thus they brought him to the Grecian fleet. Deep in the sea there is a spacious cave, between the rugged Imbris and the isle of Tenedos. There Neptune, he who shakes the shores, held back his steeds, took off their yoke, gave them ambrosial food, and, binding next their feet with golden fetters which no power might break or loosen, so that they might wait their lord's return, he sought the Grecian host. Still did the Trojans, rushing on in crowds, like flames or like a tempest, follow close. Hector, the son of Priam, still their rage abated not, with stormy cries they came. They hoped to seize the fleet and slay the Greeks beside it. But the power who swathes the earth and shakes it, Neptune, coming from the deep, revived the valor of the Greeks. He took the shape of Glaucus and his powerful voice, and thus to either Ajax, who yet stemmed the battle with a resolute heart, he spake. O chieftains! Yours it is to save the host, recalling your old valor, with no thought of fatal flight. Elsewhere I feel no dread of what the daring sons of Troy may do, who climb the wall in throngs. The well-grieved Greeks will meet them bravely. But where Hector leads, fierce as a flame, his squadrons, he who boasts to be a son of sovereign Jove, I fear lest we should sorely suffer. May the gods strengthen your hearts to stand against the foe, and flinch not, and exhort the rest to stand, and drive him back, audacious as he is, from the swift ships, though Jove should urge him on. Thus earth-surrounding Neptune said, and touched each hero with his scepter, filled their hearts with valor, gave new lightness to their limbs and feet and hands, and then, as when a hawk shoots swiftly from some lofty precipice, and chases o'er the plain another bird, so swiftly Neptune, shaker of the shores, darted from them away. Oileus' son perceived the immortal presence first, and thus at once to Telamonian Ajax spake. Some god, O Ajax, from the Olympian hill, wearing the augur's form, hath bid us fight beside the ships. Nor can it be the seer Glaucus, for well I marked his feet and legs, as he departed, easily by these. The gods are known. I feel a spirit roused in my own bosom, eager to engage in the fierce strife, my very feet below, and hands above, take part in the desire. And thus the son of Telamon replied. So also these strong hands that grasp the spear burn eagerly to wield it, and my heart is full of courage. I am hurried on by both my feet, and vehemently long, to try alone the combat with this chief of boundless valor, Hector, Priam's son. Thus they conferred, rejoicing as they felt that ardor for the battle which the god had breathed into their hearts. Meantime he roused the Achaeans at the rear, who in their ships too sought respite, and whose limbs were faint with toil, and their hearts sad to see the Trojan host with tumult pouring o'er the lofty wall. As they beheld, the tears came gushing forth from underneath their lids. They little hoped for rescue from destruction. But when came the power that shakes the shores, he woke anew the spirit of their valiant phalanxes. Teucer he first addressed, and Leitus, the hero Peneleus, and Thoas next, Deipyrus, Merion's expert in battle, and Antilochus his peer, and thus exhorted them with winged words. Shame on you, Argive youths! I put my trust in your tried valor to defend our fleet. But if ye fear to face the perilous fight, the day has risen which shall behold us fall vanquished before the Trojans. O ye gods! These eyes have seen a marvel, a strange sight, and terrible, which I had never thought could be, the Trojans close upon our ships. They who, erewhile, were like the timid deer that wander in the wood an easy prey to jackals, pards, and wolves, weak things, unapt for combat, fleeing, but without a name. Such were the Trojans, who till now ne'er dared withstand the might and prowess of the Greeks, even for an hour. But now, afar from Troy, they give us battle at the hollow ships, all through our general's fault, and through the sloth of the Greek warriors, who, displeased with him, fight not for their swift galleys, but are slain beside them. Yet although our sovereign chief, Atrides Agamemnon, may have done foul wrong, dishonoring the swift-footed son of Peleus, still ye cannot without blame decline the combat. Let us then repair the mischief done. The hearts of valiant men are soon appeased, and not without the loss of honor can your fiery courage sleep. Since ye are known the bravest of the host, I would not chide the weak, unwarlike man for shrinking from the combat. But for you, I look on you with anger in my heart. Weaklings! Ye soon will bring upon yourselves some sorer evil if ye loiter thus. Let each of you bethink him of the shame and infamy impending. Terrible! The struggle is before us. Hector storms the ships, loud shouting Hector. He has burst the gate and broken the protecting bar. So Neptune spake, encouraging the Greeks, while firmly stood the serried phalanxes round either Ajax, nor could Mars himself, nor Pallas, musterer of armed hosts, reprove their order. There the flower of Greece waited the Trojans and their noble chief, spear beside spear, and shield by shield, so close that buckler pressed on buckler, helm on helm, and man on man. The plumes of horsehair touched each other as they nodded on the crests of the bright helms, so close the warriors stood. The lances quivered in the fearless hands of warriors eager to advance and strike the enemy. But the men of Troy began the assault. The fiery Hector was the first to rush against the Greeks, as when a stone rolls from a cliff before a wintry flood that sweeps it down the steep, when mighty rains have worn away the props that held it fast. It rolls and bounds on high the woods around. Crash, as it tears its unresisted way along the slope until it reached the plain. And there, however urged, moves on no more. So Hector, menacing to cut his way through tents and galleys to the very sea, slaying as he went forward, when he now met the firm phalanxes and pressed them close, stopped suddenly. The sons of Greece withstood his onset and repulsed it, striking him with swords and two-edged spears, and made the chief give way before the shock. He lifted up his voice and shouted to the Trojans thus: Trojans and Lycians and Dardanians skilled in fighting hand to hand, stand firm. Not long will the Greeks bide my onset, though drawn up square as a tower in close array. My spear, I trust, will scatter them, if true it be that Juno's husband, sovereign of the gods, and lord of thunders, prompts my arm today. He spake, and kindled in the breasts of all fresh courage. In the band Deiphobus marched proudly, Priam's son, with his round shield before him, walking with a quick, light step behind its shelter. Then Merion's aimed at the chief his glittering spear, the point missed not, it struck the orb of bullock's hide, yet did not pierce it, for the weapon broke just at the neck. Deiphobus held forth his shield far from him, dreading to receive a spear thrust from the brave Merions, vexed thus to lose the victory, and the spear snapped by the blow. Merions fell back into the column of his friends, and passed hastily toward the camp and ships, to bring a powerful spear that stood within his tent, while others fought, and fearful was the din. Then Teucer first, the son of Telamon, smote gallant Imbrius, son of Mentor, lord of many steeds. He, ere the Greeks had come to Troy, dwelt at Pedium and espoused Medesicasta, Priam's spurious child. But when the well-oared galleys of the Greeks mustered at Troy, he also came, and there was eminent among her chiefs, and dwelt with Priam, and was honored as his son. The son of Telamon beneath the ear pierced him with his long javelin, and drew forth the weapon. Headlong to the earth he fell, as on a mountain height, descried from far. Hewn by a brazen axe, an ash is felled, and lays its tender sprays upon the ground. Thus Imbrius fell, and round him in his fall clashed his bright armor. Teucer sprang in haste to spoil the dead, but Hector hurled at him his shining spear. The wary Teucer stepped aside, and just escaped the brazen blade. It struck Amphiniacus, Tieda's son, and Actor's grandson, as he came to join the battle. He was smitten in the breast, and fell, his armor clashing round his limbs. Then Hector flew in haste to tear away from the large-souled Amphimachus the helm that cased his temples. Ajax saw, and hurled his glittering spear at Hector as he came. It made no wound, for Hector stood equipped all o'er in formidable brass. The spear struck on the bossy shield with such a shock as forced him to recoil, and leave unspoiled the bodies, which the Achaeans dragged away. For Stichius and Mnestheus, chief among the Athenians, bore the dead Amphimachus to the Greek camp, while the two men of might, the chieftains Ajax, lifted Imbrius up, and as two lions, bearing off among the close-grown shrubs a goat, which they have snatched from sharp-toothed dogs, uplifted in their jaws above the ground. So the two warriors raised the corpse of Imbrius, and stripped off the mail, while, angered that Amphilochus was slain, Oileus' son struck from the tender neck the head, and sent it far among the crowd, whirled like a ball, to fall at Hector's feet. Meantime was Neptune moved with grief to see his grandson perish in that desperate fray, and passed among the Achaean tents and ships, encouraging the men, and planning woes for Ilium. There he met Idomeneus, expert to wield the spear, as he returned from caring for a comrade who had left the battle, wounded in the knee, and whom his friends had carried in. Idomeneus had called the surgeons to his aid, and now was hastening to the field, intent to bear his part in battle. Him the monarch god of ocean thus addressed, but first he took the voice of Thoas, King Andromene's son, whose father ruled the Aetolians through the bounds of Pleuron, and in lofty Calydon, and like a god was honored in the land. O counselor of Crete, Idomeneus, where are the threats which late the sons of Greece uttered against the Trojans? Promptly came the Cretan leader's answer, no man here, O Thoas, seems blameworthy, for we all are skilled in war, nor does unmanly fear hold any back, nor from the difficult strife does sloth detain one warrior. So it is doubtless that it seems good to Saturn's son, the all-disposer, that the Greeks, afar from Argos, should ingloriously fall and perish. Thoas, thou wert ever brave, and didst exhort the laggards. Cease not now to combat, cease not to exhort the rest. And Neptune, he who shakes the earth, rejoined Idomeneus, whoever keeps aloof from battle, willingly, today, may he never return from Troy, but be the prey of dogs. Take thou thy arms and come with me, for we must quit ourselves like men, and strive to aid our cause, although we be but two. Great is the strength of feeble arms combined, and we can combat even with the brave. So speaking, Neptune turned to share the toils of war. Idomeneus, who now had reached his princely tent, put on his glorious mail, and seized 2 spears, and flew upon his way, like lightning grasped by Saturn's son and flung quivering above Olympus' gleaming peak, a sign to mortals, dazzled by the blaze. So glittered, as he ran, his brazen mail. His fellow warrior, good Marians, met him beside the tent, for he had come to fetch a brazen javelin thence. And thus the stout Idomeneus addressed his friend. O son of Molus, swift Marians, dearest of all my comrades, why hast thou thus left the battlefield? Hast thou a wound, a weapon's point that galls thee? Dost thou bring a message to me? Think not that I sit within my tent an idler, I must fight. Discreetly did Marians reply. Idomeneus, whose sovereign counsels rule the well-armed Cretans, I am come to seek a spear if one be left within thy tents. I broke the one I bore, in hurling it against the shield of fierce Deiphobus. The Cretan chief, Idomeneus, rejoined. If spears thou seek, there stand within my tent 20 and 1 against the shining walls. I took them from slain Trojans. 'Tis my wont never to fight at distance from the foe, and therefore have I spears, and bossy shields, and helms, and body mail of polished brass. Then spake in turn discreet Marians. Within my tent are also many spoils, one from the Trojans, and in my black ship. But they are far away. I do not think that I forget what valor is. I fight among the foremost in the glorious strife, where'er the battle calls me. Other men among the well-armed Greeks may not have seen what I perform, but thou must know me well. Idomeneus, the Cretan leader, spake. I know thy courage well. What need hast thou to speak as thou hast done? If all of us, the bravest of the Greeks, were set apart to form an ambush, for an ambush tries and shows men's valor. There the craven, there the brave, is known, the coward's color comes and goes, his spirit is not calm within his bosom, so that he can rest awhile and tremble not. He shifts his place, he sits on both his feet, his heart beats audibly within his breast, his teeth at thought of death chatter. The brave man's color changes not, nor when with other warriors he sits down. In ambush is he troubled, but he longs to rise and mingle in the desperate fray. For thee, in such an ambush, none could blame thy courage or thy skill. If there the foe should wound thee from afar, or smite thee near, the weapon would not strike thy neck behind, or pierce thy back, but enter at thy breast or stomach, as thou wert advancing fast among the foremost. But enough of this. Come. Stand we here no longer, idiot-like, lest someone chide us sharply. Hasten thou, and bring a sturdy javelin from the tent. He spake. Marians, like Mars in port, and swiftness, hastened to the tent and brought a brazen spear, and joined Idomeneus, eager for battle, as the god of war, the man-destroyer, comes into the field. With terror, his strong-limbed and dauntless son, following and striking fear into the heart of the most resolute warrior. When from Thrace they issue armed against the Ephyri, or else against the Phlegians large of soul, and hearken not to both the hosts, but give to one the victory. So Marians advanced to battle with Idomeneus, leaders of heroes both, and both equipped in glittering helms. And first Marians spake and addressed his fellow warrior thus: Son of Deucalion, at which point wilt thou enter the throng? Upon the army's right, its center, or its left? The long-haired Greeks seem most to need our aid upon the left. Then spoke Idomeneus, in turn, the prince of Cretans, at the center of the fleet. Are others who will guard it posted there? Are either Ajax and the most expert of Grecian archers, Teucer, not less skilled in standing fight, and amply will they task the arm of Hector, Priam's son. Though bent on desperate conflict, and though passing fierce, with all his fierceness, he will find it hard to quell their prowess, never yet o'ercome, and fire the ships, unless Saturnian Jove himself should cast on them the flaming torch. Nor yet will Telamonian Ajax yield to any man of mortal birth, or reared upon the grains of Ceres, or whom brass or ponderous stones can wound. He would not own the warlike son of Peleus mightier than he in standing fight, although in speed he vies not with him. Lead us then to join the armies left, that we may learn at once whether our fate in battle shall confer glory on other men, or theirs on us. So spake the chief. Marians, the peer of Mars in swiftness, hastened till he joined the army where his comrade bade. The foe beheld Idomeneus, who like a flame swept on with his companion all in arms, gloriously wrought. They raised from rank to rank the battle cry, and met him as he came. And hand to hand, before the galley's sterns, was waged the combat. As when storms arise, blown up by piping winds, when dust lies loose along the roads, a spreading cloud of dust fills the wide air. So came the battle on between the bands that struggled eagerly to slay each other. all along the line. The murderous conflict bristled with long spears that tore the flesh. The brazen splendor shot from gleaming helmets and from burnished mail, and shining bucklers, all in narrow space, dazzled the eyes. Brave-hearted would he be, the man who, gazing on it, could have seen the furious strife rejoicing or unmoved. Meantime the potent sons of Saturn each favored a different side, and planned new toils. For all the warriors, Jupiter had willed that Hector and the Trojans should prevail. Yet had he not decreed the Achaean host to perish before Troy. He only sought to honor Thetis and her large-souled son. But Neptune, mingling with the Greeks, aroused their martial spirit from the hoary deep. He came unmarked, for deeply was he grieved to see the Greeks give way before the host of Troy, and he was wroth with Jupiter. Both gods were of one race, and owed their birth to the same parents, but the elder born was Jupiter, and wiser. For that cause, not openly did Neptune aid the Greeks, but, as by stealth, disguised in human form, moved through their army and encouraged them to combat. Thus it was the potent twain. Each drew, with equal hand, the net of strife and fearful havoc, which no power could break or loosen, stretched o'er both the warring hosts, and laying many a warrior low in death. And now, although his brows were strewn with grey, Idomeneus, encouraging the Greeks, rushed on the Trojans, and revived the fight. He slew Orthrioneus, who just before, drawn by the rumor of the war, had left Chryses, and now made a lover's suit for Priam's fairest daughter. Without dower, he sought to wed Cassandra, promising a vast exploit, to drive the Greeks from Troy. In spite of all their valor, the old king consented that the maiden should be his. And now he fought, and trusted to fulfill his promise. But Idomeneus took aim, and cast his glittering javelin at the youth. It struck him marching proudly on, nor stopped the weapon at the brazen mail, but pierced the stomach. With a clash the warrior fell, and thus the victor boasted over him: Orthrioneus, I deem thee worthy of praise beyond all other men, if thou perform what thou hast undertaken, to defend Dardanian Priam, who has promised thee his daughter. We would make a compact too, and will perform it, to bestow on thee a spouse, the fairest daughter of the house of Atreus' son, and we will send for her to Argos, if thou join us, and lay waste the well-built Ilium. Now, then, follow me, and at the ships which brought us we will treat of marriage, and will make no niggard terms. So spake Idomeneus, and dragged the slain through the sharp conflict by the foot. He met Ajax, who walked before his car, and came to avenge his friend, the attending charioteer. Behind him reined the steeds, that they should breathe over the shoulders of their lord, who sought to smite Idomeneus. The Greek was first to strike. He plunged the spear into his throat, below the chin, and drave the weapon through. The Trojan fell to earth as falls an oak, poplar, or stately pine, which woodmen fell with their sharp axes on the mountainside to form a galley's beam. So there he lay, stretched out before his coursers and his car, and gnashed his teeth, and clenched the bloody dust. The charioteer, amazed, and losing power of action, dared not turn the horses back to bear him from the foe. Antilochus, the warlike, cast his spear, and in the midst transfixed him. Little did the brazen mail avail to stay the blade, which cleft its way into the stomach. With a sudden gasp, he toppled from the sumptuous chariot seat, and large-souled Nestor's son, Antilochus, drave with the chariot to the well-armed Greeks. Deiphobus, who sorrowed for the fate of Asius, drawing near Idomeneus, hurled at him his bright spear. The Greek beheld, as face to face they stood, and 'scaped the stroke. Covered by his round shield, two-handled, strong, with bullocks' hides and glittering brass. With this, he hid himself, close couched within, and turned the brazen point aside. The buckler rang shrilly. The weapon glanced away, yet flew not vainly from the Trojan's powerful hand. It struck Hypsenor, son of Hippasus, the shepherd of the people, on the side where lies the liver, just below the breast. His knees gave way, he fell. Deiphobus thus shouted o'er the dead his empty boast. Not unavenged lies Asius, and no doubt, in journeying to the massy gates and wall of Hades, will rejoice that I have sent a soul to be companion of his way. He spake, and at his boast the Greeks were moved with anger, most of all Antilochus, the warlike. Yet he left not to the foe his slain companion, but made haste to hold his shield above him. His beloved friends, Mecisteus, son of Echius, and the prince Alastor, lifted up, with many a groan, the corpse, and bore it to the roomy ships. Meantime the valor of Idomeneus remitted not. He vehemently longed to cover many a Trojan with the night of death, or fall himself with clashing arms in warring to defend the ships of Greece. The brave Alcathous, the beloved son of Aesiotus, whom Anchises made his son-in-law, for he had given to him Hippodamia, eldest born of all his daughters, whom her parents, while she dwelt with them, loved dearly, fair and wise beyond all other maidens of her age, and skilled in household arts, so that the noblest prince of the broad Trojan kingdom made her his. Him, by the weapon of Idomeneus, did Neptune bring to death. The sparkling eyes grew dim, and stiffened were the shapely limbs, for neither could he flee nor turn aside. But as he stood before him, column-like, or like a towering tree, Idomeneus transfixed him in the bosom with his spear. The brazen coat of mail gave way, which oft had saved him, breaking with a sharp, shrill sound. Before the severing blade, he fell to earth. With noise, the spear stood planted in his heart, and as he panted quivered through its length. Yet soon its murderous force was spent and still. And then the victor boasted thus aloud: Deiphobus, does this appear to thee a fair return, when three are slain for one? Or hast thou boasted idly? Yet do thou, vain as thou art, stand forth and face me here, and I will teach thee of what race I am. An offshoot of the stock of Jove, whose son was Minos, guardian of our Crete, and he was father of the good Deucalion. Deucalion's son am I, and I am king o'er many men in the broad isle of Crete. My galleys brought me thence to be the dread of thee, thy father, and the men of Troy. He spake. Deiphobus, irresolute, stood doubting whether to retreat and bring some other of the heroic sons of Troy to aid him, or to try the fight alone. As thus he mused, it seemed most wise to seek Aeneas. Him he found withdrawn among the rear of the army, for he was displeased with noble Priam, who had paid his worth with light esteem. Deiphobus approached, and thus with winged words accosted him. Aeneas, counsellor of Troy, if thou hadst ever a regard to him who was thy sister's husband, it becomes thee now to avenge him. Follow me, and help avenge Alcathous, guardian of thy tender years, slain by the spear of famed Idomeneus. He spake, and at his words Aeneas felt his courage rise. Impatient for the fight, he went to meet Idomeneus, yet fear fell not upon the Greek as if he were a puny boy. He stood and kept his ground, as, when a mountain boar, unterrified, waits in the wilderness the hunter crew, that come with mighty din, his bristly back rises, his eyes shoot fire, he whets his tusks, and fiercely keeps both dogs and men at bay. So did Idomeneus, expert to wield the spear, await Aeneas hastening on with fury. Not a backward step he made, but called upon his warrior friends aloud, looking at Aphareus, Ascalaphus, Deipyrus, Marians, and last Antilochus, all skilled in arts of war, and thus exhorted them with winged words. Haste hither, O my friends, and bring me aid. I stand alone, in dread of the approach of swift Aeneas, who comes fiercely on, powerful to slay, and in his prime of youth, the highest vigor of the human frame. Yet, were our years the same, that chief or I would quickly triumph at the other's cost. He spake, and all with one accord drew near, and stood by him, with shields obliquely held upon their shoulders. On the other side, Aeneas cheered his comrades on. He fixed his look on Paris, and Deiphobus, and nobly born Agenor, who, like him, were leaders of the Trojans. After these, the soldiers followed, as the thronging flock follow the ram that leads them to the fount from pasture, and the shepherd's heart is pleased. So was Aeneas glad at heart to see the multitude of warriors following him. Then mingled they in battle hand to hand around Alcathous, with their ponderous spears, and fearfully upon their bosoms rang the brass, as through the struggling crowd they aimed their weapons at each other. Two brave men, Aeneas and Idomeneus, the peers of Mars, conspicuous o'er their fellows, strove with cruel brass to rend each other's limbs. And first Aeneas cast his spear to smite Idomeneus, who saw it as it came, and shunned it, plunging in the earth beyond. It stood and quivered. It had left in vain the Trojan's powerful hand. Idomeneus next smote Oenomaus, the spear brake through his hollow corslet at the waist. It pierced and drank the entrails, down amid the dust. He fell, and grasped the earth with dying hand. Idomeneus plucked forth the massy spear, but, pressed by hostile weapons, ventured not to strip the sumptuous armor from the dead, since now no more the sinews of his feet were firm to bear him rushing to retake his spear, or start aside from hostile spears. Wherefore in standing fight he warded off the evil hour, nor trusted to his feet to bear him fleetly from the field. He moved slowly away, and now Deiphobus, who long had hated him and bitterly aimed at him his bright spear, it missed its mark, and struck Ascalaphus, the son of Mars. The weapon cleft the shoulder of the Greek, who fell amid the dust, and clenched the earth. Not yet the clamorous Mars, of passionate mood, had heard that in the fray his son was slain. But on the summit of the Olympian mount he sat, o'er-canopied by golden clouds, restrained from combat by the will of Jove, with other gods, forbidden, like himself, to aid the combatants. Meantime around Ascalaphus the combat hand to hand still raged. Deiphobus had torn away the slain man's shining helm, when suddenly Merion sprang forward, spear in hand, and smote him on the arm, the wounded limb. Let fall the helm, resounding as it fell. And with a vulture's leap Merion's rushed toward him, plucking out from the torn flesh the spear, and falling back among the crowd, Polites, brother of the wounded, threw both arms around his waist, and bore him off from the loud din of conflict, till he reached his swift-paced steeds that waited in the rear of battle, with their chariot nobly wrought and charioteer. These took him back to Troy, heavily groaning and in pain, the blood yet gushing from the newly wounded limb. Still fought the other warriors, and the noise of a perpetual tumult filled the air. Aeneas, rushing upon Aphareus, Calitor's son, who turned to face him, thrust a sharp spear through his throat. With drooping head, and carrying shield and helmet to the ground, he fell, and rendered up his soul in death. Antilochus, as Thun turned away, attacked and smote him, cutting off the vein that passes through the body to the neck. This he divided sheer. The warrior fell backward, and lay in dust, with hands outstretched to his beloved friends. Antilochus flew to the slain, and from his shoulders stripped the armor, casting cautious glances round, while toward him pressed the Trojans on all sides, striking the fair broad buckler with their darts, yet could not even score with pointed brass the tender skin of Nestor's son. For still Neptune, the shaker of the sea-coast, kept watch o'er him while the weapons round him showered. Yet he withdrew not from his foes, but moved among the crowd, nor idle was his spear, but wielded right and left. And still he watched with resolute mind the time to strike the foe at distance, or assault him near at hand. The son of Asius, Adamas, beheld the hero meditating thus, and struck in close attack the middle of his shield with a sharp brazen spear. The dark-haired god, who rules the deep, denied to Adamas the life he sought, and weakened the hard stroke. Part of the Trojan's weapon, like a stake hardened by fire, stood fixed within the shield. Part lay on earth, and he who cast it slunk among his comrades to avoid his fate. Merion's, pursuing with his spear, smote him between the navel and the groin, where deadliest are the wounds in battle given to man's unhappy race. He planted there the cruel blade, and Adamas, who fell, writhed panting round it, as a bullock bound by cowherds on the mountain with strong cords, pants as they lead him off against his will. So wounded, Adamas drew heavy breath, and yet not long. The brave Merions, approaching, plucked the weapon forth, and night came o'er the eyes of Adamas. At hand stood Helenus, and struck Deipyrus upon the temple with his ponderous sword of Thracian make, and cut the three-coned helm away, and dashed it to the ground. It rolled between a Grecian warrior's feet, who stooped and took it up, while o'er its owner's eyes the darkness gathered. Grieved at this, the son of Atreus, Menelaus great in war, rushed forward, threatening royal Helenus. He brandished his sharp spear, the Trojan drew his bow, advancing, one to hurl a lance, and one to send an arrow. Priam's son let fly a shaft at Menelaus' breast. The bitter missile from the hollow mail glanced off, as when from the broad winnowing fan On some wide threshing floor the swarthy beans, or vetches, bound before the whistling wind. And winnowers force, so, bounding from the mail of gallant Menelaus, flew afar the bitter shaft. Then Menelaus, great in battle, smote the hand of Helenus, that held the polished bow. The brazen spear passed through the hand, and reached the bow, and there stood fixed, while Helenus, avoiding death, drew back among his comrades, with his hand held low, and trailing still the ashen stem. Magnanimous Agenor from the wound drew forth the blade, and wrapped the hand in wool, carefully twisted, taken from a sling, carried by an attendant of the chief. To meet the glorious Menelaus sprang Pisander, led by his unhappy fate to perish, Menelaus, by thy hand. In that fierce conflict, when the two were near, advancing toward each other, Atreus' son took aim amiss, his spear flew far aside. Pisander smote the buckler on the arm of mighty Menelaus, yet drave not the weapon through. The broad shield stopped its force, and broke it at the neck. Yet hoped he still for victory, and exulted. Then the son of Atreus drew his silver-studded sword, and sprang upon his foe, who from beneath his buckler took a brazen battle-axe, with a long stem of polished olive wood. Both struck at once. Pisander hewed away, below the crest, the plumed helmet cone of Atreus' son, who smote, above the nose, Pisander's forehead, crashing through the bones. Both bleeding eyes dropped to the ground amid the dust. He fell, he writhed. The conqueror, advancing, set his heel upon his breast, and stripped the armor off, and, boasting, said, "Thus shall ye leave unharmed the fleet that brought the knights of Greece. Ye treaty-breaking sons of Ilium, never satisfied with war. Yet lack ye not still other guilt and shame. Wrong done to me, ye dogs. Ye have not feared the wrath of hospitable Jove, who flings the thunder, and will yet destroy your town with all its towers, ye who, without a cause, bore off my youthful bride and heaps of wealth, when she had given you welcome as our guests. And now ye seek to burn with fire the fleet with which we crossed the ocean, and to slay the Grecian heroes. Ye shall yet be forced, eager for battle as ye are, to pause. O Father Jupiter, who hast the praise of highest wisdom among gods and men, all this is of thy ordering. How hast thou favored this arrogant crew of Troy, in love with violence, who never have enough of war and all its many miseries. All other things soon satisfy desire. Sleep, love, and song, and graceful dance, which most delight in more than warlike toils, yet they of Troy are never satisfied with war. So spake the illustrious man, and, having stripped the bloody armor from the dead, he gave the spoil to his companions, and rejoined the warriors in the van. Harpalion then, a son of King Pytmenes, with whom he left his home to join the war at Troy, assaulted him. He never saw again his native land. Close to Atride's shield, he struck it in the center with his lance, yet could not drive the weapon through the brass, and backward shrank, in fear of death, among his comrades, looking round him lest some foe should wound him with the spear. Marians let fly a brazen arrow after him, which, entering his right flank below the bone, passed through and cleft the bladder. Down he sank, where the shaft struck him, breathing out his life in the arms of his companions. Like a worm, he lay extended on the earth. His blood gushed forth, a purple stream, and steeped the soil. The large-souled Paphlagonians came around, and placed him in a chariot, sorrowing, and bore him to the gates of sacred Troy. The father followed weeping, but no hand was raised to avenge the slaughter of his son. Yet deeply moved was Paris at his death, for he had been Harpalion's guest among the Paphlagonians. Grieving for the slain, he sent a brazen arrow from his bow. Now there was one Euchenor, rich and brave, the son of Polyidus, hoary seer. His dwelling was in Corinth, and he came, forewarned and conscious of his fate, to Troy. For often Polyidus, good old man, warned him that he within his palace halls should perish by a grievous malady, or else be slain by Trojan hands beside the Grecian fleet. So, to escape at once the censure of the Achaeans and disease, he came, lest he in after times might rue his choice. And now between the jaw and ear did Paris smite him. From the warrior's limbs life fled, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. And then they fought, like a devouring fire. That battle was. But Hector, dear to Jove, had not yet learned that on the left the Greeks made havoc of his men. For in that hour the Greeks had almost made the victory theirs. So greatly had the god who shakes the shores kindled their courage, and with his own arm brought timely aid. Still Hector, pressing on, where first he leaped within the gates and wall, broke the close phalanxes of shielded Greeks. There, ranged beside the hoary deep, the ships of Ajax and Protesilaus lay. The wall that guarded them was low, and there warriors and steeds in fiercest conflict met. There the Boeotians, there in their long robes the Ionians, there the Locrians, there the men of Phthia, and the Epeans famed for valor, held back Hector, struggling on to reach the ships, yet found they had no power to drive the noble warrior from the ground. For he was like a flame. The chosen men of Athens formed the van. Menestheus, son of Peteus, was their leader, after whom Phydos and Stichius followed, and with them the gallant Bias, Meges, Phyleus' son, with Dracius and Amphion, marshalled there the Epeans, while the Thyian band were led by Medon and Podarces, warlike chief. And Medon was the great Oileus' son, and brother of the lesser Ajax, born without the tie of wedlock, and he dwelt far from his native land, in Phylace. For by his violent hand the brother died of Areopes, whom Oileus made his lawful spouse. Podarces was the son of Iphiclus, and dwelt in Phylace. These, at the head of Phthya's valiant youth, and cased in massive armor, fought beside Boeotia's warriors for the Grecian fleet. But Ajax swift of foot, Oileus' son, from him of Telamon departed not as even for an instant, as when two black steers of equal vigor o'er a fallow draw the strongly jointed plough, till near their horns streams the warm sweat. The polished yoke alone holds them asunder, as they move along the furrow, and the share divides the soil that lies between them, so the heroic twain kept near each other. Many men and brave followed to Troy the son of Telamon as his companions, and, when weariness came o'er his sweaty limbs, relieved their chief of his broad buckler. But the Locrian host attended not Oileus' great-souled son, nor could they ever venture to engage in combat hand to hand. No brazen helms Were theirs, with horsehair plumes, no orbed shields, nor ashen spears. They came with him to Troy, trusting in their good bows, and in their slings of twisted wool, from which they showered afar stones that dispersed the phalanxes of Troy. The chieftains Ajax, warring in the van, clad in their shining armor, fought to check the Trojans and their leader, brazen-mailed, while in the rear the Locrians lurked unseen, and sent their shafts, so that the men of Troy, all order lost, were fain to cease from fight. Then had the Trojans from the ships and tents turned back, and fled, with fearful loss of life, to lofty Ilium, if Polydamas had not accosted valiant Hector thus. Hector, thou hearkenest not to warning words. Deem'st thou, because a god has given thee strength beyond all other men for feats of war, that therefore thou art wiser than they all? In council? Think not for thyself to claim all gifts at once. On one the god bestows prowess in war, upon another grace in dance, upon another skill to touch the harp and sing. In yet another, Jove, the thunderer, implants the prudent mind, by which the many profit, and by which communities are saved, and well doth he who hath it know its worth. Now let me speak what seems to me the wisest. Round thee flames the encircling war. The valiant sons of Troy, since they have crossed the ramparts, stand aloof, armed as they are, or fight against large odds, scattered among the galleys. Yield thou now the ground, and, summoning the chiefs, decide what plan to follow, whether we shall storm the well-oared galleys, should the god vouchsafe the victory to us, or else depart in safety from the fleet. I greatly fear the Achaeans may repay to us the debt of yesterday. There yet is at the fleet one who, I think, no longer will refrain wholly from battle. Thus Polydamas spake, and the sage advice pleased Hector well, who, leaping from his chariot to the ground, with all his weapons, said these winged words: Remain with all the bravest warriors here, Polydamas, while I depart to give the due commands, and instantly return. He spake, and with a shout he rushed away, seen from afar, like a snow mountain's peak, and flew among the Trojans and allies, who crowded round the brave Polydamas, the son of Panthus, at Hector's call. Among the foremost combatants he sought Deiphobus, and mighty Helenus. The king, he looked for Adamas, the son of Asius, and for Asius of the house of Hyrtacus. Some not unharmed he found, yet not o'ercome, while others lay in death beneath the galley sterns, where Grecian hands had slain them. Others on the wall, struck down by missiles, or in combat hand to hand. There on the left of that disastrous fray, he met the noble Alexander, spouse of fair-haired Helen, as he cheered his men, and rallied them to battle. Hector thus addressed his brother with reproachful words: Accursed Paris, noble but in form, effeminate seducer, where are now Deiphobus, and mighty Helenus? And Adamas, the son of Asius, where? And Asius, son of Hyrtacus? And where? Orthrioneus? Now towering Ilium sinks from her high summit, and thy fate is sure. And then the godlike Paris answered thus: Since it hath pleased thee, Hector, thus to cast reproach on me, though innocent, I may another day neglect the toils of war, although in truth my mother brought me forth not quite unapt for combat. Since the hour when thou didst lead the battle to the ships, With thy companions, we have held our ground. Here on this spot, contending with the Greeks. 3 chiefs for whom thou askest have been slain. Deiphobus and mighty Helenus. Both wounded in the hand by massive spears. Have left the field. The son of Saturn saved their lives. Now lead us wheresoe'er thou wilt. And we will follow thee with resolute hearts. Nor deem that thou wilt find in us a lack of valor while our strength of arm remains. The boldest cannot fight beyond his strength. With such persuasive words the warrior calmed his brother's anger, and they went where raged the hottest conflict round Cebriones, Phalces, Ortbasis, and the excellent Polydamas, with Pomis at his side, and Polyphotes, godlike in his form, and where Ascanius and Mores fought, sons of Hippotion. They the day before came marching from Ascania's fertile fields, moved by the will of Jove to share the war. All these swept on, as when a hurricane, a thunder gust, from Father Jupiter, buffets the plain, and mingles with the deep, in mighty uproar. And the billows rise all over the resounding brine, and swell, whitening with foam, and chase each other on. So move the Trojans on, man after man, in close array, all armed in glittering brass, following their generals. Hector, Priam's son, and peer of Mars in battle, led the van. His round shield held before him, tough with hides, and overlaid with brass. Upon his brow the gleaming helmet nodded as he moved. On every side he tried the phalanxes, if haply they might yield to his assault, made from beneath that buckler. But the Greeks, in spirit or in order, wavered not. And Ajax, striding forth, defied him thus. Draw nearer, friend. Think'st thou to frighten thus the Greeks? We are not quite so inexpert in war, although so cruelly chastised by Jupiter. Thou thinkest in thy heart that thou shalt make our ships thy spoil. But we have also our strong arms to drive thee back. And far more soon the populous town of Troy, captured and sacked, shall fall by Grecian hands. And now I warn thee that the hour is near, when, fleeing, thou shalt pray to Father Jove, and all the immortals, that thy long-maned steeds, bearing thee townward mid a cloud of dust, along the plain, may be more swift than hawks. As thus he spake, an eagle, to the right, high in the middle heaven, flew over him. And, gladdened by the omen, all the Greeks shouted. But then illustrious Hector spake. Babbler and boaster, what wild words are these? O Ajax! Would that I were but as sure to be the child of aegis-bearing Jove, brought forth by Juno the august, and held in honor everywhere like that which crowns Apollo and Minerva. As I know that to the Greeks this very day will bring destruction, and that thou shalt also lie slain with the others, if thou dare abide the stroke of my long spear, which yet shall tear thy dainty flesh, and thou, with thy full limbs, shalt be the feast of Trojan dogs and birds, unburied by the galleys of the Greeks. So Hector spake, and led his warriors on. They followed with a mighty shout, the rear sent up as loud a cry. On the other side shouted the Greeks, nor intermitted now their wonted valor, but stood firm to breast the onset of the chosen men of Troy. The mingled clamor of both hosts went up to heaven, and to the shining seat of Jove. Book. Chapter 14. The fraud practiced on Jupiter by Juno. Consultation of Agamemnon with Nestor, Diomed, and Ulysses. Proposal of Agamemnon to withdraw from Troy by night opposed by Ulysses, visit made by these wounded chiefs to the battlefield. In order to encourage the army, the cestus of Venus borrowed by Juno, who decoys Jupiter to her chamber, where he falls asleep. Neptune meanwhile actively aids the Greeks, who commit great slaughter, Hector wounded by Ajax. The mighty uproar was not unperceived by Nestor's ear, who, sitting at the wine, addressed the son of Aesculapius thus: "Noble Machaon, what will happen now? Bethink thee, for the clamor grows more loud from our young warriors at the ships. Stay here and drink the purple wine, while for thy limbs the fair-haired Hecamede warms the bath, and washes the dark blood away, and I will climb the watchtower, and will know the worst." He spake, and took a buckler, fairly wrought, glittering with brass, and left within the tent by Thrasymedes, his own knightly son, who to the war had borne his father's shield. He grasped a ponderous spear, with brazen blade, and stood without the tent, and saw a sight of shame, the routed Greeks, and close behind the haughty Trojans putting them to flight, and the Greek wall o'erthrown, as when the face of the great deep grows dark with weltering waves, that silently forebode the swift descent of the shrill blast. The yet uncertain seas roll not to either side, till from the seat of Jupiter comes down the violent wind. So paused the aged chief, uncertain yet of purpose, whether he should join the throng of Greeks, with their swift coursers, or repair to sovereign Agamemnon, Atreus' son. This to his thought seemed wiser, and he went to seek Atrides. Meantime both the hosts urged on the work of slaughter. Still they fought, and still the solid brass upon their limbs rang, smitten with the swords and two-edged spears. Then, coming from the fleet, the wounded kings, nurslings of Jove, met Nestor. Toward him came Tydides, and Ulysses, and the son of Atreus, Agamemnon. On the beach of the grey deep their ships were ranged afar from that fierce conflict. There the Greeks had drawn to the plain's edge, the first that touched the land, and built a rampart at their sterns. Though long the shoreline, it sufficed not to contain the galleys, and the host had scanty room. Wherefore they drew the galleys up in rows, row behind row, and filled the shore's wide mouth between the promontories. There the kings walked, leaning on their lances, to behold the tumult and the fight, and inly grieved. The sight of aged Nestor startled them, and thus the royal Agamemnon spake: "Nelean Nestor, glory of the Greeks, why hast thou left the murderous fray, and why come hither? Much I fear the fiery chief Hector will make the menace good which once he uttered, speaking to the men of Troy, not to return to Ilium from the fleet, till he had burned our ships with fire, and slain us also. Thus he spake, and now fulfills his menace. O ye gods! The other Greeks, and not Achilles only, cherish hate against me in their hearts, and now refuse to combat even where our galleys lie." And Nestor, the Gerenian knight, replied: "Thus is the threat accomplished, nor can Jove the Thunderer reverse the event. The wall, in which we trusted as impregnable, our fleet's defense and ours, is overthrown. But obstinately still the Greeks maintain the combat at the ships, nor couldst thou now distinguish with thy sharpest sight where most the ranks are routed. So confusedly they fall, and the wild uproar reaches heaven. Meantime consult we what may yet be done. If counsel aught avail, yet can I not advise to mingle in the strife again. It is not meet that wounded men should fight. And then the royal Agamemnon said, since at our ships, beneath their very sterns, the combat rages, since the wall we built avails not, nor the trench, at which the Greeks labored and suffered, hoping it might be a sure defense for us and for our fleet. Certain it is that to Almighty Jove it hath seemed good that here the Greeks, afar from Argos, should be shamefully cut off. For well was I aware when he designed to aid the Greeks, and well can I perceive that he is honoring now the men of Troy, like to the blessed gods, and fettering our valor and our hands. Hear my advice, and follow it. Let us draw down the ships nearest the sea, and launch them on the deep, and moor them, anchored, till the lonely night shall come, when, if the Trojans pause from war, haply we may draw down the other barks. For he who flees from danger, even by night, deserves no blame, and better is his fate who flees from harm than his whom harm o'ertakes. Then wise Ulysses, with stern look, replied, what words, Atrides, have escaped thy lips? Unhappy man, thou shouldst have held command o'er some effeminate army, and not ours. Ours to whom Jupiter, from youth to age, hath granted to accomplish difficult wars, until we pass away. And wouldst thou then depart from Troy, the city of broad streets, for which we have endured so much and long? Nay, be thou silent, lest the other Greeks hear words that never should be said by one who knows to speak with wisdom, and who bears the scepter, and who rules so many Greeks as thou dost. I contemn with my whole soul the counsel thou hast given, commanding us, while yet the battle rages, to draw down our good ships to the sea, that so the foe may see his wish more easily fulfilled, even in the hour of triumph, and our fate be certain ruin. For the Greeks no more will combat when they draw their galleys down, but, looking backward to the shore, will leave the battle there, and thus, O King of men, will mischief flow from what thou counsellest. And Agamemnon, King of men, rejoined, thou touchest me, Ulysses, to the heart with thy harsh censure. Yet I did not give command to drag our good ships to the sea, against the will of the Greeks. And would there were some other, young or old, to counsel them more prudently, for that would please me well. Then spake the great in battle, Diomed, the man is here, nor have ye far to look. If ye will be persuaded, and refrain to blame me angrily, because my years are fewest midst you all, I too can boast of noble birth. My father, Tydeus, lies buried beneath a mound of earth at Thebes. To Portheus 3 illustrious sons were born, who dwelt in Pleuron, and in Calydon, the lofty, Agrius, Menelaus, and the knight, my father's father, Ennius, eminent among the rest for valor. He remained at home, but, wandering thence, my father went to Argos, for the will of Jove was such. Jove and the other gods. He wedded there a daughter of Adrastus, and he dwelt within a mansion filled with wealth, broad fields fertile in corn were his, and many rows of trees and vines around him. Large his flocks, and great his fame as one expert to wield, beyond all other Greeks, the spear in war. This should ye know, for this is true. Nor yet contemn my counsel given with careful thought, and for your good, nor deem it comes from one unwarlike and low-born. Now let us join the battle, wounded as we are, for much it needs our presence, keeping carefully beyond the reach of weapons, to avoid wound upon wound, and, cheering on the rest, send back into the combat those who stand apart, indulgent to their weariness. He spake, they hearkened, and with hasty steps went on, King Agamemnon at their head. Nor was the glorious power that shakes the earth unmindful of his charge. He went among the warriors in the semblance of a man stricken in years, and, seizing the right hand of Agamemnon, spake these winged words. O son of Atreus! The revengeful heart of Peleus' son must leap within his breast for joy, to see the slaughter and the rout of the Achaeans, since with him there dwells no touch of pity. May he perish too, like us, and may some god o'erwhelm his name with infamy. With thee the blessed gods are not so far incensed, and thou shalt see the Trojan chiefs and princes of their host raising the dust clouds on the spacious plain, in fleeing from our ships and tents to Troy. He spake, and, shouting, strode across the field. As loud a cry as from 9,000 men, or from 10,000 hurrying to engage in battle, such the cry that ocean's king uttered from his deep lungs. It woke anew invincible resolve in every heart among the Greeks to combat to the end. Now, Juno of the golden throne beheld, as, standing on the Olympian height, she cast downward her eyes to where her brother moved, bearing his part with glory in the fray. And inly she rejoiced. She also saw Jove on the peak of Ida, down whose side glide many brooks, and greatly was displeased. Then the majestic goddess with large eyes mused how to occupy the mind of him who bears the aegis. This at length seemed best, to deck herself in fair array, and haste to Ida, that the god might haply yield to amorous desire, and in that hour her hand might pour into his lids, and o'er his watchful mind, a soft and pleasant sleep. She went to her own chamber, which her son Vulcan had framed, with massive portals made fast to the lintels by a secret bolt, which none but she could draw. She entered in, and closed the shining doors. And first she took ambrosial water, washing every stain from her fair limbs, and smoothed them with rich oil, ambrosial, soft, and fragrant, which, when touched within Jove's brazen halls, perfumed the air of earth and heaven. When thus her shapely form had been anointed, and her hands had combed her tresses, she arranged the lustrous curls, ambrosial, beautiful, that clustering hung round her immortal brow. And next she threw around her an ambrosial robe, the work of Pallas, all its web embroidered o'er with forms of rare device. She fastened it over the breast with clasps of gold, and then she passed about her waist a zone which bore fringes an hundredfold, and in her ears she hung her 3-gemmed earrings, from whose gleam she won an added grace. Around her head the glorious goddess drew a flowing veil, just from the loom, and shining like the sun. And, last, beneath her bright white feet she bound the shapely sandals, gloriously arrayed in all her ornaments. She left her bower, and calling Venus to herself, apart from all the other gods, addressed her thus. Wilt thou, dear child, comply with what I ask? Or, angered that I aid the Greeks, while thou dost favor Troy, wilt thou deny my suit? And thus Jove's daughter, Venus, made reply. O Juno, whom I reverence, speak thy thought. Daughter of mighty Saturn, For my heart commands me to obey thy wish in all that I can do, and all that can be done. And thus imperial Juno, planning guile, rejoined, Give me the charm and the desire with which thou overcomest gods and men. I go to the far end of this green earth, to visit Ocean, father of the gods, and mother Tethys, who, receiving me from Rhea, cherished me, and brought me up in their abodes. When Jove the Thunderer cast Saturn down to lie beneath the earth and barren sea, I go to visit them and end their hateful quarrel. For too long have they been strangers to the marriage bed. But if my words persuade them, and bring back their hearts to their old love, my name will be honored by them, and dear throughout all time. And laughter-loving Venus answered thus: What thou desirest should not be denied, and shall not, for thou sleepest in the arms of Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods. She spake, and from her bosom drew the zone, embroidered, many-colored, and instinct with every winning charm, with love, desire, dalliance, and gentle speech, that stealthily comes the purpose of the wisest mind. And, placing it in Juno's hands, she said, This many-colored zone, and all that dwells within it, take, and in thy bosom hide. And thou, I deem, wilt not return and leave thy purpose unfulfilled. As thus she spake, the large-eyed stately Juno smiled and took, and, smiling, in her bosom placed the zone. While Venus, daughter of the Thunderer, went to the palace, Juno took her way from high Olympus o'er Pieria realm, and rich Amathia, o'er equestrian Thrace. With snowy peaks exceeding high, her feet touched not the ground. From Athos suddenly she stooped upon the tossing deep, and came to Lemnos, seat of Thoas the divine. And there she met Death's brother, Sleep, and took his hand in hers, and thus accosted him: O Sleep, whose sway is over all the gods and all mankind, if ever thou didst heed my supplication, hearken to me now, and I shall be forever grateful. Close the glorious eyes of Jove beneath his lids, midst our embracings, and for thy reward thou shalt possess a sumptuous throne of gold, imperishable. Vulcan, my lame son, shall forge it for thee, and adorn its sides, and place below a footstool, upon which thy shining feet shall rest in banqueting. Then gentle Sleep made answer, speaking thus: Great Saturn's daughter, Juno the august, on any other of the deathless gods could I bring slumber, even on the tides of the swift ocean, parent of them all. Yet may I not approach Saturnian Jove, if he command me not. Already once he made me quail with fright before his threats, when his magnanimous son, Alcides, sailed from Troy, which he had ravaged. Then I lulled the senses of the aegis-bearer, Jove, wrapping myself around him, while thy mind was planning mischiefs for his son. And thou didst wake the blasts of all the bitter winds, to sweep the ocean, and to bear away the hero on its billows from his friends, to populous Cos. When Jupiter awoke, his anger rose, he seized and flung the gods hither and thither. Me he chiefly sought, and would have cast me to destruction, down from the great heavens into the deep, if night, whose power o'ercomes the might of gods and men, had not preserved me, fleeing to her shade. So Jove refrained, indignant as he was, for much he feared to offend the swift-paced night. And now thou bidst me tempt my fate again. Imperial, large-eyed Juno thus rejoined: Why rise such thoughts, O Sleep, within thy heart? Deem'st thou that Jove the Thunderer favors Troy? As much as he was angered for the sake of Hercules, his son? Do what I ask, and thou shalt have from me a wedded spouse. One of the younger Graces shall be thine, Pasithea, whom thou hast desired so long. She spake, and sleep, delighted, answered thus. Swear now to me, O goddess, by the Styx, the inviolable river. Lay one hand upon the food-producing earth, and place the other on the glimmering sea, that all the gods below, round Saturn, may attest thy promise, that thou wilt bestow on me one of the younger Graces for my bride, Pasithea, whom I have desired so long. He spake, and white-armed Juno willingly complied. She took the oath, and called on all the gods who dwell in Tartarus below, and bear the name of Titans. When the oath was taken, and the accustomed rites performed, from Lemnos and from Imbrus forth they went, shrouded in mist, and swiftly moving on toward Ida, seamed with rivulets and nurse of savage beasts. They came to Lectos first, and there they left the sea. Their way was now over the land, and underneath their feet the forest summits shook. Sleep halted there, ere yet the eye of Jupiter descried his coming, and upon a lofty fir, the tallest growing on the Idaean mount, high in the air among the clouds of heaven, springing from earth, he took his perch within the screen of branches, like the shrill-voiced bird, called Chalcis by the immortals, and by men Semindis, haunting the high mountainside. And Juno hastened on to Gargarus, the peak of lofty Ida. Jupiter, the cloud compeller, saw her, and at once love took possession of his mighty heart, as when they first were wedded, and withdrew from their dear parents' sight. The god drew near, and stood before her, and addressed her thus. Why art thou hastening from Olympus thus? And whither, yet without thy steeds and car? And Juno answered with dissembled guile. To the far ends of the green earth I go, to visit Ocean, father of the gods, and mother Tethys, in whose palace halls they nourished me, and brought me up. I go to end their hateful quarrels, for too long have they been strangers to the marriage bed, incensed against each other. Now my steeds, waiting to bear me over land and sea, stand at the foot of Ida seamed with rills. And now I come to thee, lest thou perchance be wroth if I unknown to thee repair to where old Ocean dwells amid his deeps. The cloud compeller, Jupiter, rejoined. Hereafter, Juno, there will be a time for such a journey. Meantime let us give this hour to rest and dalliance. Never yet did love of goddess or of mortal maid possess and overcome my heart as now. Not even when I loved Ixion's dame, who bore Pirithous, prudent as a god, among the counselors. Nor when I loved a Chryseis daughter with the dainty feet, Danae, who brought forth Perseus, eminent above the other warrior chiefs. Nor when I carried off from Phoenix the renowned, his daughter, who bore Minos afterward, and Rhadamanthus. Never so I loved Semele, nor Alcmena, who in Thebes brought forth to me the great-souled Hercules, my valiant son, while Bacchus, the delight of men, was born of Semele. Nor yet so loved I Ceres, fair-haired queen, nor yet Latona, gloriously beautiful. Nor even thee, as now I love, and yield my spirit to the sweetness of desire. Imperial Juno artfully replied. Importunate Saturnius, what is this that thou hast said? If on this summit height of Ida we recline, where all around is open to the sight, how will it be, should any of the ever-living gods behold us sleeping, and to all the rest declare it? I could never, rising thence, enter again thy palace, save with shame. Yet if thou truly speakest thy desire, thou hast a marriage chamber of thine own, which Vulcan, thy beloved son, for thee framed, fitting to its posts the solid doors. And thither let us go to take our rest within it, since thou hast declared thy will. Then spake again the cloud-compeller Jove. O Juno, fear thou not that any god or man will look upon us. I shall throw a golden cloud around us, which the sun himself cannot look through, although his eye is piercing, far beyond all other eyes. The son of Saturn spake, and took his wife into his arms, while underneath the pair the sacred earth threw up her freshest herbs, the dewy lotus, and the crocus flower, and thick and soft the hyacinth. All these upbore them from the ground. Upon this couch they lay, while o'er them a bright golden cloud gathered, and shed its drops of glistening dew. So slumbered on the heights of Gargarus the All-Father, overcome by sleep and love, and held his consort in his arms. Meanwhile the gentle sleep made haste to seek the fleet of Greece. He bore a message to the god Neptune, who shakes the shores, and, drawing near, he thus accosted him with winged words. Now, Neptune, give the Greeks thy earnest aid, and though it be but for a little space, while Jupiter yet slumbers, let them win the glory of the day. For I have wrapped his senses in a gentle lethargy, to which he is betrayed by Juno's wiles. He spake, and took his way, departing thence among the tribes of men. These words inflamed the gods' desire to aid the Greeks. He sprang far on among the foremost, and exclaimed, O Greeks! Do ye again submit to yield the victory to Hector, Priam's son, that he may seize our fleet and bear away the glory of the day? This is his hope, and this his boast, since now Achilles lies inactive at his ships, in sullen wrath. Yet little should we need him, if the rest stood bravely by each other. Hear me now, and do what I advise. Let all of us, the best and bravest, bearing shields, and capped with glittering helms, and wielding in our hands the longest spears, advance, and I will lead the charge. Nor do I think that Hector, son of Priam, daring as he seems, will yet abide our onset. Whoso has the heart to make a stand with me, and yet who bears a narrow shield, let it be given to one less warlike, and a broader shield be found. He spake. They hearkened and obeyed. The kings Tydides, and Ulysses, and the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, though their wounds still galled them, marshaled and reviewed the ranks, and changed their arms. They made the braver wear the better armor, and the worse they gave to the less warlike. Now, when o'er their breasts the burnished mail was girded, they began their march. The great earth-shaker, Neptune, led the onset, grasping in his sinewy hand a sword of fearful length and flashing blade like lightning. No man dared encounter it in combat. Every arm was stayed by fear. Right opposite, illustrious Hector ranged his Trojans, dark-haired Neptune and the son of Priam now engaged in desperate strife, one on the side of Troy, and one for Greece. The sea swelled upward toward the Grecian tents and fleet, while both the armies flung themselves against each other with a loud uproar. Not with such noise the ocean billows lash the mainland when the violent north wind tumbles them shoreward. Not with such a noise roar the fierce flames within the mountain glen, when leaping upward to consume the trees. And not so loudly howls the hurricane among the lofty branches of the oaks, when in its greatest fury, as now rose the din of battle from the hosts that rushed against each other with terrific cries. At Ajax glorious Hector cast his spear. As face to face they stood, it missed him not, but struck him where two belts upon his breast o'erlapped each other, that which held the shield, and that which bore the silver-studded sword. These saved the tender muscles. Hector, vexed that thus his weapon should have flown in vain, retreated toward his comrades, shunning death. As he drew back, the Telamonian hurled a stone, for stones in multitude, that propped the galleys, lay around, and rolled among the feet of those who struggled. One of these he lifted, smiting Hector on the breast, above the buckler's orb and near the neck. He sent it spinning like a top, it fell and whirled along the ground, as when beneath the stroke of Father Jupiter an oak falls broken at the root, and from it fumes a stifling smell of sulfur. And the heart of him who stands and sees it sinks with dread, for fearful is the bolt of mighty Jove. So dropped the valiant Hector to the earth. Amid the dust his hand let fall the spear. His shield and helm fell with him, and his mail of shining brass clashed round him. Then the Greeks rushed toward him, yelling fiercely, for they hoped to drag him thence, and many a lance they cast. But none by javelin or by thrust could wound the shepherd of the people, for there came around him all the bravest of his host: Polydamas, Aeneas, and the great Agenor, and Sarpedon, he who led the Lycian bands, and Glaucus the renowned. These flung themselves into the strife, while none of all the rest refrained, but firmly held their broad round shields before him. Then his friends lifted him in their arms, and bore him off out of the conflict, to his fiery steeds that waited for him in the battle's rear, with charioteer and sumptuous car. And these bore him to Ilium, sorely suffering. But when they now had reached the crossing place of Xanthus, full of eddies, pleasant stream, the progeny of ever-living Jove, they lifted out the hero from the car, and laid him on the ground, and on him poured water, at which his breath and sight returned. He sat upon his knees, and from his throat gave forth the purple blood, and then he fell back to the ground, and darkness veiled his eyes, for still his senses felt the stunning blow. The Greeks saw Hector leave the field, and pressed the foe more hotly, and bethought themselves of their old valor. Then the swift of foot Oilean Ajax darted to the van, and with his fir-tree spear smote Satnius, son of Enops, whom a Naiad eminent for beauty among all the nymphs brought forth to Enops, when on Satnio's banks he kept his flocks. Oileus' son, expert to wield the spear, drew near, and pierced him in the flank. Prostrate he fell, and suddenly the Greeks and Trojans gathered round in desperate fray. Polydamas, the mighty spearman, son of Panthus, coming to avenge him, smote on the right shoulder Prothonor, son of Areolocus. The pitiless spear passed through, and falling in the dust he grasped the earth with dying hands. Polydamas shouted aloud, exulting over him. Not vainly, as I think, hath flown the spear. From the strong hand of the magnanimous son of Panthus. Some Achaean hath received the weapon in his side, to lean upon. In going down to Pluto's dim abode, he spake. The Achaeans chafed to hear his boast, and most the warlike son of Telamon. For the slain Greek fell near him. Instantly, just as the Trojan moved away, he hurled his shining lance. Polydamas, to escape the deathstroke, sprang aside. Archilochus, Antenor's son, received the blow. The gods had doomed him to be slain. It pierced the spine, where the head joins the neck, and severed there the tendons on each side. His head and mouth and nostrils struck the ground before his knees. And thus to excellent Polydamas did Ajax shout in turn, bethink thee now, and tell me truly, was not this a man worthy to die for Prothoenor's sake? No man of mean repute or meanly born. He seems, but either brother to the knight Antenor, or his son, for certainly his looks declare him of Antenor's race. He spake, but well he knew the slain. Meanwhile, the Trojans heard and grieved. Then Achamas, stalking around his fallen brother, slew Promachus, the Boeotian, with his spear, while dragging off the dead man by the feet. Then o'er the fallen warrior, Achamas boasted aloud, O measureless in threats, bowmen of Argos, not to us alone shall woe and mourning come, ye also yet will perish. See your Promachus o'erthrown, and by my spear, that so my brother's death may not be unrequited. Every man should wish a brother left to avenge his fall. He ended, and the Greeks were vexed to hear his boast. The brave Peneleus most of all was angered, and he rushed on Achamas, who waited not the onset of the king. And in his stead was Ilioneus slain, the son of Phorbas, who was rich in flocks, whom Mercury, of all the sons of Troy, loved most, and gave him ample wealth. His wife brought Ilioneus forth, and only him. And him Peneleus smote beneath the brow, in the eye's socket, forcing out the ball. The spear passed through, and reappeared behind. Down sat the wounded man with arms outstretched, while, drawing his sharp sword, Peneleus smote the middle of his neck, and lopped away the helmed head, which fell upon the ground. The spear still in the eye, he lifted it, as one would lift a poppy up, and thus he shouted, boasting, to the Trojan host. Go now, ye Trojans, and inform from me the father and the mother of the slain, that they may mourn within their palace walls. Illustrious Ilioneus. After this shall the sad wife of Promachus, the son of Alegenor, never hasten forth to meet her husband with glad looks, when we, the Greeks, return from Ilium with our fleet. He spake, the Trojans all grew pale with fear, and gazed around for an escape from death. Say, Muses, ye who on the Olympian height inhabit, who was first among the Greeks to gather bloody spoil, when now the power that shakes the shores had turned the tide of war. First, Ajax, son of Telamon, struck down Hirtius, the leader of the Mysian band, and son of Jershas, while Antilochus spoiled Murmurus and Phalces. Mores next, slain by the weapon of Marians, fell with hip potion. Teucer overthrew Protus and Periphoetes. Atreus' son smote Hipperenor, prince among his tribe. Upon the flank the trenchant weapon drank the entrails, and the soul, driven forth, escaped. Through the deep wound, and darkness veiled his eyes. But Ajax swift of foot, Oileus' son, Earthra the most, for none could equal him. In swift pursuit when Jove ordained a flight.